This woman was undeniably beautiful. If she were out in the world, she would have suitors lining up like a reinforced platoon. Yet, she served tea and water, did laundry and cooked for a man dressed in shabby clothes, and even actively sought out mistresses for him to serve him as well. Even more outrageous was that outside the man's courtyard, daughters of noble families, princesses of dynasties, and even empresses of a country all knelt with their heads bowed, begging for the man's permission to enter and serve him. Some hinted they were willing to give him their virginity. Others sent him chests and chests of gold. Even more outrageous, some were willing to give up their entire country as a dowry. The man's name was Ning Yuan, a chemistry PhD from the 21st century. That day, he was in the lab assisting his advisor with research when, during an experiment, an unknown element was added to the reaction apparatus. The next second, the lab exploded, and in the blinding flash of light, he instantly lost consciousness. When Ning Yuan opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the modern world, but had transmigrated to an ancient dynasty called the Great Gan Empire. At this time, the Great Gan Empire was in the midst of years of war. From prefectures to counties and even remote villages, almost every young and strong man was conscripted and sent to the battlefield. Those men who were lucky enough not to be taken away were given another task: to increase the empire's population. The imperial court even issued a special policy that couples who gave birth to boys would receive local subsidies. As a result, the entire empire was frantically pushing for births. The body Ning Yuan now occupies belonged to a complete good-for-nothing. He spent his days idly, lazy and good-for-nothing, never doing anything productive. Unfortunately, he was lucky enough to marry a woman with a slender figure and a gentle personality, Xin Shuang. But this man didn't cherish her at all. He spent his days beating and scolding her, taking his anger out on Xin Shuang at the drop of a hat. The reason was simple: Xin Shuang hadn't conceived. Without a child, she wouldn't receive the government's subsidies. Without subsidies, he wouldn't have money to continue his lavish lifestyle of drinking, gambling, and whoring. At that moment, in a thatched hut in a small village within the territory of the Great Gan Kingdom, a beautiful young woman, her face flushed with shyness, covered her face with her hand, saying, "Husband, don't bite my ear, it hurts. Are you hungry?" Ning Yuan scratched his head, trying to make his tone as gentle as possible, not wanting Xin Shuang to continue being so afraid of him. Xin Shuang misunderstood, and quickly got up to put on her clothes, preparing to go to her sister-in-law's house to borrow some food to cook. She could only try her best to meet Ning Yuan's demands so that she would suffer less beatings. There was no other way. In these chaotic times of war, a woman was worth far less than a bowl of fine white flour. Who knew, one day Ning Yuan might sell her to a brothel just to get a drink. "Where are you going? It's so cold." Ning Yuan was taken aback and reached out to grab Xin Shuang. "I'm going to my sister-in-law's house to borrow some coarse grains from my husband. Isn't he hungry?" Ning Yuan was both amused and exasperated. He said, "I was asking if you were hungry. If you are, I'll go find something to eat." "No. I'm not hungry," Xin Shuang replied, avoiding Ning Yuan's eyes. But then, her stomach rumbled in protest, and panic and fear immediately appeared on her face. Ning Yuan has been acting strangely lately, being excessively kind to her. But the more he does this, the more she feels that her husband might hit her at any moment. He might even be planning to sell her to a brothel. Ning Yuan sighed. The original owner of this body in his previous life was indeed a beast. Such a delicate and gentle woman, yet he treated her so cruelly. If his girlfriend in his previous life had been half as good as Xin Shuang, he wouldn't have broken up with her. "You wait at home, I'll go find something to eat." It's the winter solstice, and today is colder than usual. The little bit of winter grain that Xin Shuang planted at home had long been sold by the previous owner of this body to buy wine. Fortunately, Ning Yuan was a wilderness survival expert in his previous life, and although the original owner of this body was uneducated, he had learned some skills from his hunting father when he was young. As long as you're willing to work hard, you can manage to get some food. After all, in this remote place, the men have all been conscripted to fight, and the wives and widows in the village can only grow some grain to barely feed themselves, so there's naturally more wild game in the mountains and forests. Ning Yuan used a machete to whittle the old bamboo stalks he had cut yesterday into resilient strips. He also unraveled a piece of hemp rope and pulled out a strand. This rope, which he had salvaged from an old fishing net and repaired, was far stronger than ordinary straw rope. Reaching the river bank, he started a fire, carefully took out the only embroidery needle in his house, heated it until it was red hot, and bent it into a hook. I hope my experience from my past life can still be useful here. His observations over the past few days had made it clear to him that in the deep waters of winter, this area was teeming with mandarin fish. Ning Yuan shook his arms and stretched his body before forcefully breaking through the ice. It was a cold morning. The clanging sound of his ice splitting echoed through the white, deep mountain forest. Whether we catch any fish today depends on you. Ning Yuan took out the last few grains of wheat that had been fermenting a few days ago from his pocket. Then, he firmly inserted the bamboo strip into the cracks in the rocks on the riverbank, and threw the wheat grains, which were tied with hemp rope and fish hooks, into the ice hole. After setting up his fishing gear, Ning Yuan didn't stay in one spot. Instead, he turned around and patrolled along the riverbank. In a backwater, he noticed tiny bubbles rising to the surface, and based on his experience, he judged that there was a school of fish moving underwater. Ning Yuan quickly made a makeshift throwing fork out of a sharpened bamboo pole, stood aside braving the wind and snow to wash over him, and quietly waited for his chance. As evening approached, the snow fell even heavier. More than a dozen campfires had already been lit. Ning Yuan angrily tossed the harpoon aside, feeling both hungry and cold. He'd been waiting for so long without catching a single fish. It wasn't that Ning Yuan lacked patience, but rather that these fish were far too wary. Now I can only hope my fishing spot will be successful. Seeing that it was getting late, Ning Yuan decided not to stay any longer. He got up and returned to his fishing spot, when suddenly he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Wait! Ning Yuan was surprised to find that the bamboo tips were trembling rhythmically. Seeing this, his heart leaped into his throat. It was done! It really was done. A fish had taken the bait. Ning Yuan strode forward, but instead of pulling immediately, he crouched down and gently lifted the rope to feel for movement underwater. Sure enough, this wasn't a hallucination caused by hunger, but rather a steady and powerful force struggling against the current underwater. He didn't need to guess. Based on his experience from his previous life, he knew without a doubt that it was a mandarin fish. He let the line out, allowing it to swim freely, and only when its strength weakened slightly did he carefully begin to reel it in. Using the elasticity of the bamboo strip, he gradually wore down its energy. Finally, a plump mandarin fish burst out of the water, thrashing violently across the ice. On the frozen river at dusk, the mandarin fish, weighing at least 6 pounds, struggled a few times on the ice before quickly freezing stiff and becoming motionless. Seeing this, Ning Yuan wiped the snow water from his face and no longer felt cold. I need to hurry back. My wife must be getting impatient waiting at home. We'll have fish for dinner tonight to nourish her. Ning Yuan cleaned the fish on the spot, throwing the innards and gills into the fishing trap he had made during the day, and then tossed it into the water. Only then did he carry the mandarin fish and rush back to the village without stopping. At the village entrance, the gate to Widow Lu's house was wide open. Her plump figure, wrapped in an open cotton coat, was carrying a basin of hot water for washing herself as she came out. Perhaps sensing that it was late and no one was around, her bright red undergarment was faintly visible beneath her open coat. She walked out humming a little tune, her voluptuous figure particularly eye-catching. Oh, Ning Yuan, where have you been gallivanting off to again? Widow Lu's husband died on the front lines 3 years ago, and she had been living alone ever since. She had a delicate face and a hot figure, and the men from several nearby villages had long coveted her. She lived a comfortable life, with no family to worry about, and occasionally traded her body for food with hunters from nearby villages. Going fishing, now heading home. Ning Yuan glanced furtively at her open cotton-padded coat and scratched his nose. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, in these chaotic times of war, how did this widow end up looking like this? Oh, a mandarin fish! These are hard to catch. Ning Yuan, you've really made something of yourself! How did you catch it? Mandarin fish are at their fattest and most juicy this season. They'll taste even better after the spring snow melts. Widow Lu saw the mandarin fish in Ning Yuan's hand and swayed her big hips as she quickly walked over. She looked around, then deliberately hooked her arm around Ning Yuan's, pressing her soft breasts against his. Ning Yuan, you haven't come to visit Sister Lu in ages. Sister Lu thinks about you every night before falling asleep. Why don't you stay at my house tonight? As she spoke, she glanced at the mandarin fish again, her mouth watering. Ning Yuan, however, wasn't buying it. He smiled and pulled his hand away, saying apologetically, Sister Lu, my wife is still waiting at home for the fish to cook. I have to hurry back. Ning Yuan was only 19, while Widow Lu was already 28. In the Great Gan Empire, at that age, it was considered an old cow eating young grass. You little bastard, what's so great about your wife's 2 ounces of flesh on her chest? With my body like this, you wouldn't feel comfortable sleeping with me. Seeing Ning Yuan leave without looking back, stepping through the snow as if fleeing for his life, Widow Lu was so angry that she jumped up and down, cursing and swearing. Honey, look what I caught! You're in for a treat today! Ning Yuan excitedly pushed open the door as he returned home. However, the instant the door opened, the mandarin fish in his hand fell to the ground. Honey! As soon as Ning Yuan entered, he saw Shen Shuang lying on the cold floor, her forehead slammed against a bench, blood streaming down her face. He immediately burst into tears. In this chaotic and war-torn empire, if his devoted wife, who had never abandoned him, were to die, he truly didn't know how he would go on living. Wife, wake up! I caught a fish! You won't go hungry anymore! Don't die! Amidst the violent shaking and shouts, her thick, curled eyelashes trembled slightly. Shen Shuang weakly opened her eyes, and the instant she saw Ning Yuan, disappointment and anger surged within them. Wife, you're awake! Slap! Shen Shuang raised her hand and slapped Ning Yuan across the face, her voice filled with sorrow. Ning Yuan, it doesn't matter whether you're good to me or not. How dare you do something so disrespectful to your sister-in-law? Are you even human? How long were you planning to keep this from me? Ning Yuan was stunned. In his memory, the sister-in-law next door, who had married his older brother at the age of 19, never even had a chance to consummate their marriage before his brother was taken to the front lines. 3 years had passed, and his brother had long since died on the battlefield. His sister-in-law, left alone in the empty house, lived in poverty, occasionally squeezing out a little food to help her wife. In Ning Yuan's memory, this sister-in-law was beautiful, hard-working, and kind. Of course, she was also very afraid of him, her brother-in-law. In the past, she would instinctively tremble whenever Ning Yuan glanced at her. Oh no! The persona he'd worked so hard to build in front of his wife. Ning Yuan felt increasingly guilty. Based on the original owner's past behavior, this wasn't entirely impossible. So you finally admit it, Ning Yuan. It doesn't matter if you treat me badly, but how dare you treat your sister-in-law, a widow, like this? Seeing Ning Yuan's silence, Shen Shuang felt utterly hopeless. Ning Yuan couldn't recall such an absurd thing. A man, after all, doesn't care about the consequences. He'd admit his mistake first. At worst, he'd marry them all when life got better. He was a responsible man. After all, in the Great Gan Empire, having multiple wives and concubines was perfectly normal. With food shortages, even the old men in the village have several wives, all in the hopes of producing more sons for the Great Gan Empire. They even receive subsidies. However, just as Ning Yuan was about to apologize, Shen Shuang suddenly changed her tone. You sold your sister-in-law for a few copper coins? Are you crazy? If it weren't for your sister-in-law supporting us, do you think I'd still be alive? Ning Yuan was stunned. He couldn't recall this memory at all. After calming down, Ning Yuan asked around and learned what had happened. Not long after Ning Yuan left, his sister-in-law, Qin Ru, came over with a small bag of coarse grains to take care of Shen Shuang. As a result, old Li's 3 sons followed them in, suddenly rushed into the house, and forcibly kidnapped Qin Ru. They said that a month ago, Ning Yuan had promised that if he gave them 3 copper coins, he would arrange for his sister-in-law to be given to the 3 Li brothers. In any case, she was still a virgin, and being alone in an empty house would be a good fit for the Dacian Empire's national policy of increasing the male population. Qin Shuang and Qin Ru resisted desperately, but she was weak and, with a gentle push from the eldest brother of the Li family, hit a bench and fainted. There were more women than men in the village, and the 3 Li brothers were in their prime. No one dared to mess with them. Many young women had been taken advantage of by them, but they could only swallow their anger. Seeing Qin Shuang crying pitifully, Ning Yuan raised his hand and slapped himself. "Damn it, you're a real piece of work!" Ning Yuan stood up, grabbed the iron hoe beside him, and walked to the bedside with red eyes. His expression startled Qin Shuang, who instinctively covered her head, thinking Ning Yuan was going to hit her again. "Wife, wait for me at home. I'm going to rescue my sister-in-law right now. I promise to protect you both from now on." With that, Ning Yuan rushed out and disappeared into the snowy night. Qin Shuang sat blankly on the edge of the cold bed, staring at her round, red feet. Was she dreaming? Only when she saw the mandarin fish on the ground did she dare to believe that Ning Yuan had really gone out to find food that afternoon. But then she thought about it again, and Ning Yuan went to find the 3 Li brothers, and she panicked. How could Ning Yuan possibly defeat the 3 Li brothers by himself? She shoved her red feet haphazardly into her tattered cloth shoes, put the mandarin fish, which was more precious than her life, in the farthest corner of the cupboard, and then struggled to chase after him. In the side room of the Li family's mud courtyard, bathed in moonlight, came the desperate cries of a woman and the lewd laughter of 3 men. "Qin Ru, don't be afraid. As long as you cooperate tonight, we 3 brothers won't treat you badly. You're still a virgin, and your belly is empty anyway. You don't know the taste of a man yet, do you? Tonight, we guarantee you'll be in a state of blissful oblivion. You beasts! You'll all die a horrible death. Even as a ghost, I'll haunt you." Qin Ru screamed hoarsely, but her voice was drowned out by the wind and snow. "Third brother, what are you standing there for? Quickly hold down her legs, you'll be the first one to go later." In the dimly lit room, Qin Ru, her clothes torn, her faded white bodice clinging to her plump body, was filled with despair. The sight before them made the 3 Li brothers swallow hard. In this era, women are worthless. But Qin Ru is the best of the best. That idiot Ning Yuan sold her for just 3 copper coins. The 3 brothers were practically fuming. They were shirtless in the dead of winter, oblivious to the cold, only thinking about getting things done. Outside the door, old Li, wrapped in a tattered cotton coat, huddled in the snow, watching over the gate. He impatiently knocked on the door with his pipe. "You bunch of little bastards, if you're going to do something, do it properly. Don't make such a fuss, or people will hear and it will cause a bad impression." Just then, Old Li suddenly saw a menacing figure outside the yard, rushing towards them through the snow. "Oh no, it's that little thug from the Ning family." His face immediately changed, and he quickly got up, dragging his aching legs, and picked up the bar to close the door. Ning Yuan was faster, kicking the courtyard gate open. Old Li lost his balance and fell to the ground. Qin Ru's voice from the side room grew increasingly desperate, and Ning Yuan could hear it from a distance. What are you doing?" Old Li quickly got up and grabbed Ning Yuan, preventing him from going in. "Don't forget, you asked for 3 copper coins to sell Qin Ru to my 3 sons to keep them entertained. You're not going to go back on your word now, are you? Ning Yuan, let me give you a piece of advice. Your sister-in-law's belly is still there. You've seen my family's capabilities, 3 men. Keeping her in my Li family won't be a loss." Ning Yuan gripped his hoe tightly, his eyes bloodshot like an enraged bull. Old Li was being dragged along, unable to stop him. Ning Yuan raised the hoe and roared. The wooden door to the side room was smashed open with a bang. When Ning Yuan rushed in and saw the scene before him, he was instantly enraged. Qin Ru's thin, coarse clothes were torn, and her last shred of dignity was crumbling. "Fuck your mother! How dare you bully my sister-in-law?" Ning Yuan raised his iron hoe and smashed it down hard on the head of the eldest son of the Li family. "Ah!" A scream echoed through the village. The eldest son of the Li family clutched his head, blood gushing out like it was free, and he instantly lost his fighting ability. The 3 Li brothers stared in stunned disbelief at the crazed Ning Yuan. "Ning Yuan, are you fucking crazy? You have a beautiful wife at home and you're not satisfied? You want to have her all to yourself. The second son of the Li family glared angrily and charged forward first. Ning Yuan sneered, took a half step back as a strategic retreat, and then kicked Li's second son hard in the groin. Help me, third brother! Li's second son screamed in agony, clutching his groin. The third brother was only 16 years old. He usually bullied men and women by relying on his two older brothers, but when he actually met a ruthless person like Ning Yuan, he was instantly terrified and trembled all over. He dared not go forward and could only look at the blood-stained iron hoe, retreating step by step. Sister-in-law, let's go home. Ning Yuan quickly stepped forward, took off his only piece of clothing, and wrapped it around Qin Ru. Qin Ru was so frightened that she didn't resist and let Ning Yuan pick her up. Her icy arms clung tightly to Ning Yuan's neck as if grasping at a lifeline, her whole body trembling. Ning Yuan, are you sure you want to be enemies with us three brothers? Don't forget, you're the only man in your Ning family. My Li family has 4. The eldest Li family member stood up, clutching his head, staring at Ning Yuan with venom. But he was even more wary of the blood-stained iron hoe in Ning Yuan's hand. Ning Yuan stopped and turned to stare intently at the eldest son of the Li family. From today onwards, anyone who dares to bully any woman in my Ning family will face my wrath. You can try me. For a moment, the three brothers, who usually bullied the weak and feared the strong, were so frightened by Ning Yuan, who seemed like a completely different person, that they dared not utter a sound. Stepping out of the courtyard, Old Li stood in front of them, trembling, his withered finger pointing at Ning Yuan, too angry to speak. You broke your promise, Sile. Ning Yuan raised his foot and kicked Old Li hard in the chest. The old man flew through the air and lay motionless on the ground for a long time. Ning Yuan spat on the ground. Old bastard, I forgot to teach you a lesson. Are you in such a hurry to die? Ning Yuan carried Qin Ru and ran frantically home through the wind and snow. His sister-in-law trembled violently in his arms, whether from the biting wind or from being frightened by the three Li brothers, he didn't know. Ning Yuan felt a lump in his throat. Qin Ru had married into the Ning family at a good age, but before they could even consummate their marriage, her husband was conscripted into the army, leaving her a lonely widow. Husband! Are you all right? Through the wind and snow, Shen Shuang stumbled and sank into the deep snow with every step, coughing violently. Ning Yuan was immediately annoyed when he saw her. What are you doing out here? Go back! This awful weather can freeze a person to death. Not to mention she only has this one set of clothes on, and if it gets wet, she won't even have a change. Shen Shuang asked breathlessly. Husband, what happened to my sister-in-law? Let's go home first. Are you all right? No. I'm fine. After returning home, Ning Yuan wrapped the stiff quilt around Qin Ru. Seeing her so frightened and trembling, Ning Yuan felt bad for her. You get into bed too, I'll go boil some water and get something to eat. Where's the fish? He said, pulling the coarse cloth garment that had just covered Qin Ru's chest back onto his body, his lips turning purple from the cold. He'd been through so much tonight, he just hoped he wouldn't fall ill. If he did, these two women probably wouldn't survive the winter. It's in the corner of the cabinet. Husband, let me go. Shen Shuang coughed and tried to get up. Stay put. Ning Yuan grabbed the mandarin fish, turned around and rushed into the woodshed. Shen Shuang stood there stunned. One of her shoes had long since been lost in the snow. She was filled with disbelief. A man cooking? There was no such custom in Dagon. If word got out, people would only criticize their wives for being unvirtuous. About half an hour later, Ning Yuan brought in a large bowl of boiled fish, steaming hot. Wife, come and eat! This mandarin fish is plump, it'll warm you up. He put the bowl on the table, pinching his earlobe and wincing as he burned his mouth. He turned around and met Qin Ru's terrified gaze. She had woken up some time earlier, only one eye peeking out from under the covers, staring at him as if she'd seen bandits. Shen Shuang instinctively stepped in front of Qin Ru, his voice trembling. Husband, please don't sell your sister-in-law, okay? Ning Yuan's heart sank. Prejudice is like a mountain, impossible to move overnight. He sighed, stepped forward and said, Sister-in-law, I was blinded by greed before, I'm sorry. If you're still not satisfied, I'll kneel down for you, okay? I promise I'll treat you well from now on. He made a gesture as if to kneel. Shin Shuang was terrified and quickly got out of bed to stop him. Husband! You seem like a different person. I'm a little scared. Ning Yuan scratched his head and chuckled. Sister-in-law, let's not talk about forgiveness for now, let's have some fish first, okay? The room was filled with the aroma of fish, and the two women's eyes involuntarily fell on the bowl of soup. Their stomachs rumbled. Shin Shuang quickly smoothed things over. Sister-in-law, let's eat something first. Qin Ru replied softly. Okay. There was only one long bench in the house. Ning Yuan moved a tree stump and sat down, only to find his bowl piled high with fish meat. It turned out that Shin Shuang had carefully picked it out and served it to him first. She and Qin Ru, on the other hand, were only gnawing on the fish bones with bits of meat still attached. Husband, shouldn't we have eaten the fish bones? The soup is fine, Shin Shuang asked cautiously. Ning Yuan frowned, then cut the fish meat in his bowl in half and poured it into their bowls. You two are weak and need to nourish yourselves. I'll just have the soup. I'll try my luck in the river again tomorrow morning. Eat quickly. He picked up the unsalted fish soup and gulped it down. Though bland, it was incredibly flavorful. Seeing the two women still hadn't touched their chopsticks, he deliberately put on a stern face. What are you looking at me for? Don't like fish? Want to eat a fist? The two shuddered and immediately lowered their heads to eat obediently. Before long, the 6 or 7 pound mandarin fish was completely devoured. Ning Yuan even slurped up the fish bones, but he was only about 3/10 full. At this moment, Shin Shuang cautiously approached. Husband! I was terrified tonight and am afraid to sleep alone. How about I sit and keep watch while you sleep here? Ning Yuan was stunned. Qin Ru's face turned bright red, and she looked at her silly sister-in-law in disbelief. Ning Yuan sighed helplessly, and put his arm around his wife's thin, bony waist. Silly wife, do you know what you're saying? Shin Shuang finally realized what she was saying, her face instantly turning red to the roots of her neck. Sister-in-law! I didn't mean that. Qin Ru buried her face in her chest and whispered. It's okay. I understand. Ning Yuan couldn't help but glance at her, thinking to himself, everyone was starving, but his sister-in-law was surprisingly well endowed in certain areas. He quickly pulled himself together. All right, you two can squeeze in and sleep. I'll make do in the woodshed for the night. How can that be? Qin Ru quickly got up. I've bothered you. I'll go back. As soon as she got out of bed, her torn clothes revealed a glimpse of her undergarment, and a pair of old embroidered shoes had long been left at the Li family's house. Ning Yuan grabbed her wrist, feigning a fierce look. Stop talking nonsense! My older brother's gone, so I'm in charge now. I'm telling you to sleep here, so sleep here. If you keep being polite, I'll really beat you up. Qin Ru froze, startled. Seeing the atmosphere turn cold, Ning Yuan softened his tone. I'm a grown man, there's a fire in the woodshed, I won't freeze to death. We can all squeeze onto one heated brick bed, right, wife? Shin Shuang lowered her head and remained silent. Just then, Qin Ru seemed to have made a great decision, biting her lip and speaking softly. It's possible. Outside the thatched hut, the biting wind howled like knives, battering the dilapidated wooden windows. Inside, 3 people were crammed onto the narrow wooden bed. Ning Yuan was pressed against the edge of the bed, half his body practically dangling over the edge. In the middle, Shin Shuang lay on her side, a slender hand gently resting on his waist, as if confirming whether Ning Yuan had truly changed these past few days. Qin Ru, at the very back, was curled up against the wall, seemingly asleep, but in reality, no one was asleep. Ning Yuan stared at the dark roof, his heartbeat unusually clear in the silence. It wasn't uncommon for men to have multiple wives and concubines, nor was it common for a younger brother to care for his widowed sister-in-law after his elder brother's death. But deep down, he still had a modern mindset and found it difficult to adapt to this situation. After 3 years of war, the number of men in Dakian was dwindling, and the people were struggling to survive. Poor families were desperately trying to put food on the table, and selling their children was not uncommon. Ning Yuan sighed. He knew he couldn't give up. No matter how hard things got, he had to find a way to survive. As dawn broke, Xin Shuang groggily woke up and reached out to touch her side, only to find that Ning Yuan was no longer there. Her heart tightened, and she quickly got up, only to see her sister-in-law, Qin Ru, peering out through the crack in the broken window covered with straw paper. "Sister-in-law, what are you looking at?" Xin Shuang asked softly, also leaning closer to the window. Outside, Ning Yuan was clearing the thick snow in front of the courtyard gate. The snowstorm had almost sealed the gate shut overnight, and he wanted to do as much as possible so that the two women in his family would suffer less from the cold. Qin Ru lowered her voice and said incredulously, "Shuang, don't you think your brother-in-law seems like a different person?" Xin Shuang was also a little confused and whispered, "He is a bit strange, but maybe it's a good thing." These past few days, Ning Yuan had suddenly become diligent, even taking care of the household chores like a pillar of support. This change finally brought a glimmer of hope to her previously stagnant life. But as soon as the thought arose, the image of Ning Yuan's rough behavior when he was drunk suddenly flashed through her mind, startling her and causing her cheeks to flush red. Seeing her like this, Qin Ru couldn't help but lean closer to her ear and whisper, Is your Ning Yuan still the same as before in that matter? Sister-in-law." Xin Shuang was so frightened that she almost cried out and quickly covered her face. Images of their time together in bed over the past few days involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Ning Yuan was completely different from before, making her both flustered and shy. She murmured in a barely audible voice, "He bit my ear." "Whispering in the ear?" Qin Ru's eyes widened in surprise, about to ask another question. Just then, the door creaked open, and a gust of cold wind swept in. Ning Yuan walked into the room and saw the two people on the bed covered by blankets, seemingly still asleep. He smiled and muttered to himself, "It's good to sleep a little longer. They'll be even hungrier when they wake up." He picked up the old hunting bow and simple fishing gear, gently closed the door, and quickly disappeared into the snowy morning. Once he was sure Ning Yuan was far away, Qin Ru immediately pulled back the covers, grabbed Xin Shuang's chin, and asked curiously, "Tell me quickly, why did he bite your ear?" Xin Shuang blushed and burrowed deeper into the covers, saying, "Sister-in-law, please don't ask." Although Qin Ru was married, she had never truly experienced intimacy with a man. When she first married into the Ning family, her husband was conscripted into the army on their wedding night and never returned, leaving her alone in the empty house. Therefore, she was even more curious about such matters than Xin Shuang, and at this moment she kept asking her younger sister-in-law questions. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan, braving the wind and snow, had reached the riverbank to retrieve his fishing trap. He pulled the trap up and found only the entrails of the mandarin fish he'd thrown in yesterday. Not a single fish remained. Ning Yuan smiled bitterly. He could only wait. Gazing at the distant, white-covered mountains, he finally shouldered his hunting bow and decided to venture into the mountains to try his luck. With an extra mouth to feed, survival was the only option. But in winter, prey was scarce in the mountains, and a misstep could lead to an encounter with a starving bear. Many hunters from the village had died in the mountains over the years, and his father was one of them. Ning Yuan walked in the snow for half a day, his stomach empty and the cold biting to his bones. His thin, coarse cloth clothes offered no protection against the cold wind, so he grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth to try and clear his head. After searching all morning, there was still no prey in the mountains. Ning Yuan sighed. "It seems we can only rely on the fishing trap today." The thought of facing Xin Shuang's disappointed eyes when he got home made his heart clench. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed a large patch of blood in the snow ahead, along with a bear paw print bigger than his head. A black bear, and quite big at that. Ning Yuan crouched down and placed his hand into the paw print, his expression grave. He didn't know why the bear was injured. If it wasn't seriously wounded, chasing after it would be suicide. But thinking of the two women at home still starving, his eyes hardened. "I'll take a gamble. If I win, I won't have to worry about anything all winter." Following the trail of blood for 3 miles, he finally spotted the bear in a sheltered mountain hollow. Its enormous body lay sprawled on the snow like a black mountain, a gruesome wound on its abdomen revealing glimpses of its intestines. Even so, its heavy breathing was still chilling. Ning Yuan knew very well that his broken bow couldn't pierce its flesh, so he quietly circled around to the opposite wind direction and approached step by step. When he was less than 10 meters away, he suddenly drew his bow. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, heading straight for the blind man's eye. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted from the forest, and large swaths of snow fell from the branches. The bear, shot in the eye, struggled wildly, rampaging across the snow. Ning Yuan had already hidden behind the hillside, quietly waiting for it to bleed. The beast was already severely injured, and its further enraging rampage quickly turned the snow red with blood. Gradually, the black bear exhausted itself, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. Ning Yuan still didn't approach. He knew the black bear was cunning and sometimes feigned death. Half an hour later, he drew his bow again and shot an arrow into its other eye from 7 or 8 meters to the side. Black Bear remained motionless. Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, drew his machete, and stepped forward. Is he really dead? However, just as he approached within 3 meters, a heavy breathing sound suddenly rang out. The black bear suddenly opened its bloodied eye sockets. It had been feigning death all along. It roared as it stood up, instantly locking onto Ning Yuan. Damn it! Ning Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he turned and ran. The black bear, capable of burning its life force, moved with incredible speed, a gust of foul wind rushing from behind. The next second, its heavy paw slammed into his waist like a hammer. Ning Yuan groaned, his entire body flying 5 or 6 meters away, his head slamming hard against a pine tree, blood instantly covering his face. The world spun before his eyes. He struggled to turn around and saw the black bear, its intestines hanging out, approaching step by step. Its gaping maw opened and bit down hard on his head. As the sun set, a thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the ground. No! Ning Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a bone-chilling cold instantly assaulting him, as if a giant boulder was pressing down on his chest. He looked up and saw a nearly 200-kilogram black bear on top of him, its gray-brown eyes wide open, but it was already dead. It was pitch black all around. Night had fallen on Black Wind Ridge. Ning Yuan was thankful to be alive, but he soon realized something even more terrifying. The temperature here dropped drastically after nightfall, and even wild animals dared not venture out. He could barely feel his limbs, and when he managed to lift his hand, his fingers were already black from the cold. Ning Yuan's heart sank. This meant his body temperature was rapidly dropping, and if he lingered any longer, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. Is anyone there? Help! Ning Yuan shouted desperately, but only the cold wind howled over Black Wind Ridge. As soon as he opened his mouth, the cold air felt like ice shards pouring into his throat, making it painful and difficult for him to breathe. Am I really going to die like this? The image of Xun Shuang when she learned of his death suddenly flashed into Ning Yuan's mind. That desperate face made Ning Yuan grit his teeth. I can't die! This isn't just my life, it's 3 lives. Get up! He strained with all his might, slowly moving the black bear's corpse. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Yuan finally crawled out from under the heavy body. But as soon as he escaped, he was immediately enveloped by the icy wind. Before, Black Bear had been there to shield him, but now he was completely exposed to the wind and snow, and his body temperature was rapidly dropping. I can't just wait to die. I have to find a way to warm up. The tinderbox was long gone, and the surroundings were covered by heavy snow. Wandering around would only make things more dangerous. Ning Yuan's gaze slowly fell on Black Bear's corpse. The corpse still retained a trace of warmth. This was his only hope. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth, pulled out his machete, enlarged the wound on He Xiaozi's abdomen to a size large enough for a person to crawl into, and then, enduring the stench, plunged headfirst into the corpse. Warm flesh immediately enveloped him, and the chill subsided slightly. Ning Yuan huddled inside, with only one thought in his mind: if he could just hold out until dawn, he would survive. Meanwhile, the village was already in complete chaos. Xun Shuang waited all day, but Ning Yuan didn't come home. She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Sister-in-law, could something have happened to my husband? It's already dark, why hasn't he come back yet? Chinru was also very anxious. She was barefoot in straw sandals, and her toes were red from the cold. Wait a little longer. If not, I'll go borrow a pair of boots and go out to look for him. Shinshuang couldn't wait any longer. I'll go right now. Late at night, she ran barefoot to Widow Lu's door and frantically pounded on it in the snow. Sister Lu! Help! The door creaked open, and Widow Lu, wearing a padded coat, peeked out. Seeing it was Shinshuang, she was startled. Oh dear! You're dressed so lightly in this cold weather. Come inside and warm yourself by the fire, Shinshuang said urgently after entering the house. Sister Lu, could you lend me a pair of boots? My husband went into the mountains early this morning and hasn't returned yet. Widow Lu's face immediately changed. Everyone in the village knew that if someone went into Black Wind Ridge and didn't return before sunset, they most likely wouldn't come back. She sighed. Don't worry, I'll go find Village Chief Xiao and get all the men in the village to go up the mountain to look for them. Not long after, the village men, carrying torches, walked along the foot of Black Wind Ridge, calling out Ning Yuan's name. But it was freezing cold, and after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find him. The eldest of the 3 Li brothers walked up to Village Chief Xiao and said lazily, Village Chief Xiao, it's so cold, if we keep searching, everyone will get into trouble. Why don't we just give up? Village Chief Xiao was silent for a moment, then his gaze fell on Shinshuang, and he sighed. Ning family daughter-in-law, I think Ning Yuan has most likely met with an accident. Everyone should go back first, and we can send the hunters up the mountain to find the body at dawn. Upon hearing this, Shinshuang broke down. No! My husband can't be dead! She stopped everyone, her voice trembling. Please search again, maybe he's just frozen unconscious nearby. The eldest son of the Li family crossed his arms and sneered. Wake up, you've been frozen for so long, you'd be stiff by now even if you were unconscious. The second son of the Li family also said coldly. Don't just worry about your man's life, are we not afraid of dying? The crowd was swayed by what they heard, and the eldest son of the Li family seized the opportunity to shout. Let's disperse, let's go home! As soon as he finished speaking, Shinshuang could no longer hold on. Her vision went black, and she collapsed directly into the snow. Village Chief Xiao sighed and gave the 3 Li brothers a meaningful look. Send the Ning family women back and take good care of them. The 3 brothers, however, were secretly overjoyed. If Ning Yuan were truly dead, these 2 beautiful women would be theirs to keep. Old Li secretly slipped 10 coins to Village Chief Xiao and whispered, Brother Zhao, thank you very much. If our Li family gets them pregnant, you'll definitely get your share of the county's subsidy. Village Chief Xiao accepted the copper coins and sighed deeply. When people die, the living still need to eat. Besides, there are few women in the village who can bear children. If your family can get them pregnant, it'll be contributing to the imperial court's policy of boosting virility. Old Li chuckled inwardly. They all spoke with airs of superiority, but in reality, they were all birds of a feather. The next morning, Ning Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The snow had stopped. He had crawled out of the bear's belly, his body steaming in the cold air. I survived. Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of his wife and sister-in-law back home, and immediately prepared to go down the mountain. Before leaving, he glanced one last time at the enormous black bear. This was a rare treasure. Ning Yuan skillfully used a machete to separate the meat from the hide, carefully wrapping most of the meat and thick hide, and hid it in a nearby secluded cave. He then blocked the entrance with stones and snow. Finally, he even urinated to mask the smell of blood and prevent wild animals from noticing. After doing all this, he finally hoisted the bare leg, weighing dozens of kilograms, and headed back to the village. Mo village was still quiet in the early morning. Widow Lu had just returned from Ning Yuan's house, muttering to herself as she walked. What a tragedy! With Ning Yuan dead, those 2 women of his are probably going to be taken advantage of by those 3 scoundrels from the Li family. Before she could finish speaking, she caught a glimpse of a blood-covered person carrying a bare leg. My goodness! A ghost! Widow Lu gasped, falling flat on her back in the snow. Ning Yuan chuckled helplessly. It's not a ghost, it's a person. You're not dead? Widow Lu touched his arm and found that although it was cold, he was indeed alive. Ning Yuan was too lazy to explain further. He just wanted to get home as soon as possible. He had risked his life to get this bear meat, and he had to make sure his wife and sister-in-law had a good meal. Just as he was about to leave, Widow Lu suddenly called out to him in a panic. Ning Yuan, wait! Ning Yuan turned around, looking at her warily. Widow Lu's face turned pale, and she whispered, You'd better hurry home. If you're too late, your wife and sister-in-law might have to change their surname to Li. Ning Yuan's expression changed drastically instantly. The next moment, he carried the bare leg and ran home as fast as he could. In front of the Ning family's dilapidated thatched hut, Qin Ru stood guard at the gate, gripping an iron pestle. Her slender figure contrasted sharply with the 4 members of the Li family, father and sons, blocking the entrance. She angrily demanded, What are you doing? My brother-in-law's body is barely cold, and you dare to come here and bully us. The eldest son of the Li family grinned, his face full of frivolity. Qin Ru, all the men in the Ning family are dead. What are you 2 pretty widows doing guarding this dilapidated house? Why don't you come with us, the Li brothers? We'll make sure you never have to worry about food or clothing. The villagers gathered outside the mud wall chimed in. Qin Ru has been a widow for 3 years, she should just get married. The Li brothers are strong and healthy, they'll have someone to rely on. Qin Ru gritted her teeth in anger and glanced back into the house. Shen Shuang lay on the bed, looking lost and dejected, a chill running through her. The last man in the Ning family was gone, and she, as the sister-in-law, had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the lead. At this moment, the second son of the Li family rolled up his sleeves and leered forward. Qin Ru, I've had my eye on you for a long time. According to the laws of Dagon, a widow must remarry after 3 years of mourning. When the county officials come, they will arrest her and force her into marriage, he said smugly. Rather than being exiled to another place, you might as well stay in Mo village with me, and life will be better. You beast! Qin Ru's eyes were bloodshot as she raised the iron pestle to strike. But the second son of the Li family was prepared. He ducked and dodged, then, taking advantage of her loss of balance, he rushed forward and hoisted her onto his shoulder. A commotion erupted outside the courtyard. They're stealing my wife! They're stealing my wife! The second son of the Li family, carrying Qin Ru, laughed loudly. Big brother, I'll take her back to discipline her first, and you can take care of the one inside. The eldest son of the Li family had been thinking about Shen Shuang for a long time, and seeing that Ning Yuan was dead, he immediately rushed into the house. Just then, a child's shout suddenly came from outside the crowd. Ning Yuan is back! Everyone was stunned. A figure covered in blood slowly walked out from the crowd. Ning Yuan carried dozens of kilograms of bare leg meat on his shoulder, exuding a murderous aura, like a demon god who had emerged from the mountains. The second son of the Li family was immediately frightened and forced to smile. Ning Yuan? You're not dead? Why are you covered in blood? When Qin Ru saw Ning Yuan, she immediately shouted, Brother-in-law, these beasts are bullying us, beat them to death! Ning Yuan's expression was icy, and he uttered only 2 words. Release her. His gaze was frighteningly cold, and the second son of the Li family trembled immediately, quickly putting Qin Ru down. Qin Ru hurriedly hid behind Ning Yuan, her body still shaking, but she finally felt more confident. At this moment, old Li, trying to appear calm, stepped forward and said, Ning Yuan, we meant well. How can a woman survive in the dead of winter without a man to take care of her? Now that you're back, we won't bother you any longer. He finished speaking and tried to leave with his men. Ning Yuan sneered and kicked out suddenly. With a muffled thud, old Li was sent flying. Dad! The 3 Li brothers' eyes turned red instantly. The eldest brother grabbed the iron pestle on the ground and roared as he charged at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, I'll fuck your mother! Ning Yuan didn't back down. His right hand reached for his waist, and the blood-stained woodcutter's knife instantly drew. The blade was cold and menacing. He looked like he truly intended to kill. Just as blood was about to be drawn, a commanding shout suddenly rang out from outside the crowd. Stop! Village Chief Xiao squeezed into the courtyard and saw Ning Yuan covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot. Even he, a former soldier, felt a chill. He turned and angrily shouted at Li's eldest son. "What are you doing? Do you really want to kill someone?" The old man of the Li family was furious and cursed. "We kindly took in his woman, and he beat my father instead." Ning Yuan held the wood-chopping knife, not saying a word, but his cold eyes sent chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Village Chief Xiao had no choice but to smooth things over. "Ning Yuan, don't be impulsive. We're all from the same village, why make such a fuss? The Li brothers meant well." Ning Yuan looked at him coldly. "I'm not even dead yet, and the Li family is already bullying my wife and sister-in-law. Instead of questioning them, you're blaming me?" Upon hearing this, Village Chief Xiao's face froze. He could also see the overwhelming murderous intent in Ning Yuan's eyes, so he could only order in a deep voice. "Eldest son of the Li family, put down the iron pestle and take your father back." The eldest son of the Li family was filled with resentment, gripping the iron pestle tightly. Ning Yuan took a step forward, his voice low and cold. "Want to try and see if your iron pestle is faster, or my woodcutter's knife?" Old Li managed to get up and hurriedly shouted. "Eldest brother, let's go! Stop making trouble!" Only then did the eldest son of the Li family throw down the iron pestle, carry his father on his back, and leave, throwing down a vicious sentence as he went. "Ning Yuan, you just wait!" Village Chief Xiao quickly dispersed the villagers and offered a few more words of advice, but seeing Ning Yuan staring coldly at him, his legs went weak with fear, and he hurriedly left. The courtyard finally quieted down. Qin Ru breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Ning Yuan covered in blood, and asked worriedly, "Brother-in-law, where did you go last night?" Ning Yuan suppressed his murderous intent and asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, where is my wife?" Qin Ru sighed. "She's lying in the house. She thought you were dead. Last night she tried to commit suicide several times, saying she wanted to go to the underworld to be with you." Hearing this, Ning Yuan's heart tightened. He didn't even bother with the bare meat on the ground and rushed into the house. Inside, Shen Shuang lay on the bed, pale-faced, her eyes vacant. Ning Yuan walked to the bedside and softly called out, "Wife, I'm back." Shen Shuang looked at him with tears in her eyes, her voice weak. "Husband, did you come to take me away? Am I already dead?" Ning Yuan felt a pang of sadness and immediately hugged her tightly. "You're not dead, and neither am I. I'll take care of you from now on, raise you to be healthy and plump, and I'll have you give me lots of children." Shen Shuang felt his warm chest, and her eyes slowly regained their light. "Husband, you're really not dead?" At this moment, Qin Ru struggled to drag the dozens of kilograms of black bear leg meat into the house, and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, look, not only is he not dead, but he also brought back such a big piece of meat." Upon seeing the enormous piece of bear meat, Shen Shuang could no longer hold back and burst into tears, throwing herself into Ning Yuan's arms. Ning Yuan held her tenderly, and after she calmed down, he smiled and said, "Tonight we'll eat meat until we throw up." He called out, "Sister-in-law, start a fire! We're having a feast tonight." Qin Ru readily agreed. The two women exchanged a smile, feeling as if they were in a dream. In the woodshed of the Ning family's dilapidated courtyard, a large pot was bubbling away, and a rich aroma of meat quickly filled the entire village. With the Great Ghan Empire newly established and the winter solstice of a famine year upon us, this tempting smell of meat was nothing short of torture for the starving villagers. On the Khan, heated brick bed, in the Li family's house, Village Chief Xiao and Old Li sat facing each other, the room filled with a heavy silence. "That kid Ning Yuan is really tough. That meat was obviously from a bear, and he only managed to drag back one leg." Old Li smacked his lips, his eyes full of craving. "That bear must have weighed at least 100 pounds. Just thinking about Ning Yuan with his wife and sister-in-law around the pot, eating bear meat heartily, made him feel suffocated." At this moment, the second son of the Li family slipped into the house and whispered, "Village Chief Xiao, everyone is starving right now. Even Ning Yuan's family of 3 can't finish all that meat. Why don't you go and talk to him and ask him to share some?" Village Chief Xiao's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. "They almost died at Black Wind Ridge. Why should we share with the village? You may be shameless, but I still have my dignity. The eldest son of the Li family was gnawing on a cold wild vegetable dumpling by the door, finding it hard to swallow at first. But the aroma of meat wafted through the air, and his anger subsided considerably. How wonderful it would be to taste a bite of bear meat himself. He suddenly stood up and said, "No matter how strong Ning Yuan is, he can't possibly drag the entire several hundred pounds of bear back. Since he only brought one leg, if we find the rest when we go up the mountain, it's ours, right?" A silence fell over the room, broken only by the sound of swallowing. After a while, Village Chief Xiao tapped his pipe and slowly stood up. "Whatever comes from the mountains, if someone doesn't bring it back, it doesn't belong to them. If you're capable enough to go find it, and you do, it's yours." His words were subtle, but they were tantamount to an admission. The three Li brothers understood immediately. With the village chief's words, they no longer had any reservations. If they actually found bear meat, how would Ning Yuan prove that he was the one who hunted it? The three of them wrapped their fur coats tighter, and for the sake of that delicious smell of meat, they became unusually diligent and went into the mountains together. Meanwhile, in the Ning family's woodshed, Ning Yuan lifted the pot lid, and a rich aroma of meat immediately wafted out. Xin Shuang, standing behind him, brightened up instantly, her weak body seemingly regaining strength, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Qin Ru, Ning Yuan's sister-in-law, who was always afraid of him, also squatted by the stove, staring longingly at the pot. She didn't dare to hope for meat; she would be satisfied with just a few sips of the rich broth. After all, bear meat was a highly nutritious food, and even the high-ranking officials and nobles in the city might not be able to afford it. "Are you starving? Let's eat." Ning Yuan divided the meat and put it directly into the two women's bowls. They might not eat such a large piece of meat even once a year. Xin Shuang quickly pushed the largest piece in front of Ning Yuan. "Husband, you eat first." Ning Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go first." He knew that if they didn't start eating, they wouldn't dare to either, so he took a big bite. The meat wasn't completely tender yet, but the rich oil and aroma almost made his eyes water. In his past life, he lived a life of luxury and never worried about food. But in this life, after doing hard labor, he was overwhelmed with emotion over a single piece of meat. Seeing Ning Yuan eat, Xin Shuang placed another piece of fatty meat into Qin Ru's bowl. "Sister-in-law, you eat." Qin Ru quickly waved her hand. "I wasn't much help, just some soup is fine." She glanced timidly at Ning Yuan, but her stomach growled loudly. After all, she was only in her early 20s. In other times, she might still be a carefree girl. Ning Yuan noticed her embarrassment, and softened his tone. "Eat up, there's plenty. Thank you for protecting Shuang today. From now on we're family. As long as I, Ning Yuan, have something to eat, you won't go hungry." Qin Ru's nose tingled with emotion. This younger brother-in-law seemed to have suddenly become a different person. She lowered her head and took a bite of meat, the juices melting on her tongue, almost bringing tears to her eyes. The taste was simply too wonderful. After eating their fill, the three of them felt warm all over and couldn't eat any more. Xin Shuang poured the boiled water into the wooden tub. "Husband, take a bath and wash away the blood and grime. It will warm you up." Ning Yuan was still covered in black bear blood. It turned out that Xin Shuang had remembered to boil water for him while eating meat. He was about to take off his clothes when Xin Shuang stopped him, gesturing to Qin Ru beside her. Ning Yuan then remembered there were other people in the room and quickly straightened his clothes. Qin Ru blushed, stood up and said, "I'll go back first, brother-in-law, thank you for your hospitality." Feeling embarrassed to stay any longer, she hurriedly left. Xin Shuang picked up Ning Yuan's dirty clothes. "Husband, you wash first, I'll go get the clean clothes." Unexpectedly, a large hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. Ning Yuan pulled her into his arms, grinning mischievously. "Wife, shall we wash together?" Xin Shuang's face instantly turned bright red. "Husband, aren't you ashamed?" She had never experienced anything like this before, but thinking of Ning Yuan's recent changes, she couldn't bear to refuse. Finally, biting her lip, she whispered, "I will wait for you in the room." After saying that, she turned around and ran back into the house in embarrassment. Ning Yuan stroked his chin and smiled. This was the first time Shen Shuang had proactively offered to wait for him. It seemed his importance in her heart had indeed changed. He sat in the wooden tub, letting the hot water slowly envelop his body, but his mind was racing. Bringing meat back to the village would definitely attract envy. Fortunately, most of the meat was already hidden. Instead of keeping the remaining meat, he'd rather sell it in the county town. Meat is scarce these days. Bear paws and bear penises are rare commodities in the city. As for the bear skin, he didn't plan to sell it. It would be more practical to keep it to make a quilt. He had too many things to buy for the house. He had to plan carefully. In the afternoon, the sounds of a man's heavy breathing and a woman's suppressed moans drifted from inside the room. After their lovemaking, Ning Yuan fell into a deep sleep, nestled against Shen Shuang. Shen Shuang looked at the sleeping Ning Yuan, her heart filled with tenderness. She quietly got up, dressed, and took her clothes to the river to wash them. Since Ning Yuan was working so hard outside, she had to take care of the household. Only then could she fulfill her duty as a wife. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Yuan was awakened by the urge to urinate. After relieving himself, he didn't see Shen Shuang. Wife? He went to the woodshed, but it was empty. He figured she might have gone to his sister-in-law's house. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly saw a furtive figure flash past behind the chimney. Ning Yuan's eyes turned cold. Damn it, is there really a thief eyeing my meat? Upon closer inspection, he saw that the straw hat on the pot had indeed been moved. Ning Yuan grabbed a fire poker and shouted coldly. Come out! I've already seen you! Silence reigned, no one responded. Ning Yuan, stick in hand, approached step by step. Just as he approached, the figure suddenly rushed out, trying to escape. But the person was small and thin, and when he bumped into Ning Yuan, it was like hitting a rock. He instead groaned and fell to the ground. Ning Yuan was stunned when he saw it. Xiao Waner! How is it you? The little girl on the ground was holding a large piece of cooked meat, weighing about 5 or 6 pounds. She was trembling with fear and staring intently at Ning Yuan. This little one looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. She was pale and thin, with dry and messy hair, clearly someone who had never had enough to eat. Her mother had starved to death in bed last year, and her father had died on the battlefield like Ning Yuan's older brother. Now, only she and her 70-year-old grandmother were left to depend on each other. The person who came to steal today was probably starving after smelling the aroma of meat at lunchtime. Ning Yuan stared at her, and Xiao Wan trembled with fear. Everyone in the village knew that Ning Yuan used to be a hoodlum, and everyone was somewhat intimidated by him. Who told you to steal anything? Ning Yuan put the fire poker aside and asked in a deep voice. I didn't steal anything. Xiao Wan's voice trembled. Then what are you holding in your arms? Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Wan burst into tears. Brother Ning, I was wrong, please don't report me to the authorities. Grandma fainted from hunger in bed, if she dies, I won't be able to live either. Ning Yuan looked at her, his tone not harsh but heavy. No matter how difficult things are, you can't steal. If you steal our meat, we'll starve to death, and who will we complain to? Xiao Wan lowered her head, only suppressed sobs remaining. Ning Yuan saw that she was so thin, just skin and bones, and his heart softened. Your grandmother really fainted from hunger? Xiao Wan wiped away her tears and nodded. Well, actually, it was Sister Shuang who asked me to come and talk to you, to see if I could beg for some food. I saw you sleeping, and I was scared. I was also afraid that Grandma wouldn't be able to hold on, so that's when I had this wicked idea. My wife is at your house. Ning Yuan frowned slightly. Sister Shuang was washing clothes by the river. She passed by my house and saw that Grandma had fainted, so she asked me to come find you. Ning Yuan immediately understood that his wife was too soft-hearted. In these chaotic times, his family had just had a decent meal, and she was already thinking about others. All right. Ning Yuan waved his hand. Since my wife sent you, you can take the meat back. Xiao Waner had expected to be scolded or even reported to the authorities, but she was stunned when she heard this. Then tears streamed down her face, and she was so excited that she was about to kneel down and kowtow. At dinner time, a small table was set up by the stove, and the room was warm and cozy thanks to the residual heat from the fire. Shin Shuang returned from Xiaowana's house and, seeing that Ning Yuan hadn't mentioned the meat at all, became even more uneasy. That piece of meat was something Ning Yuan had risked his life to get, yet she had secretly sent Xiaowana to ask for it. Ning Yuan sensed her unease and asked, "How is Xiaowana's grandmother?" Shin Shuang quickly put down her chopsticks and replied softly, "It's not good. She can't swallow the piece of meat her husband gave her. I think she might not make it." Ning Yuan frowned. The elderly are most afraid of not being able to eat. If she's reached this point, it's probably going to be difficult. He thought for a moment and then said, "Xiaowana is of marriageable age. If she finds a man to marry, perhaps she can still have a way to survive." Shin Shuang nodded gently. In such chaotic times, for an orphan girl to have a place to belong is perhaps already a good outcome. She gazed at the falling snow outside the window, silently praying for Xiaowana, hoping she would meet a good man in the future. Lost in thought, she stole another glance at Ning Yuan, her cheeks flushing slightly. Now, it seemed that marrying him hadn't been a mistake. She had initially thought Ning Yuan would blame her for the meat, but he didn't say a word and even gave it to her, as she wished. Thinking about this, she felt even more guilty. If it weren't for saving her face, Ning Yuan definitely wouldn't have been willing to give her those few pounds of meat. After finishing her meal, Shin Shuang nestled in Ning Yuan's arms. The cold wind howled outside, but she felt exceptionally safe and secure. Sometimes, people are so easily satisfied. With a warm meal in her stomach, warmth in her body, and the embrace of her own man, it felt as if she had nothing to fear. But Ning Yuan was preoccupied with something else: how to dispose of the hundreds of pounds of bear meat in the cave discreetly. In this chaotic world, if he were to openly transport it to the county town to sell for money, he feared he would lose his life before even getting the money. Ning Yuan was always cautious, calculating the consequences of every step he took. Compared to the wild beasts in the mountains, the human heart was far more terrifying. Meanwhile, in the Li family courtyard, the three brothers returned, their hair covered in white frost, cursing and swearing. The eldest threw his bow on the ground. "Damn it, this is weird. We searched all day and didn't even find a single bear hair. Where did Ning Yuan hide the meat? Dad, quickly get some hot water, I'm freezing." The third brother shivered as he crawled onto the calm, a heated brick bed. The three brothers had been out in the cold wind all day in the mountains, hungry and tired, anxious and resentful. They knew there was meat, but they just couldn't find it. Old Li brought over some hot water, slowly puffed on his pipe, and only spoke after a while. "When people are starving, they won't waste a single grain of rice. Just because you can't find it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. His little bit of meat will eventually run out." The three brothers were taken aback at first, then immediately understood. The eldest brother's eyes lit up. "Dad, you're so clever. He'll definitely go up the mountain to get meat again. Just keep an eye on him." Old Li tapped his pipe. "Keep your eyes peeled these next few days, don't just keep thinking about other people's wives." "We know, Dad, just you wait and see." The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Ning Yuan got up and swept the snow away from his door. Black bears are valuable from head to toe. In the city, they're highly sought after by the wealthy and powerful. Rather than keeping them around and attracting unwanted attention, it's safer to exchange them for money sooner rather than later. "Wife, I'm going up the mountain. Cut some of the remaining raw meat and take it to my sister-in-law," Ning Yuan said. Shin Shuang hurriedly came out upon hearing this, her face full of worry. "Husband, you're going up the mountain again? Maybe wait a couple of days, I'm afraid something might happen to you again." Ning Yuan smiled and pinched her nose, which was red from the cold. "Don't worry, nothing will happen this time. I'll definitely be back before dark." Shin Shuang nodded, wrapped the remaining cooked meat in a cloth, and stuffed it into his arms. "It's hard to get up in the mountains to eat on the way." She escorted Ning Yuan all the way to the foot of Black Wind Ridge before heading home, turning back every few steps. The couple had barely parted when three furtive figures emerged from the distance, and quietly followed Ning Yuan into the mountains. The snowfall on Black Wind Ridge had subsided slightly that morning. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Ning Yuan walked briskly towards the cave where the meat was stored. Not far behind him, the three Li brothers followed, stumbling and panting. The youngest, clutching his rumbling stomach, said palely. Big brother. I really can't walk anymore, I'm starving. The eldest brother cursed impatiently. Now that we've lost him, you can forget about getting a single bite of Ning Yuan's 100-pound meat. The second brother, panting, asked. What if we actually find where he's hiding the meat, but he refuses to give it to us? A ruthless glint flashed in the eldest brother's eyes. In a place like Blackwind Ridge, it's not surprising that someone might fall and die, right? The second brother immediately understood and grinned. Then we'll eat their meat, sleep in their house, hee, that'll be the real fun. As soon as he said this, the three brothers were like they had been injected with chicken blood, quickening their pace along the footprints in the snow, chasing after Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan hurried through the mountains, deliberately taking a detour. A little more vigilance often means a little more life. But he didn't expect that this wariness of people's hearts would almost drive the three Li brothers who were chasing behind him half to death. The eldest son of the Li family collapsed onto the snow, panting heavily, his vision blurring. Damn it! Is Ning Yuan sick? Why does it feel like he's leading us in circles? The second son of the Li family leaned against a pine tree trunk, panting, and pointed into the distance. It's not just a feeling, it's him. Look over there. A familiar set of footprints was clearly visible on the snow, the very path they had just walked, overlapping and crisscrossing. The eldest son of the Li family frowned and cursed. If we keep going around like this, we won't find anything to eat, and we'll both be exhausted to death. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. I'm not playing with him anymore. Catch him and force him to tell us where the meat is. At this moment, the second son of the Li family suddenly turned around. Huh! Where's the third son? The eldest son of the Li family glanced at him and said impatiently. That spineless coward can't take hardship, he's probably slipped back. Ignore him, Ning Yuan is definitely nearby. The two followed the new footprints in the snow and chased after them again. Little did they know that as soon as they walked away, Ning Yuan slowly emerged from behind the snow slope on the other side, chewing on dried meat. Looking at the hunting bows and short knives on the two men in the distance, Ning Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, he had been careful. In this desolate wilderness, if they had ambushed him, they would never have let him return to the village alive. In those famine years, killing for a bite to eat was nothing new. He deliberately circled around a few times and, sure enough, found several unfamiliar footprints next to his own, which confirmed that he was being watched. After confirming that the two brothers had gone far away, Ning Yuan did not dare to delay and quickly rushed to the cave where the meat was hidden. He looked around to make sure no one was there, then cleared away the thick snow, moved the stones blocking the door, and squeezed inside. The cave was as cold as an icebox, but the more than 300 pounds of bear meat were perfectly preserved and not spoiled at all. Ning Yuan picked out 2 bear paws and a bear gallbladder, and carefully wrapped them in his coat. Bear paws are rich in collagen and are one of the 8 delicacies coveted by wealthy families. Bear bile is an even more precious medicinal material. My grandfather ran a clinic in my previous life, so he was well aware of the value of these things. After tidying up, he resealed the cave entrance, covered up all traces, and prepared to leave via the small path behind the mountain. But just as he turned around, a triumphant shout suddenly rang out behind him. Stop! Ning Yuan, what's in your basket? Ning Yuan turned around abruptly, his heart sinking. The person standing on the slope was none other than the third son of the Li family. This kid just turned 16. He usually bullies the villagers because of his 2 older brothers, and he has done a lot of things like bullying the orphan girl Xiaowan. At this moment, he looked smug and swaggered down, reaching out to lift the coarse cloth on his back basket. His eyes lit up instantly when he saw the 2 enormous bear paws and the intact bear gallbladder inside. Ning Yuan, you're so cunning! You almost made my legs break! Ning Yuan said coldly. This is the prey I risked my life for. You want to steal it by force? Li Laosan sneered disdainfully. So what if I rob you? Village Chief Xiao already said that whoever gets the meat first before it enters your house gets it. Hearing this, Ning Yuan sneered inwardly. No wonder Village Chief Xiao was biased towards the Li family yesterday. They were in cahoots all along. Seeing Ning Yuan remain silent, Li Laosen assumed he was backing down and said smugly, "Stay put and you'll get a good share of the soup later." After he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to dig out the snow from the entrance of the hole. While digging through the snow, he was still daydreaming. "We'll keep the bear meat, but the bear paws, if we sold them to the Ueli restaurant in the county town, they'd fetch an astronomical price." But he didn't notice that Ning Yuan's eyes behind him had turned completely cold. Just as he was digging through the snow, preparing to move the stones. "Hey, Li Laosan!" Ning Yuan suddenly spoke. Li Laosan turned around impatiently. "What? You! Call out!" A whooshing sound suddenly rang out. The arrow pierced his throat in an instant. Li Laosan knelt down with a thud, gripping the arrow's shaft tightly with both hands, his face filled with disbelief. Blood continued to gush from his mouth as he watched in horror as Ning Yuan slowly pulled out the second arrow. He tried to scream for help and run to his brother in the distance, but when he opened his mouth, only blood and foam came out. Before I'd even taken 2 steps, the second arrow had already pierced the back of his head with pinpoint accuracy. Li Laosan collapsed heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell completely still. Ning Yuan stepped forward, his expression icy. "People die for wealth, birds die for food. You're absolutely right about that." This was his first murder. The hand holding the bow was still trembling slightly. But he knew very well that if he let Li Laosan go, and the 3 brothers reunited, he would not only lose all his prey, but he would also be silenced. Even Xun Shuang and Qin Ru will be implicated. He had no choice at all. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, quickly cleaned up the bloodstains, carried the body to the cliff edge behind the mountain, and pushed it off without hesitation. Watching the body fall into the deep valley, he collapsed onto the snow, trembling as he looked at his blood-stained hands. But when he thought about how those people would treat his family if they succeeded, the wavering in his eyes gradually disappeared, leaving only determination. Qinghe County has more than a dozen villages under its jurisdiction, and Mo Village is located at the foot of Haifengling. Wild animals frequently roam this area, and it takes about an hour to walk to the county town. Around noon, at the entrance of the most impressive restaurant in Qinghe County, Ueli Restaurant, Ning Yuan, carrying a basket covered with coarse cloth, stood out starkly among a group of well-dressed diners. A waiter quickly approached, his face beaming with a smile. "Young man, are you here for a meal or to run some business?" Those who can work as waiters in this kind of restaurant must have good judgment. Ning Yuan said in a low voice. "Can we find a quieter place to talk?" The waiter glanced at the bamboo basket on his back, immediately understood, and quickly led him to the backyard. "Sir, please have some tea first." Ning Yuan waved his hand. "No need, I want to act as soon as possible." "Can you make that decision?" The waiter chuckled. "That depends on what kind of goods they are. I can order pheasants and rabbits, but if it's something like deer or roe deer, then you'll have to ask the manager." Ning Yuan didn't waste any more words and directly lifted the coarse cloth on the basket. The waiter took a closer look. "When you see the 2 intact bear paws and the enormous bear gallbladder." "My goodness!" His legs went weak and he sat down on the ground. The waiter scrambled upstairs, his voice trembling. "Shopkeeper! Come down quickly! A gentleman has arrived, he's brought the finest delicacies." Soon, an elderly man wearing a thick cotton-padded coat and with a round belly came panting into the backyard. He took a closer look at Ning Yuan's hunter's attire, and immediately understood what was going on. The old man cleared his throat and, feigning composure, walked into the house, saying, "Young man, I've heard the mountain goods you brought are quite special. Could you please show them to me?" Ning Yuan nodded calmly. "Okay." He knew in his heart that the business contest had begun the moment their eyes met. Ning Yuan avoided the busier, more expensive market, fearing the attention of powerful forces he couldn't afford to offend. Making money was important, but in this world, safety always came first. While transactions at the Ueli restaurant might result in lower prices, at least they were safer. Boss Chang lifted the coarse cloth to take a look, then immediately covered it back up, a flicker of barely concealed excitement in his eyes. Though it was only for a moment, Ning Yuan caught it clearly. Mr. Zhang stroked his beard, sat down, and asked with a smile. Young man, what price are you looking for? Ning Yuan smiled faintly. The goods are indeed valuable, but you are an expert boss. I came here today for 2 reasons. First, I want to make friends so that I will think of you first when I have good goods in the future. Second, I heard from the hunters that Yuelai restaurant has always been fair. He deliberately didn't quote a price, because he himself wasn't clear about the market. He first talked about making friends, then hinted that he would have more stock in the future. This showed his sincerity, but also reminded the other party. I know a bit about the market, don't try to fool me. Boss Zhang laughed heartily. Since you trust me so much, how could I let you suffer a loss? Business has been tough lately, but this bear paw has arrived just in time. The county magistrate's mother is celebrating her 80th birthday, and this is a top-notch gift. He pondered for a moment and said, 70 taels, how about that? Ning Yuan's hand on his lap tightened suddenly, his heart churning with shock. 70 taels? He had originally thought he'd be lucky to get 15 taels. Had he seriously underestimated the value of the bear paw? Although inwardly shaken, Ning Yuan remained calm. Boss, I came with sincerity. With this price, are you genuinely looking to make friends? A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed Boss Zhang's face, which he quickly concealed, but it did not escape Ning Yuan's notice. Ning Yuan secretly rejoiced that he hadn't agreed immediately. It seemed there was still room for negotiation. Mr. Zhang coughed and said, Young man, you may not know this, but business has been tough lately. How about this? 85 taels, plus 2 bushels of fine rice, how about that? Ning Yuan quickly calculated that 2 sure equaled 200 jin of refined rice. His wife was weak and needed some nourishment, so this extra portion was quite practical. He stood up, cupped his hands, and asked, May I ask your esteemed name, sir? I am Zhang Quangui. Seeing that Ning Yuan agreed, Boss Zhang immediately ordered someone to bring 85 taels of silver and 2 bushels of fine rice to be carried into the backyard. He then smiled and said, If it's inconvenient for you, young man, I can send a waiter to help you send it back. In the future, if you have any good goods, just send them to my restaurant to settle the bill. This was exactly what Ning Yuan wanted. He wasn't comfortable carrying so much silver along the mountain path, not to mention he couldn't possibly carry 200 jin of rice. So he said, Boss Zhang, to be honest, there's quite a bit of bear meat hidden in the mountains. If it's convenient, could you send some men to help me transport it back? Upon hearing there was business to be had, Zhang Quangui was naturally inclined to refuse. The county magistrate was holding a birthday banquet in 3 days and was worried about the source of meat. This bear meat would come in handy. He immediately agreed and even guaranteed to pay the highest price. Soon, Ning Yuan, escorted by more than 10 waiters and guards, returned to Mo village in a grand procession. As soon as the group entered the village, it attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Compared to the sallow-faced and emaciated villagers, these restaurant waiters, though dressed plainly, appeared full of energy. The villagers watched from a distance, whispering among themselves, Has Ning Yuan gotten himself into trouble? Why are so many people following him? As dusk fell, Xin Shuang and Qin Ru, who were boiling water, heard Widow Lu shouting, Shuang, come out quickly! It seems something has happened to your husband. Xin Shuang rushed out, and upon hearing that Ning Yuan had been escorted back to the village by more than 10 men, her face turned deathly pale. Her heart sank. Had her husband, who had only been behaving himself for a few days, already gotten into trouble again? Just then, Ning Yuan's excited shout came from afar. Wife! Quickly clear out the rice jar, look what I brought back! Xin Shuang was stunned, staring at the large group of people, her voice trembling. Husband, this is... Ning Yuan smiled, took her hand, and opened the bag. What are you thinking about? Take a look at this. A patch of snow-white polished rice peeked out from inside the bag. Xin Shuang, Qin Ru, and Widow Lu leaned closer to take a look, and were all stunned. My God, so much polished rice! Where did it come from? Xin Shuang felt dizzy. In Mo village, it's already a rare treat to be able to eat brown rice. Many people have never even seen white rice like this in their entire lives. Ning Yuan explained. I only brought back one hind leg from the bear we hunted a few days ago. The rest are hidden in the mountains. This rice was exchanged with Boss Zhang from Yuelai restaurant. We'll keep some of the meat and sell the rest for money. As for the 85 taels of silver, he didn't mention it, lest it arouse the villagers' envy. At this moment, a guard leader stepped forward. Hunter Ning, the rice has been delivered. It's getting late, could you take us into the mountains to retrieve the bear meat? Ning Yuan nodded. Okay, let's go up the mountain now. The news quickly spread throughout the village. Ning Yuan had actually hunted a whole black bear and traded it for 200 caddies of fine rice, causing the entire village to erupt in excitement. Before setting off, the head guard whispered to his men. You few stay here and guard Ning's house. Don't let those unruly people cause trouble. Hearing this, Ning Yuan nodded inwardly, thinking that Boss Zhang was indeed very thoughtful. The group quickly arrived at the cave in Black Wind Ridge. After clearing the cave entrance, all 270 jin of bear meat were moved out, leaving only 30 jin for Ning Yuan's own family, as well as the precious bear skin and tendons. After counting the meat, the head guard said, Hunter Ning, this 276 caddies of meat is equivalent to 65 taels. When you arrive in the county town, Boss Zhang will settle the payment. Ning Yuan readily nodded. No problem. He had long heard of Yuelai Restaurant's reputation. The leader pulled him aside and whispered, Hunter Ning, if you take this meat to the market, the price will at least double. Aren't you worried about the loss? Ning Yuan smiled calmly. The market prices are high, but I have no connections or influence. Even if I earn 1,000 gold pieces, I'm afraid I'll live to earn them, but not to spend them. Upon hearing this, the head of the guards couldn't help but take a few more glances at the young man. When they returned to the village, a crowd had already gathered in front of Ning Yuan's house. As baskets of bear meat were carried out, a chorus of swallowing sounds erupted from the crowd. Just then, an angry shout suddenly rang out. Ning Yuan! Where is my third brother? What did you do to him? The villagers who had gathered outside the Ning family's courtyard to watch the commotion were suddenly pushed aside. Old Li, accompanied by his 2 sons, stormed into the courtyard. He immediately fixed his gaze on Ning Yuan, his eyes bloodshot, his finger trembling as he pointed at him, and shouted in a hoarse voice. Ning Yuan! My third son hasn't come home all night. Did you kill him? I'm going to report this to the authorities. I absolutely must report this to the authorities. The villagers were stunned for a moment. The third son of the Li family had disappeared, so why had he suddenly come looking for Ning Yuan? Many people murmured to themselves that something was definitely wrong. Most likely, the Li family wanted to take advantage of Ning Yuan's recent supply of fine rice to cause trouble and extort some benefits. At this moment, the eldest brother of the Li family stepped forward and shouted. This morning, the 3 of us brothers went up the mountain to chase badgers, and we happened to see Ning Yuan in the mountains. Later, the third brother got tired and fell behind. When we turned back to look for him, he was gone. He became more and more agitated as he spoke, pointing at Ning Yuan and shouting. There was no one else in the mountains at the time except him. Who else could it be but him? He must have been taking the opportunity to retaliate. The second son of the Li family also jumped out. That's right. You're just jealous that there are many people in our Li family. Tell me, did you harm my third brother? The courtyard immediately erupted in discussion, with someone whispering. Old Li, you can't wrongly accuse someone without evidence. Old Li was already furious and lunged forward to grab Ning Yuan's collar. Before he could get close, a burly guard suddenly stepped forward, blocking Ning Yuan's path like a wall, glaring at him angrily. The Li family has always been bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. As soon as they saw that the guards were from the city, their momentum instantly weakened, and they retreated repeatedly. Only then did Ning Yuan slowly emerge, his tone frighteningly calm. Black Wind Ridge is teeming with ferocious beasts. Life and death are left to fate. Aside from me, are there no tigers or black bears in the mountains? He glanced at the Li brothers and said calmly. Maybe you were chasing the badger too wildly, and your third brother was unlucky enough to be carried off by a starving beast. Upon hearing this, Old Li was struck dumb, and cried out in agony. "My son!" He collapsed to the ground as soon as he finished speaking. The second son of the Li family hurriedly helped his father up and frantically pinched his philtrum. After a long while, old Li finally woke up, looking completely dazed. The two Li brothers stared intently at Ning Yuan, their teeth grinding together. They tried to find a trace of panic on Ning Yuan's face, but all they saw was a chilling calm. Just then, someone outside the crowd shouted, "Village Chief Xiao is here!" The courtyard gate fell silent instantly. Village Chief Xiao walked into the courtyard with his hands behind his back, glanced at the distraught old Li, and then asked Li's eldest son, "Still haven't found him?" The eldest son of the Li family wiped his eyes, his voice weak. "No, it's already dark. The third son is probably in grave danger." Village Chief Xiao sighed, then turned his gaze to Ning Yuan, his tone becoming stern. "Ning Yuan, I know you have a grudge against the Li family, but if you really did it, this is going too far. Now tell me the truth, where did you take the person?" Ning Yuan sneered. "Village Chief Xiao, everyone knows what your relationship with the Li family is. Without evidence or witnesses, you're asking me where I am? When did I offend you?" Village Chief Xiao was speechless for a moment after being rebuked. At this moment, he caught sight of the guards beside Ning Yuan and was immediately shocked. They were the guards from Yulai Lu. He frequented the county town, so he naturally recognized it. He never expected that Ning Yuan would actually have connections with the high-end restaurant in the city. Village Chief Xiao was a shrewd man who could read the room. He didn't really care whether Ning Yuan killed the third son of the Li family. But he could tell that this young hunter in front of him was no longer someone who could be easily manipulated. So he immediately changed his tune and said to the old man of the Li family, "The most important thing now is to find him. Your father is still lying in the snow. If we delay any longer, something bad will happen. We need to carry him back first." The eldest son of the Li family was unwilling to accept this and shouted, "Then my third brother just died for nothing?" Village Chief Xiao's face also darkened. "The matter is not yet settled, what are you shouting for? Do you want to drag your father into this too?" The eldest son of the Li family clenched his fists until they turned white, but dared not make a move. With people from Yulai restaurant standing beside Ning Yuan, they had no chance of gaining any advantage. He could only stomp his foot angrily and utter a harsh threat. "Ning Yuan! If you really killed my third brother, this isn't over yet, you just wait." After saying that, he helped his father up and prepared to leave. Just then, Ning Yuan suddenly spoke coldly. "Stop." The eldest son of the Li family turned around subconsciously. The next second, Ning Yuan suddenly kicked out, hitting him directly in the stomach. The kick was extremely powerful. The eldest son of the Li family groaned and flew backward, crashing heavily into the snow. Before he could even get up, Ning Yuan had already rushed over, his hunting bow instantly drawn back to its full extent, the sharp arrowhead pointed straight at his throat. The eldest son of the Li family turned deathly pale with fright. What do you want to do?" Ning Yuan's eyes were icy cold, filled with murderous intent. "What do I care about your third brother's disappearance? But you dare to threaten me with my wife and sister-in-law." His voice was low but as cold as ice. "I don't know if your third brother is dead or not, but if you say another word out of turn, I guarantee you'll be the first to go see him." The courtyard fell silent instantly. Everyone was taken aback by Ning Yuan's sudden outburst of ruthlessness. Village Chief Xiao originally wanted to step forward to smooth things over, but when he met Ning Yuan's cold gaze, he swallowed his words. Ning Yuan tightened the bowstring again and coldly shouted, "Speak!" The eldest son of the Li family panicked completely, and hurriedly said in a trembling voice, I was just saying that in anger. Even if you really did it, I wouldn't dare to touch your family. I wouldn't dare." "Get out!" Ning Yuan shouted angrily. The eldest son of the Li family felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled out of the courtyard. The second son, carrying his elderly father, also ran after him in a disheveled state. Seeing that things had escalated to this point, Village Chief Xiao quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, everyone disperse. Tomorrow morning, we'll all go up the mountain together to look for Li's third son. It's a matter of life and death." But the villagers clearly didn't take his words seriously. After tonight's incident, Village Chief Zhao's prestige in the village has greatly diminished. People used to fear him mostly because the Li family was domineering and aligned with him. Now that Ning Yuan has publicly broken ties and shown his ruthlessness, many people are beginning to reassess the situation. Before long, the villagers gradually dispersed. At this moment, the guards of Yueli Tower stepped forward, clasped their hands in greeting, and said, "Hunter Ning, it's getting late, and we must return to the county town to report back." He lowered his voice and warned, "In remote and dangerous places, people's hearts are unpredictable. Today you have both revealed your wealth and offended people, so you must be more careful in the future." Ning Yuan nodded. "Thank you for the reminder." That evening, the guards returned to Qinghe County and reported everything that had happened in Mo village to Zhang Quangui. Zhang Quangui held his teacup, slowly blew on it, and asked, "In your opinion, was Ning Yuan really the one who killed the third son of the Li family?" The guard pondered for a moment and said, "This kid is young, but he is both courageous and intelligent. In a desperate situation where he can't survive, he would do anything to stay alive." He paused, then added, "This man will likely be more than just a hunter in the future." Zhang Quangui was somewhat surprised and glanced at the guard again. This guard was a veteran who had retired from the battlefield. He had a very sharp eye and rarely spoke of people in this way. The guard remembered something else and bowed again, saying, "There's one more thing. When I accompanied Hunter Ning into the mountains to retrieve bear meat, I saw the black bear's pelt. There was a clean cut on the bear's belly, which could not have been made with an ordinary machete. It looked more like the cut left by a sharp, standard-issue military scimitar. I suspect that he was able to hunt down that giant bear single-handedly because of this weapon." Zhang Qiangui's expression immediately changed. "You mean, he has military weapons?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up, dropping the teacup in his hand and spilling tea all over the floor. He asked in a deep voice, "Should we report this to the county government and have someone investigate?" Mo village was shrouded in snow. The Great Gan Empire had extremely strict control over weapons and ironware. If private possession was discovered, the punishment ranged from exile to execution. Even the Qinghe County government office had very few decent ironware items, and the officials usually only carried sticks and shackles. The guard whispered a reminder that this matter was far too serious, and future cooperation with Ning Yuan would likely require even greater caution. A black wind swirled with snowflakes above the village, but the aroma of rice pierced through the cold and filled the entire Mo village. Many villagers, who had gone to bed early on empty stomachs, were kept awake by the aroma, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Inside the room, Xin Shuang held a large bowl of glistening white rice. She carefully picked up a mouthful and put it in her mouth. After chewing a few times, her eyes reddened. "Husband, this fine rice is really different from the millet we usually eat. It smells so sweet." Qin Ru couldn't resist taking a bite as well. Her eyes lit up the moment the rice entered her mouth. The two of them chewed each grain of rice slowly, as if they were eating some kind of delicacy, just to savor every last bit of its sweetness. Ning Yuan watched from the side, feeling a pang of emotion. The most ordinary white rice in his previous life had now become a treasure in the eyes of his wife and sister-in-law. He smiled and said, "If you like it, eat more. Come on, have some meat with it, that's what makes it truly delicious." Meanwhile, at the foot of Black Wind Ridge, a torch quietly approached the village entrance, only to be quickly extinguished. Shortly after, a faint light appeared in Village Chief Xiao's house, and hushed voices could be heard from inside. A tall man wearing a straw raincoat placed half a piece of badger meat on the table and whispered, "Dad, life is tough in the mountains. Please eat this meat sparingly and don't let anyone see it." Village Chief Zhao sat on the edge of the kang, a heated brick bed, smoking his pipe, silent for a long time. His son Zhao, seeing this, approached and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" The old man sighed, his eyes reddening. "Back then, when the government was conscripting men, I had to make you fake your death and hide in the mountains to save your life. Now that the war is over, you'll never see the light of day again. It's all my fault." 3 years ago, the government conscripted many able-bodied men from the village, including Ning Yuan's elder brother. Only village chief Zhao managed to escape conscription by faking the scene of his son being killed by a wild animal. However, the price was that Zhao could only hide deep in the mountains, secretly going down once a month. Zhao Cheng forced a smile. Father, don't say that. I'm doing all right with the brothers in the mountains. Look at this meat, it was distributed by the chief, and I brought you half. Village chief Zhao frowned and asked. Being a bandit is not a long-term solution. Is life in the mountains tough? Zhao smiled wryly. With wine and meat, things are pretty carefree. But recently, the brothers chased after a black bear that weighed over 400 pounds. They finally managed to seriously injure it, but it has suddenly disappeared these past few days. Upon hearing this, village chief Zhao's expression changed. That kid from the Ning family just killed a black bear weighing several hundred pounds a few days ago. Zhao suddenly stood up. Really? Many people in the village saw it, and he even traded it for fine rice, and kept a lot of meat at home for the winter. Upon hearing this, Zhao's face immediately darkened, and his gaze swept towards the large knife beside the bed. So it was Ning Tu's brother who got the better deal. He made my brothers and I suffer a punishment from the leader for nothing. Village chief Zhao hurriedly stopped him. Year, don't do anything reckless. If you kill someone, and the authorities find out you're still alive, you're finished. Suppressing his anger, Zhao grabbed his waist knife and said coldly, Father, don't worry. Doesn't he love hunting in the mountains? I'll make him stay in the mountains forever someday. With that, he vanished into the snowy night. Meanwhile, in the Ning family's courtyard, Ning Yuan was still busy. He carefully scraped off the fat and bits of meat from the bear's skin, then spread it out to dry. Only by air drying it this way could the bear's skin prevent it from rotting. On the other side, Xin Shuang and Qin Ru carried dozens of kilograms of bear meat into the cellar one by one. This cellar was dug by Brother Ning Yuan and his men a few years ago. It used to be almost empty in winter, but now it was piled full of meat. Looking at the cellar full of food, Xin Shuang felt much more at ease. She secretly vowed to take good care of her health, and give her husband several healthy sons so that the Ning family line would not end. Seeing that Ning Yuan wasn't around, Qin Ru grew bolder. She pointed to a long, thin object and said with a mischievous grin, Sister-in-law, do you know what this is? Xin Shuang was stunned. Sister-in-law, what is this? Qin Ru leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Xin Shuang's face immediately turned bright red. She glanced at the black bear-like object and whispered, This is so scary? Qin Ru lowered her voice and chuckled. I heard that men who eat this become incredibly virile. You should secretly cook it for your brother-in-law, and I guarantee he'll get pregnant soon. Sister-in-law, aren't you ashamed? Xin Shuang turned around in embarrassment, and tried to run away, but ended up bumping into a solid chest. As soon as Ning Yuan entered the courtyard, he quickly grabbed her waist and said, Wife, be careful. Xin Shuang blushed like a ripe peach. Husband, husband. Upon seeing this, Qin Ru immediately lowered her head. Ning Yuan caught a glimpse of the conspicuous bear whip out of the corner of his eye and instantly understood what the two had just been talking about. He had no choice but to pretend he hadn't seen it and change the subject. The meat and hides are almost all cleaned. It's getting late, sister-in-law, don't go back tonight, it's dark and not safe. As night deepened, Qin Ru lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. The domineering presence Ning Yuan had displayed in front of her family during the day kept replaying in her mind. She couldn't help but wonder if she had a man like that to support her, would she no longer be bullied? But she was a widow and was being threatened by the second son of the Li family, who said that if she didn't remarry within 3 years, the government would force her to marry someone else. Thinking of this, her nose tingled, and she sobbed softly in bed. Just then, a faint noise came from the direction of the woodshed. Qin Ru was startled, then quietly got up and leaned against the window. She quickly realized that it was Ning Yuan and Xin Shuang. Qin Ru's cheeks burned. She knew she shouldn't listen, but the faint voice hooked at her like a seductive trap. She had no choice but to crawl back into bed, her body involuntarily curling up slightly. That night, the wind and snow continued to howl in Mo village, but some people were destined to have trouble sleeping. Chapter 13. Is it alright for one woman to serve two husbands? Inside the kitchen, the firewood was burning brightly, and the scorching flames repeatedly licked the dark bottom of the pot. The hot water in the large pot was boiling and bubbling, and steam filled the entire woodshed. Ning Yuan leaned out of the huge wooden tub, water droplets sliding down his strong arms. Qin Shuang, nestled in his arms, had flushed cheeks and leaned against him, her body limp and weak, breathing softly. A pair of snow-white arms, wet with water droplets, limply wrapped around his neck, her eyes glistening with tears and a hint of dazedness. "My lord," she said softly, with a hint of hesitation, "there is something I have been pondering for a long time, but I do not know whether I should speak it or not." Ning Yuan was like an ant on a hot pan, being boiled in hot water. He had no mind to think carefully and only vaguely replied, "What do you say, wife?" Qin Shuang felt her husband's restless hands lingering on her waist. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. "It's about my sister-in-law. She has been keeping her chastity for my elder brother for 3 years. Everyone in the village knows that, according to the laws and regulations of the Great Gan region and the local customs, if a widow does not remarry after the mourning period has expired, the government can forcibly depose her and make her a female slave." She paused, her voice tinged with sorrow. "My husband also knows that those female slaves captured from defeated countries, who were given to imperial soldiers or border people as wives or concubines, how many of them could have a good end? They were treated like livestock, and their lives were worse than death. I was thinking." Qin Shuang lightly bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her face flushing even more, as if it could bleed. "Thinking that my sister-in-law was originally innocent, and was also a daughter-in-law of the Ning family. Since the law allows it, why don't you, my husband, do me a favor and bring my sister-in-law into the Ning family completely, give her a proper status, and let her stay here legitimately? It's better than being exiled to a foreign land, reduced to slavery, and subjected to the humiliation of others." After saying that, she buried her burning cheeks deep into Ning Yuan's strong chest, her slender but gradually becoming fuller body trembling slightly, causing the water in the bucket to ripple. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan froze, staring in astonishment at his wife in his arms. He knew his wife was kind and sensible, but this was a little too sensible. What kind of first wife would voluntarily arrange for her husband to take a concubine? Although it is common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this great empire, Ning Yuan only seeks to be well-fed and peaceful and has not yet entertained such thoughts. "Husband," Qin Shuang drawled, with a hint of coquetry. "So, will you agree or not?" Ning Yuan smacked his lips, feeling a mix of emotions. Let me think about it carefully." However, the image of her sister-in-law Qin Ru's plump and slender figure appeared inappropriately before her eyes. That was the beauty that so many bachelors in the village secretly longed for. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan felt the hot water in the bucket become even hotter, so he simply poured all the nameless fire in his heart onto the person in his arms. After an unknown amount of time, the clouds dispersed, and the rain stopped. Qin Shuang carefully helped Ning Yuan dry off and get dressed before returning to the main room with her head down and cheeks slightly flushed. Seeing that Qin Ru was not making any noise, presumably already fast asleep, Qin Shuang planned to discuss it with her again at dawn the next day. Inside the room, Ning Yuan dared not fall asleep. That precious bearskin needs to be dried in time and undergo a crucial tanning process. If this step is not done correctly, the leather will become stiff as a board, and all previous efforts will be wasted. In the stillness of the night, heavy snowflakes began to fall again, and the cold wind howled, violently battering the flimsy doors and windows of the thatched hut. Ning Yuan forced his eyelids open, but the fatigue from the past few days, coupled with the recent ordeal, made him feel sleepy like a tidal wave. Just as he was losing consciousness, a slight noise suddenly came from outside the courtyard. "Who?" Ning Yuan was jolted awake, all sleepiness gone. He instinctively grabbed the hunting bow leaning against the wall, and rushed out the door. The courtyard was covered in snow, and the surrounding area was empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. Could it be the sound of the wind, or did I mishear? Ning Yuan frowned, But just as he was about to turn around and go back into the house, his gaze was drawn to a string of fresh footprints on the snow. The footprints were slightly messy, and they were pointing out of the village. Ning Yuan's heart sank, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. Could it be that the Li brothers, still harboring wicked intentions, came to spy on us at night, intending to take revenge? Ning Yuan dared not delay and immediately followed the footprints. Although he knew that the two brothers were mostly bluffing, he could not be too careful and had to find out the truth. The footprints stretched on, and Ning Yuan followed closely behind, unknowingly chasing them out of the territory of Mo village. He only stopped abruptly when he reached the riverbank and saw the dark, lurking Black Wind Ridge on the opposite bank, which resembled a lurking giant beast. Nights in the mountains are fraught with danger, devouring lives without ever leaving a trace. I narrowly escaped death last time, and I still feel lingering fear. Seeing the footprints disappear straight into the deep forest, Ning Yuan hesitated for a moment and decided not to chase after them. If it is indeed the eldest son of the Li family who harbors ill intentions, his own treacherous act of entering this perilous place and perishing in the beast's belly would, in effect, rid the family of a scourge. Let's go home. Ning Yuan shivered and decisively turned back. Little did he know that shortly after he left, on a bushy hillside at the edge of Black Wind Ridge, a dark figure slowly sheathed his drawn scimitar. Zhao Hongye had been lying in wait here for a long time. If Ning Yuan had dared to chase him into the mountains just now, he would have ended his life without hesitation in this deserted place. Consider yourself lucky! Zhao Hongye stared at the direction Ning Yuan had disappeared in, his eyes flashing with cold light. He snorted coldly, sheathed his sword, and silently blended into the swirling snow, heading straight for the depths of Black Wind Ridge along a hidden path. The next morning, Ning Yuan was awakened by a series of rustling whispers outside the woodshed. He leaned closer to the crack in the door, and could vaguely hear his wife, Shen Shuang, speaking in a low voice. Sister-in-law, don't you want to become a real family with us? Or do you look down on my husband? Immediately following was Qin Ru's faint, almost timid response. Don't say that. It's not that I look down on him, it's just, I'm already 22, 3 years older than Ning Yuan. I'm already 23, how can I be worthy of him? Her voice was bitter. Besides, I am Ning Tu's lawfully wedded wife. If he were to take me in, wouldn't that cause gossip? With Ning Yuan's current abilities and appearance, why would he want to marry a widow like me? This is absolutely unacceptable, lest we make a fool of our brother-in-law for no reason. Outside, Ning Yuan tiptoed back into the depths of the woodshed and added firewood to the nearly extinguished earthen stove. Qin Ru was nominally his sister-in-law, but his soul was not that of the spendthrift son who froze to death on the roadside. The daughter-in-law, Shen Shuang, was beautiful, while Qin Ru possessed a more traditional, gentle charm, especially her voluptuous figure. Ning Yuan shook his head, trying to dispel those chaotic thoughts. Just then, the door to the woodshed creaked open, and Qin Ru walked out quickly with her head down, her eyes meeting Ning Yuan's. In an instant, an indescribable awkward atmosphere filled the air. Qin Ru hurriedly bowed to Ning Yuan, then almost buried her face in her chest, and walked away as if fleeing. Ning Yuan composed himself and called out to Shen Shuang inside the house. Wife, watch the house. I have to go to Qinghe County today. There were still 65 taels of silver waiting for him to collect at Uli restaurant. This sum of money is by no means small, not only in Mo village, but even in Qinghe County. Ning Yuan figured that with this spare money, it was time to buy some necessities for the winter. Especially salt. Coarse salt on the market is bitter, and fine salt is hard to find. His family has been lacking salt for a long time. Recently, Shen Shuang's calves have been swollen, and he often feels weak. He knows that this is due to insufficient salt intake. My lord, please be careful on your journey. I will be waiting for you at home. Shen Shuang stood at the gate of the courtyard, watching Ning Yuan's figure disappear at the end of the village road, her eyes filled with worry. Ning Yuan passed by the river and remembered the fish basket he had buried in the river 3 days earlier before going up the mountain. He reached the marked shore and pulled hard on the rope. As the fish shovel emerged from the water, 2 plump mandarin fish struggled violently in the basket, looking to weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Ning Yuan was overjoyed upon seeing this. He hadn't had high hopes, but he had unexpectedly gained such a reward. He skillfully threaded a straw rope through the fish's gills, hung the fish around his waist, and then quickened his pace, heading towards Qinghe County. Unbeknownst to him, 3 pairs of menacing eyes were fixed on him from behind the dense forest on the nearby hillside. The bandit leader's face was covered with scars from frostbite, and his eyes were sinister and vicious. Beside him, Zhao Hongye bowed obsequiously. "Deputy Chief, this is the kid who stole the black bear that our brothers had been eyeing for so long, and we almost got our hands on. What do you think?" The scarred bandit spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ground, which was extremely cold and menacing. "What's the rush? Wait for him to come back. The main road is just a few miles ahead. Making a move there would draw too much attention. Let's finish him off right here at the foot of Black Wind Ridge, clean and efficient." "Yes, I will follow the deputy leader's orders." Zhao Hongye clasped his hands in response, then turned to look at Ning Yuan's departing figure, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Chapter 14: The Divine Healer. "Hey, young man, how much are these 2 mandarin fish for?" "Sell them to me, the price is negotiable." "Young man, sell it to me now, name your price, and I'll take it right away." In Qinghe County, Ning Yuan had 2 8-pound mandarin fish hanging from his waist, which immediately attracted the attention of many vendors and locals at the market. Mandarin fish are plump and rich in fat, and in a while it will be their spawning season upstream. During this period, mandarin fish not only provides abundant fat and protein, but also fish roe, which is favored by the wealthy. In fact, mandarin fish also represented wealth and nobility. In the Great Gan Empire, and before the war, it was a favorite of many high-ranking officials and nobles. Ning Yuan was getting really annoyed by being chased, so he said, 2 ounces for a fish, no bargaining." Upon hearing that it was 2 ounces, some people in the crowd immediately started cursing. "Holy crap, Tu Liang? You're obsessed with money." 2 ounces was actually not expensive in this year of famine when the war had just ended. Ordinary people and merchants simply cannot afford this price. Ning Yuan has no intention of selling. He kept one to take back to his wife and sister-in-law, and as for the other one, he simply gave it to Zhang Quangle. After all, reciprocity is essential for building strong relationships. Later, when I managed to find some more mountain products, the other party was able to lower the price a little less. As they were walking, a crowd suddenly blocked their path. A group of people were huddled together, chattering away. Ning Yuan curiously stepped forward. Ning Yuan, dressed in coarse cloth, exhaled hot breath, his body carrying the scent of the mountains and fields. As soon as he approached the crowd, many people avoided him, and Ning Yuan naturally ended up in the center of the crowd. All I could see was a little girl lying on the ground, pale-faced, convulsing, and foaming at the mouth. An old woman next to me was crying so bitterly, carrying a basket. Make way, I'm a doctor." Just then, a pleasant female voice came urgently, with a hint of forceful command in its tone. Looking at her from afar, Ning Yuan saw that the woman was not old, probably in her early 20s. She wore a white silk dress, and her long, black hair, like a waterfall, was tied up, revealing her snow-white swan neck. Judging from the fabric of the clothes and the condition of the skin, this person is definitely not from an ordinary family. Unlike Ning Yuan, whose skin was dark and even had frostbite in some places, he was clearly a country bumpkin at first glance. The crowd was quickly dispersed by the woman's 2 subordinates, and she knelt down to take the little girl's pulse. "Miss, this girl used to be like this all the time. Some people say it's because she was touched by a ghost. You mustn't touch her, she's not clean," a servant said, stopping the little girl from touching her. "What do you mean by hitman? You're just exaggerating. Get out of the way, or I'll make you pay if you delay the rescue." The woman scolded the servant, who was extremely embarrassed and hesitated to speak. But the woman was of noble status, so he could only anxiously watch from where he was. The woman began to take his pulse, her eyebrows furrowing slightly at times, and her expression uncertain at others. Her blood-red lips were tightly clenched, as if she had made up her mind about something, and she muttered to herself. I remember Master saying that this is sudden infantile convulsion. When pathogenic heat invades the pericardium, bloodletting to release the heat is necessary immediately. If it is delayed even for a moment, even a miracle cannot save you. After saying that, she took out a 3-edged bloodletting needle, about an inch long, from the medicine box wrapped in deerskin beside her. It looked like it was about to stab Yaya between the eyebrows or at her fingertips. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. The old woman standing nearby was completely distraught, and kept kneeling down, praying to God to save her. Seeing this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but speak up. This girl is a half-baked amateur. Did she determine the diagnosis simply by observing, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse? Stop! This isn't just a sudden infantile convulsion. That needle you used could really kill her. The young woman was taken aback, looked up and suspiciously examined Ning Yuan. Before she could speak, the 2 servants beside her tried to stop Ning Yuan from getting closer. The woman called for a stop and looked Ning Yuan up and down with suspicion. Judging from his clothes and appearance, he's just a country bumpkin. How dare he question me? But actually, she was only half-baked. Once Ning Yuan shouted, the diagnosis she had finally made up her mind immediately fell apart. Ning Yuan quickly squatted down. He recalled the medical cases his grandfather had taught him in his previous life, and combined them with the symptoms before him. The girl suddenly experienced convulsions, foaming at the mouth, and loss of consciousness. However, upon closer observation, it was discovered that her convulsions were not generalized rigidity, but rather localized spasms. Upon closer inspection, it has a faint, bitter almond flavor. Has she eaten anything today? Ning Yuan asked urgently. The old woman raised her cloudy eyes to look at Ning Yuan, then at the woman. She clearly trusted the woman of high status more, and hesitated to speak. Seeing Ning Yuan's certainty, the woman immediately said, Answer his questions. Saving lives is the priority now. If something happens to your granddaughter, how will you explain it to her parents? The old woman seemed to wake from a dream. It seems I picked up a few wild almonds on the road and ate them. It's wild almond poisoning, Ning Yuan immediately concluded, his mind racing. The toxin stimulated the nerves, causing symptoms similar to epilepsy, but it's actually poisoning, and vomiting needs to be induced to detoxify. The woman standing nearby, upon hearing his words, instantly lost any glimmer of trust she had developed. She excitedly stopped Ning Yuan, perhaps because she felt hurt in front of so many people. You're talking nonsense. How could wild almonds be poisonous? Ning Yuan ignored him and said, Go get some raw eggs and mung bean powder, boil some licorice water, and force-feed it to her. He remembered his grandfather, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, saying that a small amount of raw egg white or mung bean powder could absorb toxins, and that licorice was a good detoxifying medicine. In situations of scarcity, this is the most effective method. Boy, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything about medicine. My young lady is studying under a famous doctor in the capital. If anything happens to this girl, I will definitely put you in jail. Seeing that Ning Yuan was completely ignoring his young mistress, a servant reprimanded him in an attempt to scare him. Ning Yuan simply didn't want to see a young life die from incompetent medical treatment. The diagnosis had already been made, and the treatment plan had been provided. He was extremely kind and righteous. Ning Yuan stood up. Believe it or not, I've already told you the method. After saying that, Ning Yuan ignored him and turned to leave. Mung beans and raw eggs are precious to ordinary families, and many elderly people are reluctant to eat them until they die. But this shouldn't be difficult for this woman. Miss, As the woman watched Ning Yuan's retreating figure, she thought about how confident he had been just now, and how he had actually believed the powder. After all, I'm only a mediocre person. What if I really lose my life because of my arrogance? He immediately said. Go do as he asked quickly. Soon, raw eggs and mung beans, mixed with licorice, were boiled together and served. The woman personally fed the little girl a feeding session. A little while later, the little girl vomited, and surprisingly, there were almonds in the filth. The little girl slowly opened her eyes, recovered, and hugged her grandmother, bursting into tears. Upon seeing this, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, praising the woman as a goddess. The woman looked in the direction Ning Yuan had left with shame. This guy is truly a master. He understood it with just one glance. The woman got up and boarded the carriage, giving orders to one of the servants beside her. Go find that person. I want to apologize to him in person. This person is truly talented. Yes, miss. Zhang Quangui, you did a great job. You even arranged the meat for my mother's birthday banquet perfectly. Hai Zhao will remember this favor. In the backyard of Yuelai Restaurant, a middle-aged man with a beard and an extraordinary demeanor smiled broadly as he looked at the more than 200 pounds of top-quality bear meat. Accompanying him was a guard in a county government uniform and a bowing and scraping boss Zhang. Your Excellency, you are too kind. You have protected the peace of Qinghe County, and it is only right for me to do this. How did you get so much bear meat? You should know that this beast is extremely ferocious and very difficult to hunt. Zhang Quangui was about to mention that a hunter from Ning had shot it, but then he remembered his head guard's reminder and immediately smiled. The hunter who was unfamiliar with the animal killed it, and the hunter who happened to see it thought of buying it. Not familiar with him? Magistrate Zhao glanced at Zhang Quangui. He knew perfectly well that Zhang Quangui only did business with acquaintances. Just then, a child walked quickly in from outside the door and whispered something in Zhang Quangui's ear. Zhang Quangui's fat face showed a hint of surprise, and he cursed Ning Yuan under his breath. Why did he have to come at this time of year? Is this hunter Ning trying to kill me? What? Are there guests? Magistrate Zhao asked. Zhang Quangui dared not hide the truth and awkwardly laughed. Today, the hunter came to collect the silver for the bear meat. Oh? Magistrate Zhao became interested. Let him in. He also contributed to my mother's birthday celebration. Let's arrange a table for him at noon today. This? Zhang Quangui hesitated, took a step forward and said in a low voice. Magistrate Zhao is just a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. The birthday banquet for Magistrate Zhao's mother is of utmost importance. All those present are high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Wouldn't it be? Magistrate Zhao waved his hand. Guests are always welcome. I also want to see what this expert who hunts black bears looks like. Fine. Zhang Quangui sighed, having no other choice but to send the waiter to invite him. Chapter 15 Looking Down on People. As soon as Ning Yuan stepped into the backyard of Yuelai Restaurant, a waiter quickly came up to him and said in a low voice. Manager Zhang instructed that once inside, one should not look around too much or ask too many questions, and to be as clever as possible. Ning Yuan caught a glimpse of several county government guards standing at the entrance, understood what was going on, nodded, and followed. After bypassing the main hall, we arrived at that familiar side room once again. The faint sound of two men talking could be heard from inside the house. A waiter whispered from outside the door. Manager Zhang, Hunter Ning has arrived. Let him in. It was Zhang Quangui's voice. Ning Yuan put down his basket, straightened his coarse cloth clothes, and pushed open the door to enter. A screen separated the inside from the outside. Zhang Quangui stood in front of the screen, cupped his hands in greeting, and looked distant yet nervous. Hunter Ning, you've come at the perfect time. A distinguished person wishes to see you today. Ning Yuan glanced over the screen and saw a tall, upright man sitting behind it. He immediately bowed in greeting. This humble subject, Ning Yuan, pays his respects to Your Excellency, the county magistrate. Magistrate Zhao, behind the screen, paused slightly. Did someone inform you that I am here? When I entered, I saw the county guards and dared to guess that it was Your Excellency who had arrived, Ning Yuan said calmly. Magistrate Zhao chuckled lightly, tapped his teacup lightly on the table, and rose to walk out from behind the screen. Ning Yuan then got a good look at the local official. He was about 40 years old, with a thin face and eagle-like eyes. Even in his ordinary clothes, he exuded an imposing aura of authority. Manager Zhang said that the bear meat used at my mother's birthday banquet was hunted by you. It's just that I, a commoner, am lucky. Good luck? Magistrate Zhao strode forward, his gaze sharp. The black bear's eyes were pierced by an arrow. Such archery skills cannot be summed up by luck alone. Although you are a hunter, your archery skills are not simple. Ning Yuan's heart tightened. He couldn't tell whether the words were praise or criticism. These officials believed most in the principle of like cures like, and black bear eyes were especially rare. Could it be that they blamed themselves for damaging this treasure? Why aren't you answering? Could it be that the bear wasn't hunted by you? Magistrate Dao's tone grew increasingly somber. Zhang Quangui, who was standing to the side, broke out in a cold sweat, and his fat hand trembled slightly in his sleeve. He had heard from the guards that the bear had a knife wound on its belly, and he feared there was more to the story. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, then truthfully replied, Your Excellency, the bear was indeed captured by this humble citizen, but it was not the work of one person alone. The black bear was already severely wounded, its abdomen had been cut open, and its intestines were spilling out. I was just lucky to get the last 2 arrows. Oh? Magistrate Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhang Quangui. In the Black Wind Ridge area, someone can actually break through the thick hide of a black bear so easily. Manager Zhang, are you aware of this? Zhang Quangui knelt down with a thud. Your Excellency is wise. I truly did not know. I only bought it because this young man brought bear meat, and I thought that I needed to prepare a generous gift for the old lady's birthday. Seeing how terrified he looked, Ning Yuan became even more suspicious. It's just a bear, why make such a fuss? Magistrate Zhao suddenly smiled and personally helped Ning Yuan up. Why are you alarmed, Manager Zhang? I was just asking casually. Hunter Ning, with such skills, wouldn't it be a waste to keep you in Mo village? Would you be willing to serve under me? Ning Yuan bowed and declined, saying, I am just a humble countryman with a wife and sister-in-law to take care of at home. I am afraid I am not up to the task. How dare you? Zhang Quangui rebuked angrily. The magistrate is being too kind of you, how dare you refuse? Magistrate Zhao waved his hand and laughed. Everyone has their own ambitions, there's no need to force it. Since today is my mother's birthday, Hunter Ning, please stay and have a drink to celebrate. Manager Zhang, please pay him for the bear meat. After saying this, he turned and left. Zhang Quangui felt as if he had been granted a pardon and followed him out, wiping his sweat. At noon, the Wei restaurant was packed with guests, all there to celebrate Madame Zhao's birthday. Ning Yuan carried 2 plump mandarin fish, but seeing that the gifts from others were all gold or jade, he silently put the fish back into his basket. After the banquet began, Ning Yuan was seated at a side table in the courtyard. Just as they were enjoying their meal, they suddenly saw a familiar figure appear on the 2nd floor. Isn't this the half-baked female doctor? He's currently supporting an old woman with white hair, standing side by side with Magistrate Zhao. Ha! Isn't this that half-baked, quack female doctor? No wonder she was followed by 2 servants. It turns out she's the daughter of Magistrate Zhao. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Zhao Linger also spotted Ning Yuan, who stood out from the crowd, and a hint of joy flashed across her face. However, due to the public setting, she slightly parted her teeth and then quickly closed them, her bright eyes staring straight at Ning Yuan without saying a word. Once the delicious food was served, Ning Yuan set up a table at the door and began eating with some servants, braving the cold wind. Ning Yuan buried himself in the food and ate heartily. And let me tell you, the bear meat prepared by the chef at Wei restaurant was indeed tastier. And with all the condiments, it's impossible to stop eating once it enters your mouth. It would be great if I could bring it back for my wife and sister-in-law to eat. Thinking this, someone brought Ning Yuan a pot of wine from behind. Ning Yuan turned his head in confusion and saw the servant next to Magistrate Zhao's daughter. He smiled broadly and treated Ning Yuan with great respect, no longer daring to be arrogant and rude as before. Dr. Ning, this is a pot of hot wine that my young lady specially sent me to bring you. The young lady said, Thank you for saving that little girl's life. Ning Yuan looked up and saw Zhao Linger, who was sitting next to his grandmother in the center of the hall, giving him a smile. "All right, please tell Miss Xiao that you thank me." Ning Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He opened the wine pot and poured wine for the people at the table, swallowing the food while gulping down the hot wine. This scene terrified the servants at the table, turning them deathly pale. "This is like a starving ghost reincarnated." After quickly finishing his meal, Ning Yuan noticed that the others were still drinking and chatting. He then looked at his own table and realized that he had practically eaten everything himself. I felt a little annoyed for a moment. He wanted to take it to go, but he couldn't very well go to other people's tables and ask, "Do you want this? Do you want that? If you don't want it, I'll take it with me." That's rude. Therefore, Ning Yuan could only go to the counter to find Zhang Quangui. "Where is Hunter Ning headed first?" Suddenly, the curtain in the backyard was lifted, and a servant stopped Ning Yuan and beckoned to him. Ning Yuan glanced at Zhang Quangui at the counter. He clearly felt that Zhang Quangui had seen him. But when it collided with itself, it deliberately turned its head away and chose to ignore it. "That fatso, is he afraid I'll steal his credit from Magistrate Zhao?" Ning Yuan was not someone who liked to be close to officials. He just wanted to live a good life, so he didn't care. As the servant entered the backyard, he tossed a bag filled with 65 taels of silver to Ning Yuan. The servant stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at people, and said, "Manager Zhang said he won't be doing business with you anymore. Take a good look at this bag of money. If there's nothing wrong with it, leave now. Don't make yourself a nuisance here." Ning Yuan smiled. Though he was unhappy, he knew his place in the world. "All I want to say is that fortunes change every 30 years. Once I'm better, don't come trying to curry favor with me, Zhang Quangui." He couldn't possibly spend his entire life in a certain river village, working as a small-time hunter. Ning Yuan didn't waste any words and immediately picked up his basket to go to a nearby shop to buy some warm clothes and daily necessities. However, shortly after Ning Yuan left, an accident suddenly occurred at the Yuelai restaurant. Magistrate Zhao's mother, who was 70 years old, had just drunk a cup of wine when she suddenly froze and collapsed to the ground amidst the cheers and laughter of the crowd. The scene erupted in uproar. Magistrate Zhao, terrified, shouted, "Quickly, fetch a doctor! Quickly, fetch a doctor!" A dozen minutes later, the most famous doctor was carried in, panting heavily. Upon examination, the doctor was terrified. "Magistrate Zhao, I am unable to diagnose your mother's illness. This is the first time I've encountered such a pulse pattern. This... What did you say?" Magistrate Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward, grabbed the doctor by the collar, and angrily shouted at the quack. Zhao Linger took his pulse. It was weak and erratic, and his eyes had rolled back. Zhao Linger burst into tears, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Zhao Linger thought of someone, and her big, watery eyes immediately regained hope. Suddenly standing up, Zhao Linger shouted loudly in the boiling crowd, "Where are you, divine doctor? Where are you, divine doctor? A miracle doctor? What miracle doctor?" Magistrate Zhao pushed the doctor aside and quickly went to his daughter's side. Zhao Linger said, "This morning, I met a divine doctor dressed like a hunter. He could diagnose the cause of the illness and the treatment with just one glance at the market. I just saw him standing at the door. Where did he go?" Zhang Quangui, standing to the side, was taken aback. Was he dressed as a hunter? Only Ning the hunter is at this scene. Fearing that he would be implicated if Magistrate Shang's elderly mother died in his restaurant, he immediately rushed to Magistrate Shang's side. "Magistrate Zhang, could the person you're referring to, Qianjin, be that Hunter Ning?" Yes, it must be him, it's him." Magistrate Zhang didn't care whether the hunter could save people or whether he was a miracle doctor. "Now that my mother's breath is rapidly weakening, she's grasping at any straw, hoping it will save her life. Someone, quickly find Hunter Ning, now!" Immediately, many government officials from Yuelai restaurant rushed out, and the street was filled with shouts of a man's name. "Dr. Ning, save me!" Chapter 16. Ning Yuan will never forget a grudge. Ning Yuan left Yuelai restaurant and stepped into the bustling market of Qinghe County. Despite the biting wind, he walked straight to a shop that seemed to have a fairly complete selection of goods, his gaze falling on the thick cotton-padded coats, hanging there. "Boss, how much is this cotton-padded coat?" Ning Yuan asked. The shop owner initially greeted him with a smile, but upon seeing Ning Yuan's rough, worn-out clothes and weathered appearance as a mountain hunter, his enthusiasm immediately waned. "Sir, we can get warm cotton-padded clothes here, but the cheapest one costs 200 coins. Why don't you take a look at the shop next door?" The implication is that they feel Ning Yuan can't afford it. Ning Yuan seemed oblivious to the disdain in his words and calmly said, "Bring me the warmest and most expensive piece of clothing in your shop so I can take a look." "Are you sure you want to see this?" The boss looked him up and down, his face full of disbelief. Ning Yuan didn't say much, and simply placed the heavy money bag on the counter. The silver coins clinked together, making an enticing sound. "What do you think?" The boss's eyes lit up the moment he saw the gleaming silver. His attitude instantly reversed. He bent over and beamed with joy. "Oh my! Distinguished guest! I was blind to your greatness. Please come upstairs. Waiter, bring tea. The best tea." He courteously led Ning Yuan to a private room on the second floor. "Look, sir, these are all top-quality cotton-padded clothes, filled with new cotton, and with tight stitches. They're only 9 taels and 9 mace of silver a set." Ning Yuan glanced at them, but didn't look at them carefully. He casually pointed to the 2 thickest sets of women's cotton-padded clothes and shoes. "Wrap this set up, and this set up too." He was thinking about his wife, Shin Shuang, and his sister-in-law, Qin Ru. We absolutely cannot let them suffer from the cold again this winter. As for himself, he was willing to spend money on new clothes. His biggest wish right now was to save money to renovate the dilapidated courtyard in Mo village and build a heated kong, traditional heated bed. The thought that he would no longer have to suffer in the cold in a drafty house, and could even be intimate with his wife on a warm kong, made all the hardship worthwhile. The 2 sets of cotton-padded clothes cost a total of 6 taels of silver. Does it hurt? Of course it does. After all, this fine material wasn't originally meant for ordinary people. But the thought that his family would feel warmth because of this made the sense of accomplishment less painful than the expense. Afterwards, he went to purchase winter supplies. Since official salt was expensive and hard to come by, he bought 5 caddies of cheap coarse salt, which cost him 175 coins. They also bought vinegar and soy sauce, spending 50 coins, until their baskets were completely full. With the sun already setting, Ning Yuan dared not delay. The mountain roads were cold and difficult to traverse at night, and accidents were highly likely. "I need to hurry home. Shuang must be getting impatient." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw several constables on the street running around in a panic, shouting loudly, "Dr. Ning! Dr. Ning, please wait!" Ning Yuan stopped to watch curiously. The medical skills of this great gone empire seemed to be really not that great. The so-called miracle doctor is probably not even as good as me, a half-baked doctor. Just as Ning Yuan was complaining, a sharp-eyed constable spotted him and excitedly shouted, "There he is! Don't let him get away!" In an instant, several constables rushed forward, grabbed Ning Yuan without saying a word, and ran towards Yuelai restaurant. Ning Yuan was terrified by the commotion and struggled as he ran, shouting, "Officers, what are you doing? I'm just following the law. Why are you arresting me?" Inside the Yuelai restaurant, chaos reigned. Magistrate Zhao and his daughter Zhao Linger surrounded the unconscious old lady, their cries and shouts mingling together. Magistrate Zhao was a well-known filial son. His mother, who was 70 years old, had suffered this calamity at this moment, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Where is he? Why hasn't he been invited yet?" Magistrate Zhao stomped his foot and roared. Just then, Ning Yuan was brought in. Zhao Linger recognized him at a glance. As if grasping at a lifeline, she rushed forward and tightly grabbed his wrist, her voice trembling with tears. "Dr. Ning! Please save my grandmother! All the doctors here are helpless!" Magistrate Zhao also hurriedly stepped forward, changing his previous attitude, and clasped his hands in supplication. Dr. Ning! Dr. Ning! I was blind just now. If you truly have the ability to bring the dead back to life, I'd beg you to lend a helping hand. I will repay you handsomely. Ning Yuan then realized that he had been captured to rescue people. But he felt uneasy. My medical skills are nothing more than the rudiments I learned from my grandfather, who ran a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in my previous life. A miracle doctor? If his own grandfather knew that his mediocre medical skills made him a miracle doctor, he would surely kill him if he deliberately traveled through time. Zhang Quangui also leaned over, lowering his voice, half reminding and half threatening. Hunter Ning, if anything happens to the old lady, the consequences, you can't afford to bear them. He naturally hoped that Ning Yuan would completely offend Magistrate Zhao so that he could distance himself from him. He seized the opportunity and pushed Ning Yuan over. Damn it, Zhang Quangui, I used to think you were someone important. Ning Yuan was drenched in sweat. He was now in a difficult situation. That son of a bitch Zhang Quangui, the more I look at him, the more despicable he becomes. Dr. Ning, hurry up and save the person, what are you standing there for? Zhang Quangui bowed and squinted as he watched the show. I thought to myself, go ahead and treat them, they'll all stay silent. If Magistrate Zhao's mother were to die at the hands of you, you hunter, let's see what you'll do then. Ning Yuan had no choice but to take a few deep breaths. Just do it. He walked to the old lady's side, held his breath, and reached out to take her pulse. The pulse felt wiry and slippery under the fingers, but weak when pressed deeply. The patient's complexion was as pale as paper, and there were faint phlegm sounds during breathing. There was a slight cold sweat on the body surface. A moment later, Ning Yuan smiled. I thought it was some terminal illness. Oh dear, it seems the medical level of this great gone empire is basically just prenatal education. Ning Yuan immediately said to the extremely nervous Magistrate Zhao, Sir, the preliminary diagnosis for the old lady's illness is that it is caused by liver yang hyperactivity and phlegm obstructing the mind. Liver yang, phlegm obstruction? Everyone was completely confused, even Zhao Linger, who had some medical knowledge, had never heard of such a thing. Ning Yuan put it more bluntly. Simply put, it's a sign of a stroke. Stroke? Upon hearing this, Magistrate Zhao and his daughter nearly fainted. In this vast empire, a stroke in the elderly is almost tantamount to a death sentence. Ning Yuan hadn't expected such a strong reaction from them, so he quickly reassured them. My lord, my lady, don't worry. Although this illness is dangerous, it is still treatable. Really? Magistrate Zhao felt as if he had been given a new lease on life, and hope reappeared on his ashen face. Ning Yuan said to Zhao Linger, Miss Zhao, may I borrow the three-edged needle you used in the morning? Zhao Linger hurriedly ordered someone to bring her needles. Then, under the tense gazes of everyone, Ning Yuan quickly pricked the old lady's 10 acupoints with the three-edged needle, squeezing out beads of blood one by one, and then applied a shallow prick to her Shuigo acupoint. This treatment method seemed quite novel to outsiders, and Zhao Linger was also filled with doubt. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. After a short while, the old lady's originally pale face gradually recovered, and she let out a soft groan as she slowly opened her eyes. Linger, what's wrong with me? The old lady asked weakly. Grandma! Zhao Linger cried with joy and rushed into his arms. Magistrate Zhao was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He was about to perform a grand salute to Ning Yuan when Ning Yuan and Zhang Quangui quickly stopped him. Dr. Ning, your kindness to my Zhao family is like giving us a second life. How can I ever thank you enough? Magistrate Zhao held Ning Yuan's hand tightly. Ning Yuan humbly replied, You flatter me, sir. I will prescribe a remedy, and you can follow the prescription for treatment. He picked up a brush and wrote down the prescription in a flowing style, then handed it to Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger was shocked to see Ning Yuan's flamboyant handwriting. At the same time, she was also amazed that Ning Yuan could read, and then she noticed his handwriting. It's really ugly. Ning Yuan disagreed, saying, If someone faints again, you can quickly blow a small amount of bezoar into their nose to induce a sneeze and clear their mind. Zhao Linger took the prescription as if it were a priceless treasure. In her eyes, it was an invaluable secret recipe. Dr. Ning, please do us the honor of visiting our residence for a chat so that we can express our gratitude. Magistrate Zhao earnestly pleaded. Yes, Physician Ning, I was negligent during the banquet. Please give me a chance to apologize. Ning Yuan sighed and glanced at Zhang Quangui, who was sweating profusely beside him. Lord Zhao and Miss Zhao, I appreciate your hospitality, but just now, perhaps Mr. Zhang felt that my status was too low and that I might have disturbed the enjoyment of our distinguished guests, so he gestured for me to leave. I think I should go. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quangui's fat face turned deathly pale. His legs went weak and he almost knelt down, inwardly groaning in despair. This has to do with me. If I had known this kid was really capable, I would never have dared to offend him, even if it meant my death. Now I'm completely doomed. Magistrate Zhao's face immediately darkened, and he glared at Zhang Quangui. Zhang Quangui! How dare you! You dare to slight my benefactor! Quickly apologize to Dr. Ning! Zhang Quangui was so frightened that he ran over, his smile more like a grimace. Dr. Ning! Grandpa Ning! It was I, Zhang, who looked down on you. Please forgive me, I am a magnanimous man. I am willing to offer 100 taels of silver as a small token of my appreciation. I humbly request that you accept it and leave it at the banquet. Yes, Dr. Ning, please don't go, please stay here. Zhao Linger looked at Ning Yuan, her bright eyes filled with respect and curiosity. Such superb medical skills, yet such a low-key person. If someone in the capital had such skills, I wonder how arrogant they would be. Ning Yuan sighed. Money isn't really important. I just have a simple and honest heart as a doctor. After saying that, Ning Yuan stretched out his hand. What are you standing there for, Boss Zhang? You can't bear to part with 100 taels? Chapter 17 The Perilous Mountain Road. Zhang Quangui was filled with remorse and wished he could slap himself twice. Although he managed to buy that batch of bear meat and bear paws at a heavily discounted price during those famine years. But the original plan was that even if they didn't make a single penny, they could use the money to curry favor with Magistrate Zhao and build a good relationship, which would be a surefire way to make money in the long run. Who knew that his foolishness would backfire so badly? Not only would he have to lose another 100 taels of silver, but he would also let Ning Yuan, the hunter, take all the huge favor that Magistrate Zhao had done for him. What's even more frustrating is that he had previously been neglectful of Ning Yuan because he was worried that the suspicious cause of He Xiaozi's death would implicate him. Now, wouldn't he have offended this kid as well? Go get the money, what are you standing there for? Zhang Quangui was caught in a bind. He slumped in his chair, waving his hand weakly. His lips twitched with heartache as he ordered his men to fetch the money. Before long, Zhang Quangui personally presented Ning Yuan with a full 100 taels of silver. That's real money! Including the savings from lowering the price when purchasing bear meat earlier, Ning Yuan almost made back the money he should have earned on this trip. You should know that in Qinghe County, a strong laborer only earns 20 or 30 coins a day after a hard day's work. This 100 taels of silver is an enormous sum of money for ordinary people. Zhao Linger stepped forward gracefully, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Ning Yuan, her tone filled with admiration and earnestness. Dr. Ning, I am so grateful for your help today. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me back to my residence so that I can prepare a small feast to properly express my gratitude? Ning Yuan carefully stuffed the heavy money bag into his bosom, then bowed respectfully to Magistrate Zhao, speaking earnestly. Your Excellency, the old lady has just recovered and needs to rest and recuperate, and take her medicine on time. Besides, my wife and sister-in-law are also eagerly awaiting my arrival. I fear they might be worried. It would be better to postpone the visit until the old lady is well. Yes, Dr. Ning has considered everything thoroughly. Magistrate Zhao quickly helped his elderly mother up, his gratitude overflowing. Dr. Ning, once my mother has recovered, you must do me the honor of visiting my humble abode. Someone, prepare the car. Mother, watch your step, we're going home. He carefully helped his mother leave, and the noise of the restaurant subsided. In the blink of an eye, only Ning Yuan, Zhang Quangle, and a group of waiters remained in the huge front hall of Welai restaurant. Zhang Qianqiang forced a smile, his tone clearly flattering. Hunter Ning, no, Physician Ning! I never imagined that you not only possess superb archery skills, but also such miraculous medical abilities. Magistrate Zhao owes you such a huge favor. From now on, you're sure to rise to great heights in Qinghe County. Ning Yuan sneered inwardly. You son of a bitch, Zhang Quangle. I thought you were someone important, so I sold you precious bear meat and bear paws at a low price, hoping to make a good relationship and benefit each other. If I didn't know how to cure diseases, I'm afraid you would have really ruined me. However, Ning Yuan did not show it on his face. After all, the mature soul within him made him well versed in human relationships. He simply clasped his hands and smiled. Mr. Zhang, you flatter me. It was my duty to help Magistrate Zhao by chance, how could I dare to have any other thoughts? But Mr. Zhang, you are the one who is truly in the limelight today. What do you mean? Zhang Quangle asked, puzzled. Ning Yuan explained. If it weren't for your connection, how would I be qualified to be at this birthday banquet? And how could I have happened to save the old lady? From both a moral and logical standpoint, the person who should be credited with the greatest credit by Magistrate Zhao is you, the middleman who brought us together. Don't you think so? That's the charm of language. Zhang Quangle was extremely depressed because of the financial loss, embarrassment, and offending people, but after hearing Ning Yuan's words, he actually felt much better, as it seemed to make sense. All right, Mr. Zhang, it's getting late, I need to hurry back. Goodbye, Ning Yuan said, preparing to leave again. Oh dear, my Hunter Ning, my divine physician Ning, please wait a moment longer. Zhang Quangle quickly caught up with a bag of pastries carefully wrapped in oil paper. Hunter Ning, I've heard that you have 2 wives and concubines. These snacks were sent from a great place by someone. They're rare. If you don't mind, could you take some back for your younger siblings to try? Ning Yuan glanced at the package of pastries, feeling suspicious. Would this old fox really be so kind? But then he thought that he had just made an impression on Magistrate Zhao, so he figured the magistrate wouldn't dare to have any ulterior motives. So he accepted it without hesitation, saying, Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang. Wait! Zhang Qiangui's obsequiousness intensified, and he turned to the waiter, saying seriously, Go quickly and invite Protector Zhou here. A short while later, a tall, dark-skinned, muscular man carrying a long stick strode over. It was Zhou Qiong, the guard. Zhou, the guard, Zhang Quangle instructed. You will have to make another trip today and make sure to escort Hunter Ning home safely. The mountain road ahead is rugged and not safe, and I am really worried about Dr. Ning traveling alone. Zhou Qiong frowned slightly, glanced at Ning Yuan with a hint of confusion in his eyes, but still clasped his hands in response. Yes, shopkeeper. About 3 miles from Qinghe County, the mountain road gradually becomes desolate. Ning Yuan walked alongside Zhou Huyuan, who was carrying a stick and was taciturn, with little interaction between them. Upon learning that the other party's surname was Zhou and given name was Qiong, Ning Yuan took the initiative to break the silence. Brother Zhou, have I ever offended you in any way? Ning Yuan asked in a calm tone. Zhou Qiong was taken aback. Why do you say that, Hunter Ning? Ning Yuan smiled and said, When I met Boss Zhang today, he seemed to be deliberately keeping his distance from me, a stark contrast to his enthusiastic interaction with me yesterday. After thinking it over and over, the only thing I can think of is whether someone said something they shouldn't have to Mr. Zhang. He looked directly at Zhou Qiong and asked, Brother Zhou, do you think that my making money is an eyesore to you? Zhou Qiong stopped abruptly, his nearly 1.9-meter tall, burly frame turning around. Beneath his thick eyebrows, his fierce eyes stared intently at Ning Yuan, while Ning Yuan's right hand silently rested on the hunting bow at his lower back. Zhou Qiong's tone was icy. Manager Zhang provides me with food, wages, and shelter. It is my duty to protect him. As for why Boss Zhang's attitude changed, Hunter Ning, the reason, you really don't know. Now it was Ning Yuan's turn to be stunned. What do you mean by that? Zhou Qiong said no more, turned around and strode forward. Let's hurry, the sun is about to set. When the two left the official road and entered the territory of Black Wind Ridge, Zhao Hongye, who had been lying in ambush for a long time and was shivering from the cold, suddenly perked up. Deputy Chief, the people are here! He jumped up as if he had been injected with chicken blood, pointing to the end of the mountain road. Behind a large rock in the distance, the bandits' deputy leader, his face covered in scars, peeked out with a trusted aide. Is it him? The deputy leader asked coldly. That's right. It must be him. Zhao Hongye squinted. Although he couldn't see clearly, who else could be coming from the direction of the county town at this hour but Ning Yuan? That bastard stole our food to go have fun in the county town, and he dares to come back. Bring me my bow! The henchman nearby quickly handed him a hard bow. The leader stepped forward, his thick arm muscles bulging, and instantly drew the bow to its full extent. The arrowheads gleamed with a cold light. They were standard armor-piercing arrows used by the army, far superior to Ning Yuan's hunting bow. Call out! The bowstring twanged, and the arrow tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The next moment, the figure walking in the distance suddenly stopped. An arrow had already pierced through its chest. The figure staggered a step, then fell heavily to the ground with a thud, and remained motionless. Chapter 18 Counterattack. As the sun sets in the west, the last trace of warmth is quickly swallowed up by the cold wind. Ning Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, his pupils shrinking sharply. 10 feet ahead, Zhou Qiong lay motionless in the snow, his blood spreading out from beneath him like a strange red flower. There's an ambush! Ning Yuan reacted extremely quickly, dodging behind a rock and instantly drawing his hunting bow to its full draw. The bowstring emitted a faint tinkling sound, but it couldn't mask his frantic heartbeat. Brother Zhou! How are you? There was no response. Zhou Qiong looked as if he were dead. The uniquely shaped arrow pinned him firmly to the snow, the arrowhead deeply embedded, slowly consuming the last warmth in his body. Ning Yuan dared not peek out. With just one glance, he recognized that the arrow was far superior to his locustwood hunting bow. Those were armor-piercing arrows used exclusively by the military, with blood grooves on the arrowheads, a ruthless craftsmanship. Ning Yuan's mind raced. Why would weapons be found here? Although Qinghe County is not far from the border troops would never leave the beacon tower without permission, let alone ambush the civilians there. Just then, an extremely faint voice, mixed with blood and foam, was squeezed out of Zhou Qiong's throat with difficulty. Be careful, military bows and arrows. There might be an ambush. The arrow was not fatal. Due to the dim light and wind interference, the arrow, which was originally aimed at his heart, only pierced his lung. Zhou Qiong had served in the army and knew that a skilled archer's first arrow would be aimed at the heart, and if that missed, the second arrow would be aimed at the head. He could only feign death and dared not make any rash moves, otherwise the second arrow might be aimed at his head. The enemy must have been using a longbow, with a range of about 200 to 300 paces, and they were hiding nearby, Zhou Qiong added painfully. Ning Yuan remained silent, his fear utterly real. He forced himself to calm down, his gaze sweeping across the obscured hillside ahead like that of a hawk. If he's an archer, that would be the best ambush spot. The cold wind swirled with snowflakes, gradually covering Zhou Qiong's body. It was completely quiet. On the hillside, the deputy chieftain's bow was still fully drawn, yet he did not release it. Zhao Hongye, who was standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer. The deputy leader is definitely dead. Why aren't you making a move? The deputy leader gave him a cold glance. You don't know anything. When I was killing enemies on the battlefield, you were still suckling. The more critical the situation, the less you should rush. Actually, he had clearly seen another person just now, and he was not firing another arrow now in order to wait for that person to appear and come to his rescue, so as to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But he miscalculated. Ning Yuan knew that he couldn't delay any longer, and Zhou Qiong couldn't afford to wait. We must take the initiative to do something now. Ning Yuan crouched low, deliberately leaving a corner of his basket exposed on the edge of the rock to create the illusion that he was still hiding behind it. He then silently crawled backward, circling around to the side of the hillside. Frozen stiff? The deputy leader stared at the slightly swaying basket on his back, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Yuan had already stealthily climbed the hillside, using the terrain as cover, like a ghost. When Ning Yuan saw 3 bandits intently staring at his basket, he immediately identified the most threatening deputy leader. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and aimed. His arrows had no iron arrowheads, only sharpened pieces of wood made from a woodcutter's axe. He had to aim at soft areas like the neck and accurately calculate the distance and wind resistance. Something's not right. The deputy leader felt a sudden tightness in his chest. The movement of the basket seemed too deliberate. Oh no! We've fallen for their trap! He suddenly realized, bending down to try and change his position. However, the moment he turned around, he met Ning Yuan's eyes on the hillside just 20 steps away. Call out! Ning Yuan released his grip on the bowstring, and the wooden arrow shot away through the air. Puff! The arrow pierced precisely through the deputy leader's throat. His eyes widened as he pointed in Ning Yuan's direction, gurgling in his throat as a large amount of blood gushed from his mouth before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Zhao Hongye and the other bandit were completely caught off guard. By the time they realized what had happened, the deputy leader was already dead. Another bandit reacted faster and lunged at the longbow on the ground, but a second arrow had already been shot from the shadows. This time the target is the right eye. The bandits let out a shrill scream, and then fell silent. Zhao Hongye was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, wildly slashing at the air with his curved knife. Fuck your mother! Who is it? Get out here! Hundreds of us from Black Wind Ridge will never let you get away with this! No one answered. Overwhelmed by extreme fear, he scrambled to his feet and fled into the night. Ning Yuan emerged from his hiding place, having used up both of his arrows. If Zhao Hongye had discovered him just now, he would be the one dead. The 2 bodies were quickly examined. Ning Yuan took away the deputy leader's standard longbow and a quiver of sharp military arrows, and then picked up the scimitar from the bandit's hand. Ning Yuan ran his fingertips across the cold blade. It was incredibly sharp. It was after that stroke that Ning Yuan suddenly understood something. He suddenly remembered that the wound on the bear's abdomen was smooth and clean, something that could not have been done with an ordinary woodcutter's knife. It was clearly caused by this kind of military-grade blade. The laws of Dagon are strict, and it is a serious crime for ordinary people to possess such weapons. If they are implicated, even the county magistrate will not be able to escape the consequences. He finally understood why Zhang Qiangui's attitude had changed so drastically, and why Zhou Qiong's words had been so vague. They all sensed something amiss with the bear's wound and were afraid of getting themselves into trouble. Brother Zhou, hang in there! Ning Yuan dared not delay. He tied the longbow and scimitar to the back of the unconscious Zhou Qiong, and struggled to carry his heavy body, moving step by step towards Mo village. The bitter cold is a deadly accelerator. Every moment Zhou Qiong stays makes his chances of survival increasingly slim. Ning Family Courtyard, Mo village. Xin Shuang and Qing Ru stood anxiously in the cold wind, constantly looking towards the village entrance. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared, dragging something along, staggering into the distance. Wife! Sister-in-law! Come and help! Came Ning Yuan's hoarse cry. The 2 women felt a chill run down their spines and rushed over with a cry of alarm. A dozen minutes later, Zhou Qiong was settled on a bed inside the room. Ning Yuan cut open his blood-soaked coat, and the arrow was deeply embedded in his right chest. Although it did not hit his heart, it had likely damaged his lung. In an era of scarce medical resources, severe internal injuries were almost tantamount to a death sentence. Husband, he has already... Xin Shuang's voice trembled, but she still forced herself to stay by Ning Yuan's side. Go and ask your sister-in-law if the hot water is ready. Make sure the fire on the stove is burning brighter, but make sure the doorway is well ventilated. Ning Yuan said urgently but firmly. Okay. Qin Shuang's mind was in a mess, and she only knew to do as she was told. Brother Zhou, if you can hear me, the village has nothing left, so I have no choice but to try anything. If you get down there, don't blame me. Ning Yuan licked his dry, cracked lips, feeling uncertain about the outcome. The hot water is here. Qin Ru brought in a basin of boiling water, her face ashen. Ning Yuan tore off an old piece of his clothing and threw it into the boiling water. Disinfect! What is disinfection? The two women asked, puzzled, but they didn't dare to ask any more questions and simply did as instructed. Just as the two women threw their coarse cloth clothes into the boiling water, Ning Yuan took a deep breath, gripped the arrow shaft tightly, closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and pulled it outward with a sudden force. Puff! A stream of warm blood mixed with fragments of tissue spurted out, splashing Qin Ru, who was closest to the spray, onto her face. She screamed and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Ah! The excruciating pain jolted Zhou Qiong awake from his unconsciousness, causing him to let out a piercing scream before collapsing again. Chapter 19 Qin Ru's Initiative. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth, gripped the arrow shaft, and pulled it outwards with a sudden force. Pfft! A stream of warm, fresh blood gushed out from the wound on Zhou Qiong's right chest. Ning Yuan hurriedly pressed his hand down firmly and shouted at the terrified Qin Shuang. Don't stand there! Quickly wring out the coarse cloth from the boiling water and give it to me! When Qin Shuang was startled by his shout, she didn't care about the hot water and reached out to grab the tumbling coarse cloth. Her slender fingers turned red instantly from the heat. She bit her lip and squeezed out the water before handing it over. Ning Yuan took the scalding hot coarse cloth and pressed it directly onto Zhou Qiong's bleeding wound, then grabbed Qin Shuang's hand and made her hold it down. Press down hard! Don't let go! After saying that, he turned around and rushed towards the pot of boiling water, and in his haste, he actually put his hand in. Hiss! Holy crap! The excruciating pain made Ning Yuan instantly pull his hand away, his 5 fingers going numb. Ignoring the burning pain, Ning Yuan gritted his teeth, grabbed all the coarse cloth he could find, wrung it out haphazardly, and wrapped it tightly around Zhou Qiong's chest several times. After all that fuss, it was already late at night. Zhou Qiong's face was as pale as paper, and he was unconscious with a weak breath. Ning Yuan slumped onto the bench, watching the flickering glow of the oil lamp, and let out a long breath. Although the blood clots in the lungs have been temporarily cleared, the wound infection is almost inevitable under these rudimentary conditions. Whether he survives or not depends on his fate, Ning Yuan thought wearily. Husband! Qin Shuang called softly, wiping the blood from Qin Ru's face, who had fainted on the ground, with a damp cloth. Will my sister-in-law be all right? Ning Yuan then noticed that Qin Shuang's hands, which were originally skillful, were now burned. His heart tightened, and he grasped her wrist with deep remorse. Wife, your hand! I'm so sorry, I was so flustered just now that I forgot how hot the water was. Qin Shuang's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ning Yuan's angry rebuke just now reminded her of her former irritable husband, which made her heart tremble with fear. But seeing him apologize to her with such heartache in his eyes was something she had never experienced before. She quickly shook her head. My husband was just trying to save people. It was my fault for being useless and only causing trouble instead of helping. You are the head of the household, so you must not apologize to me. If word gets out, people will laugh at us. Who dares to laugh? Ning Yuan shook his head with a wry smile, inwardly lamenting that the men of this great gone empire were still eating too well. Wait here for me, Ning Yuan said as he walked out of the house and returned shortly afterward carrying a black earthenware jar. Upon seeing the jar, Qin Shuang immediately realized that it contained precious black bear fat, and hurriedly got up to stop it. Husband! This oil is precious. It would be better to keep it to sell for money or for emergencies. My little injury will heal on its own in a few days. Shut up and sit down, Ning Yuan said firmly, pressing her back onto the stool. He carefully picked up a piece of grease with a bamboo stick, pulled her hand over, and gently applied it to the burn on her palm. I'm the head of the household, what I say goes. Behave yourself and don't move, or I'll really beat you up. Oh. Qin Shuang felt the coolness from Ning Yuan's palm and his clumsy but gentle movements. Her cheeks flushed slightly. At the same time, her heart felt filled with something, itchy, making her unable to resist gently twisting her body. Alright, don't get it wet these next few days, be careful, to avoid infection, Ning Yuan instructed. Infection? Qin Shuang blinked her big eyes, full of confusion. Ning Yuan was taken aback, only then realizing that the concept of bacteria did not exist in this era, and many wounded soldiers lost their lives simply because of improper cleaning. He shook his head without explaining, only feeling hungry, so he asked Qin Shuang to look after Qing Ru while he got up to cook. He stewed the 2 mandarin fish he had brought back, and added newly bought soy sauce and vinegar for seasoning. Soon, a rich aroma, a blend of fresh fish, soy sauce, and vinegar, filled the air and drifted out of the dilapidated thatched hut. The aroma was particularly pungent in the quiet night of Mo village, drawing whispered curses from the neighbors. Inside the house, Qin Ru was awakened by the enticing aroma. She and Qin Shuang stood guard at the door of the woodshed, unable to resist secretly swallowing their saliva. Sister-in-law is awake? Perfect timing, the food is ready, come in and eat. Ning Yuan served the fragrant fish soup and rice on the rickety little wooden table. Looking at the steaming food in front of her, especially the fragrant mandarin fish, Qin Ru couldn't help but timidly take the initiative to speak. Brother-in-law, why does this fish smell so good today? Ning Yuan laughed and said, Why don't you try it and you'll know? Qin Ru hesitated to start eating first, and glanced at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang understood and said softly, Sister-in-law, my hands are not in a good position. Do you expect me to feed you? Qin Ru blushed, then picked up her chopsticks, first taking out a piece of the fattest fish belly and carefully placing it into Ning Yuan's bowl. In her view, Ning Yuan was the head of the household, and she was a widow living under his roof. Being able to eat at the same table was already a favor, so how dare she start eating first? Ning Yuan stared at the fish maw in the bowl, slightly taken aback. Qin Shuang, who was next to him, also paused for a moment. Qin Ru immediately realized that her actions had gone too far, and she became nervous, her cheeks flushing red. Eat up, there aren't so many rules. Ning Yuan waved his hand, seeing that his silly wife was clueless and didn't realize the problem, so he simply changed the subject. Ning Yuan picked up the tenderest piece of fish belly from his bowl and brought it to Qin Shuang's lips. Wife, come on, open your mouth. Qin Shuang shyly opened her small mouth, ate the fish, and her eyes immediately lit up. Qin Ru also took a bite and immediately understood that this unprecedentedly delicious flavor came from the precious soy sauce and vinegar. Ordinary families even use coarse salt sparingly. It's likely that among the dozen or so villages in the vicinity, only Ning Yuan is so willing to spend so much and enjoy life. After the meal, Ning Yuan carefully examined Zhou Qiong's condition. Although his pulse was weak, it was still relatively stable. He carefully fed Zhou Qiong half a bowl of warm fish soup, hoping it would replenish his energy. Husband, what should we do tonight? Qin Shuang asked softly, looking at the cramped room. Ning Yuan had already made up his mind. He looked at Qin Ru and said, Tonight, sister-in-law, you'll have to make do with her for the night. I have to stay with him. Upon hearing this, Qin Ru looked troubled. My room has a thin blanket, I'm afraid it won't keep me warm in this cold night. At this point, Qin Ru hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Ning Yuan immediately remembered that the real Ning Yuan in this body had stolen Qin Ru's quilt and sold it 2 months ago. It's all right, I have a way, Ning Yuan said, bringing over the large but untanned bear skin. This leather is rough, but it's warm enough. Sisters-in-law, you can use it tonight. Then, he took a bundle out of his basket and placed it on the table, saying, And this too, open it and take a look. Qin Shuang curiously stepped forward and untied the bundle, then exclaimed in surprise. Oh! It's a cotton-padded coat! Inside were 2 brand new, thick cotton-padded coats and trousers, as well as warm cotton-padded shoes. She picked up her own set, stroked the soft, thick fabric, and her eyes welled up with tears. Husband, this is really for me? Do you like it? Ning Yuan asked with a smile. I love it! Thank you, my husband! Qin Shuang longed to rush up and kiss him, but with Qin Ru present, she could only hug the cotton coat tightly, her heart filled with joy. Qin Ru, watching this scene from the side, was filled with envy. She forced a smile, then lowered her head sadly and silently twisted the hem of her clothes. Just then, another set of cotton-padded clothes and a new pair of shoes were pushed in front of her. Sister-in-law, this set is for you. See if it fits. Qin Ru suddenly looked up, staring at Ning Yuan in disbelief, then at her new clothes, her lips trembling slightly. I was involved too. Her voice choked with emotion, and she could barely speak, as if she had never imagined that she could be treated so kindly. The moon hung high in the sky, and the snow in Mo village looked as white as the thighs of a lovesick widow under the night sky. Ning Yuan walked ahead carrying the heavy bearskin, while Qin Ru hugged the new cotton-padded coat tightly as if it were a precious treasure, her heart filled with complex and unsettling emotions. Qin Shuang stayed at home to take care of Zhou Qiong, while Ning Yuan first delivered the bearskin to Qin Ru's residence. Qin Ru's home was even smaller and more dilapidated. The paper windows rattled in the cold wind, and the simple bed inside the room swayed precariously. Ning Yuan spread the bearskin on the bed. When he turned around, he saw Qin Ru holding the new clothes, just quietly looking at him with a complicated expression. All right, sister-in-law, you rest first. I'll go back and pick up Shuang. Ning Yuan felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The day before yesterday, Qin Shuang mentioned the idea of bringing Qin Ru into the family as well, which inevitably came to mind for both the man and the woman. Ning Yuan felt it was best to keep some distance and not bully Qin Ru. However, just as his right foot stepped over the threshold, a pair of arms suddenly hugged him tightly from behind. Ning Yuan froze, too afraid to move. A clear, soft, feminine touch came from behind, along with body heat transmitted through the thin fabric. His mind raced as he tried to figure out who was behind him. Ultimately, he revealed 3 truths. 1 is a female ghost. 2nd, is it a hallucination? 3rd is Qin Ru. But feeling the softness and warmth beneath the thin fabric behind him, he knew it was none other than Qin Ru. Qin Ru buried her face in Ning Yuan's broad back, her voice trembling slightly with nervousness and shame. Ning Yuan, if you don't mind, I can have children for you. Chapter 20 taken. The heavy snow, carried by the cold wind, fell in a flurry, landing on Ning Yuan's slightly disheveled hair. He could clearly feel the soft, warm body behind him trembling slightly, a pair of slender arms tightly wrapped around his waist, as if using all their strength. Qin Ru buried her face in his broad back, her voice muffled, with a barely perceptible tremor and a hint of determination. Ning Yuan, what are you really thinking? She was waiting for an answer that would determine her future. The air was deathly still, save for the howling wind and snow, and the pounding of their hearts as they mingled together. Seeing that Ning Yuan remained silent for a long time, Qin Ru tightened her arms around him and pressed her body even closer to him, as if trying to draw some warmth and courage from him. Ning Yuan remained silent, standing in place like a stone statue in the snow. The silence made Qin Ru's heart sink little by little, and bitterness filled her heart. As expected, the difference in their social statuses made her unworthy of Ning Yuan. She sadly and slowly loosened her grip on his arm. However, just as she was about to turn around and escape this suffocating embarrassment, a warm, large hand suddenly grabbed hers. It is Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, you! Qin Ru looked up in astonishment. Ning Yuan turned around, his deep eyes as fierce as a calf's. Sister-in-law, no, Sister Qin Ru. Ning Yuan's voice was steady and firm. If you don't mind that I'm a hunter from the mountains, let's be together from now on and live a good life. I will take care of you in place of my elder brother, and I will never let you be homeless or bullied again. These words were like shattering a dam that had been holding back for 3 years. Qin Ru's pent-up worry, grievances, and loneliness instantly broke down. She could no longer hold back and threw herself into Ning Yuan's arms, bursting into tears. Tears quickly soaked the rough clothes of the man who was 3 years younger than her. Ning Yuan gently patted her back, his heart filled with emotion. Looking at the woman in his arms, who was only 22 years old, and had already experienced many hardships. She was undeniably beautiful and had a slender figure. In her previous life, she would have been the object of countless suitors. Now, in this desolate and cold northern land, a complex feeling of pity welled up in his heart. However, as Ning Yuan cried, she sensed something was amiss. Huh! No, that's not right. Qin Ru, who was in his arms, was originally just crying helplessly, but her unruly hands began to move unnaturally and tentatively over his back. Although her movements were clumsy and awkward, and you could even sense her shyness, her meaning was obvious to anyone. Ning Yuan had never experienced anything like this before, and his body instantly stiffened. He was somewhat surprised that this put him in a passive position. The two locked eyes, and sparks seemed to fly through the air. Qin Ru gently bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, then suddenly stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and tilted her head back to kiss him. At this moment, all rationality vanished from Ning Yuan's mind. Ning Yuan has shifted from a passive to an active position, directly changing the balance between offense and defense. He was even more direct than Qin Ru, letting out a low growl. He scooped her up in his arms and strode toward the dilapidated hut, gently placing her on the creaking, old wooden bed. Qin Ru did not resist at all, but shyly covered her eyes with her hands, while secretly peeking at Ning Yuan through her fingers. My body trembled slightly with anticipation. She remembered Shen Shuang saying in private that Ning Yuan would bite people's ears, but she didn't know what that felt like. Just as Ning Yuan was breathing heavily and his hand was somewhat improperly reaching into her clothes, the wooden bed beneath him could not bear the weight and made a crisp, crack sound. Boom! The entire bed collapsed instantly, catching the two off guard and causing them to fall heavily to the ground. Qin Ru was firmly pinned down by Ning Yuan, and immediately let out a muffled groan in pain, her delicate eyebrows furrowing tightly. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Ning Yuan hurriedly turned over to check on him, his voice filled with anxiety. And nothing. Qin Ru forced a smile, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely audible, filled with shyness and a hint of uncertainty. Shall we continue? Ning Yuan looked at her as she endured the pain, then at the mess beneath her, and shook his head with a wry smile. Never mind, let's do it another day. I have a brother at home whose fate is unknown, and Shuang is waiting for me. I need to go back and check on him first. He paused, then said seriously, Moreover, I need to tell Shuang about this first. Ning Yuan quickly tidied his clothes and left, leaving Qin Ru alone against the cold earthen wall, biting her soft lower lip, her heart pounding with emotion. Just now, she was filled with fear, yet she also felt a strange thrill that drove her to explore that forbidden zone she had never been to before. Ning Yuan returned home through the snow, and Shen Shuang immediately came to greet him, brushing the snow off his clothes. My husband, you're back. Well, honey, I have something I want to tell you. Ning Yuan cleared his throat, somewhat hesitant to speak. Shen Shuang, however, seemed to have already seen through everything. She raised her hand and gently smoothed out the wrinkles in Ning Yuan's collar, speaking softly. Is it with your sister-in-law? She tilted her head slightly, a sly smile in her eyes. Did you whisper in each other's ears? Ning Yuan was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized what was going on. He pointed at Shen Shuang, feeling both annoyed and amused. Oh! So it was you, little girl, who was giving me this idea behind the scenes. Shen Shuang took his arm and rested her head on his shoulder, her voice soft yet firm. If it were any other woman, I would definitely not agree, but my sister-in-law is a kind and good-hearted person. She has suffered a lot over the years, and I sincerely want to be sisters with her so that we can take care of each other. Ning Yuan was overwhelmed with emotions, which finally turned into a sigh as he hugged Shen Shuang tightly. My wife is so sensible that it breaks my heart, and it makes me want to protect her even more. Afterwards, Ning Yuan sent Shen Shuang to Qin Ru's thatched cottage to settle down. He told the two women to wait aside while he found some tools and busied himself with the work, finally managing to repair and reinforce the collapsed wooden bed. "All right, you two sisters can make do here for the night. I'll go back and take care of Brother Zhou." As Ning Yuan spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept over Qin Ru, only to find that Qin Ru was also secretly looking at him. Their eyes met, and both of them quickly withdrew their gazes like startled snails, their faces burning. That night, Ning Yuan stayed alone by Zhou Qiong's bedside, while the fire and the stove crackled in the room. After an unknown amount of time, weariness washed over him like a tide, and his eyelids began to droop heavily. Just as my consciousness was about to fade, the door suddenly made a very slight creaking sound. "Who?" Ning Yuan suddenly woke up with a start, his hand instantly reaching for the cold, curved blade beside him. In the dimly lit room, the flickering firelight cast two unseen figures onto the earthen wall, their shadows swaying uncertainly. "Qin!" Upon recognizing the person, Ning Yuan was taken aback. Why aren't you sleeping and have run out here?" Qin Ru had clearly dressed up deliberately, wearing the new cotton-padded clothes and shoes that Ning Yuan had bought for her during the day. Her cascading black hair was carefully styled up, revealing her beautifully shaped, snow-white neck. She tiptoed to Ning Yuan's side, squatted down, and gently covered his mouth with a cool hand. From this vantage point, Ning Yuan could just catch a glimpse of the breathtaking white cleavage at the hem of her clothes, and his heart suddenly raced. Qin Ru's figure was far more voluptuous and alluring than he had imagined, ready for his man to pluck and enjoy at any time. A blush rose to Qin Ru's face, but she mustered her courage and made a "shush" gesture towards him. Her eyes sparkled with a reckless shyness as she whispered, "Now that I am yours, I should share your burdens and difficulties for the sake of this family and for you." After saying that, she took Ning Yuan's hand and led him to the woodshed next door where hay was stored. There was no fire in the woodshed, and the chill was penetrating, but it did nothing to stop the sudden, fierce fire of dry wood that was powerful enough to melt ice and snow. That night, the moon's shadow lingered, and the wind and snow seemed to know better than to go around the small woodshed, only whimpering in the distance, ruffling the spring water, never to return to its former state. Chapter 21 Attempt to Steal a Chicken Backfires. The next morning, Qin Ru and Shen Shuang, who had settled Zhou Qiong, returned to the main house together. "Husband, go and rest." Shen Shuang looked at Ning Yuan's tired expression and dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "You look so tired, my sister and I will take care of you." Ning Yuan subconsciously looked at Qin Ru, just as Qin Ru was also looking at him shyly. Their eyes met, and the events of last night seemed like a dream. But Qin Ru's face, radiant with the glow of her skin after being thoroughly moisturized, exuded a captivating charm. Qin Ru softly echoed, "Husband! Husband, please go and rest. We're here." Looking up with a mischievous yet smug look, she added, "The food is ready. Shuang and I will go call you then." Ning Yuan thought to himself that he really needed to recover his strength. He never expected that Qin Ru, who appeared gentle and serene like autumn water, harbored such an extreme contrast of passion within. He needs to conserve his energy. Watching Ning Yuan walk unsteadily toward Qin Ru's thatched hut, Shen Shuang and Qin Ru exchanged a glance, both seeing amusement in each other's eyes, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. In the afternoon, Zhou Qiong, who had been in a coma for a long time, finally woke up. "Husband! Brother Zhou has woken up!" Shen Shuang hurriedly ran over to inform Ning Yuan, who was chopping wood in the courtyard. Ning Yuan dropped the axe and rushed into the house, where he saw Zhou Qiong weakly opening his eyes and looking around blankly. "Brother Zhou, you're finally awake!" Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and gestured for Shen Shuang to pour some warm water, which she then carefully fed to Zhou Qiong. "Where is this?" Zhou Qiong's voice was hoarse and dry. "My home," Ning Yuan briefly explained. "Yesterday you were shot by an arrow and fell unconscious. I helped you pull the arrow out. Fortunately, you are strong and pulled through." After a long silence, Ning Yuan added, But the injury is not minor and requires proper rest and recuperation, otherwise it may lead to future problems. Zhou Qiong nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Shen Shuang behind Ning Yuan and Qin Ru, who had come in after hearing the news. He hesitated before speaking. Ning Yuan understood and told the two women to go and prepare the meal first. After closing the door, only the two of them remained inside. "Those guys who shot at me yesterday," Zhou Qiong gasped for breath and asked weakly. "I took care of two of them, but the leader escaped." Ning Yuan told him the truth. "However, judging from their equipment and manners, they don't seem to be ordinary border guards or Tartars from outside the Great Wall. The one who escaped said that they were bandits from Black Wind Ridge, and there were several hundred of them." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiong looked ashamed and stared at Ning Yuan. "Brother, I'm sorry. I was being petty and judging you by my own standards. I apologize. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead by now." Ning Yuan waved his hand. "It was nothing, no trouble at all." Zhou Qiong snapped out of his daze, his brow furrowing as he recalled the bandits. "Bandits, that's true. But these days, many border soldiers couldn't endure the hardship and secretly ran away, with many becoming outlaws." Zhou Qiong took a breath and continued. "Those arrowheads, let me see them." Ning Yuan immediately retrieved the captured longbow and several arrows. Zhou Qiong glanced at it and said with certainty, "That's right, it's a standard military arrow. It's probably from deserters from Heishui border town, 100 miles outside Qinghe County." Ning Yuan looked worried. "The escaped bandits said they numbered several hundred. Should we report this to Magistrate Zhao as soon as possible and request that troops be sent to encircle and annihilate them?" Zhou Qiong shook his head. "Nonsense! You've never served in the military, so you don't know the details. Our area is a harsh and cold place. The Tartars are not good at naval warfare and rarely raid the border on a large scale. Therefore, there are not many border troops stationed here. The most important border town of Heishui has only 2 households, guarded by a few dozen border soldiers." Ning Yuan suddenly realized. But Zhou Qiong changed the subject. "It's a lie that there are hundreds of bandits in Black Wind Ridge, but it's quite possible that they've gathered dozens of desperate men." Ning Yuan fell silent, worried that they would retaliate. Zhou Qiongqiang struggled to sit up. I must go back immediately and report this to Magistrate Zhao. Those people have crossbows and arrows. If they are pushed too far, they may come down the mountain and harm the people. The consequences would be unimaginable." "But your body," Ning Yuan frowned. "We can't worry about that now." Zhou Qiong's attitude was firm. "If you kill the people, those who escape will surely go back to report. You are not allowed to go anywhere in the village. If you go out and show yourself, you will be ambushed and killed." Having said that, Zhou Qiong ignored Ning Yuan's advice, borrowed his coat and put it on, then put on his straw hat, and walked slowly and laboriously towards the edge of the village. Their figures quickly disappeared into the wind and snow. Ning Yuan stood at the door, looking in the direction Zhou Qiong had left, feeling guilty. He wasn't a savior, and he didn't actually want to risk going to Qinghe County to call for help, since he also had people to protect now. He turned and went back into the house, his gaze falling on the captured longbow and 5 arrows gleaming coldly, his eyes becoming incredibly determined. Ning Yuan was preoccupied with something, so he placed the heavy whetstone at the door and buried himself in sharpening the arrowheads. These armor-piercing arrows were a bit heavy, and their maximum range was only a little over 200 paces. If you go any further, the accuracy will drop significantly, and the penetration power will be greatly reduced. Ning Yuan sharpened the arrowheads to make them sharper and reduce their weight. He was very confident in his aim. Thinking back to before he transmigrated, the true owner of this body, Ning Yuan, was the son of a hunter, but his archery skills were very average. Thinking this way, Ning Yuan wondered if this was what was called a golden finger in novels from his previous life. "It's getting late, how about we eat?" Shen Shuang and Qin Ru walked over. The food had already been reheated 3 times, but seeing Ning Yuan sharpening his bow and arrows, they didn't want to disturb him. When most households at the village entrance had closed their doors and gone to bed early, they worried that Ning Yuan was hungry and went over to remind him. "It's so late?" Ning Yuan smiled wryly, casually put the polished arrows into the quiver, and went to eat. After dinner, it was getting late. Seeing that nothing was amiss, Ning Yuan figured that the bandits wouldn't come looking for him tonight. "Wait at home, I'll go get the bear skin." Ning Yuan winked at the two women, as if to tell them to warm the bed and wait for him to serve him that night. The two women complained playfully, but obediently finished washing their feet and went back to their rooms. Ning Yuan arrived at his elder brother's thatched hut and pushed open the door to enter. However, just as he was about to go find the bear skin that had not yet been tanned, his face suddenly froze. The bearskin that should have been lying on the bed was completely empty. "Father, look at this, it's top-quality black bear skin. If we take it to Qinghe County and sell it to those high-ranking officials and nobles, we can earn at least 20 taels?" The Li family's gate was tightly shut. Inside the room, the eldest son of the Li family proudly spread the bearskin he had stolen from Ning Yuan's family neatly on the bed. The second son of the Li family smacked his lips, stepped forward to stroke it, and laughed. "Brother, I think it's worth at least 50 taels. You're underestimating it." "A bunch of good-for-nothings," Old Li said, lying in bed after suffering a stroke, with only his crooked mouth still able to move. "He has basically given up hope. He thinks his third son is probably dead. We went up the mountain to look for him yesterday, but we couldn't even find a single hair on the third son's head. However, now that we have this valuable bear pelt, our family's life can be improved a bit." Suddenly, at that moment, a fire flickered outside the courtyard, and a figure stood outside the muddy courtyard. "Sure, could it be that little bastard from the Ning family? Hurry up and hide this bear skin." Old Li, lying on the bed, instructed his two sons to hurry up. "Hey, is anyone here?" A rough, unfamiliar male voice rang out. Old Li, puzzled, called up towards the window. "Who is it?" Outside the mud-brick courtyard, the man chuckled. "I'm a merchant from the countryside buying mountain goods at high prices. Do you have any, old man?" Old Li was overjoyed upon hearing this, and quickly sent his two sons to invite them in. It would be best to get rid of this black bear skin as soon as possible, since Ning Yuan is a real troublemaker. Soon, a man wearing a straw hat and a raincoat, looking like a black bear, was warmly invited into the house by the two Li brothers. The man looked around, a grin spreading across his face beneath his straw hat. "Old man, do you have any mountain produce?" "Yes, I do, but judging from your attire, can you afford it?" Old Li looked the man up and down. He was extremely tall, almost 1.9 meters. Although he was wearing a straw raincoat, his physique suggested he was a muscular man who often ran in the deep mountains and forests. "As long as you can provide good quality goods, you can ask for any price you want." Upon hearing what the man said, Old Li quickly gave his eldest son a look. Soon a complete, huge bear skin was laid back on the bed. "How about it? Is it okay? How much can you offer?" The eldest son of the Li family stared at the man, extremely excited. The man didn't answer, but stepped forward and searched for something. Finally, his large, rough hand landed on a spot on the bear's belly, and then stopped moving. "Hey, I'm asking you a question, are you mute? Can you afford it or not? Let me tell you, if you offer too little, I won't sell," the eldest son of the Li family shouted. "Brother, your black bear skin is really good. Did you forge it yourself?" The man finally spoke. Old Li felt guilty, but puffed out his chest and said impatiently, "If I didn't hit it, did it just run into my house on its own?" Okay, as long as it was you who did it." After saying this, the man took off his straw hat and put it on the table, immediately revealing his bushy beard. "Fuck your mother! You killed two of my Blackwind Mountain brothers, you've got some nerve! Why aren't you running away?" Who are you?" Old Li realized something was wrong when he saw the man's attire and manner of speaking. The man sneered, and suddenly a cold glint flashed beneath his raincoat. A curved blade suddenly slashed towards Old Li, who was trying to get up. Soon, Old Li's throat was instantly slit open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. "Today, none of you will escape. your entire family will die. Chapter 22. The bandits came down the mountain. Holy crap! Amidst the heavy snowfall of the night, Ning Yuan let out a curse. Knowing that it must have been the Li family who stole his black bear skin, Ning Yuan squatted outside the mud wall of the Li family's courtyard and suddenly heard a shrill scream coming from inside the house. Immediately afterwards, the door was violently kicked open, and the second son of the Li family, his face covered in blood, scrambled out. Help! Murder! Ning Yuan peeked through the crack in the courtyard wall, and his pupils suddenly contracted. They were shocked to see old Li's head lolling to the side of the bed, already lifeless. Inside the house, the eldest son of the Li family was clinging tightly to the leg of a man wielding a curved knife, yelling at his second son to run. The man was burly and had a fierce look on his face. They're bandits from the mountains! Ning Yuan's heart tightened, but he was mentally prepared and didn't panic. It's likely that the bandit who escaped yesterday went back and reported the news, and these desperate men came down the mountain at night to take revenge. But he couldn't understand why the bandits had found the Li family so precisely. He was naturally unaware that the cause of all this calamity was the very black bear skin now draped over the bandit leader. Not daring to linger any longer, Ning Yuan crouched down and quickly made his way back to his house. Bang! Ning Yuan suddenly pushed open the wooden door of the Ning family's thatched cottage, and a biting cold wind rushed in instantly. Xin Shuang and Qin Ru, who were in bed, were startled awake. They were only wearing thin bodices, which revealed a patch of white skin. They were so frightened that their delicate bodies trembled, and they cried out in surprise. Sure, it's me! Ning Yuan quickly closed the door behind him and lowered his voice. Quick! Get dressed and come with me! Qin Ru sat up, clutching the thin blanket, and asked in surprise, Husband, what happened? There's no time to explain, hurry up and get dressed, Ning Yuan said urgently. He didn't want to tell them the truth about the bandits entering the village, lest they panic and cause more trouble. He helped the two women, whose limbs were weak, to put on their cotton-padded coats haphazardly, and then led them to the extremely hidden entrance to the cellar behind the house. This cellar was originally used to store winter supplies to prevent theft, but now it has become an excellent hiding place. Go down there, and no matter what noise you hear, don't come out, Ning Yuan said firmly as he led the two women into the cellar. Just then, torches lit up all over the village, accompanied by cries, shouts, and the sound of banging on doors. Xin Shuang turned pale with fright, clutching Ning Yuan's sleeve tightly, her teeth chattering. Husband! Husband, please don't go out, it's dangerous outside. Ning Yuan looked at them with a firm gaze and gently pried open Xin Shuang's hand. Don't worry, I'm fine. You're all safe here. After saying that, he closed the cellar lid and carefully disguised it with firewood. Back inside, Ning Yuan took a deep breath, tucked the sharp scimitar into his waistband, held the captured longbow in his hand, and slung the quiver over his shoulder. He then lay down about 250 steps from the cellar entrance. This location offers a wide view, allowing you to monitor the area around your house. As soon as the bandits approached the cellar, he could quickly devise a countermeasure to draw their attention. Torches crackled in the open space in the center of the village. Dozens of villagers were driven here by bandits, and they knelt on the cold snow, crying and begging for mercy. Widow Lu was dragged by her hair into the crowd and fell to the ground. She looked around blankly and saw the fierce-looking bandits holding torches around her. Only then did she come to her senses and tremble with fear. At this moment, an exceptionally tall, nearly 9 foot tall, burly man emerged from the darkness, carrying 3 round, dripping blood-stained objects in his hands. When a sharp-eyed villager saw what it was by the light of the fire, he fainted on the spot. It was the head of Old Li and his 2 sons. A bandit leader hurried forward. Big brother, you're here. The bandit leader snorted coldly, his face full of malice. Humph, those 3 fools who don't know their own mortality have lost 2 of my capable brothers. Bah! He casually tossed his head to the ground, revealing that he was wearing Ning Yuan's black bear skin. What should we do with these villagers? The foreman asked. The bandit leader glanced at the terrified crowd and said indifferently, The men are in the way, get rid of them. The women are still somewhat useful, take them back to the mountains. Yes. A cruel glint flashed in the leader's eyes. At this moment, Zhao Liangui, the village chief, scrambled through the crowd, his face plastered with a fawning smile, and bowed to the bandit leader. Hero! Hero! It's one of us, one of us! The bandit leader glared at him disdainfully. And who do you think you are? Zhao Liangui hurriedly said. My son is Zhao Hongye. He joined Black Wind Ridge a few days ago and is following you, hero, to make a living. We are family. Oh? Zhao Hongye's father? The bandit leader exchanged a meaningful glance with the bandits around him, and walked heavily to Zhao Liangui. Zhao Liangui was overjoyed to see that they were indeed family, and he quickly kowtowed. Yes. Hongye always praises your righteousness, for giving him a future. Please, sir, spare this old man and our village for his sake. The bandit leader, looking down from his high position, burst into laughter with his henchmen upon hearing that they were being let go. Seeing this, Zhao Liangui quickly forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace and forced a smile along with him. However, the bandit leader's smile froze on his face the next moment. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the bandit beside him, and his hand swiftly brought down his knife. Brush! Before Zhao Liangui could even react, his head had already been severed from his neck and rolled to the feet of a 16-year-old girl named Xiaowan. The girl was terrified and let out a shrill scream. It was Xiaowaner. The scream, however, caught the attention of the bandit who had beheaded village chief Zhao Liangui. When he saw Xiaowan's delicate and youthful face, a surge of lust instantly rose in his lower abdomen. Hey! This poor mountain village has such a beautiful young lady hidden away. Brother, I spotted her first, can I have her? Do as you please, the bandit leader said indifferently, turning away as if it were commonplace. The scarred bandit grinned and pushed aside the villagers blocking his way. With a tearing sound, Xiaowaner's thin cotton-padded coat was violently ripped apart, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Seeing this, the bandits around them were ignited by their long-suppressed savagery and charged at the other women with strange cries. Most of the men in the crowd were trembling, their heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound. You beast! Let go of my granddaughter! She's just a child! Xiaowan's elderly grandmother cried out as she rushed forward, clinging tightly to the bandit's leg. Get out of my way, you old geezer! The scarred bandit was about to succeed when he was repeatedly interrupted. Enraged, he swung his knife backhand. The old woman screamed in agony, clutching her bleeding throat as she collapsed. Grandma! Xiaowan cried out in despair, scratching the bandit's face even more frantically. You bitch, I made you feel good and you're thanking me? What are you resisting for? Enraged, the scarred bandit slapped Xiaowan hard across the face. Xiaowan's eyes rolled back, and she completely lost the ability to resist. The bandits roughly pried open the girl's legs, intending to go further. At this critical moment, call out! A sharp arrow ripped through the cold night sky. Pfft! The arrow pierced through his throat. Chapter 23: Compassion and Righteousness. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The old bandit closest to the bandit who raped Xiaowaner was lying on top of Widow Lu when he saw his colleague lying in front of him, eyes wide and spitting blood. They were immediately terrified and went limp. He didn't even have time to pull up his pants. He got up naked to pick up the curved knife. However, just as he stood up, a cold glint flashed in the night. Pfft! The arrow pierced his chest from behind, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Big brother! 2 brothers died in an instant. The previously calm bandit leader's expression changed slightly as he looked in the direction the arrow had been fired. Shoot arrows there! The bandit leader roared, and a dozen bandits raised their arrows and fired wildly into the darkness. In the darkness, from behind Xiaowaner's muddy courtyard, more than a dozen arrows shot out, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing that the other side had stopped, Ning Yuan quickly went to pull out the arrows. Just as I was about to pull it out again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Another volley of arrows came. Ning Yuan was so frightened that he withdrew his hand. He was familiar with Mo village. The other side had a large number of people, but after a brief exchange, he could tell that these bandits were not very good at archery. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Chase! Seeing that his 2 brothers on the ground were already dead, the bandit leader immediately gave his 3 underlings a look. The 3 henchmen, their eyes bloodshot with rage, grabbed their scimitars and longbows and gave chase. Seeing this, Widow Lu quickly hugged Xiao Waner and hid behind the men, young and old. Xiao Wan looked around at the darkness, trembling. Who saved us? Widow Lu covered Xiao Waner's mouth. Who else could it be but that little bastard Ning Yuan? The 2 women's whispered conversation was overheard by the bandit leader in the distance, who then walked towards them. Upon seeing this, Widow Lu knew something was wrong and quickly hid Xiao Wan behind her back, forcing a smile as she stood up. Master, she's just a little girl. You really want her? I'll give her to you, okay? The bandit leader sneered, and placed his curved knife against Widow Lu's neck. The Ning Yuan you're talking about, is he the hunter who just fired the sneak arrow? Widow Lu's smile froze, and she said obsequiously. Oh, sir, you must have misheard. There is no such person in our Mo village. Yes, Ning Yuan is a hunter. The black bear skin you're wearing must have been hunted by him. Just then, an old man stood up and immediately reported it. The bandit leader narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Did Ning Yuan hunt this black bear skin? Did he realize he killed the wrong person? The old man quickly stepped forward and bowed. Sir, he has 2 beautiful wives at home, with such lovely breasts, such beautiful buttocks, and such smooth skin. How about I show you the way? Upon hearing this, Widow Lu turned pale and turned to look at the old man in disbelief. The old man then led the way. But as soon as I took a step, I suddenly felt a chill in my chest. Looking down, he saw a curved blade pierce through his chest from behind. The old man turned his head in disbelief and saw the bandit leader's cold face. I hate treacherous bastards like you the most. I want the man, and you're dead too. With a thud, the old man fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and then fell silent. The blood-stained scimitar fell in front of Xiao Waner. The bandit leader looked at Widow Lu and said, You are indeed kind and righteous, but I will make you lead the way. Take me to his house. If you don't agree, I'll kill everyone here and have my brothers line up to have their way with you. That night, heavy snow fell. Outside the Ning family's house, Widow Lu stood in front of the gate, holding Xiao Waner's hand, and pointed inside. The bandit leader gave a look to one of his henchmen, who rushed inside and kicked the door open. There's no one in the eldest brother's room. The bandit leader frowned, but he wasn't in a hurry. Search everywhere. He has women in his family, so he can't have gone far. After saying that, the bandit leader looked at Widow Lu in the corner and asked, Do you know where his cellar is? Upon hearing this, Widow Lu panicked. How would I know? Every household cellar is a secret. I'm not a thief. But in fact, Widow Lu knew that she and Ning Yuan had a secret affair in the cellar, and had left behind many achievements there. Clearly, the bandit leader saw through his act and sneered. You're not being honest, and being dishonest will get you punished. Suddenly, a bandit stepped forward and kicked Lu the widow. She lost her balance and fell on the snow. The bandit quickly grabbed her hand and held it down tightly. The ruthless bandit leader remained calm, looking down at his superior position and saying, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't talk, I'll have my men chop off your hands. Oh my God, I really don't know, sir, please spare me. Widow Lu wailed and cried loudly, and in her fear, she immediately lost control of her bladder. Upon seeing this, the bandits burst into laughter, while the ruthless bandit leader remained indifferent. Fine, looks like you still want to suffer a bit. Chop off her hand. All right. Another henchman raised his curved knife to strike. Widow Lu was so frightened that she fainted on the spot. Stop! Just then, a hidden spot made of straw not far away was pushed open. Qin rushed out, her lips trembling, but her eyes were resolute. Don't make things difficult for Aunt Lu, I'm the person you're looking for. The bandit leader was slightly taken aback when he saw Qin Ru. This young woman had a curvaceous figure, and although she was wearing thick clothes, it couldn't hide her full figure as a woman. "Damn, boss, this girl is really hot," several of his underlings said, their throats practically steaming. The ruthless bandit leader shoved his underlings aside and looked Qin Ru up and down. "Didn't you say you had 2 young ladies? Where's the other one?" Qin Ru was taken aback, and her eyes instinctively turned to look behind her. The bandit leader kicked one of his henchmen, who immediately understood and rushed over, pried open the pile of straw to take a look. "Holy crap, boss, there's an even younger, prettier woman inside, she's like a fairy." What are you doing? "Just take me away, you can't touch her." Qin Ru panicked and stepped forward to stop them. But several bandits had gone mad and charged towards them. Xin Shuang was pulled out by the bandits who rushed in first, and they straddled her and tried to tear her clothes. But just then, another arrow pierced the wind from the night. "Call out!" Pfft! The bandit who wanted to defile Xin Shuang was shot through the throat by an arrow and fell to the ground with a thud. The bandits who rushed over were so frightened that they hid and looked around in terror. "Boss, didn't Xiao Wu and Lao Qi go to catch that kid? How come there was a sneak attack? Damn it, another brother lost." The bandit leader was clearly more experienced. He locked onto the direction at a glance, and immediately drew his longbow to its full extent, aiming at Ning Yuan's 2 women. He said coldly, "He's probably dead already. That kid's archery skills are terrifying. Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the bandit shouted loudly in that direction. "Kid, your archery skills are impressive. Even I, a former commander of 1,000 men, have to admire them. But do you think your 2 women can dodge my arrows? If you're a man, come out here, or I'll kill them." Xin Shuang and Qin Ru hugged each other, both surprised and frightened. "Husband, don't come out. Go report to the authorities. In the next life, we will still be your woman." "Husband, don't come out. Go report to the authorities. In the next life, we will still be your woman." In the darkness, a dark figure jumped down from a tree 100 meters away. Ning Yuan, carrying a quiver and a longbow, naturally set it aside and stepped out. "Hey, your grandpa's here. What kind of skill is it to bully women? If you've got the guts, come at me." Chapter 24. The offense and defense have changed. I'll eliminate the weeds at the root. Ning Yuan's figure stopped in the snow, and the bandits' eyes immediately turned bloodshot, wishing they could devour him alive. "Brother! Let me kill this brat and avenge the brothers!" one of the bandits shouted excitedly. "Wait a minute." The bandit leader raised his hand to stop him, looking Ning Yuan up and down, a hint of undisguised admiration in his eyes. "Young man, I didn't realize you were so young yet possessed such sharp archery skills and extraordinary courage." He grinned. "The kind of person I admire most is someone who is loyal and capable. Today, I'll show you a way out. Will you consider it?" Ning Yuan gave him a cold look. "What clear path? Come up the mountain with me and join us." The bandit leader's voice was deep and menacing. "Drink from large bowls, eat large chunks of meat, and you'll have plenty of gold, silver, and women." "Brother! He killed so many of our brothers, and you still let him up the mountain?" Several bandits nearby could hardly believe their ears, their faces full of indignation. The bandit leader ignored their protests, but the longbow in his hand remained motionless. The arrowheads gleamed coldly, steadily aimed at Xin Shuang and Qin Ru not far away. Then the conversation shifted. "However, you killed so many of us, and you think you can just go up the mountain like this? The brothers can't swallow this anger. In order to prove my loyalty, you have to pay a price first, so that I can give the brothers an explanation." The bandit leader's tone was calm and left no room for argument. "Here's the deal, you choose a woman, and I'll shoot her on the spot. How about the other one comes up the mountain with you?" Ning Yuan's heart tightened, and his gaze swept over his 2 women. Qin Ru's face was deathly pale. She struggled to take a step forward, her voice trembling. "Husband! Husband, kill me! It was my fault for accidentally revealing our hiding place. I'll take the blame." Qin Shuang suddenly rushed forward and shielded Qin Ru behind her. No! Husband, choose me! My sister finally has a home, you must live a good life together. Brother! Killing women is no skill! The real culprit is right in front of us! The bandit with bloodshot eyes roared. The one who was shot through the throat by Ning Yuan's arrow just now was his own younger brother. Brother, hand him over to me. I want to avenge my brother myself. The ruthless bandit leader still wore that chilling smile, ignoring his men and staring intently at Ning Yuan, waiting for his decision. Big brother! Seeing that their leader remained unmoved, the bandit, now grieving the loss of his brother, became enraged and completely lost his mind, yelling, Fuck your mother! Pay for my brother's life! He roared, brandished his scimitar, and charged headlong towards Ning Yuan without regard for anything else. This sudden turn of events caused Qin Shuang and Qin Ru to cry out in surprise, their legs buckling as they collapsed to the ground. Just as the blade was about to touch Ning Yuan. Call out! A sharp arrow tore through the night, shooting swiftly from a blind spot in everyone's sight. The arrow pierced the right side of the suddenly charging bandit's neck with perfect accuracy, bringing his forward momentum to an abrupt halt. He fell to the ground with a thud, splashing red and white. Who? This unexpected arrow instantly reversed the situation. The bandit leader suddenly turned his head and saw a warhorse neighing in the night, breaking the deathly silence of Mo village. A general clad in gleaming silver armor, and wielding a long spear charged forward at breakneck speed. Beside him was Zhou Qiong, who had returned, his face pale. Zhou Qiong's bowstring twanged again, and the second arrow was released, aimed straight at the bandit leader's face. Call out! The bandit leader was, after all, a former commander of a border beacon tower, with rich combat experience. He was instinctively alert when he heard the sound of horses' hooves. The arrow came flying through the air, but he didn't take it head-on. Instead, he rolled sharply to the side and back, swiftly and awkwardly hiding behind the courtyard wall of Ning Yuan's house. Hunter Ning, be careful! Zhou Qiong warned urgently. The bandit leader had just hidden in the courtyard when, under the cover of the broken walls, he drew his bow and aimed an arrow at Ning Yuan. But he was fast, and Ning Yuan was even faster. Ning Yuan's eyes were deep and cold. At this moment, he was the true hunter. His bow was drawn to its fullest extent, and he released his grip. Collapse! The bowstring twanged, and the arrows shot forth. From this angle, Ning Yuan could clearly see the moment the other person looked up in astonishment. The arrowhead flashed coldly in the night, covering a distance of 100 paces in an instant. Pfft! The arrow pierced deep into the abdomen of the bandit leader. Ning Yuan's eyes were icy cold. Without the slightest hesitation, he had already knocked the second arrow and aimed it directly at the opponent's face. Die! The second arrow whistled out. The bandit leader knew he had lost the chance to kill Ning Yuan the moment he was hit by the first arrow. Despite the excruciating pain, he slammed open the rickety wooden door of the woodshed behind him and slipped inside. Ning Yuan's second arrow pierced the door panel he had just closed with a thud, its fletching dangling wildly on the wooden board. Upon seeing the silver-armored general and the border cavalry that followed, the remaining bandits were terrified, abandoning all thoughts of revenge and fleeing into the depths of the mountains. Chase them! Leave no deserters alive! The young general in silver armor had a clear, crisp voice, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. With a flick of her silver spear, she spurred her horse and charged towards the woodshed where the bandit leader was hiding. The warhorse reared up and slammed its hooves, as big as bowls, into the wooden door. Boom! The already rotten wooden door shattered with a crack, scattering wood chips and snow everywhere. Damn it! The silver-armored young general scanned the empty woodshed and saw a hole in the back wall, but the person was nowhere to be seen. She glanced back at Ning Yuan with a puzzled look, and before she could say anything, she spurred her horse and sped off along the bloodstains on the snow. Brother Ning Yuan, are you all right? Zhou Qiong, supported by a soldier, struggled to dismount and walked over weakly, clutching his chest. Ning Yuan quickly stepped forward to catch him, Brother Joe! I really didn't expect. You actually brought reinforcements, and the border troops at that. Zhou Qiong smiled bitterly and shook his head, as if he had something difficult to say, and waved his hand. Don't ask those questions yet. Are you and your wife all right? But when his gaze swept over the bandits' corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, and then he saw Ning Yuan, whose clothes were stained with blood but whose expression remained calm, his lips twitched involuntarily. Looks like I was worrying for nothing. You've got guts, kid! Single-handedly, he managed to outmaneuver more than a dozen deserters with extensive combat experience, managing to kill several of them while protecting his family. Zhou Qiong knew that even in his prime, he might not have been able to achieve such composure and skill. Brother Zhou, are these people really border troops? Ning Yuan noticed that these soldiers were well equipped, with standard longbows, scimitars, and even war horses, which was something that the Qinghe County government could not possibly possess. Zhou Qiong sighed, his face grave. Now is not the time to talk about this. These bandits are a menace. If we don't wipe them out now, they'll cause endless trouble. Leave the rest to them. Help me inside to rest. Ning Yuan stood still, without moving. What's wrong? Zhou Qiong asked, puzzled. Ning Yuan turned around and silently picked up the scattered arrows one by one, putting them back into the quiver with steady and firm movements. Brother Zhou, these bandits know every blade of grass and every tree in Blackwind Ridge. The border troops were unfamiliar with the area, and it was snowing heavily at night. I don't think they could wipe out this group. Zhou Qiong's expression changed slightly. Could it be that you? Ning Yuan turned around, his gaze sweeping over the still shaken Xun Shuang and Qin Ru, his eyes becoming incredibly resolute. In order to eliminate future troubles and to ensure they can sleep peacefully in the future, I cannot let this threat continue to loom over our heads. Husband! Don't go! The soldiers have already gone after them, leave it to them. Xun Shuang instantly understood Ning Yuan's intention, and cried out, trying to rush over to stop him. Ning Yuan only glanced at them deeply before his figure disappeared into the black wind ridge ahead like a ghost. He knew that the only way for these routed bandits to survive was to escape back to their easily defensible Black Wind Ridge stronghold. They couldn't outrun the border troops' war horses. Their only chance of survival lay in their familiarity with the terrain. What Ning Yuan had to do was to personally go into the mountains, and nip this glimmer of hope in the bud. The biting wind howled as it swept across the ridge of Black Wind Ridge. Heavy snow was falling, and the temperature in the mountains and forests was terrifyingly low. Ning Yuan's body temperature was rapidly dropping, but his mind remained unusually clear and calm. He followed the faint footprints and scattered bloodstains on the snow, traversing the rugged mountain path quickly. The bandits had been entrenched in this area for many years. When they descended the mountain at night, there must have been a small path to shelter them from the wind and cold, allowing them to go up and down the mountain as quickly as possible. Just as he was focused on tracking, a clear, sharp shout suddenly came from the hillside not far ahead. Stop right there! You can't escape! Ning Yuan had excellent eyesight, and upon hearing the sound, he looked in the direction and was taken aback. The young general, clad in silver armor, was now carrying a silver spear and chasing after the enemy up the hillside. She was none other than a young female general with a lithe figure and a commanding presence. Her target was the ruthless bandit leader, who was wearing a black bear skin, his belly stained with blood, and was trying to sneak into a dense forest. Chapter 25. Take this hunter away, this general has his eye on him. The night was as dark as ink, and snow was falling heavily. The cold wind of Black Wind Ridge felt like a knife cutting into your face. What the hell is going to happen to me? How did the border troops, how did they manage to sneak into this place? The ruthless bandit leader leaned against the century-old pine tree, pressing hard on the wound in his abdomen that was constantly bleeding. He had pulled the arrow out during his escape, but the excruciating pain still lingered. He gazed at the path to survival ahead, a sharp pain gripping his heart. All the wealth I've worked so hard to build up is gone. He turned into a secluded path, hidden by withered branches and snow, a path that offered shelter from the wind and snow and was the fastest shortcut back to the mountain village. As long as we return to the mountain stronghold, with its strategic location and remaining manpower, we still have a chance to turn the tide. This trip down the mountain was a huge loss. If I had known this would happen, I should have brought more brothers with me, and we wouldn't have been forced into such a desperate situation by that young hunter. However, just when he thought he was about to escape danger, "Call out!" A familiar, chilling sound rang out again without warning. That sound was like a death warrant from the king of hell. The bandit leader didn't even have time to see where the arrow came from. Relying entirely on his fighting instincts honed over years of battle, he lunged at an ancient pine tree that required 2 people to encircle. Do! An arrow was planted diagonally in the snow where he had just landed, its fletching still trembling violently. The ruthless bandit leader leaned against an ancient pine tree, panting heavily. He knew without a doubt who had come after him. Instead of getting angry, he laughed, bared his teeth, pulled out a gourd from his waist, and took a big gulp of strong liquor. The bandit leader growled towards the darkness from which the arrows had come. "Little brother, we really are destined to meet. Even those guys in armor couldn't catch me, but you found my secret passage back to the mountain. You've got some nerve." Behind a rocky hillside 300 meters away, Ning Yuan remained silent as he slowly drew back his longbow, nocking the second arrow. Without uttering a single word, his gaze locked onto the centuries-old pine tree, the tip of his arrow gleaming with a deadly cold light in the snow. "Call out!" The second arrow pierced the air and shot straight at the ancient pine tree. Bang! Wood chips mixed with snowflakes exploded, arrows embedded deeply in tree trunks, their fletchings trembling rapidly. The arrow startled the bandit leader behind the tree, making his heart pound. Judging from the sound and distance, Ning Yuan was at least 250 paces away, yet he had such accuracy, which was truly terrifying. He had originally planned to break through during the gap in Ning Yuan's archery practice, but now he didn't even dare to show his head. "Brother, let's talk this over," the bandit leader shouted, barely suppressing his panic. "If you let me leave, I promise I will never set foot in Mo Village again, anywhere in Black Wind Ridge. How about it?" The dense forest was silent, save for the howling wind and snow. Ning Yuan did not answer, but instead drew his bow fully again from a distance. "Brother, in this freezing weather, even if you trap me here to death, you'll still freeze to death yourself." The bandit leader was unwilling to give up, his voice trembling slightly. "Honestly, I don't really have that much of a grudge against you. Both of your women are safe and sound, so why risk your life?" At that moment, Ning Yuan's icy voice pierced through the wind and snow. "I might freeze to death here, but you will definitely bleed to death. Let's see if you bleed faster, or if I lose my fever faster." "Damn it!" The bandit leader was hit where it hurt. The wound in his abdomen kept bleeding in the freezing cold, and the blood froze into ice when the wind blew. He gritted his teeth and gulped down a large mouthful of wine, greedily inhaling the cold air, trying to determine Ning Yuan's exact location by sound. His right hand stealthily reached for the bow at his waist. "Call out!" The third arrow pierced the wind and struck the same spot on the ancient pine tree, causing the snow on the treetop to fall with a whoosh and hit his face. The arrow was so accurate that it chilled him to the bone, completely shattering his courage to retaliate. At that distance, he could barely see Ning Yuan, let alone aim at him. "Am I really going to die here today?" He had once been a border army commander, slaying countless enemies on the battlefield, but now he was being forced to keep his head down by a 19-year-old hunter from a mountain village. He felt both angry and sad. The fourth arrow struck again, and the bandit leader shuddered, completely collapsing and cursing loudly. "You little bastard! Come and fight me one-on-one if you dare! What kind of hero shoots arrows from the shadows?" Deep in the dense forest, Ning Yuan's voice, as cold as ice slicing through the night sky, said, "It's too late." "Oh no!" The bandit leader suddenly realized something. He suddenly realized that Ning Yuan's previous arrows were not fired blindly, but rather. "Call out!" The fifth arrow, with its specially designed armor-piercing tip, hurtled towards them with the force of tearing through the wind and snow. This arrow struck the deep hole carved into the tree trunk by the previous arrows with perfect accuracy, and the enormous impact instantly tore through the wooden defenses. Pfft! The arrow tip pierced through the ancient pine tree and went straight into the throat of the bandit leader. His eyes widened in disbelief as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his hands futilely reaching for the arrow shaft that had pierced his neck. Through his blurred vision, he saw Ning Yuan's figure emerge from the wind and snow, his eyes chillingly cold. "You really think you'll be safe hiding behind a tree?" Ning Yuan's voice remained completely calm. It turns out he had been planning this from the very first arrow. The first arrow finds its target, and the next 3 arrows hit the same spot in succession, continuously deepening the wound and weakening the tree trunk's defenses, until the 5th arrow delivers the final blow. The bandit leader gave a bitter smile, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. Looking at the spirited young man before him, he seemed to see himself many years ago, equally passionate but whose future was ruined by his humble origins. In the end, he died on that snowy night, and Ning Yuan silently removed the black bear skin that symbolized power from his body. Soon after, the sound of hooves and shouts of the border troops grew louder as they approached. "General, the person is here!" The female general, clad in silver-white armor, strode over. Wearing such heavy armor must have taken a toll on her physical strength. But when she saw the way the corpse had died, she couldn't help but gasp. "Such domineering archery skills, such deep cunning!" She carefully observed the almost overlapping arrow holes on the tree trunk, and was deeply shocked. Even if she had practiced archery since childhood, she might not have such precise control within 50 paces. "Who did this?" she murmured to herself, gazing into the deep, snowy forest. "Husband!" When Ning Yuan appeared at the door, Xin Shuang and Qin Ru immediately rushed into his arms. The 2 women hugged each other tightly, refusing to let go no matter what. "It's all right, don't be afraid." Ning Yuan gently wiped away their tears and looked up at Zhou Qiong, whose expression was complicated. "Is it resolved?" Zhou Qiong asked. Ning Yuan nodded. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Qiong's eyes, which then turned into a sigh. "To be honest, with your courage and archery skills, if you joined the army, you would surely rise to the rank of commander within 3 years. It's a pity." He looked into the distance, his tone complicated. Just as the atmosphere in the courtyard was becoming somewhat somber, the sound of crisp hoofbeats broke the silence. The silver-armored female general, accompanied by 2 personal guards, walked straight into the courtyard, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. She threw the bandit leader's head on the ground, which frightened Xin Shuang and Qin Ru so much that they turned pale and hurriedly hid behind Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan stepped forward, standing between the female general and her family, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, General, for ridding Mo village of this scourge." The female general took off her helmet, and her long black hair flew in the wind. Her alluring thin lips curved slightly. "You killed this bandit, didn't you?" Ning Yuan remained unfazed. "General, you jest. I am but a humble hunter. How could I possess such skill? This man is naturally to be killed by you, General." "Humph!" The female general sneered, pointing to the black bear skin. "This hide was originally worn by that deserter commander, but now it's with you. What's your explanation for that?" Ning Yuan was taken aback, turned his head and saw the black bear skin casually placed aside, then slapped his forehead. "Even the most meticulous grasp can have a flaw." Seeing his silence, the female general waved to the soldiers behind her. "Men, take him back to camp. He has such great talent." Her gaze was sharp, and her words were clear. "This general has taken a liking to you." Chapter 26 Military Service. "Someone take him back to camp." The female general's voice was cold. Without turning her head, she held her spear horizontally, turned around, and was about to mount her horse, her black hair fluttering in the cold wind. "Such talent, I, the general, have taken a liking to you." 2 border soldiers stepped forward in response, their swords half drawn, and reached out to capture Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously shielded Xin Shuang and Qin Ru behind him, his posture slightly lowered, as if facing a formidable enemy. He knew perfectly well that although the war seemed to be under control, the border towns were short of personnel. It's no secret that they're forcibly conscripting soldiers from nearby areas. Therefore, Ning Yuan felt that he would not go. Just as he was about to resist, a burly figure was faster than him, having already stood up and stood like an iron tower between him and the border soldiers. It was a weak and impoverished Zhou Qiong. "Zhou Qiong, what do you want to do?" a bearded border soldier shouted angrily. "The general's appreciation for this lad is his good fortune. Don't be ungrateful, get out of the way." "General!" Ignoring his injuries, Zhou Qiong knelt heavily on one knee, clasped his hands, raised his head, and looked intently at the female general who was already sitting upright on her horse. "This humble general, I am in dire straits and beg the general. Please spare my brother, considering our past service in the 3 banners of the Guangdong garrison." The wind and snow swept through the courtyard, and for a moment there was silence. The female general reined in her warhorse, her phoenix eyes lowered slightly, and her icy gaze fell on Zhou Qiong's face as if it were solid. The tip of her gun gleamed with a chilling light in the reflection of the snow. "Zhou Qiong," she began, her voice devoid of any emotion. "You dare mention the Guangdong garrison command? If you obstruct us again, we'll arrest you too." Zhou Qiong's knuckles turned white as he clasped his hands together, but his gaze remained exceptionally firm and unwavering. "Brother Ning saved my life, and he still has wives and concubines waiting anxiously at the door. If the general forcibly takes him away, he will cut off his family's livelihood. This humble citizen cannot stand idly by even at the cost of his life." "Zhou Qiong, are you crazy?" The bearded border soldier was both anxious and angry. He rushed forward, grabbed Zhou Qiong's collar, and said in a low voice, "Damn it, are you out of your mind? You know what kind of temper she has. If you keep talking, she might actually stab you." Zhou Qiong let him pull him along, his gaze still fixed on the female general, speaking each word clearly and forcefully. "If Blackwater City absolutely requires conscription, Zhou Qiong is willing to go in place of Brother Ning." "You!" The bearded man stomped his foot in anger, but suddenly sensed a chilling killing intent coming from behind him, and immediately fell silent. On horseback, the female general silently looked down at Zhou Qiong, and Zhou Qiong met her gaze without flinching. Time flowed slowly in the deadly standoff, each breath feeling like an eternity. Ning Yuan clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently, a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, almost making him take a step forward and shout, "I'll go myself!" But when he looked at Qin Shuang and Qin Ru, who were standing close together with pale faces behind him, the burning word stuck in his throat. He was an exceptional archer, but he couldn't afford to gamble. He didn't belong to this era and had no interest in so-called military achievements and glory. He only wanted to protect the peace and stability in this small space. The rise and fall of dynasties and the flames of war on the borders were far less important to him than the safety of the person in his arms. After a long silence, the female general's voice rang out again, still cold, but inexplicably lacking some of its killing intent. "Heal your wounds. You have 3 days. Report to the main camp 100 miles outside Blackwater City in 3 days." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly spurred her horse, the warhorse neighed, and she shot off like an arrow into the vast snowy night. The bearded commander breathed a sigh of relief, glared at Zhou Qiong with a hint of helplessness and worry, waved his hand, and led his soldiers to mount their horses and chase after the female general. As the sound of hoofs faded into the distance, Zhou Qiong's breath suddenly went out, his vision went black, and he fell straight backward. "Brother Zhou!" When I opened my eyes again, the sunlight was already shining on me through the dilapidated window frame. Zhou Qiong discovered that he was covered with a blood-stained but unusually warm black bear skin. Ning Yuan was sitting by the stove not far away, absent-mindedly polishing a few arrowheads, his brows furrowed. "Brother Zhou, you're awake!" Seeing Zhou Qiong looking over, Ning Yuan quickly put down his work and walked over. Zhou Qiong forced a tired smile. "Kid, didn't you sleep a wink all night?" Ning Yuan scratched his head and chuckled. "Brother Zhou is so badly injured, how could I dare to sleep? How are you feeling?" He won't die. Zhou Qiong struggled to sit up and leaned against the earthen wall. Don't blame yourself. You have family to worry about. If you go to that godforsaken place, how will they survive in this world? I'm all alone, so it won't matter if I go. Consider it as repaying your life-saving grace. Ning Yuan was silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice. Brother Zhou, you and that female general seem to be old acquaintances? Why is she so towards you? Zhou Qiong gave a bitter laugh, his smile filled with vicissitudes and disappointment with officialdom. Yes, an old acquaintance. Back when I was working in the Three Banners of the Guangdong garrison, she was the daughter of the old garrison commander. He paused, his gaze drifting into the distance. I'm a straightforward person. I don't understand the intricacies of officialdom. Once, I drank too much at a victory celebration banquet and offended someone I shouldn't have. My military merits were stolen, and I was framed. Fortunately, some people took pity on me and didn't take my life. They just kicked me out and sent me to Qinghe County to wait for death. Ning Yuan remained silent. He was unwilling to get involved in officialdom because he knew it was dangerous. Zhou Qiong's experience further confirmed his judgment. Zhou Qiong looked at Ning Yuan and seemed to see another version of himself in him. A soul swept up by the tide of the times, yet still trying to preserve the last bit of passion in its heart. At this moment, Xin Shuang carried in hot porridge. When she saw that Zhou Qiong had woken up, she suddenly put down the wooden bowl and walked to Zhou Qiong. He knelt down with a thud and solemnly kowtowed 3 times. Zhou Qiong was taken aback. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Ning Yuan was also taken aback. Xin Shuang raised her head, her eyes slightly red, her voice choked but clear. Brother Zhou, you saved my husband, which means you saved my whole family. I have no way to repay you except to kowtow to you. Thank you. Zhou Qiong quickly offered a helping hand, shaking his head and speaking in a hoarse voice. Get up, you're making me feel terrible. You too should live a good life, have children in the future, and live peacefully. That would be the best way to thank me. After a simple meal, Ning Yuan and his family escorted Zhou Qiong out of Mo village. At the crossroads 3 miles outside the village, Zhou Qiong stopped. He turned around and patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder heavily. Ning Yuan, he said in a low voice. Actually, I used to have a home too. My wife is no worse than your 2 daughters-in-law, and I also have a daughter, but... His words came to an abrupt halt, as if the deep-seated pain and pride were blocked by something, ultimately turning into a long sigh and a wave of his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Farewell. I'll come back for a drink with you after I've made something of myself in this border town. Ning Yuan hurriedly pulled a heavy cloth bag from his pocket, which contained almost all of his savings. He stuffed over 200 taels of silver into Zhou Qiong's hand. Brother Zhou, the border town is bitterly cold. Take these and use them to buy some clothes and food. Zhou Qiong glanced at the silver, then suddenly burst into laughter and pushed the money bag back. Silly boy! Keep this for your wives to buy household items. In that border town, money doesn't go around eating. Goodbye. See you again someday. With that, he waved his hand casually, turned around, and strode into the wind and snow. His back was straight, yet it exuded an indescribable loneliness. Husband! Qin Shuang and Qin Ru nestled beside Ning Yuan, gazing in the direction Zhou Qiong had gone, their noses stinging with tears. What a wonderful person he was! Ning Yuan held the 2 of them tightly, his emotions a jumbled mess. Yes, what a wonderful person! He's the best person I've met since I transmigrated. The 2 women looked up in confusion at Ning Yuan's words. 3 days later, in Qinghe County. Ning Yuan, carrying a newly bought thick cotton coat and carefully prepared dried meat, came to Yuelai restaurant again. Oh dear, Hunter Ning, you've come at an inopportune time, Zhang Quangui said, rubbing his hands together with a smile on his face. What? Ning Yuan's heart sank. Dean Zhou, oh no, now I should call him General Zhou, Zhang Quangui said. He left early the day before yesterday, alone, on foot towards the border town. What? Ning Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Didn't we agree on 3 days later? Why did you leave early? Who knows? Zhang Quangue shrugged. Maybe General Zhou is in a hurry to make his mark. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Ning Yuan's heart. He vaguely felt that Zhou Qiong's departure was probably not for fame or fortune, but rather, a death wish. Just as he was feeling uneasy, a sweet, melodious female voice rang out from behind him. Dr. Ning! It's you! You've finally arrived. Chapter 27 The government is sending women. After the snow cleared, the streets of Qinghe County were sparsely populated with vehicles and horses. An elegantly decorated carriage slowly moved along, and a slender hand lifted the curtain, revealing Zhao Linger's fair and snow-white face. She wore a snow fox vest and a bright red cotton coat, which made her look as beautiful as a crabapple in early spring. She also held a fluffy puppy in her arms. Dr. Ning! It really is you! Upon seeing Ning Yuan, Zhao Linger handed the puppy to her maid and jumped down lightly before the carriage had even come to a complete stop, quickly walking up to Ning Yuan. Those smiling eyes were clear and lively, and her slightly chubby cheeks were flushed red by the cold wind. Ning Yuan, seeing that she was the county magistrate's daughter, took a half-step back and bowed respectfully. Miss Zhao, please stop calling me Miracle Doctor and just call me Ning Yuan or Hunter Ning. Ning Yuan's lips twitched. Didn't he know his own limited medical skills? Zhao Linger seemed not to hear his refusal and spoke quickly. Dr. Ning, did you come here specifically to visit Grandma? She felt much better after taking the prescription you gave her, and she talks about you every day. Seeing her enthusiasm, Ning Yuan kept his distance and continued. I was just about to go to the manor to visit the old lady. I would be grateful if Miss Zhao could lead the way. Okay. Zhao Linger replied happily, turning around to return to the carriage, but saw Ning Yuan stop and asked in confusion. Dr. Ning, please get in the carriage. Ning Yuan looked around, feeling slightly embarrassed. He cupped his hands and said in a low voice, Miss Zhao, this is not in accordance with etiquette. It might cause gossip if a man and a woman ride together. Zhao Linger was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening, and her cheeks flushed slightly. It was my oversight. I'm sorry to trouble you to walk with me, Dr. Ning. The deep courtyard of the Zhao residence. As the servants swept the remaining snow from the steps, Zhao Linger's clear voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Grandma! Dr. Ning has come to see you! Inside the main hall, Madame Zhao, dressed in a thick satin cotton robe, looked noticeably healthier. When she saw Ning Yuan, she beckoned him affectionately. Dr. Ning, please come in and warm yourself up. Xiao Qing, go and prepare some charcoal. Ning Yuan examined the patient and found that the recovery was going well, so he immediately offered his congratulations. The old lady is recovering very well, so Ning Yuan is relieved. Ning Yuan smiled and explained his purpose. I have come today to pay my respects and to ask the magistrate for some advice. I wonder about Magistrate Zhao. My son went to the government office, saying that there was urgent business with his superiors, and he should be back soon. The old lady looked at Ning Yuan with gentle eyes, and the more she looked at him, the more she felt that the boy had a proper demeanor, and she couldn't help but ask with concern. You haven't eaten yet, have you? If you don't mind, why don't you have a simple meal at my place while you wait for him? Ning Yuan wanted to decline, but Zhao Linger had already ordered the preparation of a meal. She then asked curiously, Dr. Ning, your medical skills are so superb, which master did you learn from? At this point, Zhao Linger's eyes revealed an undisguised longing. Everyone in her family knew that she had cherished the desire to help the world and practice medicine since she was a child. Ning Yuan smiled modestly. I am a man from the mountains and fields, I have no famous teachers. I only have some ancestral folk remedies, plus my own daily practice. If you don't mind, miss, I can share what I know in my spare time. Really? Zhao Linger stepped forward in surprise, then realized she had lost her composure and quietly retreated behind her grandmother, her ears burning slightly. The old lady took in her granddaughter's expression and sighed inwardly. Her tone softened further as she tentatively asked, Dr. Ning, please forgive my intrusion, but how old are you this year? And who else is in your family? Ning Yuan understood and cautiously replied, I am 20 years old, by Chinese reckoning. My elders have long since passed away, and my elder brother died defending the border 3 years ago. Now I am married. The atmosphere in the hall became slightly tense after the last 4 words were uttered. The old lady's smile faded slightly as she noticed a light in her granddaughter's eyes dimming. Just then, a servant announced that Magistrate Zhao should return to his residence. A burst of hearty laughter followed immediately, and Magistrate Zhao entered the hall with a broad smile. Madam, Master is back. A hearty laugh came from outside. Mother, I heard that Dr. Ning has come to visit. Ning Yuan turned around and saw Magistrate Zhao approaching, dressed as a 7th-rank official. Oh, it really is Dr. Ning. Magistrate Zhao saw Ning Yuan, who had a wasp waist, a broad back, and was 1.8 meters tall, and immediately strode over. Ning Yuan bowed and said, Magistrate Zhao. Ning Yuan, you'd better stay today so that I, Zhao, can treat you to a proper meal. Ning Yuan did not refuse and then said, Magistrate Zhao, I have a private matter I would like to ask you. What do you think? Without a second thought, Magistrate Zhao nodded and said, Then come with me. Upon arriving at the study, the door was found to be tightly closed. Is this all you wanted to ask? Magistrate Zhao was somewhat surprised to learn that Ning Yuan wanted to inquire about Zhou Qiong's background. He thought Ning Yuan would ask him for something that would benefit him, but he didn't. Instead, they were concerned about Zhou Qiong, who had a special status. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Ning Yuan, I also know about what happened in Mo Village. I heard that your archery skills have been appreciated by the general of the Guangdong garrison. They even killed the deserter commander listed on the wanted list. But I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't tell you what Zhou Qiong went through before. Ning Yuan was taken aback. Why? Magistrate Zhao frowned. All I can tell you is that Zhou Qiong offended someone he shouldn't have in Guangdong. In the end, his wife and daughters died tragically, and he was exiled to this place. Ning Yuan's heart tightened. No wonder the bearded border soldier looked so grim when he heard that Ning Yuan was going to the border town in his place. Once he rejoins the military and becomes a border soldier, will the so-called big shots he offended before be able to let him off easily? Ning Yuan's mood grew even heavier. Zhou Qiong was truly prepared to die when he went there. This only deepened his disappointment with the Great Gan Empire. Behind the red gates, meat and wine go to waste. On the streets, the frozen dead lie scattered. High-ranking officials and powerful families indulged in nightly revelry, while ordinary people struggled to feed themselves, and in many remote areas, cannibalism by exchanging children had become a common occurrence. But those so-called local officials chose to ignore them. By the way, Ning Yuan, do you have a wife? Magistrate Zhao changed the subject. Ning Yuan was taken aback. Surely Magistrate Zhao wouldn't want to marry his daughter to him. He immediately replied, I also have wives and concubines. Oh, I see. Recently, the imperial court sent a batch of convicted women, and there are quotas available for more than a dozen villages in Qinghe County. Given your current financial resources, adopting a few children shouldn't be a problem. Why don't you consider staying at home to have children for you? Wouldn't that be wonderful? The term, criminal woman, is used in official circles. In common parlance, they are called female slaves. Most of them were women from defeated countries who were sent by the Great Gan Empire to bear children for men in the Great Gan Empire. Ning Yuan refused on the spot without even thinking. Magistrate Zhao, I already have 2 wives and concubines at home, and besides, this humble abode is too small for me to ask for more. Magistrate Zhao stroked his beard and smiled. No rush, you can wait until after dinner to take a look at these criminal women. If my wife weren't so fierce and domineering, I would have adopted 2 children. Men tell dirty jokes, regardless of age, so Ning Yuan just laughed it off. He's not an idiot. Did you really get the sinful woman for free? To claim a convicted woman, you must first pay a human fee. Some high-class convicts, such as noblewomen from a defeated kingdom, could fetch at least 1,000 taels of silver in hostage fees. I've even heard that a powerful family in the capital wanted a concubine from a fallen kingdom, and the cost of her was calculated in tens of thousands of gold coins. I have spare money. I wouldn't waste it on these criminal women. Soon, Zhao Linger came to the study to call for dinner, looking rather sullen. He was probably upset to learn that Ning Yuan already had wives and concubines. Ning Yuan understood that at this age, youth is restless, and people believe that love should be passionate and dramatic, regardless of background or social standing, and that they only care about the person. But when Zhao Linger gets a few more years older, she should understand what it means to have different social statuses. Therefore, Ning Yuan did not have any designs on Zhao Linger. He would rather stay away from this woman than allow her to touch him, and Magistrate Zhao would not allow a hunter like him to do so either. After finishing his meal, Ning Yuan took his leave. Before leaving, he whispered one more request in Magistrate Ao's ear. If Zhou Qiong might return with the border troops transporting grain to make purchases, please ask him to make sure to tell someone to do so. Then Ning Yuan walked out carrying a basket on his back and happened to pass by the gate of the government office. In front of the gate, horse-drawn carriages carried groups of women dressed in thin clothes. These women either looked terrified or lost and numb. These are likely all quotas for female criminals to be allocated by Qinghe County. Ning Yuan glanced at it, and then turned to leave. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a tall, striking woman in the last prison cell. The woman's hair was disheveled, yet it couldn't conceal the familiar sharpness between her brows. The moment their eyes met, Ning Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and a storm of emotions surged within him. The woman was also stunned, and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Ning Yuan. "It's you, General! What are you doing here?" This woman is none other than the daughter of the Guangdong garrison commander, and the female general of the Blackwater border city. Chapter 28. Don't you want to try the taste of a female general? Ning Yuan rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was seeing things. The female prisoner in the prison cart looked almost exactly like the daughter of the Guangdong garrison commander. Is it really possible for two people to resemble each other without any blood relation in this world? A yamen runner noticed Ning Yuan and quickly stepped forward with a smile to greet him. "Dr. Ning, it's you." The constable leaned closer and whispered, "You've taken a fancy to this criminal woman? Why don't you take her back? This criminal is tall, taller than many men in the country, and would be a perfect match for you, Dr. Ning." Ning Yuan frowned. "This woman is Shui Hongyi, the daughter of the Guangdong garrison commander." "What? She really is?" Ning Yuan looked down incredulously. "How could she have become a criminal?" The constable's eyes darted around Shui Hongyi, especially lingering on her long, slender legs. "Someone who has practiced martial arts since childhood must have incredibly strong legs." He chuckled. "Last month, the commander of the Guangdong garrison was dismissed, which was involved in the court's factional struggles, and the entire garrison was raided. The garrison commander was beheaded, and most of his female relatives were sent to brothels. As for this young lady, she's a female general of the border army, hee." Ning Yuan frowned, his gaze falling on Shui Hongyi once again. Just 3 days ago she was dashing and imposing, but now she's fallen so low. Ning Yuan sighed. The powerful and influential people in the court are nothing more than candles flickering in the wind. This reminded him of a saying, "Don't mistake a moment for eternity, because no one knows what they might lose in the next second." Ning Yuan turned to leave, and Shui Hongyi slowly raised her head, glancing at his back out of the corner of her eye. "Dr. Ning, you really don't want it?" The bailiff pounded on the prison cart and shouted. "The opportunity to ride a female general and sleep with the daughter of the garrison commander is not something everyone gets. If you don't want her, what a waste it would be if she were sent to an even more remote village to be defiled by those dirty old men?" Shui Hongyi trembled all over. The intense humiliation made her bite her chapped lips until they bled, and drops fell onto her trousers. "What? That female general was brought down because her family was involved in a political struggle?" Back home, Ning Yuan tanned the black bear skin while telling Qin Ru and Qin Shuang the news he had heard in the county. Qin Ru's hand trembled slightly, and she sighed softly. Although the war has stopped, the world is not necessarily at peace. She recalled that her family had once been a wealthy business family. But years of war destroyed his home, his father and brothers were conscripted into the army and falsely accused, and everything vanished. Perhaps feeling a connection to Xue Hongyi's current emotions, Qin Ru couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of life. Ning Yuan remained calm, even feeling that he deserved it. Yeah, I reckon she'll be sent to another village today. Qin Ru looked at Ning Yuan with gratitude and unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. If it weren't for Ning Yuan, her fate would probably be no different from Xue Hongyi's. Just then, a girl's soft voice called from outside. Is Brother Ning Yuan home? Ning Yuan looked up and saw Xiaowan standing in the cold wind, wearing the thin clothes that had been torn by the bandits. She was thin and shivering from the cold. Xiaowaner, come in quickly, it's cold outside. Xin Shuang quickly pulled her into the house. 2 days ago, Xiaowaner's grandmother was hastily buried with the help of her fellow villagers. Now she is all alone, although many men have come to propose marriage, saying they are willing to offer a bowl of millet as a bride price. She refused them all. With a plop, Xiaowan suddenly knelt down in front of Ning Yuan. Xiaowaner, what are you doing? Xin Shuang and Qin Ru rushed to help her up. Xiaowaner just burst into tears, bowing her head and remaining silent. Ning Yuan put down the black bear skin and looked at her calmly. He naturally understood her purpose. Since someone has come to propose marriage, why bother coming to me? My family is not wealthy, we live in cramped conditions and have limited food. If you come with us, you will only suffer more. Xiaowan wiped away her tears with the back of her cold hands, choking back sobs. Grandma said that Ning Yuan is kind-hearted and a good person. Brother Ning Yuan, please take me in. I don't eat much and I can do any kind of work. If you will keep me, I am willing to be your slave or servant. I am useful. She raised her head, her eyes filled with pleading. Ning Yuan frowned, showing no sign of softening his stance. I'm sorry I can't help you. Just because he is kind-hearted, does that mean he deserves to be taken advantage of? Ning Yuan is not a philanthropist, and no one can say for sure what the future holds. He would never support someone who is idle. Ning Yuan's word is law at home. Xin Shuang and Qin Ru exchanged a glance, but neither said anything more. Ning Yuan did the right thing. Having surplus grain does not mean you can give it away at will. Nowadays, starvation is rampant in every village, and hoarding food is the only way to save lives. He has to make long-term plans for this family. Seeing that Ning Yuan remained unmoved, the last glimmer of light in Xiaowaner's eyes went out. She didn't say anything more, and silently got up and left. Night fell, the weather was freezing cold, and heavy snow was falling. Inside, the stove was burning brightly, and Ning Yuan nestled in Qin Ru's arms, greedily inhaling the sweet fragrance of her newfound wife. Xin Shuang wiped his sweat from the side and said softly, Husband, I heard that someone next door is trying to abduct a bride. Xiaowana was carried away by a blind old man. I wonder how she is now. Qin Ru's face turned pale, and the two women instinctively clung to Ning Yuan. The cold wind howled outside, but with him inside, there was peace and security. They felt fortunate, and prayed that the old man would treat Xiaowan well that night. Who? Just then, Ning Yuan keenly noticed the strange noise in the courtyard. He quickly put on his pants, jumped out of bed, grabbed the longbow and arrows he had hidden, and rushed out. In the haystack of the cowshed, a dark shadow rustled and crawled. Ning Yuan drew his bowstring taut and shouted coldly, I see you! Get out here! If you don't come out soon, I'll shoot! Behind the window, Xin Shuang and Qin Ru anxiously peered out. The banditry that occurred 3 days ago remains a nightmare for the entire village. A rustling sound came from the haystack, and a petite figure, wearing worn-out cloth shoes, timidly stepped out. It turned out to be Xiaowaner, with a bruised and swollen face. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly with her small hands, staring in horror at the bow and arrow in Ning Yuan's hand. It's me, Brother Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and put down the longbow. Didn't you marry into the next village? What are you doing at my house on your wedding night? Before Shawan could answer, the torches outside the muddy courtyard flickered. A bald, yellow-toothed old man chased after them, brandishing a rattan cane and cursing loudly. You lowly bastard! You dare to run away and hide in someone else's house? I'll beat you to death! He limped in and swung the rattan cane at Shawana. Smack! A whip lashed her arm as she was blocking, tearing her sleeve and drawing blood. I'll kill you! I'll teach you to run! I'll teach you to run! The whip fell on Shawana, one lash after another, like whipping an animal. She curled up on the ground in pain, but didn't scream. She just tightly protected her face. Come on! Come home with me to our wedding night! The old man, exhausted from beating her, threw down the rattan cane, grabbed Shawana's ankle, and dragged her outside. Ningyuan suddenly frowned and reached out to stop him. Old man, Shawana is still a girl from our village. How can you treat her like this? Don't you respect your family from Mo village? The lame old man was taken aback, then put his hands on his hips and sized up Ningyuan. What? She's my wife. I can hit her however I want, it's none of your business. After saying that, he caught a glimpse of Qin Ru and Shen Shuang at the window, and his cloudy old eyes immediately lit up. He licked his purplish lips, leaned closer and asked with a smile. Your two young ladies are quite beautiful. How about we switch to another one? This slut is still a virgin. I don't mind that you're still a virgin. How about we swap and play? As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Qin Ru again. However, the next second, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Ningyuan had already drawn his longbow to its full extent, the arrowheads pressed menacingly against his throat, which was covered in sweat and mud. If you dare look at my woman again! Ningyuan's voice was icy. Believe me, I'll kill you right here. Chapter 29. If you don't leave, you die. You mustn't do anything reckless. Don't let go. This could kill someone. The lame old man was so frightened that he waved his hands and backed away, but his foot slipped and he fell to the ground in the snow, his face full of horror. The arrowheads gleamed coldly in the wind, but Ningyuan's eyes, which had killed countless people, were even colder than the arrows. From today onwards, if I see you in Mo village again, I will kill you. Roll! The lame old man looked unwillingly at Shawan and the cowshed and reached out his hand with trembling hands. What are you standing there for, you worthless bastard? Are you trying to die? Come with me right now. Call out! The arrow tore through the cold wind, embedded itself in the snow, and came within an inch of his crotch. The arrow's fletching trembled incessantly. Can't you understand what I'm saying? The lame old man screamed, no longer daring to hesitate. He scrambled to his feet and stumbled away. His trembling roar echoed from afar in the darkness. You just wait. Do you really think there are no men in my river ditch village? You just wait. As the figure disappeared into the distance, Shawana's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, feeling as if she had been reborn. Wife, take her inside. Ningyuan glanced at Shawana with an indifferent expression, then walked into the house without looking back. Shen Shuang and Qin Ru exchanged a glance, both delighted. They quickly put on their coats and helped Shawana inside. Inside the house, Shawan was wolfing down a piece of dried meat. She hadn't eaten for a long time and was already starving. The last time Ningyuan gave her meat, she left it all for her grandmother to nourish her body, and she didn't touch a single bit of oil or meat herself. In a place where people would kill for a bite to eat, Shawana's kindness and filial piety seemed so out of place. That's why she was always bullied. Such people often don't live long. Ningyuan sat by the stove, watching Shawana with her legs tightly pressed together, stuffing meat into her mouth while timidly looking at him with fear and confusion in her eyes. That's exactly what Ningyuan was thinking at that moment. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. She was not suited to live in this cannibalistic village. After finishing her meal, Shawan lowered her head and dared not make a sound, while Shen Shuang and Qin Ru also looked at Ningyuan. They were all waiting for Ningyuan to make a decision. Ningyuan has already made his decision. You'll stay here with me from now on. But I don't support idlers here. You'll have to work, and it will be very hard. You can still refuse now, even if you don't want to. Xiao Wan stood up almost without hesitation, her eyes shining with excitement for the first time. Brother Ning Yuan, I can do any job, I'm not afraid of hardship. Ning Yuan nodded lightly and said to Qin Ru, Go and clean up that abandoned house behind the cowshed and give it to her to live in. Okay, my husband, I'll go right away. Qin Ru happily pulled Xiao Wan out, afraid that Ning Yuan would change his mind. In the freezing cold village of Mo, a small house is warmed by a fireplace. Qin Ru helped Xiao Wan clean up the room that was originally filled with firewood. This was originally where Ning Yuan's mother lived, but no one has lived here since she passed away on this bed. Looking at the cold wooden bed, Xiao Wan huddled up, her thin body timidly standing behind Qin Ru. Qin Ru felt sorry for her, and was about to take off her own coat to cover the quilt for her when Shen Shuang came in with a smile and brought over a brand new quilt. The bright red bedding instantly brought warmth to the house. Little Wan, your husband said these new bedding are for you to use. Don't mention it, we're family now. Looking at the thick quilt, Xiao Wan could hardly believe it. She reached out and gently touched it. It was soft and warm. No wonder those wealthy families aren't afraid of the cold in winter. With such a thick blanket, she wouldn't be afraid to sleep outside. She couldn't help but lower her head, choking back tears. She walked to the door, facing the main house, and cowed out 3 times to Ning Yuan. This is a heartfelt thank you to Ning Yuan for saving her from hell. Little Wan, look what this is. The 2 women brought hot water and cleaned her wounds. Then Shin Shu mysteriously took out an oil paper package. Sister Shuang, what is this? Xiao Wan asked blankly. Look. Shin Shuang carefully opened it, and a sweet aroma of pastries wafted out. She kept one of the pastries that Zhang Quangui had asked Ning Yuan to bring back last time, intending to leave it for Ning Yuan. But now there are people who need it more. 16-year-old Xiao Wan had never seen pastries before. She had only heard her grandmother say that they were rare treats that only wealthy families could afford. A piece of pastry was divided into 3 portions. Shin Shuang and Qin Ru did not eat it, and Xiao Wan dared not touch it. Seeing her 2 sisters-in-law teaching her how to eat, she took a small bite. The delicate sweetness spread in her mouth, and as Xiao Wan ate it in small bites, tears streamed down her face. She choked up as she spoke, even though she should have been in the prime of her youth. It's so delicious. If Grandma hadn't been killed by those damned bandits, I really wanted her to try it too. Let her know that there are things in this world that taste better than millet and wild vegetables. The 3 women hugged each other, looking at Ning Yuan's tall shadow pasted on the wall of the main house outside, and couldn't help but laugh. The next morning, Ning Yuan was awakened by the commotion in the courtyard. He groggily got up from the warm embrace of the 2 women, pushed open the door, and saw Xiao Wan shoveling snow in the yard, dressed in thin clothes. Seeing Ning Yuan come out, she quickly stepped forward with a fawning expression. Brother Ning Yuan, did I wake you up? I'm sorry. Ning Yuan glanced at her, said nothing, turned around and went back into the house, closing the door behind him. Xiao Wan breathed a sigh of relief and told herself to shovel the snow more gently. Ning Yuan gave her meat to eat, warmed her blankets to sleep in, and even let her taste the pastries that only wealthy families could afford. She had to be more careful and absolutely could not annoy Ning Yuan. But just as she turned to continue shoveling snow, the door opened again. Ning Yuan took a coat and stuffed it into her arms. Xiao Wan is about 1.68 meters tall, which is considered tall in Mo village, and her figure is similar to Qin Ru's. Brother Ning Yuan, do I have to wash this? She touched the thick coat, not daring to look up. It was just bought yesterday. It belongs to your sister-in-law Qin Ru, you can wear it for now. No, I'm not cold. This is Qin Ru's, I can't accept it. I'm already very content. Ning Yuan frowned. If you don't want it, then get out. I provide you with food and clothing, not for you to live here for free. Get dressed, and come up the mountain with me in a bit. Xiao Wan was startled by his gaze and dared not refuse again. She hugged the thick coat, feeling no resentment, but rather a surge of warmth. Ning Yuan returned to the house and saw that both women had their eyes open and were looking at him with smiles. "Husband, since you are willing to take in Xiao Waner, why do you always say such things to scare her?" Xin Shuang had a slightly more say among the three, so she dared to ask a question. Ning Yuan smiled, reached into the warm quilt, and gently touched Xin Shuang's soft chest. Xin Shuang didn't dodge. Instead, she let him warm his icy hands. "If I don't do this, she will only feel that she doesn't deserve these things. Only when she feels that she earned all of this herself can she feel at ease. My husband is so kind," Xin Shuang said, looking at him with happiness in her eyes. "This husband is as wonderful as a dream." At dawn, Ning Yuan took his bow and arrows, while the two women prepared dried meat. Xiao Wan put on a thick coat, and her face regained some color. She stopped shivering in the snow. "Ladies, I'm off then. Husband, be careful on your journey and be sure to return before dark." The two women stood by the door, watching them leave. "Let's go." Ning Yuan glanced at Xiao Waner and strode towards Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Wan waved to her two sisters-in-law, slung her quiver and dried meat over her shoulder, and quickly followed. Chapter 30 The Peach Blossom Spring. I'm rich! Black Wind Ridge not only devours lives, but also sustains the people of more than a dozen villages surrounding Qinghe County. The saying goes, "Those who live near mountains live off the mountains, and those who live near water live off the water." Before the Great Gan Empire launched its continuous conquests, almost every household relied on hunting for a living. However, since the men were forcibly conscripted into the army and 9 out of 10 houses were empty, the wild beasts of Black Wind Ridge gradually became rampant, and even came down the mountain to attack women and children on several occasions. In recent years, however, wild animals in the mountains seem to have disappeared, and many people have found it difficult to hunt for meat. Gradually, Black Wind Ridge was left with only the horrifying legend of cannibalism, and could no longer be described as nurturing people. This is it! Ning Yuan arrived at the entrance to the path where the bandit leader had fled a few days earlier. Beside him, there was a huge arrow hole in an ancient pine tree with bloodstains. It was the scene where he killed the notorious gang leader. This passage runs straight into the mountainside. It must be a secret passage leading directly to Black Wind Village. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, then casually grabbed a handful of snow and put it in his mouth to chew. Xiao Wan followed behind, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Ning Yuan did not turn around. When she finally arrived, she stepped straight into the cave that ran through Black Wind Ridge. "My God, there's a cave here! I never knew that before." Xiao Wan was stunned. Fearing that Ning Yuan would get angry, she swallowed hard and followed him inside with difficulty. After passing through the mountain, about 15 minutes later, they crossed the first, heavenly gate, of Black Wind Ridge, and a bright and open view suddenly appeared before them. Outside the cave entrance, the mountains stretch endlessly, covered in a blanket of silver. "Brother Ning Yuan, look over there!" Xiao Wan suddenly exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Ning Yuan looked in the direction he was pointing and was taken aback. A hidden mountain stronghold suddenly came into view. He quickly bent down and simultaneously pressed Xiao Wan down as well. "Wait here for me, don't make a sound. If you see anyone, run back and don't worry about me," Ning Yuan said, then reached out his hand. "Give me the quiver." Ning Xiao Wan hurriedly handed him the quiver, watching him crouch and stealthily move forward until his figure gradually disappeared into the snow. Ning Yuan quietly climbed the hillside and approached the mountain stronghold to conduct reconnaissance. The village was deserted, with no signs of activity, clearly indicating that Xue Hongyi's border troops had wiped out all the bandits. Amidst the chaos, traces of blood could be faintly seen on the wooden stakes. After observing for about half an hour and confirming that it was safe, Ning Yuan took out his longbow and cautiously approached step by step. This mountain stronghold is quite large, with numerous houses, and the deepest cave is fully equipped, resembling a self-sufficient little world. Ning Yuan was secretly astonished. This place was truly a paradise in a chaotic world. Although the border troops took away valuable and useful items, many heavy pieces of furniture remained. However, what Ning Yuan truly valued was the potential of this counterfeit product. He thought to himself that if Mo village were to encounter any misfortune, this would be the safest place to stay. Let's settle on this place. It will serve as a secret base for storing grain and silver. Ning Yuan could never feel at ease with food and money stored at home. He's been keeping an eye on people from his village, and even neighboring villages who have been spying on him lately. It goes without saying that the news that he hunted the black bear and traded it for food and meat has already spread like wildfire. Just as they were pondering this, a low growl of a wild beast suddenly came from outside the village. Ning Yuan was delighted and immediately went out to listen to the sound. He dived deeper, lay on the hilltop and looked down. The sight of the barren, rocky landscape made Ning Yuan so excited that he covered his mouth. My goodness, we've struck it rich! Ning Yuan stared intently at the chaotic wasteland of Huangluan Stone, where a herd of deer had gathered. No wonder there used to be a large herd of deer in Blackwind Ridge, but in recent years they have all disappeared as if they have evaporated. It turns out that these beasts all hid here, which allowed the bandits to entrench themselves here for many years without lacking food. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, tried his best to control his movements, and used the terrain to make his way towards the wasteland. The bow is drawn and the arrow is nocked, the arrowhead gleaming with a chilling aura. Once he locked onto the fattest one, Ning Yuan's eyes sharpened, and he released the string. Call out! The arrow pierced the wind, striking the deer's eye precisely and penetrating its skull. The deer cried out and fell to the ground, struggling desperately, which startled the herd, causing them to scatter and flee into the deep mountains. Ning Yuan quickly drew his machete and rushed forward, striking the deer's head several times with the back of the blade. The deer immediately stopped struggling. Every part of a deer is valuable. Venison is more delicious than bear meat. Although deer hide is not as expensive as bear hide, it is still worth a lot of money. For Ning Yuan, deer blood is especially valuable, as it can not only nourish yin and yang, but also temporarily replace scarce salt to replenish the body's essential salt and trace elements. After all, his two women have recently developed edema in their limbs due to salt deficiency. Coarse salt is bitter and harmful to health if consumed for a long time, so deer blood is just the right solution for this urgent problem. Thinking it over, the burly Ning Yuan hoisted the deer, which weighed over 100 pounds, and prepared to return. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the mine in front of him. This open space had been excavated, and nothing grew around it, making it stand out starkly against the vegetation cover of the surrounding mountains. Ning Yuan stepped forward for a closer look and had some rather unrealistic suspicions. He squatted down, picked up a white pebble, and licked it lightly with the tip of his tongue. Upon hearing that lick, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze in shock. This is a natural salt mine? My goodness, we're going to be rich! Ning Yuan exclaimed, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. No wonder the bandits were able to be self-sufficient here. It turns out there are salt mines hidden here. Wild animals from the mountains come here to lick the salt mines, making hunting opportunities undoubtedly more plentiful. Stay calm, you must stay calm. Ning Yuan paced back and forth, trying to suppress his surging emotions. If these salt mines can be purified into refined salt, there will be no more worries about salt shortage in the future. However, in the Great Gan Empire, salt and iron were state monopolies, and the laws were strict. Ning Yuan knew that privately producing and selling salt was tantamount to treason, and if reported, it would mean the extermination of his entire family. It can only be used secretly by oneself and must never be leaked. Suppressing his elation, Ning Yuan began planning the steps to purify the refined salt, then hoisted the fat deer onto his shoulder, and prepared to leave as soon as possible. However, Ning Yuan was unaware that not long after he left the mountain stronghold, a pair of sharp phoenix eyes were watching his back coldly from a hidden spot nearby. The man's hand rested on his curved blade, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. After confirming that Ning Yuan had left, she slowly walked out and came to the salt mine where she had shot the deer earlier. Recalling Ning Yuan's strange behavior, she also picked up a piece of gravel, brought it to her sharp lips, and gently touched it with the tip of her tongue. The woman immediately let out a cold laugh. "This kid looks honest and simple, but he's got a heart of stone." Chapter 31 General Shuai escapes. As soon as the sun set, dusk enveloped Mo village. Of the 20-odd households, 8 or 9 out of 10 were widows and elderly women, yet at this moment they seemed to be pulled together by an invisible thread, all surging in one direction. Widow Lu was resting inside when she heard the commotion outside. She burst out of the house, cursing and swearing. Just as she was about to lash out, she caught a glimpse of Ning Yuan carrying a deer weighing over 100 pounds on his shoulder, which startled her so much that she quickly covered her mouth. "Wow! Ning Yuan, you're incredibly lucky! This deer is so big, can your whole family finish eating it?" Widow Lu's voice was shrill and bright, comparable to the grievance drum of Qinghe Yamen. Ning Yuan smiled and said, "Widow Lu, come to my house later, and I'll give you a deer leg." Widow Lu could hardly believe her ears. She stood there stunned, grabbed Xiaowana beside her, and hurriedly asked her questions. "Xiaowana, what did Ning Yuan just say? What is he going to give me?" Feeling a little embarrassed under everyone's gaze, Xiaowan repeated softly. "Brother Ning Yuan said he'd give you a deer leg." "Oh my God! How could I, Widow Lu, be so lucky in my life to eat venison?" Widow Lu was so excited that she slapped her thigh repeatedly, making a loud slapping sound. Ignoring the pain, she quickly pushed through the crowd and followed closely behind Ning Yuan, afraid that the meat that was about to be in her mouth would fly away. At this moment, in Ning Yuan's home, Shen Shuang and Qin Ru were busy in the kitchen. Shen Shuang lifted the straw hat off the large pot, and the rising steam mixed with the aroma of rice wafted onto her fair and delicate face. Qin Ru, who was tending the fire, smiled and said, "My husband should be back by now. Shuang, you watch the fire. I'll stew that bear penis to nourish my husband." These days, Ning Yuan is full of energy, and although the two women are happy with him, they are also secretly worried that his body can't handle it. Last night, Qin Ru was already thinking that it was time to take that thing out. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the courtyard. Widow Lu's distinctive loud voice rang out like the banging of a gong. "Shuang! Qin Ru! Come out and see! Your men are so successful!" The two women exchanged a glance, puzzled, and quickly wiped their hands before walking away. The courtyard was surrounded by people, 3 layers deep. When they came out, the crowd automatically made way for them. Ning Yuan threw a huge deer onto the snow with a thud, then turned and gave them a hearty laugh. "Wife, look what good stuff I've gotten today!" "My God!" Shen Shuang exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth and widening her beautiful eyes. "It's a deer! Black Wind Ridge hasn't seen this rare creature for years. Everyone thought it was extinct. But no one expected this." "Husband, let me help you!" Qin Ru was the first to come to her senses, and turned around to fetch a sharp wood-chopping knife and a wooden basin from the woodshed. Ning Yuan's technique was swift and skillful. He cut open the deer's throat and collected the bright red blood into a basin. Then, he skillfully used a knife to cut from the deer's chin to its tailbone, peeling off the skin and removing the bones with fluid movements. The succulent, marbled venison, exposed to the cold wind, made the already hungry villagers around swallow hard, their eyes gleaming with envy. Ning Yuan swiftly chopped off a large, plump foreleg with his knife, shouting, "Widow Lu! Coming, coming!" Widow Lu, who had been waiting anxiously, squeezed out in response. She snatched the deer leg Ning Yuan tossed to her, clutching it tightly to her chest as if it were a priceless treasure, while warily glancing around as if everyone was trying to take it from her. "I remember you protecting Xiaowana last time, so this deer leg is yours," Ning Yuan said. As Widow Lu listened, her nose tingled, and she choked up as she held the still warm deer leg, its muscles still twitching slightly. "Ning Yuan, you are truly a living bodhisattva in our Mo village! You have a much better conscience than that old and dead village chief Xiao." After saying that, he didn't care about anything else. He wiggled his big butt, grabbed the deer leg, and hurried home, wanting to stew the delicious food into a pot as soon as possible. Seeing this, the other villagers stared at Ning Yuan and the remaining venison with eyes like hungry wolves. Xiao Wan quietly crouched down next to Ning Yuan and whispered, "Brother Ning Yuan, won't this cause trouble?" Having revealed his wealth in front of everyone, he probably won't be able to sleep peacefully at night anymore. Ning Yuan smiled nonchalantly, stood up, and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone who sees this today gets a share! Every household in Mo village, come and get a piece of meat!" Upon hearing this, the 20-odd households immediately erupted in excitement, surging forward eagerly, afraid of missing out if they were too slow. Seeing this, Xiao Wan quickly stood up, spread her arms to block Ning Yuan, and frowned as she called out, "Brother Ning Yuan is kind-hearted, he's worried about everyone being hungry, so you can't grab any. Everyone line up! One by one, those who don't line up won't get any." The villagers immediately quieted down, quickly forming a long queue, eagerly waiting to receive their share of the meat. Before long, the deer, weighing over 100 pounds, was divided up, except for the deer blood that Ning Yuan had deliberately kept and the 2 thick hind legs. The rest of the deer, including its internal organs, was distributed. Before long, wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys above Mo village, and the long-lost aroma of meat filled the cold air, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the New Year celebrations during the heyday of the Great Gon Empire. Ning Yuan then scraped off the grease from the deer hide and stretched it out to dry. "Husband, dinner's ready!" Xin Shuang poked her head out from the woodshed and called out with a smile. "They're here." The food was already set on the small wooden table. The aroma of white rice was irresistible, and the venison braised in soy sauce was incredibly tempting. Xin Shuang placed a large, glistening piece of venison on the plate of Shai Xiaowaner, then looked curiously at Ning Yuan. "Husband, why did you decide to share all the meat with everyone today?" Ning Yuan took a bite of rice, looked up and wiped his mouth. "If only our family eats meat, it's bound to attract envy and jealousy. Why not do a favor and buy some peace of mind?" What he didn't say was that there was a lot of grain stored at home. If he went out and bad guys came to his door, the grain was a small matter, but if the 2 women were harmed, he would regret it too late. These days, murder and robbery for a bite to eat are not uncommon in the surrounding villages. Now that everyone has eaten meat, they have gained strength, and if outsiders were to invade, the villagers would be more united. Of course, the most important thing is that we now have the confidence. I've already discovered that salt mine teeming with prey. If I'm careful from now on, I won't have to worry about not reaping any rewards. Ning Yuan was thinking that he should prepare some tools and go up Black Wind Ridge again tomorrow to see if he could purify the salt mine into refined salt. Although I have read some books, I have never tried it myself in my previous life, so I still need to figure it out carefully. As darkness fell completely, a group of officials carrying torches and banging gongs came from the direction of Hega village and entered Mo village. Ning Yuan had just taken a hot bath with the help of the 2 women and drunk deer blood. Feeling hot all over, he was about to spend some time with his 2 voluptuous wives when he heard a loud gong outside the courtyard. He left the 2 women inside, put on his coat, and went outside. In the open space in the village, the officials gathered more than 20 households from the entire village. Widow Lu's face turned pale, and she asked anxiously, "Sir, what happened?" The last time officials came to the village with such fanfare was when they were conscripting men. The villagers whispered among themselves, wondering if another war was about to break out. The head constable shouted, "Listen up! Among the group of female criminals recently escorted, one extremely dangerous criminal has escaped. This woman was once a border general who killed countless Tartars. Her name was Shui Hongi. She was highly skilled in martial arts, and ordinary men were no match for her. If you discover any suspicious persons, report them to the authorities immediately. Do not conceal anything." Ning Yuan's heart tightened when he heard the name, Shui Hongi. Without making a sound, he turned around and quietly went home. The officials, beating drums and gongs, headed to the next village. The torchlight gradually faded into the distance along the mountain path, eventually disappearing into the night. On the mountainside of Black Wind Ridge, which they had just passed, a figure stood alone, none other than Shui Hongi. She gripped her curved sword, her phoenix eyes flashing with murderous intent as she coldly watched the officials depart. Only when the flickering light completely disappeared downstream of Mo village did her grip on the knife handle loosen slightly. She took one last deep look at the location of Ning Yuan's house in Mo village, her sharp pink lips slightly raised, and she turned and entered the cave. Chapter 32. You don't want your secret of refining salt to be known, do you? Hee hee. The next morning, while the village was still in the silence before dawn, Ning Yuan quietly got up. He stuffed all the coarse cloth clothes and charcoal as she had prepared in advance into his basket. In the woodshed, Xin Shuang and Qin Ru had also gotten up. They wrapped the heated venison and rice balls in cloth and carefully stuffed them into Ning Yuan's basket. "Husband, shall we go and call Xiao Waner?" Qin Ru asked softly. Ning Yuan glanced at the vacated little house and shook his head. "No need, she was exhausted yesterday, I'll go today." Having said that, he tightened his thick coat, took a deep breath of the crisp air, and set off again toward Black Wind Ridge, stepping on the newly fallen pine snow. The reason why Xiao Waner was not allowed to come along was not entirely because she was too young. After all, he was only 2 years older than her, yet he had to shoulder the burden of the whole family. The main reason was that refining salt was a capital offense, and he knew very little about Xiao Waner's background, so he had to be wary of her. The Black Wind Ridge mountain road is rugged and not very high in altitude, but it is extremely physically demanding. Fortunately, Ning Yuan was familiar with the route, and he had some food in his stomach recently. About an hour later, the entrance to the cave came into view again. He looked around to make sure no one was there, and was about to push aside the withered grass and crawl inside when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a small piece of dark green cloth in the thorn bushes at the entrance of the cave. "This is..." Ning Yuan immediately became alert. This fine cloth is something that the villagers of Mo village could not afford to wear. Even a bolt of fine cloth was a valuable commodity among high-ranking officials and nobles, worth no less than 100 taels of silver. Poor people rarely even see what they wear, let alone know about it. He immediately recalled the official notice from the previous night that Xue Hongyi was on the run. As the cold wind rushed in through the deep, dark cave entrance, which sounded like the wailing of a monster, Ning Yuan's heart sank. If Xue Hongyi is really hiding at the end of the cave, how should he deal with it? After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to go in and investigate. After passing through a long, dark cave, dawn broke. Amidst the snow-capped mountains, the occasional cry of a deer can be heard. Ning Yuan cautiously observed his surroundings, took down his longbow, and tore his coarse cloth into strips, carefully tying them to his feet. This is to hide the footprints. With everything ready, he crouched low and sneaked back into the vicinity of the mountain stronghold. The most important quality of a good hunter is patience. You must not reveal the slightest flaw before the prey shows itself. Fortunately, the snow was not heavy today. Ning Yuan lay dormant in the snow for 2 full hours until the sun climbed to its zenith, and the only sound in the entire mountain village was the howling of the cold wind. The figure of that female general from the border army never appeared. Could it be that my visit yesterday alerted her and allowed her to escape? If she escaped, that's fine. But what if this woman is still here and decides to kill me to silence me? Ning Yuan grabbed a handful of snow, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it with difficulty. He had no deep hatred for Xue Hongyi. In fact, if she hadn't appeared in time that day, he probably would have died long ago, and the 2 ladies would not have escaped her clutches either. As for her wanting to join the army, it was only because of her archery skills, which is understandable. Thinking of this, he ate half a piece of venison, and only after confirming that Xue Hongyi had left did he arrive at the natural salt mine. These salt mines are worthless, and it is dangerous for people to consume them directly. Salt mines also vary in quality. Although Ning Yuan was an outsider, he was certain that the salt mines that livestock often licked were relatively safe. Ning Yuan quickly carried a piece of salt ore weighing about 40 kilograms back to the mountain village with it in his basket. First, use the back of a machete to break the ore into powder as much as possible, then dissolve, precipitate, until crystals are extracted. This is just a prototype of coarse salt on the market. To obtain refined salt, a more complex boiling and filtering process is required. After a busy day, a piece of salt or weighing over 40 pounds finally settled into a slightly coarse layer of salt at the bottom of a pot made from locally sourced ingredients, as the sun began to set. Ning Yuan dipped his finger in the mixture, tasted it, and smiled slightly. Although it still has a slightly bitter taste, it is much better than the coarse salt available on the market. Looking at the messy crime scene, Ning Yuan took out the remaining deer leg, sprinkled it with the not-so-successful salt, and ate it. The taste was indeed much more delicious. He reflected that the purification process was not ideal, and the problem might lie in the insufficient preparation of wood ash and the insufficient number of layers of coarse cloth used as a filter. Bring more coarse cloth up another day and try it again. Wood ash can be obtained locally and is not in short supply. But the coarse cloth that could be used for this purpose had already been used up. If all else fails, perhaps we should try using the fine cloth from the two women's undergarments. That might work even better. It was getting late, so Ning Yuan carefully wrapped the semi-finished refined salt at the bottom of the pot in coarse cloth, intending to take it home for the women to try. They quickly restored the scene to its original state, leaving the charcoal and ashes there for the time being, and Ning Yuan picked up his basket and left. However, just as Ning Yuan was completely immersed in the afterglow of his success, he was caught off guard and struck hard on the back of the head. His vision went black and he fell heavily to the ground. A woman, holding a wooden stick and dressed in dark green, standing nearly 1.73 meters tall, was looking at him. Ouch, my head! Ning Yuan opened his eyes in pain and instinctively reached out to touch it, only to find that his limbs were firmly bound to a door panel, and he was lying stiffly on the ground. Awake? A familiar yet cold voice came from inside. You've got some nerve, daring to refine refined salt on your own. Tell me, where did you get your refining method? Upon hearing the sound, Ning Yuan was startled and abruptly turned his head to look. In a corner of the cave, by a campfire, a dashing woman in a dark green robe with her long hair tied up high was warming herself by the fire. It was Xue Hongyi. She skewered the remaining half of Ning Yuan's venison with a curved knife, roasted it over the campfire, and tasted the half-finished salt that Ning Yuan had made. The taste is all right. Xue Hongyi parted her thin, red lips slightly, took a bite of venison, and breathed out slightly from the heat. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Ning Yuan woke up and did not shout as expected, but instead looked at her calmly, Xue Hongyi became curious. Scared out of your wits? Ning Yuan sneered, his gaze sweeping over the stalactites on the cave ceiling, and responded leisurely. Instead of running for your life, you dare to linger here. A criminal woman fleeing is a serious crime. If caught, her legs will be broken. The words, criminal woman, seemed to sting Xue Hongyi. Her oval face darkened, her spirited eyebrows rose, and she strode over with her curved sword, the blade pressed directly against Ning Yuan's neck. Who are you calling a sinner? Her voice suddenly turned icy. Say it again if you dare. Ning Yuan is fearless. Things are different now, General. Your Xue family from Guangdong has fallen from grace. I also heard that your father was sent to Bei Pingzu and beheaded, right? Even though you can't accept reality, you should have a brand on your left chest, right? Xue Hongyi narrowed her long, sharp phoenix eyes, instinctively looking at her tall, prominent left side. Sinful women would be forcibly branded with the word, sin, on their female characteristics using a red-hot iron block. Once branded, according to the laws of the Great Gan Empire, their status is even lower than that of a merchant. They are not even as good as livestock. Even though Xue Hongyi wanted to appear calm in front of Ning Yuan, her thin lips, which were bleeding from being bitten, trembled violently. If you dare say that again, I'll kill you! Ning Yuan sneered. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. My great general, stop pretending. You need something from me. But I'm not going to do that anymore, so you might as well die. Xue Hongyi was as cold as frost. She raised her curved sword as if she wanted to chop off Ning Yuan's head as if she were a Tartar. Chapter 33 Pervert. Ning Yuan's big butt tightened. This woman's emotions are too unstable. Stop messing around, this is a new account. If you kill me, the authorities will immediately search the mountain. Ning Yuan closed his eyes and said loudly, I have no grudge against you, and I guessed this morning that you might be here. But I didn't report it to the authorities. Are you going to repay kindness with enmity? The curved blade, carrying a chilling aura, swooped down, only to abruptly stop less than 3 inches from his throat. A bead of cold sweat slid down Ning Yuan's forehead. He quickly forced a fawning smile, looking somewhat submissive. Sis, don't be impulsive. If we self-destruct here, no one will benefit, don't you think? Actually, I admire you. You've killed so many Tartars and protected the safety of many people. Xue Hongyi sneered. You think you're so smart? You noticed I was here, did you think I didn't realize you came in? In fact, she had been watching Ning Yuan from the shadows ever since he emerged from the cave. This hunter was meticulous, and knew how to wrap his feet in coarse cloth several times to increase the area of his footprints, and hide them as much as possible. He even patiently waited for 2 hours. In this respect, he has already surpassed many veteran soldiers of the border army. What exactly do you want? I can help you. If you need travel expenses, I have some at home that I can give you, is that alright? Xue Hongyi frowned slightly, and a cold glint flashed in her hand as she held the curved knife. Don't! A few minutes later, Ning Yuan squatted by the campfire, secretly glancing at Xue Hongyi, his eyes occasionally glancing at the longbow that had been moved to a distance, his mind racing. Xue Hongyi tore at the venison and said coldly, If I'm caught, at most my leg will be broken, but you're committing a capital offense of privately refining salt, which will result in the execution of your entire family. Hunter Ning, you are actually in more danger than I am. I believe you don't want your secret to be known by others, do you? Ning Yuan frowned. Why does this dialogue sound so familiar? You, Xue Hongyi, weren't you a boss, a food delivery worker, or an appliance repairman in your past life, were you? General Xue, let's not beat around the bush. We all just want to live a more comfortable life. So tell me, what are your demands? Demands? So, what are your requirements? My request is simple, you must not tell anyone where I am hiding. If you give me peace, I will allow you to continue refining your salt, and I will absolutely not tell anyone. Okay, it's a deal, Ning Yuan replied readily. Xue Hongyi's eyes still held a hint of doubt. You agreed so readily, you wouldn't be heading straight to the county government office as soon as you came down the mountain, would you? If I wanted to report to the authorities, I could have brought my men up here by dawn, my dear General Xue. Ning dragged out the sound, utterly speechless. Xue Hongyi's face darkened, and she warned. Don't call me General Xue again. It sounds grating to me. What's her name? Xue Hongyi the sinner? You're asking for it. Xue Hongyi gritted her teeth in anger, making a grinding sound. This country bumpkin's every word was designed to provoke her anger. In the past, she would have already slashed him with her sword. But fearing that his disappearance would lead to his wives and concubines in Ning Yuan reporting him to the authorities, he could only suppress his anger. Ning Yuan knew she was wary of this, so he spoke more freely. Can I leave now? My wives will be worried if I get back too late. If they accidentally alert the authorities, don't blame me. Remember your words. If you break your promise, even if I am captured, I will come down the mountain first and take the lives of your whole family. Xue Hongyi gripped the hilt of her knife tightly, her voice cold and threatening. Ning Yuan said no more, got up, picked up his basket, and went to pick up the longbow. If he were to launch a sudden attack at this moment, he would be confident of defeating the enemy with a single arrow. But Ning Yuan gave up after thinking about it for a while. Taking someone's life for no reason is just asking for trouble. Seeing Ning Yuan turn and leave the cave, Xue Hongyi's tense mind relaxed slightly, and she slowly lowered the longbow she had been holding behind her back. If Ning Yuan had made any unusual move just now, her arrow would have been fired even faster. However, just as she relaxed her guard, footsteps sounded again outside the cave. Ning Yuan actually turned back. Xue Hongyi instantly concealed her fatigue, raised her longbow swiftly, and pointed it directly at Ning Yuan. What is it? Ning Yuan grinned and looked Xue Hongyi up and down in her thin, dark green robe. Aren't you cold wearing that in the deep mountains? As he spoke, Ning Yuan took off his thick coat and threw it onto the stone table. Take care of yourself. Catching a cold on the mountain can be fatal. Xue Hongyi was taken aback, unable to see through the hunter's thoughts. What does this mean? Is he trying to please her? Just as she was about to reach for the coat, she suddenly felt dizzy, her limbs went weak, and she lost all her strength. He instinctively reached for the knife, but his body swayed and he collapsed to the ground. What did you put on me? She was covered in cold sweat, her face was deathly pale, her stomach was churning, and she felt like vomiting. Ning Yuan was taken aback. I didn't poison it. Let me see. Ning Yuan sensed something was wrong, put down his basket, and approached. Xue Hongyi hurriedly crawled backward, trying to reach for the curved blade, but Ning Yuan grabbed her wrist first. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Quiet! If you keep making noise, I'll really beat you up. Ning Yuan glared at her, placed his fingertips on her pulse point, and then reached out to touch her burning forehead. You have a fever. Xue Hongyi felt her vision blurring, and at this moment she was as weak as a rabbit, completely at the mercy of others. She wanted to warn Ning Yuan, but her eyelids felt as heavy as mountains, and she eventually fell into a deep sleep. Father, Mother, I miss you, where are you? In her dazed state, Xue Hongyi murmured softly, tears welling in her eyes. At this moment, she had concealed all her sharpness, and there was no trace of fierceness left in her. Ning Yuan searched for some antipyretic herbs nearby, but he wasn't entirely confident in his ability to find them. He weighed the blade of grass in his hand and decided to take the plunge. Whatever, let's try it and see. Ning Yuan threw all the herbs into the pot and boiled them. The soup boiled and had a suspicious green color. Ning Yuan brought over a bowl, helped Xue Hongyi up, and tried to feed her the drink. However, Xue Hongyi clenched her teeth, and she spat it out in disgust as Ning Yuan poured it down her throat. Looking at the two lips that were still beautiful despite the loss of blood, Ning Yuan hesitated for a moment before finally standing up and bowing respectfully to the unconscious person. Ahem, Miss Xue, I, Ning Yuan, am by no means a person who takes advantage of others in distress. What I am about to do is simply to save your life. Please forgive me if I offend you. Ning Yuan then took a deep breath, put the medicine in his mouth, helped Xue Hongyi up, and leaned down to kiss her. Xue Hongyi frowned, as if she had noticed something entering her throat, and instinctively turned her head to try to avoid it. Ning Yuan pressed down on the back of her head and forcefully, and slowly inserted the medicine. Xue Hongyi suddenly woke up, feeling a liquid enter her mouth. She opened her weak phoenix eyes in a daze and saw the hunter's face close to hers. You beast, I'll kill you! As the sun set, Ning Yuan's mournful cries echoed deep within Black Wind Ridge. Smack! Ah! My handsome face! A few minutes later, Ning Yuan covered his swollen cheek and looked resentfully at Xue Hongyi, who was huddled in the corner. Whether it was due to Xue Hongyi's fever or some other reason, her usually cool and delicate face seemed even redder. I kindly saved you, and you hit me? Ning Yuan said. So what? Xue Hongyi, feeling guilty, puffed out her ample chest and pretended to be calm, raising her chin. Did I give you permission to save me? You're insane. Just die. I don't care about you. Ning Yuan was displeased. He's not a simp. You, Xue Hongyi, are down on your luck now. Who the hell cares about you? Ning Yuan was furious, so he grabbed his basket and longbow and left. However, the coat was still placed on Xue Hongyi and was not taken away. Looking at the boiling pot of medicine, Xue Hongyi couldn't help but recall the scene of Ning Yuan feeding her the medicine just now. Unable to resist, her slender, cool fingertips caressed the corner of her lips. This is what it feels like to kiss a man. Xue Hongyi's face immediately turned bright red, and she shook her head to banish those messy images. In the empty cave, Xue Hongyi walked weakly to the medicine pot and ladled herself another bowl. Although it tasted bitter, Xue Hongyi forced herself to drink it despite feeling nauseous. She has no one left in this world to rely on. Being alive is more important than anything else. As she thought this, Xue Hongyi listened to the howling snow outside the cave and felt a strange sense of sorrow and loneliness. Xue Hongyi, you must be strong. You must pull yourself together. Sooner or later, you must clear your family's name. My Xue family of Guangdong is by no means a rebel. Father and mother, please wait a little longer. Thinking this way, Xue Hongyi felt a little better. But when she caught a glimpse of the rice balls on the stone table out of the corner of her eye, her delicate body suddenly trembled. That was a rice ball that Ning Yuan had left for her, which she hadn't eaten yet. A message was left on the charcoal beside the stone table. When this once mighty female general of the border town read it, she could no longer control her grief and burst into tears. Being alive is the most important thing. As long as you are alive, there is hope. If your family sees that you are doing well, they will be able to reincarnate in peace. Hearing Xue Hongyi sobbing in the cave, Ning Yuan, who had not left outside the cave, was finally relieved. Humans need to vent their emotions. Only by venting their emotions can they have the energy to think about how to live. On the way back, Ning Yuan wondered if his life would have been better if his parents hadn't divorced in his previous life and his grandfather were still alive. Instead of the underground garage, the dozen or so luxury cars his parents bought him, and the few empty villas. Ning Yuan sighed deeply. Besides my wealthy family background, I have nothing. It's too miserable. Chapter 34. You saw my body? Husband, why doesn't the coarse salt you added taste bitter? Yes, my husband, it's still a little sour, but much better. In Mo village, the cold wind howls, and the damp, moldy thatch clings tightly to the roof, peering into the home of a family of 4. Inside the house, a cluster of fires burn stubbornly, dispelling the damp chill of the harsh winter and illuminating the faces of the family of 4 sitting around a small wooden table. Ning Yuan carefully poured the semi-finished refined salt into a large pot of stewed venison. Steam rises, mingling with the aroma of meat. Xin Shuang picked up the bowl and took a sip of soup. Her eyes lit up immediately, as if she had discovered a new continent. Qin Ru, who came from a merchant family and was more knowledgeable, also showed surprise in her eyes after carefully considering the matter. The taste is somewhat similar to refined salt, but the bitterness is greatly reduced. Husband, where did you come from? Qin Ru asked curiously. I traded a pheasant I had hunted with a passing merchant when I came down the mountain. Ning Yuan explained naturally, then changed the subject. How is it? Does the soup taste good? It's delicious, but it's a bit too extravagant. After all, many villages are struggling to make ends meet these days. Xin Shuang nodded with satisfaction. She picked up the fattest piece of venison and placed it in Ning Yuan's bowl. My dear husband, you must be tired today. You're back so late. My sister and I will boil some water later to help you relax. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the woodshed, and the glow of the hearth fire seemed to extend outwards with the warmth, briefly illuminating the desolate and lonely village. Ning Yuan chewed on the meat, but his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of Black Wind Ridge, his thoughts churning. He repeatedly examined the refining process during the day, trying to figure out which step was still lacking in precision or which crucial detail he had overlooked. As my thoughts drifted, another figure entered my mind. The female general who was trapped alone in the cave at Black Wind Ridge Pass. I wonder if Xue Hongyi, after taking the medicine, will be able to make it through the night. Once the thought came to mind, it was hard to shake off. Black Wind Ridge Cave, a lone figure in the cold night. Meanwhile, deep within Black Wind Ridge, inside a dark and damp cave, the campfire burned weakly, casting its light on the slippery stone wall. Xue Hongyi had a high fever and her lips were pale. She was talking in her sleep. Xue Hongyi dreamed of the Xue family mansion in Guangdong. Her father was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, while her mother was gently combing her hair, nagging about the rules of a noble lady, and scolding her for never wearing makeup and not acting like a proper young lady, wondering which noble young man would dare to marry her in the future. Father, Mother, I miss you so much. Amidst her murmured words, a single, glistening tear squeezed from beneath her long, thick eyelashes and rolled down onto the cold, rough wooden door. The following day, a cold wind howled outside the cave, taking away the last bit of warmth left from the campfire. It's so cold. Xuehongyi curled up unconsciously, her body trembling violently. In a daze, she felt a slightly cool hand touch her burning forehead. Who? A sudden surge of vigilance arose, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. Despite her illness, Xuehongyi retained the ferocity she had displayed in the border town. Almost instinctively, the curved sword beside her was drawn instantly. Daylight had broken, and a faint light shone through the cave entrance. Ning Yuan looked at the curved blade at his neck and helplessly raised his hands. Don't get excited, it's me. You're still alive? How are you feeling? Xuehongyi's lips parted slightly, her forehead covered in cold sweat, her phoenix eyes sharp yet unable to conceal her profound weakness. Even the hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. Ning Yuan sighed, gently pressed down her knife, and then placed the dried meat and rice he had brought on a stone to the side. Eat something so you'll have the strength to get through this. After saying that, Ning Yuan ignored her, picked up his basket, turned around and walked out of the cave towards the salt mine. Looking at the food Ning Yuan left behind, Xuehongyi pursed her lips, struggling internally. But the hunger in her stomach was so real that, in the end, her survival instinct made her reach out, pick up some food, and eat it in small bites. After eating meat, he seemed to have regained some strength. A short while later, Ning Yuan returned carrying a basket of dusty, natural salt ore. The two left each other undisturbed, and the only sounds in the cave were the clanging of Ning Yuan smashing ore with his machete, and the occasional crackling of the campfire. Xuehongyi leaned against the fire, wrapped her clothes tightly around herself, and silently observed Ning Yuan's busy work. He added firewood, melted snow, poured crushed mineral powder into the pot, and then added some crushed soil powder and gravel for filtering. His movements were focused and skillful. As she watched, Xuehongyi's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Ning Yuan's voice rang in her ears. Hey, wake up! Xuehongyi suddenly opened her eyes and saw Ning Yuan standing in front of her, covered in sweat, with a sour smell from the mixture of fire and sweat. What are you doing? Try it, do you think this counts as refined salt? Ning Yuan handed over a ceramic bowl, which was filled with some white crystals, as fine as snow. Xuehongyi comes from a prestigious family and must have eaten high-quality salt. She intended to refuse. Who do I think I am? Why should I listen to a hunter like you? But seeing Ning Yuan's face covered in sweat and the unmistakable expectation in his eyes, and thinking of the food he brought, she inexplicably reached out her finger, dipped it in the food, and gently licked it. Suddenly, a look of disbelief and astonishment flashed in her phoenix eyes. You actually succeeded? Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan was so excited that he almost jumped up and spun around excitedly on the spot. Sure enough! Adding the specific clay powder to absorb impurities makes a big difference. Ha! I've succeeded! Watching Ning Yuan gesticulate wildly, Xuehongyi only felt extremely irritated. All she wanted now was to rest quietly. Have you made enough of a scene? Quiet down, she said weakly, yet with an undeniable air of aloofness. Ning Yuan then calmed down, moved closer, and reached out to touch her forehead. You're still burning up, don't try to tough it out. I have a folk remedy that might save you, do you want to try it? Insolence! Xuehongyi bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, grabbing the curved knife at her side. If you dare touch me, I'll kill you! She remembered the sudden, stolen first kiss before she fell into a coma yesterday. Ning Yuan remained silent. No, you're already like this, and you still want to kill me? Don't suffer for the sake of saving face. I don't believe in folk remedies, get out of here, I don't need them. Xuehongyi hugged her bulging breasts tightly, her eyes filled with disgust. Fine, I won't lose anything if you die anyway. Ning Yuan pretended to turn around. Treat me or not, it's up to you. But just then, Xuehongyi behind him finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ning Yuan sighed helplessly and walked back. Looking at this usually imposing female general, her pale and fragile sleeping face now revealed a rare gentleness and cuteness. I really don't know if I owed you something in my past life. Never mind, I'm magnanimous and won't hold a grudge. Whether I live or die is up to fate. He carried Xue Hongyi back to the simple wooden bed, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out and carefully untied the belt around her waist. As the sash loosened, the hem of her dress came undone, slipping off her snow-white shoulders to reveal a pair of skin tightly wrapped in bandages. Even in her illness, she still possessed a strikingly full and rounded profile. Ning Yuan's breath caught in his throat. Holy crap, the abyss! Outside the cave, a fierce snowstorm raged, and the previously audible cries of deer could no longer be heard. Only the cold wind howled. After an unknown amount of time, Xue Hongyi vaguely woke up. Awake? Ning Yuan's voice rang out. Xue Hongyi suddenly looked up and reached for her scimitar. However, her scimitar and longbow had already been placed beside Ning Yuan at some point. What did you do to me? Xue Hongyi panicked when she discovered that her limbs were bound. Moreover, the waist belt seemed to have been retied, and I felt a strange stinging sensation in my back and neck. Ning Yuan scratched his head, his eyes darting around. If I said I'd save you, would you believe me? You bastard, did you touch my clothes? Xue Hongyi gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. A strong sense of humiliation welled up inside her. But because it was tied to the wooden door, it was at the mercy of others. Once upon a time, the hunter she looked down upon was now humiliating her in this way. I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Xue Hongyi struggled frantically, and the anger that had been suppressed in her heart for many days roared out. Seeing Xue Hongyi's madness, Ning Yuan remained calm. I admit that I undressed you, but I did not take advantage of you. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's confession, Xue Hongyi struggled even more frantically, glaring fiercely at Ning Yuan. You dare let go of me? I want to fight you one-on-one. Ning Yuan was speechless. He cursed her as a crazy woman and decided to let her calm down for a while. But just as Ning Yuan turned around, the coarse cloth twisted into a rope made a muffled tearing sound. Xue Hongyi possessed astonishing strength, tearing the chain in two and leaping into the air, charging towards Ning Yuan. Oh no! Ning Yuan gasped. This woman doesn't look like she has much flesh on her body, yet she's so strong. Ning Yuan tried to dodge, but Xue Hongyi was incredibly fast and knocked him to the ground. Calm down, I really just wanted to bring down your fever. Xue Hongyi went mad. Her slender hands grabbed Ning Yuan's neck, and she grabbed a stone from the side and smashed it against Ning Yuan's face. We're doomed! Chapter 35 Female General, are you testing me with this? The stone came crashing down, and Ning Yuan instinctively raised his hand to protect his face. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. The expected pain did not come, and when Ning Yuan squinted, he was stunned. The madwoman missed her target, and the stone landed to the side. Xue Hongyi lowered her head, her cascading black hair obscuring her face. The cave was eerily quiet, save for her soft sobs. Ning Yuan didn't dare to move for a moment, letting her straddle him as he watched large tears roll down from her hair and hit his chest. Hey, are you alright? Ning Yuan cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. I really didn't touch you. Whoever touched you is a coward. Xue Hongyi cried even harder. Heart-wrenching cries echoed through the cave, as if they were about to drift out of their homeland in northeast China. Ning Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Is it really necessary? Anyone who didn't know better would think they had done something to her. Ning Yuan was at a loss for what to do and could only let her cry. After an unknown amount of time, the crying gradually subsided, turning into intermittent sobs. Hey, have you cried enough? Can you get up now? Ning Yuan felt like his butt was almost numb. This woman was firm and thick, and the softness of her buttocks made him have some impure thoughts. Xue Hongyi raised her head, her bright red phoenix eyes staring coldly at him. You really didn't touch me? Ning Yuan was speechless. I just gave you a gua sha treatment. Seeing her blank expression, he explained. I just scraped your neck and back. I can't explain the exact principle, but judging from how loudly you're crying, isn't your head a bit clearer than before? Xue Hongyi was slightly taken aback. It really was true. She suspiciously moved to sit down by the campfire, and Ning Yuan took the opportunity to distance himself. Heaven knows if this crazy woman suffered a family tragedy and developed a mental breakdown. Seeing that it was getting late, he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Wait, don't go yet. Xue Hongyi suddenly called out to him. What, you still want to kill me? Come sit down. She glanced at the seat next to her, her tone still leaving no room for negotiation. Ning Yuan sighed inwardly. I'll tolerate it because your whole family died. He walked back and sat down somewhat awkwardly. The two fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere became subtly tense. Xue Hongyi was embarrassed because she had allowed the hunter who had seen her body and taken her first kiss to sit next to her. Doesn't that make her seem strange? Ning Yuan was embarrassed because this crazy woman's mood was unpredictable, and she was silent at the moment, leaving him unsure of how to deal with her. He was about to speak when Xue Hongyi spoke first. Are you leaving? Ning Yuan gazed at the sky. There's no sun today, and the heavy snow is about to close the mountain passes, so we should head back early. The firelight illuminated her delicate oval face, and deep within her shimmering phoenix eyes lay a barely perceptible unease. Can I ask you for a favor? Xue Hongyi bit her lower lip and unconsciously lowered her head. Ning Yuan immediately became alert. What are you going to do? Her slender hand clenched secretly within her sleeve, and she spoke hesitantly, as if summoning all her courage, her voice barely audible. Could you hug me? Ning Yuan's hand, which was about to gather firewood, froze in midair, and he was completely stunned. What did I just hear? He turned his head, incredulous. You want me to hug you? Goodness, it's just a cupping treatment, how could it possibly develop into something like this? A trap. This is definitely a trap. That crazy woman probably wants to wait for him to reach out and hug her, then kill him so she can feel at peace with herself. Just as Ning Yuan was about to righteously refuse her and tell her, I, Ning Yuan, am neither humble nor arrogant, this is the true nature of a man. Suddenly, everything went dark. A few strands of hair brushed against the tip of his nose, and then a soft, warm body crashed into his arms. Xue Hongyi unexpectedly hugged him. That face, which had been feigning strength, was now buried deep in his broad shoulders. Dead silence. The cave was deathly silent. Only the intertwined heartbeats of the two remained, each one louder than the last. General Xue. Ning Yuan noticed her unusual behavior and didn't know where to put his hands. He seemed to suddenly understand why she wanted him to hug her. Her entire family was executed due to political infighting. The former female general is now a criminal, branded with tattoos, and has lost everything. She was lonely and in pain. She just needed a little warmth to confirm that she was still alive. Ning Yuan gently patted her back, but ultimately said nothing more. The snow fell even harder. On the way down the mountain, Ning Yuan thought about his parents' divorce. They never cared about him except for giving him money. Only the old man truly cared for him and taught him the principles of being a good person. But the old man passed away that year, and no one in the world really cared about him anymore. The women who stayed by his side were only after his parents' wealth, nothing more. Looking back on those most difficult days, how did he get through them? He forgot. Looking at the lights of Mobei village at the foot of the mountain, the heaviness in his heart gradually dissipated. Having been reborn and now having the warm family I've always dreamed of, what more could I ask for? Ning Yuan's pace quickened, and he soon disappeared into the depths of the night. Unbeknownst to him, after he had walked away, several furtive figures emerged from the shadows. A slightly aged voice rang out. I don't believe that kid Ning Yuan is that lucky. He killed a black bear in just over 10 days, and then caught a fat deer the day before yesterday. There must be something fishy going on here. Yes, he must be hiding some secret. These people had been lying in wait in the mountains for a long time. After confirming that Ning Yuan had gone far away, they followed his footprints back. By the flickering light of their torches, they finally stopped in front of the hidden cave. "Look! There really is a cave here!" The firelight flickered, and the lame old man from the neighboring River Ditch village excitedly pointed to the cave entrance. Two thin, middle-aged men quickly stepped forward from behind. The three looked at each other, their eyes gradually filled with greed and madness. They groped their way through the deep cave, cautiously arriving at the other end, where they were astonished to see a mountain stronghold standing not far from the cave entrance. Inside the village, faint flickering lights could be seen. The lame old man swallowed hard. "I heard that a few days ago, bandits came down from the mountain and killed several people in Mobe village. Could this be their hideout? Then doesn't that mean there are bandits?" The skinny man next to him trembled in fright and turned to run away. "What's the panic?" The lame old man grabbed him. "Weren't those bandits wiped out by the border troops long ago? Even if some escaped, they were all captured and sent to the border city to serve in the army. Where are there any bandits left here?" But there's light inside, there must be someone there." A fierce glint flashed in the limping old man's eyes. "Maybe this is Ning Yuan's secret base. All his meat and food come from here. That firelight is probably just a charade to scare us away. No, this is all just your guess. If there really are bandits, we're all doomed." The other two were so frightened that they shook their heads and refused to go any further. "You spineless cowards! It's no wonder Ning Yuan led the whole village to eat meat. If you won't go, I'll go." The lame old man mustered his courage and stepped inside. When they saw that he had actually gone, the two men from Hege village became anxious. "I'm afraid of dying, but I'm even more afraid of missing out on the meat right in front of me." One of them trembled and said, "I don't care anymore. I haven't tasted meat for over a year. I came and went from Ning Yuan without any problems, so this place should be safe, right?" As he spoke, the man followed. The remaining men stamped their feet and finally gave chase. Chapter 36. They want to steal my grain, so they ask if my bow and arrows will allow it. The wooden door to the Ning family's courtyard was ajar, leaving a crack. Widow Lu was chatting at Ning Yuan's house when her loud, shrill voice rang out. "My two younger sisters, I've been through this before, and although some of what I'm about to say may be hard to hear, I still have to remind you." Widow Lu glanced outside the door, confirming that Ning Yuan hadn't fallen in love yet, and moved closer. "When a man has ability, his mind becomes more flexible. Brother Ning Yuan is becoming more and more capable these days, always running around outside. You guys have to keep an eye on him." Upon hearing this, Xin Shuang paused slightly, raised her eyes, and smiled gently, though her smile held a hint of confusion. "Sister Lu, what do you mean?" Qin Ru, who was sewing shoe soles to the side, didn't even look up, but quietly picked up the conversation. "Shuang, what Sister Lu means is that Ning Yuan is afraid that Huixini will cause trouble outside." Despite her verbal explanation, Qin Ru didn't seem to care at all. She lightly pierced her hair with the needle tip, her movements practiced as she worked with her assistant. Upon hearing this, Xin Shuang covered her mouth with her sleeve and chuckled softly. "No matter how bad my husband is, he can't be worse than before. The life we have now is better than I ever dreamed of." Widow Lu was silenced, her words cut off. Qin Ru followed closely behind. "This family is entirely supported by my husband. My sister and I can manage the household chores so that he can have a hot meal and a warm home when he comes home, and that makes us happy. As long as he cares about this family, everything else is trivial." The two women exchanged a glance, their hearts already in sync. When Ning Yuan returned yesterday, they noticed something amiss. Her husband's outer coat to keep warm was gone, and there were still a few thin red marks on his face. They understood, but neither of them said it aloud. In this frigid border region, it's common for men with real ability to have multiple wives and concubines. Ning Yuan saved them from the cold and hunger this winter, and never beat or scolded his wives and concubines like some villagers did. They are not ungrateful people. If a sister were to enter the family and help the Ning family have more descendants, it would not be a bad thing. Clang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a heavy basket of wild vegetables slammed to the ground, interrupting the whispers inside. Widow Lu shuddered in fright. Turning around, she saw Xiaowan standing at the door with a cold face, patting her chest and scolding her. "Oh dear, you little brat, you scared me to death!" Xiaowan put the things down quickly and efficiently, her tone icy. "If Sister Lu hasn't done anything wrong, what's there to be afraid of?" She had been listening to Widow Lu gossiping outside the door, and she was already quite annoyed. Widow Lu looked embarrassed, and seeing that Ning Yuan's 2 wives didn't seem to be very agreeable either, she realized she was being frivolous and awkwardly got up. "Oh dear, it's getting late, I should go back and cook." Xiaowan picked up a machete and began chopping wood in the yard, making a loud, piercing noise. Xin Shuang and Qin Ru continued sewing the precious bearskin in the room, exchanging a smile. Xin Shuang called softly to the window. "Wanner, it's cold outside, come in and warm yourself by the fire." Xiaowan then brought in firewood and added it to the stove, the firelight reflecting off her sullen face. "Sister Shuang, Sister Qinru, please let Widow Lu come to our house less often in the future. That mouth of hers is always spreading rumors," Qinru said gently. "What others say is their business. We just need to live our own lives well." Just then, familiar footsteps came from outside the courtyard, accompanied by Ning Yuan's cheerful voice. "I'm back." When the man returned home, the quiet house suddenly came alive. Qin Ru hurried to the kitchen to heat up the food, Xiaowan helped to stoke the fire, while Xin Shuang went to greet Ning Yuan, brushed the snow off his body, brought hot water to wash his face and scald his feet, and served him a whole host of things. Soon, the family sat down for a meal, and the atmosphere was warm and cozy. When Qin Ru placed a whole, well-stewed bear penis into Ning Yuan's bowl, Ning Yuan was taken aback at first, then looked at the 2 women with a knowing smile in his eyes. Xin Shuang and Qin Ru blushed instantly, lowered their heads, and gently nudged each other with their knees under the table, signaling the other to speak. Little Wan, standing to the side, was eating her rice, blinking her big eyes, completely bewildered. "Brother Ning Yuan." Xiaowan remembered the important matter. "This afternoon I went to the back mountain to dig for wild vegetables. I heard that the lame old man from Hege village took the 2 Xing brothers to Heifeng Ridge early this morning and hasn't returned to the village yet. He said they were afraid of encountering heavy snow or wild animals. You must be more careful when you go up the mountain in the future." Ning Yuan, who was chewing on a bear whip, froze upon hearing this, his brows furrowing. "Are you sure it was Black Wind Ridge that we went there this morning?" "Yes." Xiaowan nodded. "That's what everyone in the village is saying." Ning Yuan gave a thoughtful a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. "Eat quickly then rest. Black Wind Ridge is huge, and it might be blocked by heavy snow inside the mountains. He doesn't care about the life or death of others." In the stillness of the night, Xiaowan didn't think much of it. After helping her sisters clean up the dishes, she washed up and went back to her warm bed. But how could she fall asleep? Soon, strange noises, which her sister Shuang had never made during the day, came from the main room. The voice was suppressed yet carried a certain excitement, like a kitten scratching someone, making it unpleasant to listen to. Just when things had finally quieted down, Xiaowan tucked her legs together and prepared to go to sleep, but suddenly Qin Ru's strange voice, which sounded completely different from her usual style, rang out again. This cycle repeated itself until Xiaowan, completely exasperated, crawled into bed. After a passionate encounter, Xin Shuang lay on Ning Yuan's strong chest, her fingertips unconsciously drawing circles as she softly probed. "Husband, shall we repair and expand the house after spring? Right now, this house, after spring, I'm afraid, won't be able to accommodate 5 people. Ning Yuan didn't react for a moment. 5 people? Where did these 5 people come from? Ning Yuan suddenly remembered something, sat up abruptly, and looked at the 2 women with surprise. "Which of you is pregnant?" Xin Shuang and Qin Ru were amused by his sudden action, and Qin Ru pursed her lips and said, "Dream on. It's not that fast." My sister and I are just thinking about it and preparing for the future. Okay, I was thinking that we have some spare money at home, so we can apply for building a house in Qinghai County another day to increase the number of people in our family, without having to wait until spring. The following day, heavy snow blocked the mountain pass, and Ning Yuan had no intention of going to Black Wind Ridge. Unable to stay idle, he decided to try something different, so he packed his fishing gear and headed to the river to try his luck. Just as I called Shaowaner and prepared to go out, a series of noisy footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Ning Yuan! Where do you think you're going? Led by a shrewish woman wielding an iron pestle and with a flabby figure, they directly blocked the Ning family's courtyard. Ning Yuan came out upon hearing this. Who are you? What are you doing blocking my house? Shaowan recognized these people and whispered. Brother Ning Yuan, she is Seng Laoda's wife from Hege village. Ning Yuan coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. What is it? The shrew spat and said sharply. My husband and his brother went up Black Wind Ridge with the old limpy man and didn't return all night. Don't tell me you didn't know. It must have been you who tampered with things on Black Wind Ridge and killed them. Ning Yuan was so angry that he laughed instead. What does it have to do with me that your man is lost? Does Black Wind Ridge belong to your River Gully village? You only allow them to go, but I'm not. Shaowaner also stepped forward, mustering her courage to say, perhaps they encountered an avalanche or a wild animal themselves. Why would they want to find my brother Ning Yuan? Bullshit! The shrew's flesh flew everywhere. My husband said before he left that they were going to secretly follow you up the mountain early this morning to see your hunting route. Why are you so lucky? Besides, the old lame man has a grudge against you. You must have held a grudge and did something underhanded. You have to make it up to me today. I'm carrying the Zhen family's child, and if I lose my man, you'll have to take care of him. Give me half of all the meat and rice in your cellar. Otherwise, I'm not letting this go today. After hearing this, even a fool would understand their purpose. This is because they see their own lives are a little better and want to use this as an excuse to extort money. Ning Yuan turned around and strode back into the house. The crowd outside the courtyard was stunned. The shrew was also a little confused, but her momentum weakened slightly. Ning Yuan quickly returned, now carrying a heavy, sturdy bow. With his other hand, he had already drawn 3 arrows from the quiver, coldly knocked them on the string, and drawn the bow halfway, aiming at the door. Want grain? Fine, if you from Hege village have the guts, come in and take it. Who's first? Chapter 37 Cannibalism. The arrowheads were polished to a gleaming, cold light by Ning Yuan. The shrewish woman, her large pregnant belly protruding, turned pale and instinctively trembled as she backed away. You dare to move a muscle! There are more than a dozen of us, can you kill them all? Ning Yuan laughed in anger, raised an eyebrow, and spoke in an icy voice. Then come up and try. Let's see if our ancestor dares to feed your blood to the arrows. Just then, a starving young man silently climbed over the earthen wall on the right and into the courtyard. He seized the opportunity and pounced from the side and behind, shouting at the same time, I've got him! Hurry up and grab the grain! However, before he could finish speaking, Ning Yuan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His arm holding the bow suddenly turned sharply, the bowstring vibrated, and 3 arrows were released in quick succession. Whoosh! 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 Arrows pierced the wind. One of the arrows pierced the young man's instep with perfect accuracy. Ah! The young man let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground, sliding right to Ning Yuan's feet and clinging tightly to Ning Yuan's leg. The villagers outside the courtyard looked at the scene with eyes that resembled those of hungry rats. Instead of retreating, they swarmed forward like madmen. Leading the charge was a gaunt middle-aged man who darted to within 3 steps of Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan reacted extremely quickly, drawing another arrow from the quiver with his backhand and simultaneously kicking the middle-aged man hard in the groin. These villagers were starving, subsisting on tree bark, wild vegetables, and even moldy millet. Where would they find the strength to resist Ning Yuan? The kick struck the middle-aged man as if he had been hit hard, causing him to clutch his groin and scream like a pig being slaughtered, instantly rendering him unable to move. Even though Ning Yuan was ruthless, he couldn't control this group of starving people at all. Hunger consumed their fear, which in turn fueled their recklessness. The crowd was about to engulf Ning Yuan and the courtyard. "Xiao Waner, go inside! Close the door!" Ning Yuan shouted urgently, realizing that the situation was out of control. The tragedy of exchanging children to eat has probably already happened in Hege village. These people in front of us are no different from wild beasts. Xiao Waner turned pale with fright, but she was unusually decisive and turned around to rush into the house. But she didn't close the door. Instead, she quickly grabbed the sharp curved knife from the corner of the wall, stood horizontally in front of the door, and protected Shen Shuiying and Qing Ru inside the room. However, at this critical moment, from the distant snow came the rapid, chaotic sound of horses' hooves and several thunderous shouts. "What are you doing? Stop it, all of you!" The first of them, a tall, muscular border soldier, leaped off his horse. Using both hands and feet, as if lifting chicks, he quickly picked up the villagers who were rushing towards Ning Yuan and threw them away. The remaining border troops followed swiftly, their gleaming scimitars instantly pressed against the necks of the fallen villagers. "Don't you fucking move! If you move again, I'll chop your throat, you believe that, you bastard!" The situation was brought under control instantly. Ning Yuan also took the opportunity to kick away the villager who was pressing down on him. He was still in shock. These starving villagers are more terrifying than encountering a bear. "Are you all right?" The man turned around and walked over, extending his hand to Ning Yuan with a wry smile. A few minutes later, inside the house. "Brother Zhou!" Ning Yuan exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. "Why are you back?" Outside the snow, 6 warhorses puffed out white steam. Inside the courtyard, several border soldiers stood guard with knives over the kneeling villagers of Hege village. The Ning family's woodshed, which had been tense and oppressive, was now filled with warm light and the aroma of meat, along with Zhou Qiong's hearty laughter. "Haha, I'm relieved to see you're all right. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Zhou Qiong looked a bit more haggard than a few days ago, but he was full of energy. He took the hot water Ning Yuan poured and took a sip. "You've made a bit of money, with so much food stored up at home. You'd better be more careful from now on. There are plenty of envious people these days." Ning Yuan nodded. "Brother Zhou, shouldn't you be in Blackwater border town? Why did you suddenly come back?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiong sighed and put down the earthenware bowl. "The border town is relatively peaceful for now. When the Tartars occasionally come to harass us, it's always a small force that fights guerrilla warfare. As long as spring doesn't come and the ice hasn't melted, they won't dare to cross the frozen moat in large numbers." He paused, then lowered his voice. "I'm back this time on orders from the general headquarters to arrest a group of soldiers who recently deserted." "Someone else escaped?" Ning Yuan frowned. "Yes." Zhou Qiong shook his head helplessly. "The border troops suffer, they don't have enough to eat or wear. With spring just a few months away, the Tartars' offensive will only become more ferocious. Some who were afraid of death or could not endure the hardship deserted." He glanced at Ning Yuan, his tone grave. "Many of these deserters are no different from bandits, they are vicious and ruthless. You must be careful these days." Ning Yuan seemed to be deep in thought, then asked, "Brother Zhou, everyone says that one Tartar can defeat 5 of our border soldiers on horseback. Is that true?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhou Qiong's face, and he blushed slightly. "To be honest, if we were on horseback, a well-trained Tatar cavalryman could probably take on 10 of our infantrymen without any problem." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but gasp. He knew the Tartars were fierce and brave, but he never expected the border troops of the Great Gan Empire to be so vastly different from them. "Anyway," Zhou Qiong patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder, "the border troops will send more people to patrol in a while, so don't be afraid. In case Blackwater City falls, I will try to send someone to notify you to evacuate in advance. Please be careful." A warm feeling welled up in Ning Yuan's heart. Brother Zhou, thank you. All right, I have military duties to attend to. I need to go catch those deserters. Zhou Qiong stood up, clasped his hands in farewell, and said, After we've dealt with all the guys on the list, let's have a good drink together. Remember to treat us. Ning Yuan quickly saw him off, saying, Have some food before you go? No thanks, brother. Zhou Qiong strode out of the house, mounted his horse, and coldly swept his gaze over the group of villagers from Hege village kneeling in the snow. Listen up, you bunch of troublemakers! Ning Yuan is my brother Zhou Qiong, a man who would die for me. If you dare to cause trouble at his place again, I'll have you all captured and sent to the border town to fight the Tartars hand-to-hand on the front lines. Roll! The word, get lost, terrified the villagers, who scrambled away and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Zhou Qiong then turned to Ning Yuan, clasped his hands in a fist salute again, and spoke earnestly. Brother Ning, this year is tough, people are even resorting to cannibalism. Alas, I just passed by Hege village and saw some horrible sights. I was worried about you, so I made a special trip to check on you, and sure enough, something happened to you. You must be careful in everything you do. Ning Yuan solemnly returned the greetings, saying, I will keep Brother Zhou's words in mind. Be careful in capturing deserters. If you need my help, just send someone to let me know, and I'll be there without hesitation. Take care, my good brother. Zhou Qiong spurred his horse and, with several border soldiers, swept towards the vast white snowfield like a gust of wind, quickly disappearing below the horizon. Xin Shuang stepped forward and brushed the snow off Ning Yuan's clothes, her voice trembling. Husband, Brother Zhou said he saw some terrifying scenes in Hege village. What were they? Ning Yuan did not answer immediately, his gaze falling on the few dark red bloodstains on the snow in the courtyard that had not yet completely dried. He paused for a moment, then said gravely, What else could it be? Cannibalism, of course. Chapter 38 This is nothing more than hell on earth. Cannibalism is something that violates the very lowest moral standard. There's still room for maneuver when it comes to exchanging children for food, but once cannibalism occurs, there's absolutely no turning back. In the dead of winter, the snow-covered village of Hege was deathly silent, devoid of any sign of life. The village was filled with dilapidated thatched huts scattered about, with a few houses emitting wisps of smoke, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Ning Yuan didn't even eat before appearing on the hillside of Hege village with his longbow. Suddenly, as Ning Yuan was observing, the door of one of the thatched huts was pushed open, and a terrified young man limped out. But a group of men from Hege village chased after him and pinned him to the ground. Help! Help! Quickly cover his mouth and put it in! You son of a bitch, don't look! Do you want to be discovered? Hurry up! Several men from the River Ditch village quickly dragged the young man inside. Upon seeing this, Ning Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, and a strong sense of nausea surged in his esophagus. Ning Yuan recognized the young man who was dragged in. It was the young man who had ambushed him that morning, but his own arrow pierced the sole of his foot, wounding him. I never expected that, though I didn't intend to take his life. The villagers of Hege village, knowing he was injured, simply let him become their meal. It seems we need to be careful in the future. If things continue to develop like this inhumane and despicable thing will inevitably spread to Mo village sooner or later. Ning Yuan quickly returned home. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw an old woman kneeling at the entrance, holding her granddaughter's hand. Ning family daughter-in-law, please have some compassion. My grandson has been hungry for days. It doesn't matter if I don't eat, please just give him a bite to eat. Xin Shuang stood awkwardly at the door, while Xiao Waner watched the old woman warily beside her. Because Xiao Wan remembered that this old woman seemed to be from Hege village. Now, in more than a dozen villages, many people know about the scandals of Hege village. It could be said that every household kept their doors tightly shut, for fear that people from Hege village would break in. Once they open their mouths, there's no turning back for them. Ning Yuan walked in with a sullen face, blocking Xin Shuang's path, and looked coldly at the old woman. There's no food here. My family doesn't even have enough to eat. I need to leave quickly. The old woman's eyes were filled with despair. She sighed helplessly and turned to look at her grandson, who was already dizzy from hunger. "My dear grandson, let's go, we don't need to ask for help anymore." As she spoke, the old woman got up shakily, took her grandson's hand, and walked outside. Qin Shuang didn't speak from behind, but she and Xiao Wana were both surprised to find that Ning Yuan was tightly gripping the wood-chopping knife tucked behind his back. "Husband, they don't look like the people from Hegiv village this morning. Are you nervous?" Ning Yuan coldly said. "They are no different from the villagers in Hegiv village. Now I even suspect that all the villagers in Hegiv village have already eaten that stuff. How could this be? You ate them all?" Qin Shuang felt a chill run down her spine and hid in Ning Yuan's arms in fright. The old woman, who had been walking away, stopped about 50 paces away with her grandson. Suddenly, she turned her head strangely to look at Qin Shuang, revealing a toothless mouth. Those eyes, which were originally lifeless, were filled with resentment and anger, but it only lasted for a moment before disappearing. She shakily took out something wrapped in black cloth from her bosom, then opened it, and reluctantly fed it to her grandson. "My dear grandson, eat up, you won't be hungry anymore." "Ah!" Qin Shuang seemed to have also seen the open package. It was a lump of meat, a dark lump of meat I had never seen before. Ning Yuan quickly covered Qin Shuang's eyes, pulled Xiao Wana inside, and hurriedly closed the door. The shadow of cannibalism has spread throughout more than a dozen villages and even reached Qinghe County. When Magistrate Zhao of Qinghe County learned of this, he was shocked, but how could his Yamen runners dare to go to the countryside? These Yamen runners were far inferior to the border troops. In fact, they were just a group of local militias formed by the common people. Catching petty thieves is fine, but if you encounter someone as ruthless as this, you'd probably be scared just looking at them, and you wouldn't have any fighting power left. For a moment, Magistrate Zhao didn't know what to do. At noon, it was his fierce wife who brought him lunch and gave him some advice. That means asking the border troops to come and help. The local county government and the border troops have always cooperated closely. The county government was responsible for ensuring the safety of the local county by providing food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The border town was also responsible for protecting the safety of the local county. If the county government couldn't resolve a matter, the border troops would intervene. Magistrate Zhao then realized what had happened and slapped his thigh. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about this? I just heard that the border troops have come back to catch deserters. Quickly, prepare the horses and gather all the Yamen runners. I want to personally invite the border troops to quickly suppress those unruly villagers in Hegiv village." Heavy snow fell. The villagers of Mo village hid in fear, and the gates were locked. Because it was too creepy, Xiao Wana was too scared to sleep alone, so she ran to Ning Yuan and his wife's room and hid under the covers. Ning Yuan sat on a bench, sharpening his curved blade, his mind and will highly tense. He hoped that Magistrate Zhao could resolve the matter quickly. If this starts, and it's not suppressed in time, other villages will follow suit, and the lives of hundreds of people in more than a dozen villages and his official position will probably be in jeopardy. If all else fails, we'll take the whole family to Black Wind Ridge tomorrow. At least Black Wind Village is safe, and no one will find out about it. Husband, why don't you come and rest for a bit? Qin Ru called out with heartache when she saw that Ning Yuan had been under a lot of stress all day, and his eyes were bloodshot. Ning Yuan shook his head and stood up. You all get some rest today. Tomorrow morning, pack your things and we'll go up the mountain. Up the mountain? Qin Ru asked in confusion, just as she was about to ask something when a scream broke the silence of Mo village. This scream completely ignited the terrifying gloom that had enveloped Mo village all day. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan silenced the three women and quickly entered combat mode. Peeking through the crack in the door, he saw flickering flames in the distance, heading towards Ning Yuan. Upon seeing this, Ning Yuan knew something was wrong. Get out of bed quickly and go into the cellar. Even if the three girls were stupid, they could guess what was going on. They didn't care about putting on their shoes anymore and rushed barefoot towards the back door. Ning Yuan led the three women into a hidden cellar and was about to close the door. Husband, come in quickly, hurry up. Qin Shuang and Qin Ru pulled Ning Yuan back. Ning Yuan frowned. What if they find us and start a fire if we all hide inside? I can observe the situation from outside. Please don't make a sound. Don't worry, I'm fine, Ning Yuan said, touching Qin Shuang's face with a smile. They quickly closed the cellar and put all the straw back on. Ning Yuan took a few deep breaths and hid nearby. As the torches drew nearer, they finally stopped in front of Ning Yuan's house. Just when Ning Yuan thought these people were after his family's grain, the figure that walked in first made Ning Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. It was Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong returned with his 6 brothers. A few minutes later, the fire in the Ning family's house shone brightly, dispelling the darkness and gloom. The 3 women started a fire in the woodshed to cook, with a border soldier guarding the door and border soldiers standing guard in all 4 corners of the courtyard. Inside the main house, Zhou Qiong chuckled as he scrutinized Ning Yuan's less than pleasant face. What's wrong? Scared? Ning Yuan smiled wryly. Brother Zhou, to be honest, I can't get past this hurdle. People have been eating people in Hege village. I saw it with my own eyes during the day. Zhou Qiong sighed. Magistrate Xiao found me and asked me to come and find a way to suppress this. Even if I kill everyone in Hege village, hunger will still spread to other villages. Brother Zhou, where are your horses? Ning Yuan then noticed that Zhou Qiong and the other 6 horses were missing. Zhou Qiong patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder. Brother, nobody wants to eat people. They had no choice but to eat meat, they didn't want to starve to death. I've already had my brothers kill the 6 horses, and the meat has been distributed to several nearby villages that are in dire need of supplies. As for the villagers in Hege village who ate the meat, it's estimated that they won't be able to go back to their original state. I beheaded all those who resisted, and sent those who did not resist to Magistrate Zhao. Ning Yuan's heart tightened. Killing a horse is a serious crime, Brother Zhou, how could you? Zhou Qiong smiled bitterly. I have lived a mediocre life, full of ambition but with no way to serve my country. If they really have to investigate this matter, I'll take the blame myself. Ning Yuan fell silent. Internal strife within the imperial court meant that the further the people ventured to the border towns, the more hellish the living conditions became. This ancient empire, rotten to the core, is hardly any better than the previous dynasty. In the end, it's just a change of a bunch of ignorant fools who don't know what's good for them. Brother, you're a bit of a coward. Do you want to see what those villagers in the ditch who ate people look like? Suddenly, Zhou Qiong grinned wickedly. Let me tell you, these people who eat human flesh really do look different from us. Ning Yuan's lips twitched, and he waved his hand, saying, I'm not watching anymore, I'm not watching anymore. During the day, he felt a chill run down his spine just from a glimpse of it from afar. If you look closely. Zhou Qiong laughed heartily. What's there to be afraid of? Just consider it a test of your courage. With me here, what are you afraid of? Without saying a word, Zhou Qiong pulled Ning Yuan outside. Chapter 39 Black Wind Ridge is perilous. Kneel down right now, all of you! Hands behind your heads. Anyone who dares to run, I'll chop off their feet on the spot. The cold wind swirled with snowflakes, and every household kept their doors tightly shut, with only fearful, peeking eyes peeking through the cracks. Outside the courtyard, a dozen or so villagers from Hege village knelt trembling in the open space, while 2 border soldiers brandished knives and shouted at them. Zhou Qiong pushed Ning Yuan's shoulder and strode out of the house. Make this fat woman raise her head, Zhou Qiong said in a low voice, but with an undeniable air of authority. A border soldier stepped forward, grabbed the hair of the shrew kneeling at the front, and pulled her up sharply, forcing her to lift her face. Ning Yuan recognized the face. It was the same woman from earlier that day, the one with the big belly and the loudest voice. At this moment, her eyes were unfocused, her lips were an unusually bright red, and her eyes were cloudy and yellowish. Although only a few hours had passed and his appearance hadn't changed much, the aura he exuded was completely different. Whether it was in his mind or not, Ning Yuan felt the chilling eeriness emanating from the air. Ning Yuan frowned and pursed his lips without saying a word. Zhou Qiong glanced at Ning Yuan and said, "Not bad, brother. You've got guts. I thought your legs would give way, but you stood quite steadily. No wonder you killed the bandit leader." Ning Yuan twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing an expression that could hardly be called a smile. "Brother Zhou, what will happen to these people in the end? According to the laws of the Great Gone dynasty, murder is punishable by death. What about cannibalism?" Zhou Qiong said calmly. "They won't even make it to Baoping Prefecture. They'll accidentally die halfway there, and their heads will be quietly chopped off. This illegal procedure has become the most compliant way of handling things in this rotten world." The Great Gone Empire had been waging war for years, and its national treasury had long been emptied. The officials and powerful families in the capital only cared about sucking the blood and sweat of the people. Such a shocking scandal must not be allowed to reach the emperor. It must be completely buried midway. Ning Yuan nodded silently, understanding in his heart, but not daring to say it out loud. The two turned and went back into the house. The dining table was already set inside, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Xin Shuang ladled out a bowl of hot soup, which Ning Yuan took and respectfully presented to Zhou Qiong. "Brother Zhou, we should have prepared some fine wine to entertain you, but I didn't expect you to come back so soon. It was too rushed, so we can only have some simple food and meat. Meat is all that matters. We're all brothers, no need for formalities." Zhou Qiong waved his hand, laughed heartily, and picked up the earthenware bowl to drink the soup in large gulps. However, the moment the broth entered his mouth, Zhou Qiong's expression changed almost imperceptibly, and he stopped moving. This subtle change did not escape Ning Yuan's notice. His heart sank, and he knew something was wrong. Zhou Qiong slowly put down the pottery bowl and looked sharply at Ning Yuan. "Brother, the taste in this soup, isn't it coarse salt, is it?" Xin Shuang, who was standing to the side, quickly chimed in. "Brother Zhou, this is refined salt that my husband traded with a passing merchant using his prey a few days ago. It tastes much better than coarse salt." Zhou Qiong's brows furrowed even deeper. He quickly glanced at the 6 border soldiers waiting outside and lowered his voice. "Have their soup been delivered?" Xin Shuang, not understanding, replied softly. "Sister Qin Ru is preparing in the woodshed. It will be ready soon. Go quickly. Tell your sister-in-law not to take the soup outside out yet," Zhou Qiong said urgently, then winked at Ning Yuan. "Brother, let's talk in private." The two walked to a secluded spot by the back door, where Zhou Qiong stared at Ning Yuan with a solemn expression. "Brother Ning, tell me the truth, where did this refined salt come from? Ordinary merchants can't get their hands on this stuff at all. It's extremely rare to find even on the black market in Qinghe County. These are all rare and sought-after items that came from above. They're more valuable than gold and are definitely not something ordinary people can afford." Ning Yuan knew he couldn't hide it from this experienced veteran, and sighed. "To be honest, Brother Zhou, it was something I tried to refine myself." "You refined this yourself?" Zhou Qiong gasped, looking Ning Yuan up and down as if he were a monster. "You brat, you've got some nerve! This method of refining salt is the lifeblood of the imperial court. Like sugar, it's something that can recruit soldiers and shake the foundations of a nation. Only the royal family can firmly control it. If an outsider gets involved, it's a capital offense. You're playing with fire." Ning Yuan gave a wry smile. "I had no choice. The women in my family had been lacking salt for a long time, and their hands and feet started to swell. So I gritted my teeth and figured it out myself, and I never expected it actually worked." Zhou Qiong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and lowered his voice. "Quick! Tell your sister-in-law to add extra coarse salt to the soup she's preparing to send to our brothers outside. Just to get by. I, Zhou Qiong, won't say anything, but I can't guarantee that others won't become suspicious. Once it's reported, your whole family could be in mortal danger." Ning Yuan nodded quickly and turned to make the arrangements. Zhou Qiong grabbed him again, and the seriousness on his face disappeared. "Wait, bro. Brother Zhou, is there anything else you need?" Zhou Qiong rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice. "Before you leave, get a small bag for my brother too. This stuff is a treasure. I'll keep it with me, and I'll feel wonderful just licking it every now and then. Ning Yuan was taken aback at first, then chuckled. All right, leave it to me. I'll make sure to prepare enough for Brother Zhou. No! Don't do too much. Zhou Qiong quickly waved his hand. A small bag will do. Although the rules are more relaxed in the border town, it's hard to guarantee that there aren't any envious people there. It's enough for me to secretly satisfy my craving. Ning Yuan nodded and strode towards the woodshed. Qin Ru and Xin Shuang clearly realized they had caused trouble. When they saw him come in, they quickly closed the door. Qin Ru greeted him with a pale face. Qin Ru suppressed her sobs in fear. Husband, it's all my fault. I didn't think it through. Ordinary people don't have access to fine salt. If anything goes wrong, hand me over and say I bought it. Don't talk nonsense. Ning Yuan interrupted in a low voice. Brother Zhou is one of us, it was a false alarm. Quickly add more coarse salt to the pot and stir it well. Make sure no one notices anything amiss. After calming his panicked wife, Ning Yuan returned to the front room without making a sound. A border soldier waiting for his meal at the door was already drooling with hunger. When he saw Ning Yuan, he smiled and approached him. Brother Ning, when can we eat? The brothers are starving. Ning Yuan smiled broadly. Please wait a moment, sir. Soup is being served inside, it will be ready soon. All right, no rush. Bianjun rubbed his hands together and stepped aside with a cheerful smile. This dinner, thankfully, passed without any major incidents. As night deepened and the snowstorm subsided, Zhou Qiong, accompanied by 6 border soldiers, escorted the villagers of Hege village back to Qinghe County. Brother, thank you for the treat. This bowl of hot soup warms me up from head to toe. I'm off. Zhou Qiong patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder. Ning Yuan escorted Zhou Qiong to the outside of the courtyard and quietly slipped a small black cloth bag into his hand. Brother Zhou, take care on the road. When you get to the county, please ask you to treat a few soldiers to a drink to warm them up. Zhou Qiong squeezed the cloth bag. Inside, besides loose silver, there was a small packet of angular objects. He smiled knowingly and squeezed Ning Yuan's hand firmly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's go! Brothers, gather your men and let's go! Ning Yuan finally breathed a long sigh of relief after watching Zhou Qiong and the others disappear into the snowy night. That was a close call. If Zhou Qiong hadn't been served that bowl of soup first, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The preciousness and sensitivity of this refined salt far exceeded his imagination. Zhou Qiong's words? Rice, salt, sugar, you can be self-sufficient if you have any one of them, kept echoing in his mind. On a snowy night road, a border soldier watched the villagers of Hege village, who were trudging along, their steps slowing them down. One of them looked at Zhou Qiong impatiently. Commander Zhou, if you asked me, why bother taking these cannibalistic bastards to the county office? Just chop them up, it'll save us trouble. We still need to catch deserters. That's right, Commander Zhou. Sending it to the county will only cause trouble for Magistrate Xiao. We'll have to take a roundabout way. Let's just settle this on the spot. Another border soldier chimed in. Zhou Qiong reached one hand into his clothes, his fingertips gently caressing the small cloth bag containing refined salt, then habitually put it in his mouth and sucked on it. The pure taste of this refined salt is truly addictive. Wait! Zhou Qiong suddenly stopped and raised his hand to signal. Commander Zhou, what's wrong? Asked the soldier beside him, puzzled. Zhou Qiong's sharp gaze turned towards Black Wind Ridge not far away. This action immediately alerted the other 6 border soldiers. With a whoosh, they all drew their sabers and nervously looked around. At that very moment, call out! A sharp arrow ripped through the night, whistling from the darkness to the side. With a soft thud, it accurately pierced the throat of the border soldier at the very front of the column. Enemy attack! Take cover! The experienced veteran shouted immediately. The other 5 border soldiers reacted very quickly and immediately tried to use the villagers of Guohu village as human shields. However, The villagers were already terrified and took advantage of the chaos to scream and scatter into the darkness, leaving the border soldiers completely exposed in the open. There! An old soldier pointed to a thicket on the mountainside of Black Wind Ridge, guided by the trajectory of the arrow. The other 3 border soldiers immediately took cover in the sparse dry grass and quickly flanked the enemy in a fan shape. Staying in the open ground would make us easy targets. Only by rushing into the woods would we have a chance of survival. However, Zhou Qiong stood still, unusually calm, with even a barely perceptible sneer on the corner of his mouth. All of this was within his expectations. He leisurely licked the salty residue from his fingertips, gave a look to the 2 men standing motionless beside him, and silently walked in another direction. At this moment, on the slope of Black Wind Ridge, a lithe figure looked at the border troops chasing down the mountain, a cold smile curving his thin lips, and then turned and disappeared into the depths of the forest. "He's over there! Don't let him get away! He might be a deserter! Chase him!" Seeing that there was only one person, the 3 border soldiers became bolder, put away their scimitars, and gave chase with their bows. But after chasing for a while, the veterans suddenly stopped and looked around warily. "No! Stop!" The other 2 also stopped immediately upon hearing this and nervously looked behind them. "What's wrong? Why did you stop chasing? It seems Zhou Baihu and the other 2 brothers haven't caught up." Before the words were finished, a series of dense whooshing sounds suddenly rang out from above the hillside. More than a dozen arrows shot out from the darkness from different directions at the same time, like venomous snakes. That night, deep within Black Wind Ridge, only the brief clash of metal and a few shrill screams could be heard. Then everything returned to deathly silence, with only the mournful howling of the wind and snow. Chapter 40 Ningyuan encounters deserters. The next day, before dawn, the doors of every household in Mo village were carefully pushed open. The heavy snow that had blocked the mountains for days finally stopped, and the gloom brought to Hege village also temporarily dissipated. Ningyuan gets up very early. Xin Shuang and Qin Ru had already prepared the dry food, and the longbow that had accompanied him through many life and death situations was also wiped spotless and quietly leaned against the door. He quietly tidied his gear, while the 2 women, one on each side, tightened his belt and smoothed out the wrinkles, their eyes fixed on him, unwilling to look away. Even after Ningyuan's figure disappeared at the end of the path at the village entrance, Xin Shuang and Qin Ru still stood leaning against the door, unwilling to go back inside for a long time. The warm cotton clothes they wore and the hot meals in their bowls were all obtained by Ningyuan through countless risks from Black Wind Ridge. At this moment, they had no other wish but for their husbands to return safely and bring back prey. Whether or not they could return was no longer of concern. "I wonder if Shui Hongyi is all right." Ningyuan felt somewhat uneasy on his way up the mountain. The villagers of Hege village mentioned the day before yesterday that the lame old man and the Xing brothers had gone up Black Wind Ridge to search for his whereabouts. At that time, the mountains were blocked by heavy snow, and he was inevitably complacent, making it difficult to guarantee that the 3 men would find the location of the cave. 2 hours later, Ningyuan arrived at the familiar mountain village once again. The cave was empty, with only the mournful sound of the cold wind blowing through. "General Shui? Shui Hongyi, are you there?" Ningyuan called out in a low voice, but only his own echo answered him. "They've left?" Ningyuan searched the surrounding area but found no trace of recent human activity, which made his heart sink. This was definitely not a good sign. Given Shui Hongyi's injuries and the weather at the time, it was impossible for her to leave on her own. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Ningyuan. Almost instinctively, he turned to the side to unload the basket and reached for the longbow hanging beside him. "Don't move! Move one more time and I'll shoot your head through!" A rough, fierce male voice suddenly rang out from behind. Ningyuan froze instantly, slowly raising his hands as his brain raced. "Brother, we're all just trying to make a living in this chaotic world, why resort to violence? What do you want? We can discuss it." Ningyuan tried to keep his tone as calm as possible to reassure the other party, while glancing around to assess the situation. "Tell me, how did you find this place? the man demanded sharply. Ning Yuan tried to turn his head slightly to see the other person clearly. Call out! A sharp arrow veered deep into the snow just past his feet. The arrow's tail trembled violently. I ask you answer. If you dare look around again, I'll shove an arrow right into your head. Ning Yuan stared at the arrow, and in a flash, he caught two key points. 1. This is a standard armor-piercing arrowhead. 2. The accuracy and force were both lacking. Ning Yuan replied. I saw bandits lurking around this cave a few days ago, so I know about this place. Humph, do you think I believe you? You're just a border soldier catching deserters, aren't you? The man's voice was even colder, and the creaking sound of the bowstring being pulled taut was particularly jarring in the silent snow. Ning Yuan could even feel the fierce gaze on the other person's frostbitten face. Just as the arrow was about to leave the bowstring, Ning Yuan moved. He suddenly rolled to the side and back, his movements as fast as a cheetah. Whoosh! The arrow missed its mark and sank deep into the spot where he had just been standing. Almost as soon as he landed, Ning Yuan knelt down, longbow in hand, and in one smooth motion, he knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and aimed. The arrowhead flashed with a cold light, tearing through the air. Call out! Damn! The man hadn't expected Ning Yuan to be so fast. In a panic, he tried to roll and dodge, but he was much slower. Thud! The arrow pierced his chest, and the man screamed and staggered to the ground. Ning Yuan's eyes were cold, and without the slightest hesitation, he knocked the second arrow. He never hesitated to kill those who wanted him dead. Ning Yuan! Stop! They're on our side! A clear and urgent female voice suddenly rang out. They saw Xue Hongyi leading a few people rushing out from the depths of the woods. She was still wearing that dark robe, her face pale, but her eyes as sharp as ever. Damn! I almost died. Luckily I was wearing armor. The man who had been shot grimaced as he tore open his thick animal skin coat, revealing that Ning Yuan's arrow had pierced through the outer armor and penetrated 3/10 of an inch into his flesh. But it's not fatal. It was also thanks to the fact that Ning Yuan's self-made arrowheads sacrificed some of their penetrating power in order to achieve range that the consequences would have been unimaginable. Behind Xue Hongyi, a burly man with a thick beard stared intently at Ning Yuan, his hand on the hilt of his knife. General Xue! It's this kid! To kill him or not to kill him? Xue Hongyi glared at him with her phoenix eyes. Shut up! He saved my life. Without him, I would have frozen to death or died of illness in that cave long ago. Ning Yuan recognized the bearded man as one of the border soldiers who had accompanied Xue Hongyi to Mo village that day. Ning Yuan sneered inwardly, keeping the bowstring half drawn and aimed at the crowd. One of our own! He really tried to kill me just now, General Xue. I don't believe I've harmed you, have I? The bearded man roared. Kid! I was going to kill you, and you didn't even have a chance to speak. You can try it. Ning Yuan's voice was chilling. Kill me, and you won't escape either. If I'm not mistaken, you are the deserters that the border troops are chasing, right? If I die here, my elder brother Zhou Qiong will definitely investigate to the end, and none of you will escape. Bullshit. I'm a soldier of the Xue family, not a deserter. The bearded man flew into a rage. We're following General Xue to clear the Xue family's name. Your affairs are none of my business. Ning Yuan did not yield an inch. At this moment, many of his previous doubts suddenly became clear. How did Xue Hongyi manage to escape from her status as a criminal woman? And how did she manage to obtain a longbow, a sharp blade, and warm clothing? It turns out that there was a group of loyal subordinates supporting them all along. Xue Hongyi sighed. It's right for you to be cautious. After all, you now know our secret. Logically, killing you to silence you would be the best course of action. She changed the subject, staring intently at Ning Yuan. But if I told you that Zhou Qiong, whom you trust, is actually one of my men, would you believe me? Ning Yuan was deeply shaken. Prove it to me. Xue Hongyi seemed to have expected this, and instructed the bearded man. Go and call Zhou Qiong here. Although the bearded man was unwilling, he turned and left under Xue Hongyi's intense gaze. Before long, a familiar figure appeared at the edge of the horizon. When Ning Yuan saw who it was, his heart sank completely. Chapter 41. Another wife has joined the family. Ning Yuan frowned. When he saw that the person who came was indeed Zhou Qiong, he realized that it would be as difficult as climbing to heaven to escape unscathed. Zhou Qiong walked to Xue Hongyi's side, whispered a few words, and then his expression changed, looking incredulously in Ning Yuan's direction. Zhou Qiong walked over quickly, his face full of concern. "Brother Ning Yuan! Are you all right?" Ning Yuan remained hidden behind the obstacle, the tip of his arrow slightly raised. "Brother Zhou, what's going on? Weren't you ordered to capture deserters? How did you end up with them?" Zhou Qiong saw Ning Yuan's wariness and chill, sighed deeply, and then opened his chest and took a step forward. "Brother, anything I say to you now is meaningless. If you still trust me, come out and I'll tell you everything that happened. If you don't trust me," he pointed to the arrow in Ning Yuan's hand, "shoot it here, I won't dodge." The air seemed to freeze. Ning Yuan's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat, and his heart was pounding. In a fleeting moment, fragments of his past interactions with Zhou Qiong flashed through his mind. Finally, he took a deep breath, slowly lowered his bow and arrow, and walked out of his hiding place. "Brother Zhou, I believe you." Seeing Ning Yuan come out, Zhou Qiong visibly breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward and patted him heavily on the shoulder, feeling both lingering fear and helplessness. "Good brother, you scared me to death. If anything happened to you, how could I face your two younger siblings? Come on, let's go talk." The campfire was lit, dispelling the chill at the cave entrance. Ning Yuan, Xue Hongyi, and Zhou Qiong sat around the table, while the bearded man and others stood guard at a distance. Only after asking Ning Yuan did he understand the reason. A month ago, the Xue family of Guangdong Jinfu Division was framed by their political enemies in the court's factional struggles, and the entire family was convicted. The main male members were executed that very night in Baoping Prefecture, while the female members were sent to the Jiafangxi, a government-run entertainment district, to suffer a fate worse than death. As the only descendant of the Xue family, Xue Hongyi was banished as a criminal woman. Later, the loyal old subordinates of the bearded man rescued him, and he was able to escape to this mountain stronghold to hide. Zhou Qiong was originally a member of the Xue family's old ranks, and was once a member of the Third Banner. Just because he offended a powerful young master of Ning Yuan, whom he could never reach in his lifetime, at a celebration banquet, he was not only flogged and dismissed from his post, but his wife and daughter also suffered revenge and died a violent death. It was through the Xue family's secret efforts that his life was spared, and he was exiled to Qinghe County, a border town, to temporarily avoid trouble. When he mentioned his wife and daughter who died unjustly, this tough man's eyes reddened and his voice choked with emotion. "Those corrupt officials! They killed my whole family, and now they've ruined Marshal Xue's family. If I don't avenge this, I, Zhou Qiong, will have failed as a human being." Upon hearing this, the bearded man and others knelt down, their emotions running high. "General Xue! The court is corrupt, the emperor is tyrannical, and loyal officials are being slaughtered. The dynasty's fate is sealed. Let's rebel! We'll march back to the capital, purge the court of corrupt officials, and avenge Commander Xue." Ning Yuan listened with a pounding heart. "What are you guys doing? I'm just a small-time hunter who wants to live a peaceful life. Your outrageous statements are something I can't possibly listen to." Xue Hongyi, however, remained relatively calm. She stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and looked at the vast white world outside, her voice calm yet helpless. "Rebel? Now that the Xue family has no military power, how many officials in the border towns are secretly colluding with the Tartars and enriching themselves? What can we, a group of 20-odd people, possibly do?" She turned around, her gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Ning Yuan, a meaningful smile curving her thin lips. "The foundation of the Great Gan Empire is rotten, its demise is only a matter of time. Nowadays, the local warlords hold great military power and harbor ulterior motives. What we need to do is not blindly rush to our deaths. She slowly walked towards Ning Yuan, squatted down in front of him, stared intently at him with her phoenix eyes, and her tone suddenly softened. Ning Yuan, I need to discuss something with you. Ning Yuan covered his chest and said, What are you discussing? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Xue Hongyi smiled sweetly. Look, I'm just a helpless criminal woman now. Why don't you arrest me and report me to the authorities? Then I'll take a loss, and you tell Magistrate Zhao that I'm yours, and I'll become your wife in the Ning family. How about that? Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan stood up abruptly. Impossible. I already have 2 wives at home. I'm more than satisfied. General Xue is of noble birth and of great wealth. I, Ning Yuan, am not fortunate enough to enjoy such a position. Upon hearing this, the bearded man also stood up excitedly, pointing at Ning Yuan's nose with obvious displeasure. General Xue, who are you? What is he? Are you really going to be a sinner and serve him like a slave? Xue Hongyi didn't care at all, and stood up with a smile, staring at Ning Yuan. Don't say such harsh things. What do you mean by being treated like a slave? I think he dotes on his women. Aren't his 2 beautiful wives well taken care of by him? I don't think I'll lose out if I go. This isn't about whether you're at a disadvantage or not, but rather, General Xue Yu. The bearded man was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. He was uneducated and clumsy with words, and he didn't know how to express himself. Zhou Qiong, who had been silent all along, suddenly smiled. General Xue wants to stay in my brother's house, disguised as a criminal woman, and plans to wait for various warlords to turn against him, and then choose a wise ruler at an opportune time. This method is not impossible, but it is unfair to Brother Ning Yuan. Xue Hongyi didn't care at all. She walked around Ning Yuan once, and her slender hand finally landed on Ning Yuan's firm chest. Those alluring eyes were truly gentle and tender, hardly resembling the decisive and ruthless border general. There's no such thing as fair or unfair. Ning Yuan, if you don't agree, I'll have someone report you for secretly refining salt. Anyway, it's the same crime, punishable by beheading. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting on the ground, was stunned. How did Xue Hongyi know that his brother was refining salt? Ning Yuan is now so desperate he feels like dying. Xue Hongyi was prepared to die, but Ning Yuan couldn't. He had to live. If an ordinary citizen who just wants to live is caught red-handed, then that simplest of desires becomes the biggest weakness itself. How about it? Xue Hongyi raised her chin, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Actually, I'm not bad either. As long as you agree, I promise to be a good wife and serve you well. If I have a child in the future, you can have the child. Once I find a way out, I will fake my death and get away without affecting you at all, okay? Ning Yuan looked around. The Xue family guards were looking at him with eyes that looked like they wanted to eat him alive. It's as if they're saying, try answering even one word, and we guarantee we'll kill you. Seeing that Ning Yuan did not answer, Xue Hongyi nodded and took 3 steps back. Fine, you can refuse. This general does not like to make things difficult for people. Someone, go to Qinghe County now and tell Magistrate Zhao that Ning Yuan, the hunter from Mo Village, is illegally refining salt. Wait. Ning Yuan suddenly grabbed Xue Hongyi. Anyway, we're going to die, so I, Ning Yuan, can afford to support another wife. Xue Hongyi smiled with relief and immediately bowed to Ning Yuan. My lord, from now on Xue Hongyi will be your woman. If there is anything I do wrong in our daily life, please forgive me. Ning Yuan was extremely displeased. This woman had him cornered and kept threatening him with salt. It's time to release the pent-up anger and express our stance. Ning Yuan immediately stepped forward, picked up Xue Hongyi, and carried her into the cave. What are you doing, kid? The bearded man shouted angrily. Ning Yuan stopped. This criminal woman is my woman now. I'm going to exercise my right of first night. Is there a problem? The bearded man trembled with anger, while Xue Hongyi smiled radiantly. All right, then let me see what my husband is capable of. Chapter 42: The Reality of Marriage. Why did General Xue do this? He's just a hunter, while General Xue is of such high rank. Isn't this ridiculous? The bearded man felt extremely frustrated when he saw Hunter Ning carrying Xue Hongyi inside. In his heart, Xue Hongyi was an exceptionally outstanding woman. He believed that no man in the world was worthy of Xue Hongyi's courage and boldness. Zhou Qiong, standing to the side, laughed as he threw firewood into the fire. The cluster of dry wood and raging fire intertwined, crackling and popping incessantly. Does Commander Hu really think Hunter Ning is worthless? The bearded man's nose looked like it was spitting fire, and his loud voice echoed throughout the cave. Isn't that right? Zhou Qiong laughed and said, If the hunter from Renning is truly worthless, why would General Xue hand him over? This? Zhou Qiong looked at the dark cave and said meaningfully, If you want to accumulate strength and make a breakthrough in this chaotic world, only this person can be relied on and trusted. Although Ning is a hunter, his wisdom and vision far surpass those of his peers. Besides, look at yourself, who here can compare to this hunter you look down on when it comes to archery skills? The bearded man clenched his fists, his Adam's apple bobbing, and several words of rebuttal were swallowed back down his throat. This kid knows how to refine salt, and the purity is even better than those old mudfish in the Salt Transport Bureau. His archery skills are also terrifyingly accurate. If it weren't for the limitations imposed by his birth, such a person would truly be considered a man of both wisdom and courage in a powerful and influential family. A low groan pierced the breathing inside the cave. The faces of the dozen or so men immediately changed. Xue Hongyi's 1.75 meter tall, slender legs, like snakes, coiled around Ning Yuan's heart. This woman was skilled in both literature and martial arts during the day, and it turned out she was also a genius in this area. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, her thin, burning lips were tightly clenched, yet her face bore the proud demeanor of a female general who would never bow her head. Those long, narrow, and spirited phoenix eyes, now tinged with a touch of feminine allure, stared at Ning the hunter on top of her with an unknown fear and a hint of suppressed urges. After an unknown amount of time, the area outside the cave became increasingly quiet. On the cracked wooden door, a snow-white, alluring body lay in Ning Yuan's arms. Her slender, red fingers traced across Ning Yuan's resolute face, her gentle eyes revealing a tenderness never before seen on the battlefield. My husband, have you ever thought about making a name for yourself in this chaotic world? Xue Hongyi's voice was hoarse and tired, and Ning Yuan clumsily tidied her wet hair. It felt like a dream. The last time he saw Xue Hongyi, she was an unapproachable woman, but now she was his woman. In times of chaos, one seeks survival. In times of prosperity, one seeks fame. I am merely a hunter, only wishing to protect my small plot of land and my woman, nothing more. Xue Hongyi was somewhat surprised by Ning Yuan's words and couldn't help but glance at Ning Yuan a few more times. It seems she doesn't know much about this hunter. Survival in chaotic times, fame in prosperous times, that's a profound statement. A short while later, the two men, dressed neatly, walked out. The dozen or so Xue family confidants, and Zhou Qiong who were guarding inside the cave all looked over. The bearded man, Hubba, suddenly stood up and saw Xue Hongyi holding Ning Yuan's hand, feeling a pang of sorrow. In his mind, Xue Hongyi had no choice but to do this. In order to live openly and honestly in the sunlight, she gave her virginity to a hunter. But she was once a remarkable woman whom countless prestigious families would break their homes to marry. Now that he has fallen on hard times and is reduced to a commoner, how ironic. Hubba, don't say anything, go and get the brothers to get some snow, and boil some water so I can take a bath. Hey! Hubba turned his head and secretly wiped away his tears, thinking of his master who had already been executed in Baoping Prefecture, and went out to collect snow himself. Zhou Qiong smiled and handed a flask of wine from his waist to Xue Hongyi. General Xue, it's getting late. I should return to the border to report back. Otherwise, I'm worried it will arouse their suspicion, and then it will be troublesome. Be careful on the road. Do you know how to explain those few border soldiers who died? Of the 6 border soldiers Zhou Qiong brought, 2 were from the Xue family, while the other 4 were not. I know, just say the deserter died in battle. What about the deserters? How are you going to explain yourself if you don't catch them? Xue Hongyi brushed her wet hair from her forehead and leaned naturally against Ning Yuan's strong arm. Zhou Qiong glanced at Ning Yuan, who was staring blankly at the campfire, and said calmly, "The 16 deserters put up a stubborn resistance in Hege village and were eventually trapped in the thatched hut. Besides myself and 2 other brothers, all 4 of my border troops died in battle. I had no choice but to set fire to the house and burn them to death inside." "Where did those 16 corpses come from?" Xue Hongyi asked again. Zhou Qiong answered fluently. "At least a dozen villagers in Hege village were hacked to death. Adding fuel to the fire, nobody knows whether they were border soldiers or villagers." "That's right, those border troops don't care about the identity of charred corpses," Xue Hongyi sneered. "What they care about is that since they've deserted, they should be made an example of to deter others. Since that's the case, go ahead. Life in the border town isn't easy either. The Wang family of Huaiyang will definitely keep a close eye on you and make things difficult for you. Remember to be careful." "Understood." Zhou Qiong got up and left. When he reached the cave entrance, he saw Hubba digging in the snow outside. He then turned to look at Ning Yuan. "Brother Ning, the Xue family is all loyal and righteous, and deeply loved by the people. Although General Xue used some means to become your wife. She did this simply to give justice to the hundreds of lives lost in the Xue family, and to give the people of the Great Gan Empire a future. So she made a request before General Xue found a wise ruler." Ning Yuan was still in a daze, staring at the campfire, not yet coming to his senses. It wasn't until Xue Hongyi pinched the flesh on his waist that Ning Yuan said, "Oh, okay, Brother Zhou, be careful on the road." Zhou Qiong sighed helplessly, then turned and led the 2 border soldiers back to report. Soon the snow turned into hot water, which was poured into the large wooden tub left behind by the bandits. Hubba said, "General Xue, the temperature is just right, you can take a bath now." Xue Hongyi nodded and said yes, then stood up and looked at Ning Yuan. "Husband, shall we shower together?" Upon hearing this, Hubba's tiger-like eyes widened. "What? Wash together? I'm giving General Xue less water, not boiling water for this kid. And what kind of behavior is it for men and women to shower together?" Xue Hongyi didn't care, she just looked at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan seemed absent-minded, looking up blankly but showing little interest. Seeing Ning Yuan's attitude, Xue Hongyi knew that he might be having some regrets. After all, conspiring with the rebels meant certain death if caught. Ning Yuan is Ning Yuan after all, and a hunter is a hunter after all. In this small black wind ridge, he might have a place of his own. But once outside, he was just an ordinary person suffering in a chaotic world. Xue Hongyi already had some detailed plans on how to train her husband and broaden his horizons. So she wasn't in a hurry, she knew what it meant to take things slowly and steadily. However, what Xue Hongyi didn't know was that Ning Yuan was distracted and not there. Instead, they began planning their own grand vision. Thinking this, Ning Yuan quickly got up and walked towards Hubba. "What are you doing?" Hubba stood up immediately, clearly annoyed, when he saw Ning Yuan approaching. Ning Yuan pointed outside. "Go and get a bunch of brothers to bring in those salt rocks outside." Hubba chuckled upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, and quietly snorted. "Kid, don't think that just because you've had marital relations with my General Xue, you can order me around. Let me tell you, you're nothing but a piece of trash in my eyes." Ning Yuan frowned and looked at the 15 Xue family confidants at the cave entrance. Their eyes were also saying those 4 words. Ning Yuan wasn't angry, and said calmly, "Fine, I can't order you around. Then I'll go in now and take a bath with my wife, and while I'm at it, I'll tell her that her men said I'm a bastard." Upon hearing this, Hubba panicked and hurriedly grabbed Ning Yuan. You're not allowed in. I'll call my brothers to move it right now. You wait here." With that, Hubba strode forward, leading his gang of brothers towards the salt mine. He was terrified that Ning Yuan would go in. Chapter 43. When husbands and wives cooperate, their strength can break even metal. Hubba and his 16 men carried several hundred kilograms of salt, ore in one afternoon. Seeing Ning Yuan staring at these stones as if they were treasures, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. He felt that this kid was trying to intimidate him and suppress his arrogance. However, after taking a bath, Xue Hongyi followed Ning Yuan and looked at the stones. Xue Hongyi crossed her arms and said, "What, you really plan to refine refined salt?" Ning Yuan said seriously, "In chaotic times, money is hard currency. My previous idea was to be self-sufficient and not trade. But now it seems I need to do some long-term planning." "Why?" Firstly, Xue Hongyi, as a criminal, became his wife. If she rebelled in the future and implicated him, he would have money to escape with Qin Shuiying and Qin Ru. Secondly, the Great Gan Empire is nearing its end, and it is difficult to know what the future holds for the world. He needs a large amount of money and food to cope with future changes. Xue Hongyi was somewhat surprised, not expecting her husband to be so bold. "Even if you manage to extract it, how do you plan to sell it?" Ning Yuan said. "The black market never lacks a market, it lacks a powerful backer. As long as you have a strong enough backer, everyone wants a piece of the pie, which is as valuable as gold, right?" "That's right. Grain, refined salt, and sugar, throughout history, whoever could control large quantities of them possessed the trump card of turning beings into soldiers." The Great Gan Empire destroyed the Great Song dynasty, which had lasted for 70 years, because it obtained these three things. A group of refugees gathered there and overthrew the Great Song dynasty's hegemony. Unfortunately, the Great Gan Empire lasted only 30 years. The dynasty was rife with corruption and extravagance, and the people were impoverished and neglected. They only know how to fight wars but don't understand the principle of putting the people first. A large empire that has forgotten its original purpose, and the people's uprising will not be much different from the fate of a great dynasty. This is the fundamental reason why local warlords were ambitious and the court and the country were in chaos. Ning Yuan smiled and said, "My dear wife, I have a favor to ask of you. I wonder if you could help me?" Xue Hongyi immediately understood Ning Yuan's meaning, and clasped her hands in a fist salute to Ning Yuan. "Now Hongyi is my husband's woman, and a daughter-in-law of the Ning family. As long as it is within my power, please feel free to ask." Ning Yuan pointed at the stones and said with difficulty, "It would be a huge undertaking for me to break all these salt rocks apart by myself. And we'll need a lot of firewood. Do you see any way to solve this once and for all?" "Yes," Xue Hongyi said with a smile, looking at the bewildered Hubba and the others behind her. Hubba was taken aback, then looked miserable. "General Xue, you don't expect us brothers to help him smash these broken rocks, do you?" Xue Hongyi nodded. Smart. Do you have a question?" Hubba was so angry he almost laughed. "I used to be a commander of 1,000 men, not to mention managing 1,000, but I had 300 or 400. Now they want him to smash these broken stones? What a load of bull!" But seeing Xue Hongyi's firm and unwavering gaze, Hubba lowered his head and sighed. "Your subordinate obeys." Every now and then, there was a clanging and banging sound inside the cave. Some were breaking salt while others were searching for firewood. With more people now working for Ning Yuan, getting food has become the most difficult problem. While it was still early, Ning Yuan took his longbow and, together with Xue Hongyi, prepared to go hunting. Black Wind Ridge has plenty of prey, most of which gather around this natural salt mine. These animals have discovered the salt mine, and will come over to lick the salt off the rocks when the time comes. After a while, most of the prey in Black Wind Ridge started roaming around the area. Otherwise, how could those bandits from Black Wind Ridge have lived here for several years without being discovered by villagers from more than a dozen nearby villages? Ning Yuan lay prone on the vast expanse of white snow, the arrowheads gleaming coldly in the snow. The newlyweds quickly locked their sights on a silly road deer in the distance. The silly road deer stood there in a daze, clearly seeing Ning Yuan and Xue Hongyi, but it didn't move. Xue Hongyi asked curiously, "Why doesn't it run away?" Ning Yuan laughed and said, "My wife comes from an extraordinary background and is skilled in military affairs, but you don't know why this beast is called a silly road deer." "A silly road deer?" Xue Hongyi asked, puzzled. Silly road deer, not because it is silly, but because it is very curious. If it encounters danger, it might run away, but because of its strong curiosity, it can't help but turn around to see what you're doing. As expected of a silly road deer, Xuehong immediately stood up, drew her bow to its full extent, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Your archery skills are very good, but mine are not bad either." With a whoosh, the arrow shot out and accurately struck the road deer in the belly. The silly road deer cried out in pain, no longer daring to be curious, and turned to run away. But before it could escape 5 or 6 meters, an even more ferocious and accurate arrow shot out, piercing its throat directly. With a thud, the road deer fell to the ground, its eyes wide with terror, kicking wildly in place. Immediately afterwards, a man and a woman rushed over. Ning Yuan grabbed the arrow and stabbed the silly road deer in the throat several times until it breathed its last. "Wife, your archery skills are indeed quite good, but your accuracy is a bit lacking. As a hunter's woman, you must know that if you cannot kill your prey with one arrow, they will run desperately into the mountains when they feel their lives are in danger. Once you want to win it back, it will be even more difficult." Xuehong was somewhat unconvinced. She stood there with her arms crossed, as if she wanted to say something, but suddenly a look of excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Ning Yuan, look over there!" Ning Yuan looked over in confusion, then froze in surprise. On the hillside just 300 meters away, several road deer appeared. One of the silly road deer, chewing on a blade of grass, came over out of curiosity after hearing the sound. Before Ning Yuan could shoot, Xuehong quickly crouched down and fired an arrow at the fattest road deer from about 150 paces away. The arrow pierced the road deer's throat with pinpoint accuracy, and it staggered a few times before collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. "How about it? I'm not bad, am I?" Xuehong turned her head and raised her eyebrows. Ning Yuan walked over with a smile, looked up and rubbed Xuehong's head. "No wonder you're a hunter's wife, you're smart, you understand everything right away." Xuehong was stunned. Apart from her father, no one had ever touched her head before. For a moment, Xuehong felt a pang of nostalgia for this feeling, and her beautiful, moist eyes fixed on Ning Yuan. "What's wrong?" Ning Yuan asked, puzzled. Xuehong bit her red lips and said shyly, "Don't talk, touch me a little longer." Ning Yuan was taken aback, looking left and right. "In this freezing weather, it's right here?" Despite saying that, Ning Yuan began to skillfully take off his pants. He had never tried it in the wild. Xuehong was startled, quickly grabbed Ning Yuan's pants, her phoenix eyes wide with panic. "What are you doing?" Ning Yuan asked in confusion. "Didn't you want it?" Xuehong laughed in exasperation. "I told you to touch my head, what are you thinking?" Chapter 44 The Three Women Meet, What Should We Do? "Holy crap! General Xue, where did you get these 2 silly road deer?" An hour later, Hubba stared wide-eyed as Ning Yuan and Xuehong each carried a fat road deer into the cave, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He and his dozen or so brothers lurked here for 2 days, but didn't catch a single hare. Xuehong raised the corners of her mouth and pointed with her chin at Ning Yuan beside her. "Of course it's my husband's skill. I ask you, are you convinced?" She glanced at the somewhat embarrassed crowd and said, "You've been squatting here for 2 days and haven't gotten anything. My husband took action and within an hour, he had both of them." Those close associates of the Xue family almost drooled when they saw the glistening road deer. The previous dissatisfaction with Ning Yuan had long since been swept away by the aroma of meat. The border troops lived a hard life with meager rations and wages. They usually ate coarse food and wild vegetables. Seeing such wild game, their stomachs rumbled. Before Ning Yuan could give any instructions, the group of people busied themselves with great enthusiasm, some peeling skins, others starting fires. Soon, the road deer was placed on the fire. Its fat dripped into the fire, crackling and popping, and an enticing aroma filled the entire cave. Hubba cut off the fattest piece of hind leg meat and respectfully handed it to Xuehong, saying, "General, please go first." Xuehong accepted the meat without hesitation, sprinkled some of the refined salt that Ning Yuan had left behind, and then tossed the salt bag to the other brothers. "Take a taste of these. I doubt you've ever really tried this fine salt." Remember who made sure you had meat to eat. Shui Hongyi knew that these people looked down on Ning Yuan's status. But now that she was Ning Yuan's woman, she naturally didn't want her man to be looked down upon. Hubba took a big bite, his mouth full of oil, mixed with the salty aroma of refined salt, and immediately wiped away his tears. Damn! I wouldn't trade this feeling for a gold ingot. He who eats another's food is bound to him. He who takes another's gift is bound to him. Shui Hongyi gave Hubba a wink, and Hubba understood. He took a deep breath and walked up to Ning Yuan, who was gnawing on a pork chop. Son-in-law, Hubba said, clasping his hands in a fist salute, his face showing a mixture of embarrassment and sincerity. Hubba was blind and looked down on people before. My general has followed you, and the brothers have seen the light. At least they won't go hungry from now on. Son-in-law, you are brave and resourceful. You even managed to procure this precious salt. I, Hubba, am impressed. If there's anything the brothers need in the future, just say the word. Ning Yuan smiled faintly. He was not one to hold grudges. He stood up and patted Hubba on the shoulder. Brother Hu, you flatter me. In the future, we will really have to rely on you brothers in many ways. I can't guarantee that I will achieve great things, but I, Ning Yuan, can certainly ensure that everyone has enough to eat and wear. After all, once the hundreds of kilograms of refined salt were produced, he desperately needed the 16 men whose names had been burned to death in the border army's records. With them around, I won't have to worry too much about those local bullies I can't afford to mess with in the black market. As the sun began to set, Ning Yuan finished packing and prepared to descend the mountain. Now he has an even bigger headache: how to explain Shui Hongyi to his two wives at home. Shui Hongyi, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, as if she could see through his thoughts. Don't worry, I'll talk to them myself. Women always talk to each other more easily. Are you sure? Ning Yuan looked her over suspiciously. Although Shui Hongyi was a woman, the heroic spirit between her brows and the courage of someone who had been through many battles surpassed that of many men. Lead the way, Shui Hongyi said firmly. In Mo village, the setting sun bathed the courtyard in a warm golden hue. Xin Shuang and Qin Ru were busy in the kitchen, while Xiao Wan was sweeping the snow in the yard. Xin Shuang glanced out of the courtyard from time to time, a worried look on her face. Sister Qin Ru, it's almost dark. Why hasn't my husband come back yet? I hope something has happened to him. Qin Ru was also very anxious, but she forced herself to remain calm and comforted him. Don't think too much. My husband has been there so many times and always came back safely. He will definitely be fine this time too. Ah, Sister Shuang, Sister Qinru. Just then, a startled cry came from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this, the two women's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly rushed out. A tall figure stood at the entrance of the courtyard. It was none other than Shui Hongyi, the female general of the border army. She was a head taller than most of the men in the village, standing with her hands behind her back, her phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, scanning the crowd with a scrutinizing gaze. The oppressive feeling she brought to this family that day still lingers. General! General! Xin Shuang was so frightened that she quickly shielded Xiao Wan behind her, her voice trembling. You've come here! The three women were on tenterhooks, instinctively wondering if Ning Yuan's secret of refining salt had been discovered. So Shui Hongyi came here to arrest someone? Shui Hongyi did not answer. She glanced around the simple courtyard and then walked straight into the main house. The three women looked at each other, and could only nervously follow them inside. Shui Hongyi looked around the room and finally her gaze fell on the wooden bed covered with a black bear skin. She asked Xin Shuang, "The three of you usually rest on this bed?" Xin Shuang nodded timidly. "Yes. General, are you here to arrest my husband?" As she spoke, her legs went weak and she was about to kneel down. "General, please have mercy. My husband is the only male heir in my family. My sister and I have not yet given the Ning family any offspring." Qin Ru also knelt down and begged. Shui Hongyi was taken aback. This situation was not in her plan. He only asked one question: how did that make him the criminal who wanted to arrest Ning Yuan? Seeing this, Shui Hongyi realized she might have gone too far, so she turned to look outside the courtyard and raised her voice. Husband, I may be overestimating myself. I can't handle this. You should do it. These words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, leaving the three women stunned. Husband? Does Shui Hongyi have a husband? Is she not a criminal woman on the run? But when they all turned their heads, they saw Ning Yuan carrying a silly roe deer, chuckling as he shuffled in from outside the courtyard. Hee, wives. Ning Yuan scratched his head and chuckled. There will be one more sister in the family from now on, you won't mind, will you? Huh! Xin Shuang, Qin Ru, and Xiao Wana were completely petrified, their gazes shifting back and forth between Ning Yuan and Shui Hongyi. No, this is too much information. How am I supposed to process all of this? Why did Shui Hongyi become like one of their own sisters? A dozen minutes later, the atmosphere at home remained awkward. Xin Shuang busied herself pouring hot water for Shui Hongyi, while Qin Ru took out the new padded jacket Ning Yuan had made and carefully tried to put it on Shui Hongyi. The two women displayed obvious awe and obsequiousness in their demeanor, still unable to believe that she had become part of the family. No wonder they were afraid. This was a real general, a woman who had killed Tartars. As the head of the family, Ning Yuan cleared his throat, trying to make the atmosphere more natural. Since everyone has no objections, then from now on, Shui Hongyi will be our family's third child. Ning Yuan looked at Shui Hongyi. Third sister, is there anything else you want to say? Shui Hongyi was fiddling with Ning Yuan's curved sword at home when she heard this and raised an eyebrow. Now that I'm in the family, I'll follow the order of seniority. Even if I'm not the eldest, I'll still be the second eldest. Shui Hongyi was a strong-willed woman. Nothing she did could compare to being the last in line. Shui Hongyi continued. I'm 20 this year, younger than Sister Qin Ru, but older than Sister Xu Ying. From now on, you will be the second child in the family. Let's not talk about generals or anything like that. I'm just a criminal woman now. I hope that Sister Qin Ru and Sister Xu Ying will take good care of me in the future and help my husband manage the household well. As she spoke, she stepped forward and took Qin Ru and Xin Shuang's hands. Seeing her so frank, the two women relaxed a little and smiled slightly, looking at Ning Yuan at the same time. Ning Yuan felt somewhat relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. That's right, it's best for a family to be harmonious. Well, not bad. Although the script had a few flaws, the result was good. After we finished eating, it was getting late. Husband, this bed is too crowded for 4 people. Since Sister Hongyi just arrived, why don't Sister Qin Ru and I squeeze into Xiaozhuan's room tonight? Xin Shuang looked at Shui Hongyi and said shyly. You and Sister Hongyi can talk to each other. She subtly gave Qin Ru a wink, and Qin Ru immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. With more people, the Ning family has a greater chance of branching out. Ning Yuan didn't care, and turned to ask Shui Hongyi. Third brother, what do you think? Shui Hongyi's heart skipped a beat. She had already been badly tormented by Ning Yuan in the cave during the day, and was still having difficulty walking. If she were to suffer any more, she would rather go and fight the Tartars again. I think... Shui Hongyi hurriedly tried to find an excuse to decline. I'll go sleep in the side room with Xiao Wana. Before she could finish speaking, Xin Shuang and Qin Ru had already tactfully pulled Xiao Wana out quickly, and thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Hey! Don't go! Wait for me! Shui Hongyi tried to get up to chase after him, but Ning Yuan grabbed her waist and easily picked her up. Ning Yuan! Not today! I really... Shui Hongyi's face turned pale as she struggled to protest. However, the protest was silenced by a domineering and passionate kiss. Ning Yuan's eyes were red, like a tireless calf. Shui Hongyi was both angry and anxious, but ultimately powerless to resist. That night, the north wind, carrying a chill, violently shook the bare branches of the trees outside the courtyard. Chapter 45 Shui Hongyi's strongest strike man goes online. The next day, the north wind whipped up heavy snow, enveloping Mo village in a vast expanse of white. In the courtyard, Shui Hongyi, dressed in a dark green outfit, held a curved knife and moved nimbly through the swirling snowflakes. The blade flashed, stirring up the snow on the ground, and a murderous aura filled the air. Behind the crack in the inner room door, 3 pairs of eyes stared intently. Qin Shuang, Qin Ru, and Xiao Wan huddled together, barely daring to breathe. As women themselves, they were too weak to even kill a chicken, living in an era where women were less than a bowl of white rice. They had never seen such a heroic and valiant figure. Xue Hongyi's existence was like a lightning bolt that cleaved through the gloom, and she had long become a figure of unspoken admiration in their hearts. Especially Xiao Waner, gazing at the figure wielding a sword in the snow, couldn't help but imagine herself in military uniform, riding a horse on the frontier, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. In the corner of the courtyard, Ning Yuan was engrossed in dealing with the roe deer from yesterday. He worked swiftly and efficiently, skinning and butchering the meat without making a sound. He was a true pragmatist. "Xiao Wan!" Ning Yuan called out. The 3 women then came to their senses, glanced nervously at Xue Hongyi, who was still wielding a blade, and quickly moved closer to Ning Yuan. "These pieces of meat." Ning Yuan pointed to the cut pieces of meat. "You follow the second brother and deliver them to every household in the village." Xiao Wan squatted down to help, her cheeks puffed out. "Oh? We're separating it again?" Qin Ru also asked softly, puzzled. "Husband, there are 15 households in Mo village. If it's divided up, how much roe deer meat will be left?" Before Ning Yuan could answer, a clear, cold voice sounded from behind him. "It is precisely because we distribute these resources that we can ensure our safety." Xue Hongyi sheathed her sword and strode over, her long legs making her more than half a head taller than the 3 women. Her phoenix eyes swept over the crowd, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable power, quite like that of a general. "Every household is running out of food, and it's only been a few days since the cannibalism incident in Hege village happened? When everyone is in danger, this little bit of meat can keep people's hearts at ease, so that no one will be so hungry that they will set their sights on us. Ning Yuan is doing this to prepare for the future, do you understand, girl?" Xiao Wan was intimidated by her imposing manner, shrank her neck, and let out a soft "oh." Soon, half of the roe deer meat and offal were packed into baskets, and Xue Hongyi personally led the team, with the 3 women following behind, to begin delivering them from house to house. At first, they had to knock on the door, but soon the news spread like wildfire, and villagers flocked out, forming a long queue outside Ning's courtyard. "Ning Yuan is a good man. He's the most capable person in our Mo village. If it weren't for him, several people would have starved to death this winter." Expressions of gratitude rose and fell, some from the heart, others from a mixture of awe and reverence, knowing the relationship between Ning Yuan and Zhou Qiong, the border general. Regardless, Ning Yuan, who was once despised as a hooligan, is now regarded as a guardian angel by the villagers. Only he could bring back the life-saving meat from that dangerous Black Wind Ridge. After delivering the meat, Ning Yuan took the remaining roe deer meat and Xue Hongyi with him, planning to go to Qinghe County to handle her status as a convicted woman and help her obtain residency. He carried a basket of meat on his back and held a longbow in his hand. Xue Hongyi, still dressed in a dark green robe, silently followed beside him. "Are you really going to the county government?" Qin Shuang saw him off at the village entrance, still worried. Ning Yuan nodded. "The second daughter's identity as a criminal woman is ultimately a hidden danger, and we can't delay any longer. Today I will take her to see Magistrate Zhao to confirm the matter. From now on, she is my woman from Ningyuan, and I will take responsibility for her." Upon hearing this, Xue Hongyi's grip on the knife tightened slightly. The words, "sinful woman," were like a thorn, dimming her narrow phoenix eyes. The 3 women looked at her with complicated emotions, including sympathy and concern, but this was not what Xue Hongyi wanted, not even pity. Suddenly, a soft, warm hand covered the back of her hand that was holding the knife. Xue Hongyi was startled and turned to see Qin Shuang. "Once you've entered the Ning family, your family?" Qin Shuang smiled, her voice gentle yet firm. "There are no sinners here, only sisters. If there are difficulties, we will get through them together." Qin Ru stepped forward and took her other arm, saying, Don't worry, second sister, my husband has some connections with Magistrate Zhao, so everything will go smoothly. Xue Hongyi felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and the corners of her tightly pursed lips turned up slightly, but she suppressed it and calmly withdrew her hand, taking the lead and walking forward. Let's go. Seeing her stubborn appearance, the two women looked at each other and smiled. They knew that this sister was strong-willed, extremely proud, and never easily showed weakness. Wait a minute, second brother. Ning Yuan called out to her. You're planning to walk into the county government office with this scimitar? You're not a general anymore. Xue Hongyi paused, glanced at the curved knife in her hand, and with a resentful expression, she obediently handed it over. The snowy road stretches for 7 or 8 li, and will arrive soon. The market in Qinghe County was quite lively. Xue Hongyi's tall figure and extraordinary demeanor made her stand out in the crowd, attracting many curious glances. Ordinary women rarely walk alone during the day, but she held her head high, her eyes calm and confident, as if the mark of being a sinner had nothing to do with her. Inside the county government office, Magistrate Zhao had just finished administering medicine to his elderly mother, and was deeply troubled by Xue Hongyi's disappearance for several days, wondering whether to report it. Suddenly a Yamen runner came to report. My lord, Hunter Ning from Mo village requests an audience, and he's brought with him a very tall woman. Magistrate Zhao put down his pen. Oh? Please come in. As soon as Ning Yuan stepped into the hall, Magistrate Zhao, as was his habit, wanted to get up and exchange pleasantries. However, when his eyes caught sight of the tall figure behind him, his expression changed drastically, and he abruptly stepped back. Guards! Seize that wicked woman! 5 or 6 constables rushed out in response, brandishing clubs and iron chains, and instantly surrounded Xue Hongyi. Xue Hongyi's pretty face turned cold, and she slightly parted her feet, releasing a chilling aura of a seasoned battlefield general. Although she was empty-handed, the constables dared not advance rashly. My lord, wait! Ning Yuan hurriedly stepped in front of Xue Hongyi. Xue Hongyi is someone I brought with me. She is already a woman of Ning Yuan, and we are husband and wife. I have come today to inform you, sir, that the Ning family will cover her food expenses. Magistrate Zhao was filled with doubt and suspicion. He carefully examined the two of them and was shocked to see that Xue Hongyi did not resist when Ning Yuan held her wrist. What are the true abilities of this physician Ning that allow him to subdue this tigress on the border? Dr. Ning, how did you find her? Magistrate Zhao steadied himself. My men have searched for many days without success. Xue, the female criminal, is highly skilled. Even ordinary men would find it difficult to get close. Ning Yuan cupped his hands in greeting, his tone frank. Perhaps it's because we're mutually attracted? Magistrate Zhao glanced at Ning Yuan, then at Xue Hongyi, whose face was frosty but who tacitly agreed. He was now 7 or 8 parts convinced. Ning Yuan's fate is tough enough, and his methods are extraordinary. If such a troublesome person as Xue Hongyi can be settled in this way, it will also relieve him of a heavy burden. Ning Yuan smiled and asked, What are the conditions? How much silver or grain must be handed over? Magistrate Zhao stroked his beard, glanced at the killing god Xue Hongyi with a resentful look, and seemed somewhat reluctant to speak. Since physician Ning is willing to accept her, then you can take the Xue family back with you. There are no conditions required. No? Xue Hongyi suddenly interrupted coldly, her phoenix eyes sharp as knives. Am I, Xue Hongyi, so worthless? Even the lowest-ranking convicted maidservant needs several taels of silver to redeem herself? Magistrate Zhao, am I not as good as them? Magistrate Zhao was so frightened that he trembled and hid behind the Yamen runners, waving his hands repeatedly. Madam Ning, this is all according to the rules set above, and it is absolutely not my intention. Don't get angry. If you cause a scene here, even Dr. Ning will be implicated. Xue Hongyi laughed in anger, closed her eyes, her high, youthful breasts heaving violently, and finally let out a cold snort before turning her back. Ning Yuan quickly smoothed things over. Please don't take offense, sir. Since there are no conditions required, I'll take her back now. Sorry for the inconvenience. Magistrate Zhao felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and kept giving him meaningful glances, hoping that this murderous god would leave as soon as possible. After leaving the county government office, Shui Hongyi was still seething with anger. Ning Yuan knew she was proud and arrogant, and felt resentful after being humiliated like this. He smiled and said, "Let's go to the market first, sell the remaining meat, and get some money for household expenses." At the market, Ning Yuan found an open space, set up a stall, and took out 4 plump roe deer legs and fine pork ribs. The hunters' stalls around the area mostly sold rabbits and rats, which were far inferior in quality and size to the roe deer meat from Ning Yuan. In this place where resources are extremely scarce, fresh meat is considered a luxury, and ordinary people rarely inquire about it. Only servants of wealthy families would come to buy it. Ning Yuan's meat quickly attracted attention. A well-dressed middle-aged woman with 2 bodyguards stopped in front of the stall, her eyes flashing with surprise and greed. "Hunter, what kind of meat is this? How much?" "Top-quality roe deer meat, 1 pound, 2 taels of silver," Ning Yuan quoted. He quotes a higher price so that there's room for negotiation. As soon as he finished speaking, several nearby stall owners turned to look at him with complicated expressions, most of them gloating. This unfamiliar face probably doesn't know the ropes and is going to be in big trouble. Upon hearing this, the woman's lust intensified, and she became incredibly agitated. 2 ounces? Okay, I'll take it all. Wrap it up for me quickly. She was afraid that Ning Yuan would change his mind. 40-odd caddies of meat were sold for more than 80 taels of silver in an instant. The woman ordered the guards to carry the meat, and they practically ran away from the market. Seeing this, Shui Hongyi crossed her arms and sneered. "Are you an idiot? People who can sell their flesh here are definitely not ordinary people. You've lost out on 3 ounces. Ning Yuan weighed the money pouch in his hand and said with a wry smile, "No wonder Brother Zhou said last time that black bears are a rare commodity. If you sell it at the market, you'll make at least several times more. That damned Shan Kuangui must have made a lot of money." Ning Yuan packed his things and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a group of street thugs wielding sticks around him and block his way. Seeing this, Shui Hongyi narrowed her phoenix eyes and subconsciously took a step forward to protect Ning Yuan behind her. "Get behind me!" The thugs parted ways, and a man with a fierce expression walked out with a thin woman in his arms, glancing sideways at Ning Yuan. "Where did you get this shady business acumen from? Don't you know the rules of this market? Selling meat at rock-bottom prices and disrupting the market, who's backing you up?" Chapter 46 Big Deal. Ning Yuan's face darkened, but there was no panic in his eyes. All of this was within his expectations. He bypassed Shui Hongyi and took a step forward. "What kind of skill is it to let your woman stand in front of you?" He paused, glancing at the thugs who had surrounded him. Having said that, he clasped his hands in a fist salute to the leading man, and was about to speak. "Break his legs!" The leading man didn't bother to talk and lazily waved his hand. Ning Yuan. At the command, a dozen thugs swarmed forward. These thugs, who were used to fighting in the streets, were ruthless. The man at the front rushed up to Ning Yuan in a few steps and kicked him in the chest. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He took a half-step back to the side and narrowly avoided the attack, while at the same time his fist slammed into the opponent's face with a whoosh of wind. He was tall, in a remote area where the average male was only 7 feet tall. Ning Yuan, who is over 8 feet tall, moves like an iron tower. The punch landed squarely on the man's nose, causing him to grunt and stagger backward, clutching his face. However, just as Ning Yuan threw a punch, the other 3 rushed at him from different directions. He had no choice but to dodge again. Just as his right leg was about to step back, one of them suddenly grabbed his waist, and the other 2 took the opportunity to press down on him. Ning Yuan strained his legs and was about to be pinned to the ground. At the critical moment, Shui Hongyi, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly opened her phoenix eyes and her whole body burst with murderous aura. She darted forward, grabbed Ning Yuan by the back of his collar with one hand, and with a strong pull, flung him out of the crowd. Ning Yuan staggered a few steps before regaining his balance, his buttocks throbbing painfully from the fall. Wow! She's a tall woman! Those long legs must be so fun to carry on my shoulders! The man who had reached inside his female companion's clothes to roughly rub her hands for warmth suddenly had a glint in his eye and stared greedily at Xue Hongyi. But the lewd smile on his lips froze on his face. Xue Hongyi moved like lightning, switching places with Ning Yuan in a flash, and kicked out twice with her right leg like a whip. 2 muffled thuds were heard, and the 2 men were sent flying backward on the spot. She sneered and actually pushed her way into the crowd. The dozen or so men were unable to get close to her for a while, and in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they were all lying on the ground groaning with bruises and swelling. Hiss! Ning Yuan gasped. This woman is too good at fighting. She truly deserves to be called a killing god from the border army. Xue Hongyi snorted coldly, her gaze fixed on the rude man. What did you just say about me? The man was terrified and turned to run away. But after he had only taken 5 or 6 steps, his feet left the ground. Xue Hongyi had already grabbed his belt and back of his clothes with both hands, and with a low shout, she lifted this man weighing more than 140 pounds above her head. Wait! Hey sir, spare my life! The man struggled in panic in midair. Without hesitation, Xue Hongyi slammed him violently to the ground. With a muffled thud, snow flew everywhere, and the man was thrown so hard he almost passed out, collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. The petite woman beside him was already terrified, looking at Xue Hongyi as if she were a monster, and her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Do you submit or not? Xue Hongyi placed one foot on the man's back, raised her fist, and her face was as cold as ice. I surrender! Please spare my life, heroine! I was blind! The man begged repeatedly. What should we do? Xue Hongyi then turned to Ning Yuan, giving her man ample face. Ning Yuan then came to his senses, forced himself to remain calm, stepped forward, and coughed lightly twice. Ahem. Next time, give me some face. I'm a man, after all. If it weren't for me, you would have been beaten to death. Xue Hongyi raised a delicate eyebrow. At this moment, the man being trampled underfoot hurriedly said, Hunter! This market is Third Master's territory. I'm just doing my job for Third Master, trying to make a living. If you're not satisfied, you can go directly to Third Master to argue. Third Master? Ning Yuan frowned. Third Master is the one in charge of this market. Take me to see him. Ning Yuan smiled. The man was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. You're going to see Third Master? What, didn't you hear what my husband said? Xue Hongyi exerted force, almost lifting the man off the ground. All right. I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way right away. Please spare my life, sir. The man grimaced in pain and agreed repeatedly. Get out of the way and lead the way. Xue Hongyi kicked him forward. The man turned back dejectedly, a barely perceptible malice flashing in the corner of his eye. As long as we lure these 2 to Third Master, no matter how good this woman is at fighting, she'll just walk right into his trap. On the way to Third Master's residence, Xue Hongyi asked in a low voice, Why do we have to see this local tyrant? Ning Yuan smiled faintly. Beneath every marketplace lies a black market. Now you understand? Xue Hongyi was taken aback. You were determined to make a scene from the very beginning, just to see this Third Master? Ning Yuan smiled but remained silent. With a formidable general like Xue Hongyi by his side, he felt much more confident. This is a good opportunity to meet this local tyrant, and pave the way for future salt business. Third Master's residence was a grand mansion. Even before approaching, the sounds of music could be heard. In the spacious main hall, several women with beautiful faces but terrified and pale complexions were dancing tremblingly. The room was filled with men drinking and making merry, each with a woman in their arms. These were mostly criminal women, their expressions numb, completely at the mercy of others. At the head of the table, a burly man in his 40s was embracing the most beautiful woman, who was trembling as she raised her glass to feed him wine. Third Master laughed heartily, his hands wandering into the woman's skirt, a sight that was commonplace among those around him. Just then, a shrill scream came from outside the door. Third Master! Third Master, something terrible has happened! Someone is causing trouble at the market! The man with the bruised and swollen face tumbled into the hall, past the dancers, and fell in front of Third Master. Third Master's interest was interrupted, his face darkened, he kicked the woman next to him away, took a few steps forward, grabbed the man's collar, and slapped him several times. Damn it! I was having a good time, what brings you here to cause trouble? Third Master! Something terrible has happened. There's a fierce woman out there who's incredibly tough, over a dozen of our brothers have been killed. Women? They beat up more than a dozen of my men? Third Master narrowed his eyes, about to lash out, when he suddenly felt a chilling murderous aura coming from outside the door. He looked up and his eyes lit up immediately. At this moment, Xue Hongyi had already stepped into the hall. She glanced at the lewd scene in the room and frowned slightly. Who is Third Master? The men in the hall were all invigorated when they saw Xue Hongyi, especially her long, straight legs, which attracted attention. But the frivolous look on Third Master's face quickly disappeared. He sensed the chilling aura emanating from the woman, an aura that was unlike that of ordinary people, an aura possessed only by those who had truly experienced the battlefield. That's me. Third Master straightened his expression. And you two are? Xue Hongyi did not answer, but stepped aside. Ning Yuan then slowly strolled in. Ning Yuan smiled calmly. Third Master, I heard that you are the owner of this market. I've come today hoping to discuss a big business deal with you. I wonder if you dare to accept it? Third Master squinted and carefully examined Ning Yuan, already understanding the situation. Although the woman was fierce, the one in charge was this young man dressed as a hunter. Business? Third Master raised an eyebrow. In Qinghe County there's no business I can't handle. Why wouldn't I dare if there's profit to be made? Okay, Ning Yuan said without further ado, taking out a small cloth bag from his pocket and tossing it over. Then take a look at this first. Third Master bent down to pick it up with a puzzled look. As soon as he opened the bag, his expression changed drastically. He quickly tightened the bag and shouted sternly. Get out of here, all of you! The men and women in the hall looked at each other in bewilderment, then hurriedly dispersed. After everyone left, Third Master walked quickly to Ning Yuan, lowered his voice, and even broke out in a cold sweat. Kid, who exactly are you? And where did you get this refined salt from? In a small place like Qinghe County, no one could possibly get their hands on refined salt to do business. Most of these items were smuggled out of the capital's Salt Transport Bureau. They were scarce and strictly controlled, and were always highly sought-after goods with limited availability. Ning Yuan said calmly. My boss said he has a lot of these. As long as you have a way to sell, he can supply it. How much exactly? 20 jin? Third Master asked tentatively. Ning Yuan shook his head. 30 caddies? Third Master raised his voice a little. 30 caddies is enough to last the black market in Baoping Prefecture for a month. Usually it is snapped up like gold as soon as it appears. Ning Yuan shook his head again, no longer keeping him in suspense. At least one sure, a unit of dry measure, is the minimum. What? Third Master was so shocked he almost jumped up. 1 stone? Brother, you're exaggerating. Do I look like I'm joking? Third Master immediately smiled and regained his composure. If you have it, there are plenty of people in the dozen or so counties surrounding Qinghe County and the entire Baoping Prefecture who would want it. Ning Yuan did not discuss the profit sharing in detail, only leaving a single sentence. Stay home and wait for good news. Someone will come to you another day. After saying that, he turned to leave. As they reached the door, he seemed to remember something and turned back, speaking softly. Oh, by the way, this matter concerns our lives and fortunes. Third Master is a sensible man and should understand the consequences of leaking it. If word gets out about a stone of refined salt, the governor and his troops of Baoping Prefecture will probably raze Qinghe County to the ground immediately. This is not much different from the crime of plotting a rebellion. Understood, of course I understand. Brother, take care and await good news. Third Master repeatedly cupped his hands, his attitude respectful. Watching Ning Yuan and Xue Hongyi walk away, Third Master paced back and forth excitedly in the hall, his heart pounding. A stone of refined salt. If we could actually get our hands on it, it wouldn't just be a matter of money, but a matter of power and status enough to command hundreds of people. His eyes gleamed with greed, and he immediately beckoned to a trusted henchman, whispering instructions. Go, follow them quietly, find out where they are, and remember, don't give yourself away. Boss, why are we talking to them? The underling asked, puzzled. Just go. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Third Master kicked his underling in the butt, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement and madness. You want to talk to me about business profits right here in Qinghe County? Ha, once the meat is in my bowl, why should I share it? I want it all. Chapter 47. If you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. More than 80 taels of silver, it came so easily. Ning Yuan weighed the heavy money bag in his hand, a complicated smile curving his lips, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. Thinking back to the black bear I hunted with my life on the last occasion, the more than 200 pounds of meat only sold for this price. These days, even 40+ kilograms of roe deer meat is worth this price. The values of this messed up world are ridiculously distorted. People at the bottom of society would turn against each other and fight over a bite to eat. Those who control resources and power squander money like water, taking advantage of the people's hard-earned wealth. Ning Yuan became even more convinced that he had done the right thing. Who knows when things will change? He needs to plan ahead and secure a place on Noah's Ark in this turbulent world. Xue Hongyi followed behind him with her arms crossed, her clear, cold voice piercing through the wind and snow. This is what a chaotic world is like. In chaotic times, the lives of ordinary people are as worthless as grass, while those who speculate and scheme can easily amass great wealth. She paused, a hint of determination, now tinged with confusion, flashing across her phoenix eyes. I used to think that as long as I killed a few more Tartars on the border and defended the territory, I would eventually see a world where everyone could have enough to eat and where there was a little more fairness. In retrospect, it was too naive. Dynastic changes are just a change of name but not substance, and it is always the honest and kind people who suffer. She suddenly stopped and looked at Ning Yuan. Do you think that in the next 1,000 years, there will truly be an era where everyone is equal and lives in peace and prosperity? Ning Yuan also stopped, pondered for a moment, and turned his gaze to the distant, vast snow-capped mountains, his tone resolute. There will definitely be one. Even if complete equality is not possible, at least, people at the bottom should be given a way to break free from their fate and climb upwards through their own efforts. Why are you so sure? Xue Hongyi raised an eyebrow, a hint of inquiry in her voice. Have you perhaps seen it before? Ning Yuan withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. I've seen you in my dreams. That makes it even more ironic. Xue Hongyi snorted lightly, said no more, and strode forward. Ning Yuan gazed at her tall yet lonely figure and murmured softly. That dream. I'm afraid I'll never be able to dream it vividly again. In Qinghe County, Ning Yuan bought new clothes to keep warm for the 4 women in his family, and also bought 2 sets of clothes for himself to change into. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Since we've decided to live in this world and live well, we can't mistreat ourselves and our families. Having figured out a way to make money, he felt more confident about the future. He planned that once the channels for refined salt were established through Hubba's group, he would renovate the house and build a warm earthen bed. At that time, surrounded by 3 beautiful wives and concubines, the thought of life would be incredibly pleasant. Just as he was thinking this, Ning Yuan paused almost imperceptibly. Since his transmigration, his hearing and vision have far surpassed those of ordinary people. At that moment, he clearly realized that there was a tail following behind him. He remained calm and quickly caught up with Xue Hongyi. Someone is following us. Don't turn around, someone is following you. Upon hearing this, Xue Hongyi frowned and instinctively tried to turn her head away, but Ning Yuan stopped her with a look. Are you sure? Xue Hongyi didn't sense anything. Yes, they followed us as soon as we left the market. Their methods weren't particularly sophisticated. They were probably sent by that third master. Xue Hongyi's pretty face turned cold. He's trying to double-cross us? Pa, what do you mean by double-crossing? That sounds awful. Ning Yuan corrected. What they're doing is coveting the wisdom of the working people and trying to gain something for nothing. Labor people? Xue Hongyi found the term both unfamiliar and intriguing. Ning Yuan had no intention of explaining and pulled her along, quickening their pace. After walking 3 or 4 miles, they came to a rocky outcrop. Ning Yuan gave a signal, and the two quickly slipped behind a huge rock. Ning Yuan covered Xue Hongyi's mouth, signaling her to be quiet. Soon, a furtive figure followed, looking around suspiciously for its target. Where the hell is he? The man came running over quickly, looking bewildered. However, just as he turned his head, his eyes met those of Ning Yuan and Xue Hongyi. Oh no! The man was so frightened that he turned to run away. Still trying to leave? Xue Hongyi moved like lightning, catching up in a few steps. Her slender hands gripped the man's shoulder blades like iron clamps, and with a little force she pressed him to the ground. Heroine, spare me! Hero, spare me! The man cried out in anguish. Speak! Who sent you? Xue Hongyi pressed down on her feet and asked coldly. The man winced in pain, his eyes filled with terror, as he looked at Ning Yuan who was approaching. Ning Yuan squatted down and looked at him with a smile. Don't look at me, my wife is asking you a question. It was Third Master. Third Master sent me to follow you too and see where you're staying. The man was sweating profusely. Oh? What are you doing following us? Ning Yuan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure. I don't know. Third Master only instructed them to keep watch and report back. I really don't know anything else. Ning Yuan squatted down and said with a smile. Your Third Master has such a big appetite, he can swallow a whole stone of refined salt. He must have made a lot of friends behind him, right? Tell me what you have to say. If you do, I'll let you go. The man was on the verge of tears. Third Master does indeed have a lot of influence in the surrounding counties, and he associates with many important figures. But someone as insignificant as me has no way of getting involved. Are you sure? Ning Yuan squinted. Well, I only know that Third Master and his confidant, Brother Leopard, seem to have served in the army in their early years and later returned to start their own army. Most of the money and women that Third Master amassed went to the government. I really don't know who exactly. Ning Yuan nodded thoughtfully and stood up. Xue Hongyi looked at him. What should we do? Release him? Ning Yuan glanced at the man on the ground who was trembling like a leaf. Let him go. Killing him will only cause more trouble. However, while the death penalty may be spared, punishment is inevitable. It is precisely these corrupt officials who collude with bandits and act as accomplices to evil that have made the people live worse than pigs and dogs. Before he could finish speaking, Xue Hongyi struck with her palm. Crack! A sickening sound of bone breaking rang out, and the man's arm had been dislocated cleanly and efficiently by her. The man screamed in agony and fainted on the spot. What do we do now? Should we continue to cooperate with that Third Master? Xue Hongyi asked with a worried expression. Smuggling refined salt is a serious crime. It's like dealing with a tiger for its skin. I'm afraid. Ning Yuan kicked the unconscious man to confirm he was right, then sneered. Cooperation? When did I say I wanted to cooperate with him? Then why did you contact him? Wife, you are a master at leading troops and fighting battles, but when it comes to business, making money, and scheming against people, you still have to rely on your husband. Ning Yuan explained. I never trusted these local bullies from the very beginning. The reason for contacting him is simply to find out his sales channels and the powerful figures behind him. If I can control the information gap, why should I share the profits with him? Wouldn't it be safer and more secure to talk directly to his superiors? Xue Hongyi frowned with worry. Aren't you worried that he'll report your secret about refined salt to the authorities? Ning Yuan smiled meaningfully. I didn't give him any concrete evidence. The salt is in his hands. What does it have to do with me, a hunter? Let's go. We won't go back to the village tonight. Where to? Return to Qinghe County. Ning Yuan's eyes flashed with a glint of light. And report to the authorities. Inside the county government office, Magistrate Xiao was taken aback upon hearing Ning Yuan's report. Is that true? Are you sure that third master has a large quantity of refined salt? Ning Yuan cupped his hands in greeting and selectively recounted his experiences selling meat at the market, being invited to the third master's place, and witnessing the refined salt, while concealing his own intentions. Magistrate Zhao's expression immediately turned serious. The circulation of refined salt was an open secret, but once it was brought into the open, he couldn't just sit idly by. But that third master has been entrenched in the area for many years and has deep-rooted connections with those above him. He is not someone to be trifled with. I am aware of this matter and will send someone to investigate. Dr. Ning, you should go back now. Ning Yuan stood still and smiled. I understand Magistrate Zhao's difficulties. Are you worried that your constables are not enough to deal with these ruthless bandits, and that you might get bitten by the snake instead of killing it? Magistrate Zhao's expression changed slightly, but he did not deny it. Ning Yuan pressed his advantage, saying, Since that's the case, I, Ning, am willing to lend you a hand, sir. My wife was once a border general. You should know her abilities. If you are determined to eradicate this local scourge, she is willing to be at the forefront. Magistrate Zhao glanced at Xue Hongyi, who stood to the side with her arms crossed and exuded a heroic aura, and a look of hesitation and apprehension flashed in his eyes. Ning Yuan is clearly trying to use someone else to do his dirty work, using him as a pawn. But if this third master really gains power, he will also be a threat to him, the county magistrate. Actually, he had always wanted to eliminate it. Seeing Magistrate Xiao hesitate, Ning Yuan sighed, his tone tinged with regret. Since you have concerns, I will not insist. It's just pitiful that the people of these 10-odd villages in Qinghe County have to suffer from such bullying every day. Sigh, let's go, Red Dress. After saying that, he made a move to leave. Wait. Magistrate Zhao suddenly looked up, a resolute glint in his eyes. Ning Yuan's words struck a nerve. Magistrate Zhao glanced at Xue Hongyi, who stood tall and graceful, her figure resembling a long spear. Magistrate Zhao took a deep breath and said solemnly, If Madame Ning is truly willing to take action and clear the obstacles for me, I will risk losing my official hat to rid the people of this scourge and completely eradicate this gang of local bullies who have taken over this county. Chapter 48. This arrow pierces the night. What? He hasn't come back yet? Is he dead? In the courtyard, the sun had already set behind the western mountains. When Third Master learned that the men he had sent out had not returned after 2 hours, his expression became somewhat worried. Standing beside Third Master was a man dressed in snow leopard skin, his muscles bulging high, his eyes incredibly sharp and gloomy. This man is none other than Leopard, the most capable fighter by Third Master's side, who once participated in the Great Gan Empire's war and retired from the army. Third Master, we've already sent all the brothers to search in Qinghe County. It's too cold today, I really can't find it. One of the underlings, kneeling on the ground, looked up at Third Master with a resentful expression. Third Master's expression was gloomy, and his gaze fell on Ah Bao. Ah Bao, that kid gave me this bag of fine salt, it's of excellent quality. It's even better than the refined salt available on the market, you see. As he spoke, Third Master tossed the black bag to Ah Bao. Without even looking up, Ah Bao reached out and grabbed it. Upon opening and tasting it, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Such high-quality refined salt is nothing like the substandard products transported out by the Salt Transport Bureau of the capital city of Yudu. Those that can be smuggled out are basically defective products. Perfect salt is typically reserved for royalty, nobility, or those fighting on the front lines. Just by tasting it, Ah Bao knew that this level of refined salt was almost as good as the refined salt he used to eat when he was in the army. What do you mean? Third Master squinted, somewhat uneasy. I'm worried that the so-called boss behind them might not be an ordinary person either, otherwise such fine salt would never have appeared. I suspect that this person may have embezzled some refined salt left over from a frontline battle and now wants to take it to this remote place to turn it into silver. Third Master, in my opinion, we should either eliminate this kind of person completely or try our best to win him over. Upon hearing this, Third Master's pupils contracted, and he coldly said, I want the entire stone of refined salt. Upon hearing this, Ah Bao didn't say much, but instead said, If we want them all, they certainly cannot live. Since we can't find them in Qinghe County, they might be in a more remote place. For example, in a village? Yes, that's right, how come I didn't think of that? Third Master said excitedly. That kid was dressed like a hunter. And the boss behind that kid is probably hiding in a village near Qinghe County. The two fell into deep thought again, pondering how to find Ning Yuan, when suddenly a scream came from outside the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, someone flew straight in. Upon hearing this, the two looked over and saw a tall woman in a dark green robe walk in domineeringly from outside the courtyard. It's you! Third Master's expression changed immediately upon seeing the newcomer, and he stood up right away. Ah Bao, this woman was also a soldier. I could tell from her aura the moment I saw her. The newcomer was none other than Xue Hongyi. Looking at Xue Hongyi, Ah Bao noticed that the woman's every move carried a hint of the heroic spirit of a soldier, but he was not alarmed. Young lady, where is your master? Third Master asked with a smile, regaining his composure. Xue Hongyi sneered and said in a clear voice, Li San of Qinghe County is hoarding refined salt and plotting a rebellion. The magistrate of Qinghe County has been summoned to annihilate them. Those who do not wish to die should surrender. Upon hearing this, Third Master and Ah Bao stood up almost simultaneously. Ah Bao glanced at the refined salt in his hand, then quickly hid it. Third Master's smile vanished, and he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Young lady, what did you mean by that just now? Xue Hongyi did not answer, but 5 or 6 Yamen runners holding sticks followed Magistrate Zhao into the room. Magistrate Zhao was a little nervous. After all, Li San had far more people in Qinghe County than he did. In this remote place, even a lowly official like him felt a bit of lingering fear. Upon seeing Magistrate Zhao's appearance, Third Master's face darkened, and he bared his teeth in disdain. Magistrate Zhao, so you're the one trying to harm the common people? Li San quickly realized that the boss behind Ning Yuan might never have existed. Instead, it was Magistrate Zhao who instructed Ning Yuan and Xue Hongyi to use a bag of refined salt to legitimately eliminate him. Magistrate Dao angrily rebuked. You audacious Li San! You've been making unwanted advances in my Qinghe County market all this time, and I've turned a blind eye. Look at you now, so audacious as to defy the law, hoarding fine salt, and plotting a rebellion. Why don't you surrender immediately? Upon hearing this, Third Master and Ah Bao burst into laughter. This laughter turned Magistrate Zhao's face pale, and he instinctively looked at Xue Hongyi. Third Master's smile suddenly froze, and he pointed at Magistrate Zhao, coldly saying, Magistrate Zhao, what the hell is wrong with you? I've given you plenty of benefits over the years, haven't I? Your Zhao family's house, and even the meat you eat every day, all come from me. You dare to harm me today? Fine, I'll stand right here. Come and try if you dare. Guards, arrest Li San! Magistrate Zhao's eyes flashed with panic as he instinctively looked at Xue Hongyi. He lived a comfortable life in this remote town, and indeed gained the favor of many locals. For example, Li San, and Zhang Quangue, etc. However, although Magistrate Zhao had given the order, the 6 Yamen runners just held their sticks and dared not go up. Just then, a group of people belonging to Third Master rushed in and surrounded him. Xue Hongyi glanced at them and saw that there were at least 30 or so. A bunch of useless trash, I'll take over! Xue Hongyi was extremely righteous and hated evil. She grabbed one of the constable's sticks and lashed it out. With a cry of pain, The bailiff's palm was instantly rubbed raw and bleeding, demonstrating the immense force of the pull. Holding the stick, Xue Hongyi moved like lightning, rushing directly towards Third Master. Third Master sneered and shouted, "Ah Bao!" As soon as he finished speaking, Ah Bao suddenly stood up, his curved sword gleaming coldly as he stepped aside and blocked Third Master's path. Without almost any hesitation, Ah Bao swung his curved blade wide and sweeping it directly at Xue Hongyi. Xue Hongyi was startled. Seeing the curved blade sweeping towards her at great speed, she bent her slender waist and slid her nose close to the blade as she passed by. Ah Bao was also taken aback, not expecting Xue Hongyi to be so skilled and courageous. His first strike missed, and he flipped the blade back up to slash at Xue Hongyi beneath him. However, how could Xue Hongyi possibly give him a chance? The staff in his hand was like a silver spear, spinning and piercing through the air. This thrust was extremely domineering and fierce. Ah Bao gasped in shock and dared not continue to attack without defending. As the stick reached his throat, Ah Bao grunted and dodged to the side. However, this was exactly what Xue Hongyi had been waiting for. Her staff missed its mark, so she grabbed it with her other hand and slammed it down to the side. There was a muffled thud. Ah Bao was struck squarely in the chest by this powerful blow, and a terrifying force sent him and his knife flying. "Kill them all, leave no one alive!" Third Master roared. Suddenly, more than 30 people rushed towards Xue Hongyi and Magistrate Zhao's group in the courtyard. In impoverished and harsh environments, the legal system is often the weakest. Moreover, since they followed Third Master, they no longer took these remote county magistrates seriously. Seeing his men rushing towards Magistrate Zhao was so frightened that his legs went weak. He had never seen anything like this before. The group of Yamen runners in front of Magistrate Zhao were even more useless than him. As soon as they saw Third Master's men charging towards them, they were so frightened that they dropped their sticks and ran away. "You bunch of good-for-nothings, come back here!" Magistrate Zhao felt like he wanted to die. As these henchmen of the Third Master approached, Magistrate Zhao covered his head in fear, crying out, "Dr. Ning, save me!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp cry rang out from the snow-covered courtyard in the night. An arrow pierced the night sky and passed through the air in an instant. Chapter 49 Pulling out the root of the trouble. The dull thud of the body hitting the snow broke the silence of the night. Magistrate Dao's face turned ashen. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he felt a wave of nausea and his stomach churned. But before Magistrate Zhao could recover, "Call out!" The second arrow ripped through the night, and another henchman fell to the ground. In just 3 breaths 2 lives were lost. These 30 or so thugs, who were usually more than capable of bullying men and women, had never seen such a real killing before. Seeing their companion die instantly, they were all terrified and looked around in panic. "Who is shooting at us from the shadows? Where is it?" A cold male voice rang out from the darkness. "Get out if you don't want to die." The word, "get out," completely crushed the courage of this rabble, and the crowd cried out for their parents, fleeing for their lives outside the market. A strange scene unfolded at the market in Qinghe County. The constables ran for their lives ahead, with more than 30 thugs following behind in a frantic chase. The constables thought that the group of Third Master's men had come to kill them, and they were so scared that they wet their pants and ran even faster. And at this moment, inside the courtyard, swords clashed and spears flashed. Xue Hongyi and Ah Bao were locked in a fierce battle, sparks flying everywhere. However, after several rounds, the opponent, wielding a curved blade, gained the upper hand, and even Xue Hongyi was unable to gain the upper hand. "Die!" A fierce light flashed in Ah Bao's eyes. He sprang up and his blade swept across, slicing the wooden stick in Xue Hongyi's hand in 2. "Oh no!" Xue Hongyi's oval face suddenly changed. A stick can never defeat a sharp blade. Having lost her support, she retreated hastily. How could Ah Bao let such a good opportunity slip by? The offensive was like a storm, relentless and pressing, forcing Xue Hongyi to adopt a passive defensive stance. "Damn it!" Xue Hongyi gritted her teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. Though she was brave, her weapon was inferior, and she could only cry out in despair. Ning Yuan, help me! Before she could finish speaking, the blade flashed, slicing open a gash in her clothes at her lower abdomen, and blood quickly soaked through her garments. Ning Yuan! Painful, this usually strong-willed former female general of the border army panicked. Instinctively, she called out to her man. Huh! Ah Bao's attack faltered, and he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly looked up at the roof, his face instantly turning grim. Ning Yuan stood proudly on the roof tiles, his figure as straight as a pine tree, his longbow held full as a round moon, the arrows gleaming coldly as they locked onto him. Ning Yuan's eyes were cold, and when he saw that Xue Hongyi was injured, he even showed murderous intent. Guess which is faster, your sword or my arrow? Ah Bao grinned maliciously. Go ahead and try. Before he could finish speaking, Ning Yuan loosened his grip. Call out. The arrow leaves the bowstring and arrives in an instant. Clang! With a crisp sound, the arrow tip struck Ah Bao's chest, sending sparks flying, only to be stopped by something hard. It's a heart-protecting mirror! Ning Yuan, be careful! Xue Hongyi exclaimed urgently. Ah Bao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Taking advantage of the moment, he exerted force with his feet and leaped more than 2 meters high, landing on the roof. The curved blade dragged along with a piercing noise as it hurtled straight towards Ning Yuan. Die! In a few quick strides, the distance was less than 6 steps. The scimitar slashed down with a piercing whistling sound that tore through the air. Ning Yuan remained calm, retreating while knocking a second arrow, his movements fluid and graceful. Call out! Fire another arrow. Ah Bao looked disdainful. Grandpa is wearing a top-quality Tartar breastplate. You think you can't shoot through it? However, before he could even finish the word, where? He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked down, his face was filled with disbelief. The arrowhead actually tore through the breastplate and pierced his heart. You have an armor-piercing arrow? Blood spilled from Ah Bao's mouth, yet he still refused to believe it. Ning Yuan remained silent, and the third arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. Call out! The arrow pierced Ah Bao's head with precision, pinning him firmly to the rooftop. My God, you scared me to death! Upon seeing Ah Bao dead, Magistrate Zhao's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Inside the courtyard, only the sound of wind and snow remained. Wife, keep an eye on Magistrate Zhao, I'm going to chase after Li San. But Ning Yuan did not relax. Standing on high ground, he had already spotted Li San sneaking into the backyard in the chaos. Xue Hongyi said urgently. Don't go! It's too dangerous! Li San desperately fled through the maze-like alleys, in the freezing cold. He broke out in a cold sweat, constantly looking back, fearing the arrows would come after him. The person who secretly fired the arrow just now had such terrifying accuracy. He knew Ah Bao was in grave danger. Brother, hang in there. I'll definitely avenge you someday. However, a chilling voice pierced through the wind and snow. Call out! The arrow struck Li San's thigh precisely, and blood instantly bloomed on the snow. Ah! My legs! My legs! Li San let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his injured leg and rolling around in the snow. At the entrance to the dark alley, Ning Yuan's figure slowly appeared, his gaze cold and sharp. Li San was terrified. Enduring excruciating pain, he crawled forward, crying and begging for mercy. Hero! Brother! Don't kill me! I have money! I have lots and lots of money! You can have it all! Please spare my life! Ning Yuan's silence is more frightening than any threat. Death itself is not scary. What is scary is knowing that you will die but not knowing when death will strike. This prolonged torment is enough to break a person. Li San's wails and pleas for mercy echoed through the alley, finally attracting the attention of nearby residents. Some bolder residents quietly pushed open the cracks in the windows and doors to peek into the alley. When they saw the once arrogant third master lying so pathetically in the snow, their initial fear was gradually replaced by long-standing resentment. Some people started swearing under their breath, while others picked up snow and pebbles from the ground and tentatively threw them at Li San. Seeing that he didn't react, more and more people gathered around, their gazes becoming increasingly hostile. In the shadows, Ning Yuan watched the people who had been oppressed for so long and slowly put away his longbow. He knew that Li San's fate was sealed. Quietly retreating into the shadows, Ning Yuan turned and left. Since heaven is unjust, then let the people handle the matter themselves. That night, the wind and snow continued. Deep in a certain alley, there was a naked corpse. It was Li San. Only a few messy, bloody footprints remained on the snow, winding their way into the depths of the night, disappearing without a trace. Inside a superior room at ULI restaurant. No need, I can do it myself. Don't move, what if it leaves a scar? Xue Hongyi was only wearing a close-fitting bodice, and buried her flushed cheeks in the quilt. A shallow wound was clearly visible on her lower abdomen. Ning Yuan was holding the ointment, and carefully applying it to her. The cool ointment touched her skin, and Xue Hongyi couldn't help but tremble slightly, her lower abdomen contracting slightly to reveal her firm abs. Is it all done yet? Magistrate Zhao and the others are still waiting outside. Xue Hongyi was, after all, a young woman, and the thought of a group of grown men standing in the corridor outside made her feel very uncomfortable. Ning Yuan chuckled and gently patted her shapely bottom. All right, let's get dressed. You, turn around. What part of your body haven't I seen and touched by men? Why are you shy? Ning Yuan chuckled. In response, Xue Hongyi rolled her eyes in embarrassment, and kicked him with her bare feet. A moment later, the two straightened their clothes and walked out of the room. Magistrate Zhao immediately went to greet Ning Yuan and excitedly grabbed his hand. Dr. Ning! Madam Ning! Thank you both so much for ridding the people of this scourge, eliminating this tyrant, and restoring peace to Qinghe County. As he spoke, he became so excited that he almost knelt down. Ning Yuan quickly helped him up. Lord Zhao, this is unacceptable. You are the magistrate of this county, how can you bow to us? Eliminating the bully is your duty. My wife and I are merely assisting you from the sidelines. If we're talking about who deserves the most credit, then it's naturally you who deserves it. Magistrate Zhao was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized what was going on, and quickly cupped his hands in a gesture of joy. Although it is my duty, I will remember your merit in reporting this matter. Once this matter is reported, I will definitely recommend you two for commendation and reward. You're too kind, Lord Zhao, Ning Yuan replied with a smile. After Magistrate Zhao left with his men, full of gratitude, Xue Hongyi finally couldn't help but ask. Ning Yuan, why give him all the credit? He clearly didn't do anything. Ning Yuan smiled helplessly. Wife, did you listen to what Li San said before he died? Although Magistrate Zhao is a 5th-rank official, in this remote Qinghe County, his power is probably less than that of a 7th-rank official in some wealthy areas. If he lives here peacefully and says he never gets involved in trouble, would you believe it? We've taken all the credit, how is he supposed to face this? In officialdom, sometimes you need that kind of personal favor. Xue Hongyi's phoenix eyes flashed with murderous intent as she muttered. You corrupt official, there's no clean place left in this world. Well said, Ning Yuan sighed. But if we give him the credit, he can clear his name, and we can be at peace. Don't forget, what we want is not this empty fame, but... Xue Hongyi frowned. Is it the sales channel behind Third Master? But now that he's dead, how do we find it? No need to look, Ning Yuan said calmly. If we cut off someone's source of income, that person will come looking for us. We'll stay in Qinghe County for the next few days. Tomorrow, Magistrate Zhao will send someone home to let us know we're safe, so that Shuaying and Qinru won't worry. As he spoke, his hand naturally wrapped around Xue Hongyi's waist and gently squeezed it. Xue Hongyi rolled her eyes at him, but did not refuse. She simply lowered her head slightly and let him lead her back to her room. Outside the window, the wind and snow were heavy, swirling around my fingers all the way to the peak, instantly creating a lingering, low murmur. Chapter 50. My wife, of course, cannot be mistreated. The next day, Ning Yuan was pulled from his sleep by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Xue Hongyi, who was completely naked in bed, became alert upon hearing the sound. She sprang up from the couch and instinctively reached for her pillow. But they ended up with nothing. She then remembered that her spear had been confiscated long ago. A cheerful voice came from outside the door. Hee, Dr. Ning, my hero Ning, you're finally awake? Ning Yuan put on his outer robe, gestured for Xue Hongyi not to move, got up and opened the door by himself, then closed the door halfway shut to block out the view inside. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here so early in the morning? Zhang Quangui rubbed his hands together, his face full of flattery. Ning Yingxiong, you are now a great benefactor to our Qinghe County. Once that scourge Li San is gone from the market, the people will no longer have to pay that dishonest money and can do business with peace of mind. Everyone knows it was you who did the work, and they've all gathered outside, wanting to thank you in person. Ning Yuan frowned slightly. Anyone with eyes to see clearly knows that Li San's execution had little to do with Magistrate Zhao. If he truly wanted to eliminate this scourge, why would he allow Li San to run rampant until now? This credit was clearly something that Zhang Quangui or someone else insisted on taking from him. Mr. Zhang, please be careful what you say. Ning Yuan's voice deepened. Eliminating Li San was entirely due to Magistrate Dao's wise decision. I was merely assisting from the sidelines and truthfully reporting the facts. Are you trying to embarrass Magistrate Zhao by attributing the credit to me? Zhang Quangui's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat instantly soaked his forehead. His little scheme had been seen through. I absolutely did not mean that. The people are just making wild guesses. It's all thanks to Magistrate Zhao's excellent leadership. I'll go and persuade them to disperse right away. Having said that, Zhang Quangui, with his own ulterior motives, scurried away. Ning Yuan closed the door and went back inside. Xue Hongyi was already dressed and ready. What happened? That old fox Zhang Quangui is trying to flatter me to my death. Ning Yuan sneered. Gathering a bunch of commoners and insisting that I am the hero who killed Li San is putting me on the hot seat. It seems I gained face in front of Magistrate Zhao yesterday, and he can't sit still now. Xue Hongyi's phoenix eyes flashed coldly. The owner of this ULI restaurant must have some dirty dealings. We should report this to Magistrate Zhao and have him investigated as well. Ning Yuan walked up to her and gently pinched her cheek. Silly wife, use your brain. Zhang Quangui can be the richest man in Qinghe County, and Li San doesn't dare to touch him easily. Why is that? It's only because he's Magistrate Zhao's money bag. As long as he doesn't cross the line, why would Magistrate Zhao cut off his own source of income? If we report him, it's like throwing an egg against a rock. Corrupt official! Xue Hongyi muttered under her breath. All right, let's not talk about them anymore. Come on, let's go buy you new clothes. Ning Yuan took her hand. How can a woman from Ningyuan always wear this old robe? Wouldn't people laugh at me for being stingy? The two arrived at the market, and it was indeed different from usual. There were noticeably more vendors, and the sounds of hawking their wares filled the air. Shops were also decorated with colorful ornaments, creating a vibrant and new atmosphere. With the removal of Li San, this parasitic leech, the long-suppressed business finally regained its vitality. Ning Yuan thought to himself that there must be many hunters in the vicinity, but in the past they dared not bring their prey to trade because they were afraid of being exploited by Li San. Now that the obstacles have been removed, the market is sure to become more and more lively. He led Xue Hongyi into a clothing store. The shop owner was discussing yesterday's events with his wife when a customer arrived, and he hurried over to greet him. Honorable guest, what would you like to see? These coarse cloth clothes outside are only 20 coins. If you would like something better. The shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced. Ning Yuan smiled and said, When choosing for my wife, I naturally want the best. After saying that, he looked at Xue Hongyi. The shop owner then took a closer look at Xue Hongyi, and his eyes lit up immediately. This woman was tall and had a heroic air about her. She was truly a rare sight. Please come in, gentlemen. He quickly led them into the inner room. Xue Hongyi had no interest in the dazzling array of women's clothing, so she casually picked out a well-fitting black men's coat. This one will do. Ning Yuan shook his head and slapped the 15 taels of silver onto the counter. Boss, the styles here still don't suit my wife. Do you have a more upscale place? The shop owner smiled wryly. Honorable guest, your wife has an extraordinary figure and temperament, and it is indeed difficult for our shop to find a match that is completely suitable. If you would like a custom-made service, please go to the Yunjinshuang shop in front. That's the top silk shop in Qinghe County. Wealthy families from all the counties go there, but the prices are quite high. Wife, let's go take a look at Yunjin Manor, Ning Yuan said, pulling Xue Hongyi along. Xue Hongyi stood with her arms crossed, looking unwilling. Clothes are enough to cover your body. This is a waste. I think this outfit is fine. She always disliked women's clothing for being too cumbersome, preferring men's attire which was more practical for wielding swords and spears. Ning Yuan stepped forward and took Xue Hongyi's delicate hand, saying softly, You come from a prestigious family and used to live a life of luxury. Now that you're with me, I can't let you suffer. What's a little bit of money? Yunjin Manor was magnificent, with many ornately decorated carriages parked in front of the gate, and servants waiting for them. Inside the shop, several well-dressed female customers were selecting fabrics. Xue Hongyi stood at the door, her brows furrowed. They're all restrictive styles. How can I possibly show off my skills? I'm not going. Ning Yuan, however, had already stepped inside. The two men were tall and attracted everyone's attention as soon as they entered the room. A woman dressed in a blue robe, around 27 or 28 years old, walked gracefully towards them. She first glanced curiously at Xue Hongyi, then bowed slightly to Ning Yuan. Is our honored guest here to have clothes custom made for your wife? Exactly, it needs to fit well, and the material must be the best. The woman in green walked up to Xue Hongyi and examined her closely as if she were looking at a precious artifact, her eyes showing admiration. Your wife is tall and slender, with a heroic bearing, and truly requires the finest craftsmanship to match her. If it's custom-made, including labor and materials, it will cost at least 35 taels of silver. 35 taels? Upon hearing this, Xue Hongyi turned and left. She had once been a border army general, and her monthly salary was only 15 taels. This price sounded absurd to her. Ning Yuan laughed loudly and slammed the deposit onto the table. Okay. This price it is, cut it as soon as possible. Xue Hongyi, who had already reached the door, paused, turned back abruptly, grabbed Ning Yuan's hand, and whispered. Are you crazy? You can't spend money like this. Ning Yuan grasped her wrist with his other hand, looked into her eyes, and spoke in a gentle yet firm voice. You deserve it. Consider this the first gift I'll give you after marrying you. Xue Hongyi was not expected that he would say such things in public. Her face turned red from her cheeks to her ears, and she stomped her foot in embarrassment and anger. Aren't you ashamed? After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly out of the shop, but a faint smile couldn't be suppressed from the corners of her mouth. After the two men left, the woman in green turned and walked behind the beaded curtain on the second floor, whispering to a frail figure leaning against the couch inside. Sister, look closely, it's him, it's Ning Yuan. Chapter 51. Performing medical skills here. Ning Family Courtyard, Mo Village. Before dawn, the cold was biting. Xin Shuang, Qin Ru, and Xiao Wana were already standing at the gate of the courtyard, craning their necks to look at the snow-covered path outside the village, their faces filled with anxiety. Ning Yuan and Xue Hongyi left home early yesterday morning and have not returned since. Xin Shuang was already frail, and now, standing in the wind and snow, her body trembled slightly and her lips turned white from the cold, yet she stubbornly refused to go back inside. Sister Shuang, please come inside and warm yourself by the fire, Xiao Wana said tenderly, her voice trembling with tears. If this continues, how can your body take it? No. Xin Shuang shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the intersection. How can I be at ease if my husband doesn't return? Qin Ru, who was standing to the side, was also in a state of confusion, but as the eldest sister, she had to force herself to remain calm. She took a deep breath and said, "Xiao Wana, take good care of Shuang. I'm going to Qinghe County to check on things." "No!" Xiao Wan hurriedly grabbed her. "Sister Qin Ru, how can a woman walk alone on this mountain path? What if we encounter bad people?" In these turbulent times, women traveling alone are extremely vulnerable to being kidnapped. The widow Lu in the village was someone her husband had forcibly taken from her years ago. Given Qin Ru's appearance, if she were to encounter any unscrupulous individuals, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as the three women were filled with anxiety, a tentative inquiry came from outside the courtyard. "Excuse me, is this Ning Yingxiong's home?" The three men were startled and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw three yamen runners in official uniforms shivering in the cold outside the mud courtyard wall. Qin Ru steadied herself and asked, "Indeed, gentlemen, what brings you here?" The head constable quickly cupped his hands in greeting, a smile plastered on his face. "Madam, we are from the Qinghe County government. Yesterday, Ning Yingxiong from Mingyuan assisted Magistrate Zhao in eliminating Li San, the local tyrant who had been terrorizing the village. He has made a great contribution. We are currently visiting the county government office. Magistrate Zhao specially sent us to let you know we are safe and sound, so that the women at home won't worry." "I see." Upon hearing this, Qin Ru's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally felt half relieved. However, before she could even catch her breath, Xiao Wana exclaimed from behind, "Sister Shuang!" Upon hearing that Ning Yuan was unharmed, Xin Shuang, who had been holding on tightly, finally relaxed and fainted. "Oh dear! What happened?" The three constables were also startled and hurriedly stepped forward to help. Meanwhile, in Qinghe County, at the residence of Magistrate Zhao, the hall was warm and inviting, filled with the aroma of wine. Magistrate Zhao, his face flushed, raised his cup and stood up, speaking in an extremely warm tone. "Dr. Ning, Madam Ning, I owe you both an immense debt of gratitude once again. The tyrant Li San has been brought to justice, and peace has returned to the market. The people are all grateful for your kindness. On behalf of the elders of Qinghe County, I, Zhao, offer this cup to you both." Ning Yuan smiled faintly, raised his glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Magistrate Zhao finished his drink, but noticed that Shui Hongi, sitting next to Ning Yuan, had a cold expression and had not touched her chopsticks since taking her seat. "Does Madam Ning find the food unpalatable?" Ning Yuan knew that Shui Hongi was upright and had the utmost contempt for mediocre and greedy officials like Magistrate Zhao. Yesterday's events saw Zhao County officials claim all the credit for themselves and report it to the prefectural government, attempting to curry favor with the government. Shui Hongi wanted to kill this corrupt official on her way here. Ning Yuan quickly tried to smooth things over. "Please forgive me, Lord Zhao. My wife was dealing with those bandits yesterday and suffered some minor injuries. She is not feeling well, hence her rudeness. In that case, I'll drink this glass of wine on her behalf." After saying that, Ning Yuan picked up the wine glass in front of Shui Hongi and drank it all in one gulp. "Excellent! Dr. Ning is indeed generous." Magistrate Zhao and his advisor clapped their hands in praise. After the banquet ended, the sun was already setting in the west. On the way back to Yuelai restaurant, Shui Hongi looked at Ning Yuan, who was slightly drunk beside her, and finally couldn't help but snort coldly. "Look at how you fawned over the powerful just now. If you were an official, you would definitely be a corrupt one." As he spoke, he raised his foot to step on Ning Yuan. Although Ning Yuan was somewhat drunk, he was still agile. He dodged to the side and staggered 2 steps before regaining his balance. He knew that Shui Hongi's hatred for officialdom stemmed from the injustice done to her family, so he didn't argue. He simply stepped forward and put his hand on her shoulder. "Wife," Ning Yuan coaxed, "there are many ways to achieve your goal. A head-on confrontation may feel exhilarating, but have you considered the cost? Today's feigned compliance, based on my personal experience, is absolutely not about colluding with the wrongdoers. But rather, it was to find a more secure way to survive." Shui Hongi remained silent for a moment, then finally sighed. I understand, but the thought that my entire Shui family was also framed by such corrupt officials is unbearable. Ning Yuan said no more. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he quickly gave her a light kiss on the forehead and then strode forward. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol, but he actually imitated the manner of a scholar, putting his hands behind his back and speaking loudly to the vast snowy wilderness. If the world doesn't come to me, then I'll go to the world. If a wife wants to accomplish great things, she must endure what ordinary people cannot, in order to achieve her ambitions. Upon hearing this, Shui Hongyi paused, gazing at her husband's slightly swaying yet resolute back in the wind and snow, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Although this man was a hunter, he sometimes said strange things, but they always made her feel enlightened. Just then, a carriage rolled through the snow and slowly came to a stop beside the two of them. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a handsome face that looked slightly anxious. May I ask if you are Physician Ning, or Master Ning? Ning Yuan squinted and looked over. She was a little beauty. And it looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Oh? It's you, that saleswoman from Yunjin Zhuang? Qing'er, who was inside the car, was taken aback by what she heard. What, is a salesperson? My husband is drunk, what business do you have with me? Shui Hongyi stepped forward, shielding Ning Yuan behind her, her eyes wary. Qing'er quickly got out of the car and knelt down in the snow, her voice choked with sobs. Dr. Ning, Madam Ning! My sister has contracted a strange illness, suffering from pain for several days and nearly fainting. I've heard that Physician Ning once brought the dead back to life with his miraculous healing skills, even saving the old lady of Magistrate Zhao's family. I implore you to lend a hand. If you can cure my sister, Yunjin Manor is willing to grant you any request. You can even cure diseases? Shui Hongyi looked at Ning Yuan in surprise. Ning Yuan sobered up considerably and helped Qing'er up. Who is your sister? It is indeed the manager of Yunjin Zhuang. Ning Yuan's heart stirred slightly. In this world, a woman who can run a clothing store of such a scale is no ordinary person. Lead the way. Ning Yuan immediately agreed, then added seriously. However, let me make it clear beforehand that I am not some kind of miracle doctor, but only have some knowledge of folk remedies. If I cannot cure you, do not blame me. No. I am already extremely grateful that Dr. Ning is willing to help. Qing'er was overjoyed and quickly invited the two of them into the carriage. She then urged the driver. Hurry! Take Dr. Ning back to the manor as soon as possible, without a moment's delay. The carriage kicked up snowflakes as it sped toward Yunjin Manor. Chapter 52. Your method is so shameful, it's really embarrassing. Inside Yunjin Manor, a piercing scream shattered the silence, startling the maids standing around, who turned pale and stood at a loss for what to do. On the embroidered bed, a woman curled up, her face ashen. She pressed her hands tightly against her lower abdomen, the intense pain almost causing her to faint. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and even her groans were trembling. Let me die, quickly. I can't take it anymore, it hurts too much. Qing'er, where is Qing'er? She asked weakly, panting. Master, Miss Qing'er has not returned yet, but we have already sent someone to invite that divine doctor. A maidservant answered tremblingly. Sister! Just then, Qing'er's urgent and tearful cry came from outside the door. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Qing'er rushed into the inner room, only to find it in complete disarray. Seeing her sister tossing and turning in pain on the bed, she felt heartbroken. She rushed to the bedside, lifted the bed curtains, and saw that she had indeed fallen ill. Seeing her sister's face contorted in pain, Qing'er burst into tears. Sister! Hang in there! I've brought Dr. Ning! She turned around and knelt down in front of Ning Yuan with a thud. Dr. Ning, please save my sister! Ning Yuan strode forward and lifted the bed curtains. The woman on the bed was covered in sweat. Her thin, plain white nightgown was soaked through and clung to her shapely body, outlining breathtaking curves. That was a sudden burst of spring sunshine. Dr. Ning, please! Qing'er's cries pulled Ning Yuan back to his senses. Ning Yuan coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment, and sat down on the embroidered stool by the bed. "Let me take your pulse first," he said, placing 3 fingers on the woman's wrist. "Where exactly is the pain?" he asked. The woman bit her lower lip so hard it bled, and through her teeth she managed to squeeze out a voice. "My right side, my lower back, is in excruciating pain." "How long have these symptoms lasted? Is there any pattern to the onset?" Ning Yuan continued to ask. Qing'er quickly replied. "It's been about a month, and the attacks are completely unpredictable." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He had already made up his mind. He's had that disease before too. Seeing Ning Yuan laugh, Qing'er pressed down hard on her sister, who was struggling in pain, and said urgently, "Dr. Ning! You're still laughing? What strange illness has my sister contracted?" The 2 sisters visited many famous doctors, but none of them could diagnose their illness. She was furious to see how unreliable Ning Yuan was. Ning Yuan suppressed his smile and sighed. "Your sister is indeed a person of strong will. She managed to endure this illness for a month." He recalled that he had this disease in his previous life, and the first time it flared up, he almost killed himself by crashing into a car. "What exactly is the illness? Is it treatable?" Qing'er asked repeatedly. Ning Yuan casually replied, "Kidney stones, I guess." "Kidney stones?" Both Qing'er and the woman on the bed were stunned, clearly having never heard of such a thing before. Ning Yuan slapped his forehead, remembering the limitations of medical knowledge in the Great Gan Empire, and then simplified the explanation. "This is a case of small stones causing blockage. The name is not important, but the pain can be excruciating. I have a simple method that you might want to try." "What do you need?" "I'll prepare it right away," Qing'er said hurriedly. "No need for trouble." Ning Yuan waved his hand. "The method is very simple. Have your sister drink plenty of water, as much as she can. Once the water is full, they get up and jump, leaping and bounding as much as they can." "Just that simple?" The woman on the bed, who had been suffering greatly, weakly raised her eyes, full of suspicion. Ning Yuan smiled calmly. "As for whether it will work, that's up to fate. After all, if the gallstone is too large, even breaking your leg won't help. That requires surgery. However, in the vast empire, strokes are considered difficult and complicated diseases, and surgery would only hasten death." After saying that, Ning Yuan got up to leave. "Dr. Ning, please wait!" Qing'er hurriedly chased after him. "I implore you to stay at the manor for a few days so that I may consult you promptly if my sister's condition changes." Ning Yuan looked at Xue Hongyi, whose expression remained calm. "You are my husband, so you shall decide. I've already given you the treatment, so what's the point of me staying here? Miss Qing'er, if this method works, then your sister's life is not meant to end. If it doesn't work, please don't take offense, Miss Qing'er." Ning Yuan spoke earnestly, then pulled Xue Hongyi and turned to leave. On the bed, Nie Xue's chest heaved violently as the excruciating pain subsided slightly. She stared at the ceiling as if she were completely exhausted, as if half of her soul had left her body. "Sister, are you feeling better?" Qing'er asked, her voice choked with sobs. "If jumping while drinking water can cure it, then it can't be considered a serious illness." Nie Xue shook her head with a wry smile. "It seems that this Dr. Ning is just a figurehead, spouting nonsense." Qing'er insisted. "Sister, let's try it no matter what, okay? What if it works?" Nie Xue was already in despair, as renowned doctors from all over the country were helpless, and she had long been mentally prepared. When she could no longer hold on, she would end her own life with a pair of scissors. But seeing his younger sister's tearful pleas, he couldn't bear it and sighed. "Fine, I'll do as you say. Send someone to bring water." Qing'er was overjoyed and quickly ordered her maid to bring warm water. Despite her discomfort, Nie Xue drank several bowls of wine until her lower abdomen swelled slightly. At that point, she could no longer drink and felt nauseous. "Sister, if you can hold on, you should get up and jump." Qing'er ordered someone to clear the area and help Nie Xue out of bed. With her body weak and limp, Nie Xue began to clumsily jump around on the carpet. She usually manages Yunjin Manor with such dignity and composure, but now she's bouncing around like a child. Her posture is truly comical. In addition, due to her plump figure, she had to touch her chest with her hands when jumping, which made her face even more embarrassed. This is so shameful. What kind of lousy method is this? At this moment, Nie Shui wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm not jumping anymore. What kind of behavior is this? After jumping for who knows how long, Nie Shui blushed and gave up. If word gets out, I'd rather die from the pain. Knowing that her elder sister valued her reputation highly, Qing'er immediately dismissed the servants around her. Sis, please try again, I'm begging you. Qing'er pleaded softly. You little rascal. I just can't do anything with you. Nie Shui sighed. Although she was extremely weak, she couldn't dissuade her sister and had no choice but to continue with this desperate measure. As she continued jumping, Nie Shui gradually felt a bloating in her lower abdomen and the urge to urinate. Qing'er, I really can't jump anymore. I've drunk too much water, I need to go to the bathroom. She stopped, panting. Let me help you. Qing'er quickly stepped forward to support you. On the way home, Shui Hongyi finally couldn't help but ask. Are you sure this strange method can really cure the disease? No matter how she looked at him, she felt that her husband was not a divine doctor, but rather a lecherous man. Such excruciating pain cannot be relieved by simply drinking water or jumping around a few times. Ning Yuan had no intention of explaining further. We'll know soon enough whether it will be effective. He remembered that in his previous life he had kidney stones, which he also passed by drinking plenty of water and exercising. As long as the stones are not large, there shouldn't be any major problems. Shui Hongyi crossed her arms and sneered. Even if I believe you, Manager Nie may not really take your words to heart. She did it despite the pain, all because she loved her sister. You didn't see the way those servants looked at you. They probably all thought you were a charlatan. Ning Yuan didn't take it seriously and was about to continue walking when he suddenly heard urgent shouts from behind. Dr. Ning! Please wait! The two stopped and looked back, only to see the coachman from Yunjin Manor chasing after them, panting heavily. Dr. Ning, the master requests your return. Ning Yuan frowned. I've already told you the method, so it's no use for me to go back. Unexpectedly, the driver became excited. Oh my! Dr. Ning, you are truly amazing! My master followed your method, and guess what? After she went to the toilet, she said the pain was completely gone. Now the employer is determined to invite you back and reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Shui Hongyi's mouth gaped open in surprise. It actually works? That's too unbelievable. Ning Yuan is quite lucky, the stones pass so quickly, so they must not be very big. No need for thanks, it was just a small favor. I have other matters to attend to, goodbye. Ning Yuan politely declined, then pulled the still shocked Shui Hongyi and turned to leave. By the time we returned to Yuelai restaurant, night had fallen. Ning Yuan ordered a table of food and drinks. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, the waiter approached and bowed as he entered. Dr. Ning, there is a distinguished guest in the private room next door who would like to invite you over for a drink. Distinguished guest? Ning Yuan put down his chopsticks. Do you know who it is? He looks unfamiliar and must be from out of town, but his clothes and demeanor are extremely distinguished. Ning Yuan and Shui Hongyi exchanged a glance, a knowing look flashing in each other's eyes. Shui Hongyi whispered, Could it be? Ning Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. It seems that the benefactor we've been waiting for has finally arrived. He straightened his robes after speaking, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Let's go meet the protector behind Li San. Chapter 53 Getting on the Right Track. Inside a private room at the Yuelai restaurant in Qinghe County, candlelight flickered. Four heavily armed guards stood at the four corners like clay sculptures, silently exuding a sense of oppression. At the table, a man with deep-set cheeks, wearing an expensive snow fox vest, slowly raised his eyes, his hawk-like gaze sweeping towards the doorway. Sir, what kind of business are you planning to do in Qinghe County? Zhang Quangui, with a forced smile, personally poured wine for the mysterious man, speaking cautiously. The man ignored it until he heard footsteps in the corridor, and his attendant announced it in a low voice. "Sir, the guests have arrived." He then put down his chopsticks, his gaze passing over the attentive Zhang Quangui and landing directly on Ning Yuan as he walked in. Zhang Quangui looked embarrassed, but immediately turned to Ning Yuan and tried to smooth things over. "Sir, this is our great hero of Qinghe County, physician Ning Yuan. We owe a great debt to him for yesterday's important matter." "I know." The man interrupted him, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his sharp eyes. "Ning Yuan, you've taken care of Li San's hunter. I've heard that Li San has been entrenched in several nearby counties for many years and has considerable influence. You're quite capable of taking him down." Ning Yuan showed no fear, meeting the scrutinizing gaze of the other party, and took a step forward. In an instant, 4 guards moved slightly and stood in front of the man, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Shui Hongyi, who had been watching from the sidelines with her arms crossed, silently moved to Ning Yuan's side and spoke coldly. "What, are you going to make a move? One by one or all at once? Do not be rude." The man raised his hand to stop him, his tone calm yet authoritative. "This is a hero who rid Qinghe County of a scourge. Without him, how could we businessmen do business in peace? Step back." Upon hearing this, the guards immediately returned to their original positions as instructed, their movements perfectly synchronized. They were clearly trained, far superior to Li San's underlings. Ning Yuan walked to the table and sat down, pulling over a chair for Shui Hongyi before looking at the man. "Judging from this, you must be a very successful businessman?" The man shook his head and smiled, a hint of self-deprecation in his expression. "Merchants are just merchants. In this world, even if they have a lot of wealth, they are still at the bottom of the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans and merchants. Their descendants are even limited in their ability to take the imperial examinations. Brother Ning, tell me, what's so great about a businessman?" Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan lowered his head and chuckled, then turned to look at Zhang Quangui. "Mr. Zhang, could I have a few words with this gentleman alone?" Zhang Quangui was taken aback. He glanced at the man and saw that the man was just slowly wiping his mouth without saying anything. The old fox immediately understood and chuckled twice. "Oh dear, look at me, I'm so clueless. You guys chat. With that, he waved his hand and left, closing the door behind him. Once the door closed, Ning Yuan spoke, his tone becoming direct. "The world is in turmoil, and the people can't even get enough to eat or wear. What's the point of talking about fame and fortune? In my opinion, instead of pursuing those illusory things, we should be down to earth and think about how to help the people around us survive and live better. To be honest, I, Ning Yuan, don't like being a hero. I'm just forced into it by this damn world." "Oh?" The man seemed to appreciate this remark and pressed further. "Then what does Brother Ning like?" Ning Yuan didn't answer directly. He poured himself a glass of wine, looked at the ripples in the glass, and asked a question in return. "And what about you, brother? What do you like?" The man was taken aback, then threw his head back and burst into laughter, but the laughter stopped abruptly at its highest point, and his face darkened. "Brother, by killing Li San, you've cut off one of my most capable arms. With the current turmoil, I urgently need money, manpower, and provisions to support my family. Tell me, how should this be accounted for? The world is indeed about to change." Ning Yuan leaned forward slightly and squinted his eyes. "Big brother, how do I compare to Li San? You want to be with me?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Wrong." Ning Yuan shook his head. "It's not that I'm following you, it's that I want to get rich with you, brother, and get on the ship to protect ourselves before the world changes." "Oh? Why should I?" The man became interested. Ning Yuan dipped his index finger into the wine in his glass and slowly wrote a character on the wooden table. "Salt." The man's pupils contracted, and he abruptly stood up. "Brother, this is an act of plundering and wiping out your entire family." Ning Yuan smiled calmly. "Which way to make money doesn't skirt the edge of the law. Do you even look favorably upon a legitimate business, brother? The man stared at Ning Yuan for a moment, then slowly sat back down, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. I don't do legitimate business. The money comes in too slowly. How much stock do you have? How much I have depends on how big your appetite is, brother. Ning Yuan controlled the pace. As far as I know, not only Baoping Prefecture, but also several surrounding prefectures have private salt trade, and even officials are involved, making a fortune from it all. The salt those people have isn't even considered refined salt. It's not even in the same league as what those immortals eat inside the red walls of Yudu. Yes, there is, and it's a unique type of refined salt. Words are not enough to prove anything. Brother, this is a deal that could cost you your life. Can I carry the evidence with me? Ning Yuan chuckled. If he carried it with him, he'd be a fool like Li San. The man remained silent for a moment, clearly agreeing with the caution, but still pressed for more information. How can you prove you are qualified to sit at the negotiating table? Tomorrow, at the same time and place, someone will deliver the sample to you. This deal is too big for me to handle alone. Ning Yuan implied that he also had someone backing him up. I'm busy, I can't wait too long. The man pressured. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan slammed his hand on the table and stood up without saying a word. Wife, let's go! It seems that the elder brother's sincerity is not very good, so let's not do this business. Wait! The man called out to Ning Yuan, hesitated for a long time, and then slowly raised his head. How long? Tomorrow, at this time and place, someone will come to see you. Ning Yuan stopped walking, but was in no hurry to discuss profit sharing. He knew that whoever was in a hurry would be the first to reveal their hand. He had absolute confidence in his refined salt. After all, even Qin Ru, who had seen the world, said that this salt was better than the tribute salt she ate at her parents' home. After leaving the private room and returning to their residence, Xue Hongyi helped Ning Yuan brush the dust off his outer robe while she couldn't help but scrutinize him. What are you looking at so intently? Ning Yuan asked with a smile. Xue Hongyi had a strange smile on her lips. I didn't quite understand what you were saying, all those roundabout ways. But I feel like you've won? Ning Yuan reached out and pulled her into his arms, kissing her on the cheek. It's not just a feeling, it's that when your man takes action, he never loses. However, his tone was slightly somber. But what? Xue Hongyi raised her beautiful phoenix eyes. That guy was no pushover. We should have Hubba bring 2 skilled brothers down the mountain to hand him over, and make sure they are extremely careful. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment. If you're worried, why don't you secretly follow Hubba and the others tomorrow? Xue Hongyi's eyes lit up. Great! Ning Yuan looked at her eager expression and shook his head, suppressing a laugh. What are you laughing at? Xue Hongyi glared at him defiantly. I'm afraid that if you go... Ning Yuan pinched the tip of her nose. What if you can't reach an agreement, and you just pull out a knife and kill them? Then this business deal will really fall through. Fine. You dare to laugh at me? Xue Hongyi said angrily, reaching out to pinch Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan laughed loudly, then pinned her down with his hand and moved closer to her. Xue Hongyi stopped struggling, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly closed her eyes, skillfully waiting for Ning Yuan to favor her. She also wanted to like Ning Yuan's whispered words. Outside the window, the moonlight deepened, thick and flowing for miles. Chapter 54 I must stockpile grain for 100 years before the chaos. Early in the morning, Ning Yuan finished shopping at the market in Qinghe town, slung several bags of thick winter clothes over his shoulder, and breathed a long sigh of relief. But he remained uneasy. I've been away from home for 2 days, and I wonder how the 3 women at home are doing. When passing through Black Wind Ridge, he deliberately took a detour up the mountain. When Haba and the others saw him arrive, they all gathered around him. Ning Yuan distributed the newly bought clothes. The mountain wind was biting, but the brothers wrapped themselves in cotton-padded coats, and their faces immediately warmed up. Ning Yuan then went to check on the progress of the salt or crushing. He saw Hubba and his 16 brothers working enthusiastically. In just 2 days, nearly 1/3 of the hundreds of kilograms of salt ore had been crushed. At this rate, we can start refining in another 3 or 4 days. Shui Hongyu walked up to him at some point, looked at the pile of ore, and asked, "In your opinion, how much salt can be extracted from these ore rocks?" Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, then stroked his chin. "Roughly speaking, it shouldn't be difficult to refine 1 stone of salt." Just then, Hubba, wearing a new coat, walked over happily with several brothers, patting his chest vigorously. "Brother Ning, this coat is a real lifesaver. I won't be afraid of my jaw chattering from the cold when I'm on guard duty at night anymore." "Hee, you've gone to so much trouble." Ning Yuan smiled, but his expression immediately turned serious. "Brother Wu, there's an important matter tomorrow, and I need to trouble you to take 2 clever brothers to Qinghe town. This matter might be somewhat risky. Are you going or not?" Hubba clasped his hands in a fist salute almost without thinking. "Brother Ning has been incredibly kind to us, providing us with food and clothing. In this damned world, besides General Shui, I, Hubba, would only give you my life. Just tell me what you need." "Yes. We'll listen to Brother Ning," the surrounding crowd echoed, their eyes resolute. They suffered from cold, hunger and oppression when they were on the border, but now that they are following Ning Yuan, they can finally live like human beings. Ning Yuan was moved and said in a low voice, "All right, tomorrow you take 2 brothers and disguise yourselves as ordinary merchants. Take a small sample bag of the refined salt I extracted to Uli restaurant in Qinghe town. No need for others to say anything. When you see the person you need to see, just say that you are delivering goods on behalf of the boss and ask him to check the condition. There is no need to say anything else." Although Hubba didn't understand the deeper meaning, he still nodded emphatically. "Don't worry, brother, I've got it covered." Ning Yuan patted Hubba's sturdy shoulder forcefully, and gave him a solemn instruction. "Remember, safety comes first. Be extremely careful along the way and never let anyone follow you. If this succeeds, the brothers will have a secure source of income. But if we leak even a little bit of it, we'll be doomed." After making the arrangements, Ning Yuan went into the makeshift shed and began to focus on refining salt. Shui Hongyi then led another group of people up the mountain to hunt. She was agile and quick, and in less than an hour, she had hunted back 2 plump roe deer and a badger. As the setting sun painted the horizon orange-red, Ning Yuan handed the bag of carefully refined, snow-white salt to Hubba. "These are samples. Keep them safe. Remember, although this product is good, it should not be consumed in excess, as it will not be beneficial to your health." Hubba carefully concealed the salt bag around his body, grinned, and said, "Got it. Brother Ning, General Shui has hunted so much game, why don't you stay and have some before you leave?" Ning Yuan looked at the setting sun, his heart yearning to return home. He shook his head and said, "No, I have family to worry about, I need to go back as soon as possible. Hongyi, let's go." Shui Hongyi nodded, and the 2 immediately descended the mountain. Along the banks of Mo, twilight descended, and the air was bitterly cold. Ning Yuan wrapped his robe tighter around himself and saw several hunters at the foot of the mountain in the distance, their shouts faintly audible. Presumably, news of his recent successful hunting trips has spread, prompting others to try their luck as well. "I need to be more careful going up the mountain from here on out," Ning Yuan thought to himself. Just then, I saw a small, familiar figure squatting by the river, shivering in the cold wind. "It's Xiao Waner." "Xiao Waner!" Ning Yuan called out. Xiao Wan turned around abruptly upon hearing the sound. When she saw it was Ning Yuan, tears welled up in her eyes. She dropped the wooden bucket in her hand and ran over. "Brother Ning! You're finally back! What?" "Sister Shuang, she was worried about you and stood at the courtyard gate for too long yesterday. She caught a cold and fainted." Ning Yuan's expression changed drastically. "What? Quick, let's go home." Inside the house, the oil lamp burned dimly. Xin Shuang lay on the bed, her face pale, coughing occasionally, but her eyes were always looking out the window. "Sister Qin Ru, is there still no news from your husband?" Qin Ru sat on the edge of the bed, tucked the blanket around her, and tried to calmly comfort her. "Shuang, don't worry too much. Didn't the Yamen runners come to report that everything is all right?" My husband has done a good job in Qinghe town, so it's normal for him to have more social engagements. He'll be fine. Qin Shuang's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but suddenly the door was pushed open with a bang. Ning Yuan rushed in, his body radiating cold air, his eyes filled with anxiety. Shuang! How are you? How did you fall ill? Qin Shuang on the bed and Qin Ru beside the bed were both startled. When they saw that it was Ning Yuan, they were overjoyed and burst into tears. They both got off the bed and rushed into his arms. My husband! You're finally back! We heard you fought with that bully Li San, and we were so worried you'd get hurt. The two women, their voices trembling with tears, hurriedly checked Ning Yuan's entire body. I'm fine, just some minor injuries. Ning Yuan comforted them, then stepped aside to let Shui Hongyi, who was standing by the door, pass by. Hongyi, on the other hand, took a knife to her stomach to protect me, but thankfully she's all right. What? Qin Shuang and Qin Ru were shocked again. They quickly let go of Ning Yuan and surrounded Shui Hongyi, checking her injuries with concern. Shui Hongyi still crossed her arms, her expression seemingly indifferent, but seeing the worried looks in her sister's eyes, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. This feeling of being remembered is both unfamiliar and precious to her. At one point, she even had a fleeting thought. If one could put aside the deep-seated hatred and simply live a peaceful life as a wife and mother in this small home, it seems not so bad. But the thought was fleeting. She knew better than anyone that the great Gan Empire was already in turmoil, and no one could escape unscathed when the nest was overturned. How can we talk about peace and comfort when our great grudge has not yet been avenged? Tonight the bed was given to the sick and weak Qin Shuang, so Shui Hongyi and Qin Ru went to squeeze into Xiao Wan's room. In the stillness of the night, Ning Yuan carefully embraced Qin Shuang. She was in Ning Yuan's arms, still coughing softly from time to time. Why were you so silly, standing in the wind waiting for me? Ning Yuan scolded her tenderly, his fingers gently stroking her thin cheeks. Qin Shuang smiled weakly, her voice barely audible. I'm afraid something will happen to you. If anything happens to you, I will not live on alone. Ning Yuan's heart trembled violently. He hugged her even tighter and lowered his head to plant a kiss on her forehead. Don't talk nonsense. Once you're feeling better, I'll go into the mountains to find some nourishing medicinal herbs to help you recover properly. Husband! Qin Shuang raised her watery eyes and looked at Ning Yuan. Qin Shuang's hand quietly reached inside Ning Yuan's clothes, her fingertips icy cold. Ning Yuan grabbed her restless hand and smiled wryly. Even when you're this sick, you still won't behave? I just wanted to. Qin Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice barely audible. To leave an heir for the Ning family. Ning Yuan felt a pang of sadness and covered her cold hands in his palms. Don't rush things about having children. Your health is the most important thing. Even if I never have children, you will always be my lifeblood. No. No! Qin Shuang shook her head violently, tears glistening in her eyes. If I cannot bear children for my husband, how can I face the Ning family? Okay, whatever you say. But the prerequisite is that you have to get your body in good shape first, so that we can have a healthy baby, right? Ning Yuan soothed him patiently, as if coaxing a child. Qin Shuang nodded obediently, remained silent for a moment, and then suddenly said, Husband, there is something I've always wanted to tell you. What is it? Ning Yuan sat up straighter. Qin Shuang bit her lip, gripped the corner of the blanket tightly with both hands, her eyes darting away, and finally shook her head. No. It's nothing serious. Husband, let's rest. All right, go to sleep. Ning Yuan blew out the oil lamp. The moonlight, like water, poured in through the window lattice, illuminating Qin Shuang's tranquil sleeping face. In the darkness, Ning Yuan held the soft, warm body tightly in his arms, but his thoughts drifted away. He recalled the night the original owner of this body froze to death in the snow. Qin Shuang, did she ever have even a sliver of doubt? She wondered if the man who had woken up with a drastically different personality and behavior was still the husband she knew. He looked down at the peaceful sleeping face of the person in his arms, feeling no fear, only endless heartache. I feel sorry for the hardships this woman endured in the past, and even more sorry for the countless people like her who live such small yet resilient lives in this chaotic world. The road ahead is shrouded in mist. Can his meager tricks really protect his family and bring them peace in this world that is on the verge of collapse? That night, Ning Yuan gazed at the waning moon outside the window, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Chapter 55 Ning Yuan Seeks Medicine. Smoke curls from the incense burner in Mo village as each household sweeps the snow in front of their door. The men went up the mountain early to try their luck, hoping to hunt some meat to survive the remaining months of winter. The woman went to the river to set her fish trap and chopped firewood to bring home. The once lifeless Black Wind Ridge has become more tranquil with the recent easing of wind and snow, occasionally punctuated by the shouts of men, which elicit laughter from the women of Mo who are washing clothes and fishing. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Ning family's dilapidated thatched hut, Qin Shuang's coughing echoed in the air. "Husband, Shuang's health is getting worse. Shall we call a doctor?" Qin Ru woke up early and prepared hot water, hoping that Qin Shuang would feel better after drinking it. The important decision needed to be made by Ning Yuan, and all the women in the family looked at him expectantly. Ning Yuan frowned. Qin Shuang had been fluctuating between hot and cold all night. This illness nearly killed his body, which had been depleted for many years. Ning Yuan felt sorry for her, and then sought out Shui Hongyi. "I'll give you a prescription. Go to Qinghe County and get me 3 days' worth of medicine. I'll see how it works first." A cold is not a big problem, but Qin Shuang suffered because her health was already poor. Although Shui Hongyi had only known Qin Shuang for a few days, she knew that Qin Shuang was a loyal and virtuous woman. Moreover, she is kind-hearted and considerate of others. This kind of parallelism isn't good in this messed up, chaotic world, but at least it's clean. "Just give me the prescription." Since there was no pen or ink at home, Ning Yuan wrote on the snow with a stick and made Shui Hongyi memorize it by rote. "Huangma, Fuzi Shixing decoction." Shui Hongyi memorized it with utmost seriousness, then got up and left. "Wait a moment." Ning Yuan went inside and gave Shui Hongyi the longbow and the hidden scimitar. "Be careful on the road while I'm not with you. After you get the medicine, wait for Hubba and the others in Qinghe County, and then we'll come back together." Shui Hongyi's long, delicate eyebrows furrowed. "Stop being so fussy. Do you think I'm someone to worry about? How could an ordinary man get close to me?" Ning Yuan grabbed Shui Hongyi's arms. "It's always better to be careful. Shuang isn't in good health, and now she's caught a cold. If something happens to you, how can I face your family after your death?" Shui Hongyi's delicate body trembled. She hadn't expected Ning Yuan to say such heartfelt words. Seeing the curved sword and longbow handed to her, Shui Hongyi hurriedly took them and set off towards Qinghe County through the snow. "Shao Waner, I'm going up the mountain to see if I can gather some medicinal herbs for nourishment. If you can help Sister Qin Ru while you're at home, please do so. Remember if I haven't returned by sunset." "What should I do as I told you before?" Shao Wana said. "Brother Ning Yuan said to light a big fire in the yard and put his clothes by the window so that people will know there is a man in this house." "Clever." Ning Yuan returned to the room and sat down by Qin Shuang's bed. He saw that Qin Shuang was wrapped up tightly and kept shivering and complaining of the cold. This scene broke his heart. In his previous life, he had no home and could only eat at his grandfather's house during holidays, which made his childhood less miserable. Now that the family has finally achieved some prosperity, he couldn't forgive himself if Qin Shuang were to die from a mere cold. "Wife, wait for me to come back. Your illness will definitely be cured, and we will live a life of great wealth and honor from now on." Qin Shuang's consciousness was already blurred, but she seemed to hear what Ning Yuan was saying, and reached out to grab Ning Yuan. But Ning Yuan had already headed towards Black Wind Ridge. "Hey, isn't this Brother Ning Yuan? Brother Ning Yuan, you've come up the mountain to hunt too?" At Black Wind Ridge, we encountered hunters from many villages. Upon seeing Ning Yuan appear, the men, young and old, all looked at him with admiration. They had heard that the villagers of Mo village, the poorest village, were able to survive to this day thanks to this 19-year-old hunter. In this remote and harsh place where women and daughters are sold for a meager meal, the small act of kindness shown by the second son of the Ning family will be magnified infinitely. Ning Yuan greeted them all with a smile. He noticed that some hunters had made a good catch, carrying pheasants, rabbits, and the like. Their faces were no longer lifeless. They now showed hope for life. After walking a few steps, Ning Yuan suddenly realized something. By the way, brothers, please pass this message on to each other. If anyone in the mountains finds any medicinal mountain products, I can buy them. I'll offer a high price. An elderly man wearing a straw raincoat and with a head full of white frost came over. Is this to help your wife recover? Ning Yuan nodded with a smile. All right, you're a kind-hearted guy. Everyone knows you're good to the villagers. I'll pass on the message for you. Thanks. Ning Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude, then turned and headed deeper into the area. Based on Ning Yuan's experience, high-quality medicinal materials like ginseng generally need to be found in places where wild animals are scarce. Here, even the animals have become intelligent, and can recognize medicinal herbs. They eat the ginseng before it even grows. Ning Yuan's mind conjured up a rough map of Black Wind Ridge. Instead of entering the cave, he chose to bypass it and head deeper into the cave. The ridge of Black Wind Ridge is as sharp as a knife, cleaving through more than a dozen villages and extending to the border town of Blackwater. It's a great place. Nestled against the mountains and beside the water, it has sustained countless villagers. Several years after the war, this place seems to be thriving again. Ning Yuan walked for 2 hours and entered the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Heavy snow was falling. Deep within Black Wind Ridge, towering trees block out the sun, making it so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. A cold wind blew by, and the dense canopy of trees seemed to press together, making sounds like a man had died and a widow was weeping in her lonely room. It's incredibly bizarre. Ning Yuan rested on the spot for a while, ate some rice balls, grabbed a handful of snow, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed and swallowed it, and began to search for medicinal herbs based on his experience. Ginseng thrives in high-altitude, soft, and moist environments. Ning Yuan stared at the wind and snow, desperately searching by the light filtering through the trees. He didn't know how long he had been searching. Even though he was wearing thick clothes to keep warm, he was still feeling the cold at such a high altitude. In this shady place, the dampness is also quite severe. Several times he wanted to take a break and start a fire with a tinderbox to keep himself active. But in damp places, there is not a single dry firewood. However, time was passing by, and so was Shinshuang's life. Just as Ning Yuan was feeling desperate, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a plant out of the corner of his eye and was surprised to find a plant with leaves that looked like ginseng about 10 meters up the cliff. With limited light and the sun likely about to set, Ning Yuan rubbed his eyes, still unsure. But Ning Yuan saw the potential in the seemingly detours. Whether it is or not, we have no choice but to take a gamble. Under normal circumstances, the meticulous Ning Yuan would not risk going down for a plant that is uncertain whether it is ginseng. But now Shinshuang is just waiting for this ginseng to regulate her body. After securing the straw rope he had brought that morning to the garment, Ning Yuan took off his coat and stretched. Call! Ning Yuan took a few deep breaths and began to carefully move down the cliff. However, Ning Yuan was unaware that about 5 or 6 meters down, a dark figure had been following him since he entered the deep mountains and into this shady place. The shadowy figure held a curved blade, its eyes bloodshot. Chapter 56 Fate Uncertain. On the shady side of Black Wind Ridge, the wind was biting cold. Wearing only a thin shirt, Ning Yuan used all 4 limbs to dangle over the slippery cliff face. Using the momentum of his fall, he loosened his grip and slid down a few more meters. Suddenly, Ning Yuan lost his balance and crashed heavily into the stone wall. Holy crap! Ning Yuan spat under his breath, gripped the rough straw rope tightly with both hands, and struggled to push off the slippery stone wall covered in moss. His body swayed a few times before he could barely steady himself. He adjusted his breathing and continued repeating the dangerous maneuver until he finally reached his target location. Upon closer inspection, a ginseng plant was quietly growing in a crack in the rock. Ning Yuan carefully pulled it up and examined it closely in the dim light of the day. The iron wire patterns on the ginseng body are layered and dark in color, clearly indicating that it is an old ginseng that has been around for many years. Although its appearance is not top-notch, perhaps due to the harsh environment, its medicinal properties must be excellent. With it, Shuang's health can be restored. Ning Yuan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and carefully tucked the ginseng into his pocket, patting it gently as if it were a priceless treasure. However, at that moment, a strange gust of wind blew by without warning, and Ning Yuan, who was lost in thought, slipped and lost his balance instantly. He instinctively braced himself against the stone wall with both hands, and several pieces of gravel mixed with snow fell down into the bottomless darkness below. That was close. Ning Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. We have to get up there right away. Without daring to delay, Ning Yuan used his waist strength and began to climb upwards with all his might, using both his hands and feet. However, after climbing less than a meter, a gloomy voice came from above. Kid, do you still recognize your grandpa? Ning Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he looked up abruptly. On the edge of the cliff, a figure stood against the light, gripping a curved knife tightly in his hand, panting heavily. The sky was dark, and Ning Yuan couldn't see the other person's face clearly for a moment. Hero, what grudge do we have? Ning Yuan steadied himself and asked in a loud voice. Humph, the figure sneered. I'll give you a heads up. A few days ago, on the way to Mo village, you shot and killed 2 bandits, and 1 escaped. It's you! Ning Yuan's heart sank. That's right. Good thing you remembered. You didn't expect this, did you? I've finally waited for this day. The man's voice was filled with deep-seated hatred. Do you know how I've endured these past few days? Ning Yuan tried to move slightly upwards. Try moving it again. I'll cut this rope right now, you believe me? The man shouted, his blade already pressed against the rope. Don't be impulsive, hero! Ning Yuan immediately stopped what he was doing and extended his hand to signal. Just tell me what you want. We're all just looking for money, why cause a death? Don't you think so? Seeking wealth? Zhao Hongye let out a burst of bitter, indignant laughter. My father is gone! What use is wealth to me now? Fuck your mother! If you hadn't meddled and stolen that black bear, my father, Zhao Quangui, wouldn't have fallen victim to those monstrous bandits. It's you. It's all because of you. My father is dead, and you won't live either. After I kill you, I'll go down the mountain and send all your women down to keep you company. You go first. Etc. Before Ning Yuan could finish speaking, Zhao Hongye's curved blade had already slashed down fiercely. The taut straw rope snapped instantly. Ning Yuan felt a sudden lightness in his hand, and his entire body lost its weight, plummeting straight into the dark abyss, his figure quickly swallowed up. Zhao Hongye knelt down with a thud, covered his face, and wept bitterly. Father! Your son is unfilial. I failed to fulfill my filial duties while you were alive, and now that you're gone, I will make the Ning family pay for their crimes in blood. You wait here, I'm coming down the mountain right now. I'll kill his whole family and avenge you. He wiped away his tears fiercely, grabbed his scimitar, turned and disappeared into the night, striding swiftly towards Mo village. Meanwhile, in Qinghe County, at the Yuelai restaurant, Shui Hongyi took the medicine and sat down opposite the stranger in the private room. She didn't say a word, but simply raised her hand in a gesture. Hubba, standing behind him, immediately presented a heavy black cloth bag. Let's inspect the goods and see how they are. Shui Hongyi pushed the cloth bag forward. The man glanced at the bag, and a guard beside him stepped forward, opened the bag, dipped his finger in the white crystal, and tasted it. The guard's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, Sir, this salt, it's purely salty, without a trace of bitterness. It's top-quality refined salt. The man did not respond immediately, but waited patiently for a while to confirm that there was no poison in the salt before taking a small amount to taste. His expression changed after tasting it. "It is indeed top quality," he said, suppressing the turmoil in his heart and feigning composure. "I almost misjudged it and missed out on a great deal." If the other party truly possessed a unit of dry measure, of such refined salt, and could supply it reliably, its value would far exceed his usual annual earnings, especially if he could sell it to wealthy and powerful families. Xue Hongyi crossed her arms and said coldly, "Since there are no problems, then this matter is settled." After saying that, Xue Hongyi was about to get up. "Wait a minute," the man said. "Shouldn't we discuss the profit-sharing ratio in detail?" Xue Hongyi paused, glancing sideways at him. "Let's discuss the price and wait for my man to arrive. He's busy procuring that 1 stone of refined salt. If you are serious about doing this business, then wait here patiently." After saying this, Xue Hongyi said no more and quickly left Uli restaurant with Hubba and the other two. "General Xue, that guy doesn't seem like a simple businessman." Hubba lowered his voice. "Those guys around him have a bloody smell about them. They've seen blood." "I know," Xue Hongyi said calmly. "Those who dare to take on this kind of deadly business are no ordinary people." The men guarding them were mostly veterans of the border army, and this man was very likely born in Qingyi. "So, he didn't figure out our true nature, did he?" Xue Hongyi sneered. "I am a registered criminal woman, and a simple check will reveal that I am from Ningyuan. And you, on the government's register, are already dead men. In this area, apart from those old brothers from Blackwater border town, who still recognizes you? Even so, I still feel uneasy, as if something is about to happen." Xue Hongyi didn't reply. At that moment, all she wanted was to get the medicine back as soon as possible. Fortunately, there has been no snow recently, so the roads are relatively easy to travel. After watching the 4 people leave, the window of the private room was gently pushed open. The man gazed in the direction where Xue Hongyi had disappeared, then weighed the bag of salt in his hand and fell into deep thought. "Sir, this woman has an extraordinary bearing. She is no ordinary woman. She has a murderous aura," a person beside him whispered. "I know," the man said quietly. "It's Xue Hongyi, the former garrison commander of the Blackwater border town. Her Xue family, it is said that they offended the Wang family, one of the 7 great clans in the capital, which led to the execution of the entire family. Only she survived by chance and is now just a plaything of a hunter." Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Sir, we have a lead on the case of the bandits in Black Wind Ridge who were wiped out." A bearded man wearing a straw hat pushed open the door and entered. "Oh? So fast? Have you found out who did it?" "Besides that criminal Xue Hongyi, the one who personally killed Commander Zhou was a hunter from Mo village." "Hunter? What's his name?" "Ningyuan." "It's him." Upon hearing this, the man clenched his hand tightly around the salt bag, his face instantly darkening. "Sir, do you know this person?" The man sneered, looking at the refined salt in his hand, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "Now I finally understand where his refined salt came from. Emotions are extracted from the salt mine guarded by Commander Zhou." The bearded man frowned. "But he probably doesn't know that Commander Zhou and his men are your men, and that salt mine is also your property. What do you think should be done about this?" the man asked in a deep voice, suppressing his anger. A fierce glint flashed in the bearded man's eyes. "In my humble opinion, we should simply—" He made a throat-slitting gesture. "Kill?" The man slowly shook his head, weighing the salt bag in his hand, and sneered. "I own several salt mines. But the method for refining high-quality salt has always been kept secret by the Ministry of Works of the Imperial Court. If I could master this method, it would be worth spending a fortune. Therefore, this person cannot be killed now. Let's play along for a bit. I want to see how much of this precious salt he can conjure up from that one poor mine. Once I gain his trust and obtain the refining technique." The man paused, his voice turning icy cold. "It's not too late to settle the score with him for the blood debt owed to Commander Zhou." Chapter 57 Ningyuan's Anger. The night was as dark as ink, and Mo village was deathly silent. In the Ning family courtyard, Xiaowan added another handful of firewood to the fire, and the flames leaped higher. Looking out of the courtyard, Xiaowan kept clenching her fists. Brother Ningyuan, why haven't you come back yet? My husband, save me! Save me! Where are you? I don't want to die! Help! Murder! The snowy night was deathly still, but it was shattered by a piercing scream. Ningyuan watched helplessly as his thatched hut burst into flames, the firelight reflecting off the snow, turning it a blood-red hue. The scimitar flashed, and Xiaowan fell into a pool of blood. Qin Ru spread her arms, using her frail body to protect the sickly Xin Shuang, and watched in despair as the figure with the knife approached step by step. It was Zhao Hongye. Die, all of you! Zhao Hongye's eyes turned bloodshot as he swung his blade. Young married woman! Ningyuan gasped for breath, suddenly waking up with a start, his heart pounding wildly. Looking around, only the snow reflected the pale moonlight. It was just a dream. But this bloody and realistic nightmare. Cold sweat had already soaked through his thin clothes. He felt even colder because of his thin clothes. Beneath him was a thick layer of snow at the bottom of the cliff, and this soft cushion made Ningyuan realize that it had saved his life. Ningyuan struggled to stand up, but his limbs were frozen stiff and numb. But there's no time to recover. The scene from the dream was still vivid in his mind. Zhao Hongye had already gone down the mountain, and his family was in imminent danger. I must go back. This thought burned like a raging fire, dispelling the bitter cold. Ningyuan gritted his teeth and began to run frantically towards home. Mo village, Ning family? Xiaowan looked out the window again, where Ningyuan's old clothes were hanging. It's a disguise, but also an expectation. The fire burned and went out and burned again. Brother Ningyuan! Black Wind Ridge is so dangerous at night, what if he... Xiaowan dared not think any further. In the silence of Sister Qin Ru and Sister Shuing, there was the same worry. Just then, a slight, crunching, sound came from the snow outside the courtyard. A figure emerged in the night, and walked towards the courtyard. Xiaowan's eyes lit up, and she excitedly tried to rush out. Brother Ningyuan! Come back! The words caught in her throat, and Xiaowan's smile suddenly froze. Under the moonlight, a flash of cold metal light appeared. That's not Ningyuan! Xiaowan gasped, her face turning deathly pale, and she turned and rushed into the house. Bang! She slammed the doors shut with all her might, the bolt snapping shut, her petite body bracing against it. Xiaowaner! Qin Ru, who was taking care of Xin Shuang, was startled by her commotion, then smiled and said, Is your husband back? Why are you closing the door? Xiaowaner trembled like a leaf in the wind, pointing outside the door, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Qin Ru's smile froze instantly. She understood. Bang! The heavy impact slammed into the wooden door, sending dust flying. Zhao Hongye, standing outside the door, was like a crazed wild beast, hacking at the wooden door with his knife. Bang! Crack! Wood chips flew everywhere, and a large hole was quickly chopped into the rickety wooden door. A blood-red eye peered through the hole, filled with murderous intent. Open the door for me! Zhao Hongye's roar mingled with the wind and snow. Qin Ru screamed and grabbed a long bench, hurling it at the cave entrance, but Zhao Hongye easily blocked it. With a few chops, he completely tore off the broken half of the wooden door, and the wind and snow carried his tall figure as he stepped into the house. 3 frightened sheep were exposed to a hungry wolf. Ah! Qin Ru protected Xin Shuang and grabbed whatever was at hand, throwing it around haphazardly. Zhao Hongye kicked aside the tables and chairs that were in his way, his gaze fixed on Xiaowaner at the front, and he raised his blood-stained scimitar once more. You want to die, huh? Then I'll start with you. The blade flashed. Call out! At the critical moment, a sharp whistling sound tore through the night sky. A sharp arrow shot from a great distance, and struck the side of the scimitar with precision. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Zhao Hongye felt a numbness in his hand, and his curved knife went astray, embedding itself deeply into a wooden table beside him. He turned around in shock, only to see a tall, agile figure in the snow outside the courtyard, holding a longbow and charging towards him in 3 quick steps. His eyes were as cold as ice. Xue Hongyi has come home. Damn it! Zhao Hongye recognized her, and was horrified. Knowing he was no match for her, he kicked Xiaowan away without hesitation, turned around, and jumped over the courtyard wall, disappearing into the vast night. Xue Hongyi rushed to the door and glanced at the 3 women inside who were still in shock. Where is Ning Yuan? Brother Ning Yuan, he hasn't come back yet! Xiaowan cried out, her voice trembling with tears. Xue Hongyi's face instantly turned ugly. She handed the curved knife in her hand to Xiaowan. Take this. Guard the cellar. With that, she grabbed the longbow and, following the fresh footprints in the snow, chased after the enemy like a cheetah. At the foot of Black Wind Ridge, Zhao Hongye scrambled and crawled, using both hands and feet to escape up the mountain. Xue Hongyi's pursuit terrified him. All he wanted was to survive. Father, your son is useless. I can't avenge you. I have to live first. He gasped for breath as he desperately climbed upwards. Stop! Xue Hongyi's cold shout came from below, getting closer and closer. Zhao Hongye was so frightened he almost collapsed. This woman's speed was simply inhuman. He accelerated desperately, but when he frantically looked up at the hillside, his pupils suddenly contracted. On the snow-covered slope, a figure stood silently, seemingly out of nowhere. The man was covered in snow, his lips were frozen purple, but his eyes, like those of a hungry wolf in the night, were coldly locked onto him. It's Ning Yuan! He's still alive! Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. The rage in Zhao Hongye's chest instantly overwhelmed his fear. He roared and raised his scimitar. Those who block my way shall die! Facing Zhao Hongye, who was charging up like a madman, Ning Yuan on the hilltops showed no emotion whatsoever. He simply raised his left hand, which was frozen and bluish-black. A sinister smile spread across Zhao Hongye's face as he rapidly closed the distance. 10 steps, 5 steps. Victory is in sight. However, the next moment, all the muscles in his face froze, and his sprinting steps faltered. He saw that Ning Yuan had somehow acquired a longbow in his raised hand. The longbow flipped, and the arrowheads gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Ning Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot, revealing his killing intent, and he immediately drew his bow to its full extent. He thought Zhao Hongye had succeeded in killing his family, and now wanted to escape. How can I not get angry? I no longer felt numbness in my body, only endless anger. Zhao Hongye was terrified when he saw the longbow in Ning Yuan's hand. He thought to himself that something was wrong and turned to run away. But how could Ning Yuan possibly give him that chance? Grass! Ning Yuan's chest was filled with rage. He raised his longbow and charged forward, kicking Zhao Hongye to the ground. Snowflakes flew up, and Zhao Hongye, startled, rolled over to reach for his knife, only to find that with a flick of his wrist, the knife had fallen somewhere. Ning Yuan, wait, I didn't kill him! Zhao Hongye waved his hands frantically, pleading desperately. Ning Yuan didn't give him a chance to speak, pressing the arrow against his forehead, and releasing the bowstring with a flick of his finger. Call out! The arrow pierced through the bone in an instant, penetrating Zhao Hongye's entire head, and the arrowhead became embedded in the snow. Blood stained the snow at a visible speed. Zhao Hongye stared wide-eyed in horror, struggled a few times, and then stopped moving altogether. Ning Yuan seemed to have used up all his strength, collapsing to the ground and staring blankly at the snowy night of Black Wind Ridge. However, just as Ning Yuan was preparing to accept the truth that all his women were dead, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from down the mountain. Ning Yuan, are you all right? Wife, it's my wife. Ning Yuan suddenly stood up and was surprised to see Xue Hongyi appear, panting heavily. Ning Yuan crawled down on his knees and hugged Xue Hongyi tightly, as if he had grasped the last straw. What happened to you? Xue Hongyi was completely bewildered. Have Shuang and Qin Ru already been killed by him? It's my fault, it's all my fault, I'm the one who killed them. I clearly promised them a happy and comfortable home. I'm so useless, Ning Yuan said, his eyes red, and he burst into tears. Xue Hongyi's lips twitched. It was the first time she had ever seen a grown man cry so hard that snot bubbles were coming out of his nose. But there's nothing I can do, he's the man I've accepted. What can I do even if I find fault with him? Xue Hongyi wiped Ning Yuan's snot with the back of her hand speechlessly. He's fine, don't worry. I got back in time and managed to save him. Ning Yuan? Ning Yuan held Xue Hongyi without answering. Xue Hongyi then pulled Ning Yuan aside and found that Ning Yuan had been frozen unconscious. Chapter 58 Chaos is approaching, I prepare for the future. Ning Yuan had a very long dream. He walked alone on a road that seemed to have no end, a long path paved with soft light, with nothing around him. An inexplicable force pulled him forward, compelling him to walk forward involuntarily. After walking for an unknown amount of time, at the end of the road, a blurry yet incredibly familiar figure appeared. He was an old man with a full head of white hair, wearing a faded old jacket and a pair of cloth shoes, with the same stern and unsmiling expression Ning Yuan remembered. The old man saw him too. A fleeting look of surprise flashed across his cloudy eyes, which was quickly replaced by a surge of anger. Ningwa! The old man's voice was hoarse but carried an undeniable sternness. Who let you come here? This is not a place for you. Go back right now! But Ning Yuan could no longer walk. He looked at the old man's glaring white hair, and tears rolled down his cheeks without warning. He recognized him. It was the old man, the only grandfather who had given him warmth and prevented him from going astray during his lonely and helpless childhood. He instinctively tried to move closer, but the old man stamped his feet in frustration and began to curse. Go back! Don't you hear me? You're still so young, now's not the time for you to be here. Get out! However, the old man's angry curses only made Ning Yuan's tears flow even more fiercely. Old man! He choked up, finally blurting out the secret that had been buried in his heart for many years. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have argued with you, it made you have a heart attack. It's my fault, I'm the one who killed you. This secret weighed on him like a boulder for the rest of his life. He had thought he would never have the chance to say it. As the old man watched Ning Yuan kneel down on the road of light with a plop, his agitated emotions gradually subsided, turning into a long sigh. Ning Yuan, everyone has their own destiny. My destiny has come to an end, so I don't blame you. The old man's voice became gentler than ever before. Your life shouldn't end here, it's not over yet. Go back quickly and live a good life. Seeing that you now have someone who cares about you, Grandpa is relieved. As he spoke, the old man seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, slowly exhaled, turned his back to the depths of the light, and waved his hand. I'm leaving. It's best if we never see each other again. Old man! Don't go! Ning Yuan was anxious to chase after him, but a huge force suddenly pulled him backward. He gasped, jolted awake, and sat bolt upright in bed, his heart pounding wildly. Before me was an unfamiliar rooftop, yet it also carried a sense of familiarity. The air was devoid of the herbal scent that clung to the old man year-round. Only the thick black bare skin covering him exuded a wild aura. Brother Ning Yuan is awake! Brother Ning Yuan is awake! Xiao Wan'er's joyful shouts completely pulled him back to reality. Footsteps were hurried as Xin Shuang, Qin Ru, and Xue Hongyi rushed in one after another. Xin Shuang's eyes reddened, and she threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Husband! You scared me to death! Qin Ru quickly walked to the bedside, her face full of worry. Husband, how are you feeling? Is anything bothering you? Ning Yuan subconsciously raised his hand and saw that his skin was bluish-purple from frostbite. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the two women and landing on Xue Hongyi, who was leaning against the door frame. Xue Hongyi crossed her arms, her tone still somewhat cold and hard, yet not lacking in concern. You fainted at Black Wind Ridge, and I carried you back. If it weren't for the timely intervention, your hands and feet would probably have been frostbitten. It was Qin Ru and Xiao Wan who rubbed them with snow for half the night to save them. Ning Yuan's thoughts gradually became clearer, the lingering echoes of the dream intertwined and collided with the perceptions of reality. The conversation with the old man felt so real, it didn't seem like a hallucination. Even he, a former materialist, couldn't help but wonder if there were truly unknown realms in the world that science couldn't reach. However, none of that matters anymore. The important thing is that he was given a second chance at life, and he now has a family, people who need his protection and who love him deeply. Thank you? He looked at the 4 women surrounding the bed, his heart filled with a sense of peace and warmth. Little Wan raised her still red little hand, tilted her head and smiled. Brother Ningyuan, you're too kind. We're family, it's only right that we take care of each other. As long as you're safe, I'd give anything. Don't talk nonsense! Ningyuan hurriedly interrupted her, his gaze sweeping over every face, his tone extremely firm. We must all live well. In this chaotic world, not a single one can be missing, and no one is allowed to die. Yes, live well. Ning Yuan looked out the window at the morning light over Black Wind Ridge, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. Grandpa, you can rest in peace. I lost you in that world, but in this world I have found new attachments. I will live a meaningful life and will never let this second chance at life go to waste. This brush with death also served as a wake-up call for Ning Yuan. In this chaotic world, weakness is the original sin, and one's life is not in one's own hands. We must build up our strength as soon as possible. The following days were relatively peaceful. With the help of the ginseng and medicinal herbs she brought back, Xin Shuang's face gradually regained its color. Ning Yuan went up the mountain to refine salt during the day, while Xue Hongyi led Hubba and others to hunt in the deep mountains. At sunset they took some of their prey down the mountain. Ning Yuan always shares some meat with the villagers of Mo village, who are very grateful. Whenever they have time, they come to help the women in Ning Yuan's family, repairing the leaky mud walls, reinforcing the roof, and fixing the broken doors, making the neighborhood relations more and more harmonious. Compared to the desolation of other villages, Mo village seems to be gradually regaining some life. The neighbors occasionally visit each other's homes. I ate breakfast very early today. Ning Yuan looked at her family members doing needlework and made a decision in her heart. Women's, we have some spare money now, and I'm thinking of renovating this house properly and making it more spacious and sturdy. Upon hearing this, Xin Shuang put down her needlework, her face showing worry. My lord, repairing the house is a good thing, but it will cost a lot of money. How much savings do we have now? She never inquired about the family's finances, only feeling that building a house was a huge expense. Ning Yuan smiled and held up 2 fingers. Xin Shuang blinked and exclaimed in surprise. My God! Our family has 20 taels of silver? Her reaction amused Ning Yuan. My silly wife, can't you think a little further ahead? Qin Ru, who was already helping with the accounts, gently chimed in. Sister Shuang, I've roughly calculated that we have about 217 taels of silver in cash at home. More than 200 taels? Xin Shuang covered her mouth in surprise. How many copper coins would that be? Wouldn't it fill the whole house? Even the usually aloof Xue Hongyi was amused by her appearance, and a slight smile appeared on her lips as she put down her chopsticks. You can earn even more in the future. As long as you are bold and resourceful, there are always more ways than problems. As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan did not explain his business of selling smuggled salt to Xin Shuang and Qin Ru in detail. They are simple-minded, unlike Xue Hongyi who has been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They would likely find it difficult to bear the enormous risks involved, and even less able to comprehend the fact that a massive upheaval was brewing in the shadow of the great Gan Empire. Many people, including Ning Yuan, have already been quietly paving the way. About a stone of refined salt was divided into 3 teams of 3 and sent to Qinghe County in batches after sunset. Ning Yuan whispered to Xue Hongyi. Remember, avoid crowded places and be extremely careful. Don't worry, I understand. Xue Hongyi nodded. I'll go up the mountain to prepare right away. Ning Yuan and Xue Hongyi then carefully discussed the details of the shipment. He knew that today was the crucial day to negotiate profit sharing with the businessman in the blue robe. This will definitely be a tough battle. Chapter 59 Negotiation. Qinghe County. Qiu Jinrong has been sitting idly in a private room at Yueli restaurant for 7 days. The window faces the market in Qinghe County, where people are gradually coming and going, much more lively than when Li San was in power. He stood quietly by the window, wearing a snow-white mink cloak, his index finger tapping absently on the cold windowpane. Sir, we can't wait any longer. Behind him, the old steward, who had traveled day and night from Qinglong County, bowed and whispered anxiously. With spring just around the corner, and the ice and snow melting, all the major wharves along the river and the fleets waiting to set sail are waiting for you to return and finalize this year's transportation and sales plans. You have already wasted 7 days here, continue. Qiu Jinrong didn't turn around. His gaze remained fixed on the window. His voice was calm as he asked, Look at this market. What do you see? The old steward was taken aback. This old servant is dull-witted. A cold, stern smile curved at the corners of Qiu Jinrong's lips. After Li San fell from power, the market actually came alive again. I've seen it all clearly in these 7 days. He paused, his voice lowering. Those who achieve great things must first take on danger. The Great Gone Empire's fate is nearing its end, an even greater war is about to begin. Qiu Jinrong slowly turned around, the firelight illuminating his sharp, hawk-like eyes. Once war breaks out, all industries will wither. What my Qiu family needs to protect right now is not our ancestral heritage, but to seize a great opportunity that will allow our Qiu family to escape unscathed and even advance further before the chaos arrives. If Ning Yuan were here, he would definitely be surprised that Qiu Jinrong's thoughts coincided with his own. In chaotic times, there are only 3 kinds of people who can truly be considered human. Royal relatives and warlord families have their own paths. Qiu Jinrong, on the other hand, wanted to be the 3rd type of person, a ruthless warlord who held key resources and waited for the right moment to act. Master, the person has arrived, a voice whispered from outside the door. A glint of light flashed in Qiu Jinrong's eyes. They've finally arrived. The door was tightly shut, and the only sound inside was the crackling of charcoal fire. Ning Yuan was led indoors and sat opposite Qiu Jinrong. Brother Ning, you've got quite the airs, Qiu Jinrong teased, stroking his teacup. Making me wait here for 7 days without a word. Do you know what time means to me? Ning Yuan remained calm and composed, neither humble nor arrogant. It is my fault for keeping Mr. Qiu waiting for so long, but I believe that the reward for these 7 days of waiting will make Mr. Qiu feel that it was worth it. Whether it's worth it or not depends on the goods you have, Qiu Jinrong said bluntly. Where are the goods? If the goods were placed at the door right now, would Boss Qiu dare to accept them? Ning Yuan calmly countered. The goods will be delivered at midnight tonight. Before that, let's talk about profit sharing? No need for that, Qiu Jinrong said, waving his hand and personally pouring Ning Yuan a cup of hot tea. Name your price, and I'll buy it outright. Saves you the hassle, right? Buyout? Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow. Isn't Mr. Qiu worried that the refined salt I send might be of poor quality or be of inferior quality? In this world, people are so hungry that they will exchange their own children to eat each other. Humanity can't withstand the test. Qiu Jinrong leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Do you dare? Ning Yuan met his gaze and smiled calmly. What I mean is that buying out Mr. Qiu is too risky. It would be more prudent to distribute profits proportionally based on the amount sold. Ning Yuan knew that although a buyout would immediately bring him a sum of cash, in the long run, however, it is far less than half of the steady stream of dividends, or even less. Qiu Jinrong wants to swallow the fat meat whole, acting like a country bumpkin. A hint of surprise flashed in Qiu Jinrong's eyes as he re-examined the young hunter before him. They couldn't help but marvel at him. This man was no ordinary person, he was meticulous and far-sighted. If he had been born into a prominent family, he would surely have become a powerful and influential figure. He paused for a moment, then broke the silence. Since Brother Ning is interested in cooperating, how do you suggest we divide the profits? Ning Yuan held up 5 fingers. I'll handle the shipping, and Boss Chiu will be responsible for opening up sales channels. We'll split the profits 50-50ths. Upon hearing this, Chiu Jingrong burst into laughter, as if he had heard something extremely funny. Brother Ning, do you know how much gold and silver and how many connections it will take to safely transport this batch of goods, bribe the checkpoints along the way, and find reliable buyers? The risks involved are beyond what you can imagine while sitting in the mountains. A 50-50th split? I'm afraid Mr. Chiu will have to pay out of his own pocket. Okay, 15% is the highest price I can offer. Business can be slow and steady, and money can be earned gradually. 1.5%, that crossed Ning Yuan's bottom line. 250%. I also have a bunch of brothers under me who need to eat. Mining and refining, which one doesn't cost time and resources? Cost? A flash of coldness crossed Chiu Jingrong's eyes. Was he referring to the risk-free, highly profitable salt mine in Black Wind Ridge? Chiu Jingrong couldn't help but sneer inwardly, suppressing the anger in his heart. All right, let's compromise. 20% is the final offer. If you try to negotiate further, this matter is off. 2/10 was already beyond Ning Yuan's expectations, so naturally he wouldn't say anything more. All right. It'll be 20%, Boss Chiu. I just hope the goods sell well so that my brothers and I can make a living. When will the goods arrive? When the moon is dark and the wind is high, that's when the goods will arrive. Ning Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. If there's nothing else, I need to go to Yunjinzhuang to pick up my custom-made winter clothes. I'll take my leave now. Brother Ning, take care. I await good news tonight. Chiu Jingrong watched Ning Yuan leave. As soon as Ning Yuan left, a bearded man wearing a straw hat silently entered the house. He was the trusted confidant who had been investigating the death of Commander Zhou a few days earlier. What do you think of this young man? Chiu Jingrong asked slowly, blowing on the tea foam. Slippery and cunning, a real shrewd one, the bearded man said in a hoarse voice. More than just a shrewd person? Chiu Jingrong took a sip of hot tea, his eyes slightly bloodshot. His vision and perspective are extraordinary. If we hadn't investigated his background, who would believe he was just a hunter? If this young man gets the opportunity, he will surely become a menace in this chaotic world. He put down his teacup, his tone turning cold. But it doesn't matter. Once he gets the method for refining salt, he should go down and keep Li San and Commander Zhou company. Before you take action, go and do one more thing. Please give your orders, sir. The refining of refined salt has always been a core secret of the Ministry of Works. Take advantage of the moment when Black Wind Ridge is undefended and go to investigate the site carefully. I need to know whether this method was given to him by that criminal Shuihongyi, or whether he has a master behind him who is guiding him. What's the difference? If it was Shuihongyi who did it, then the Ning family is guilty of even more crimes, and I will have more leverage. If he really has a powerful figure backing him up, Chiu Jingrong's eyes flashed with apprehension. Then I need to reconsider and plan carefully before taking any action. Understood. The bearded man clasped his hands in acceptance, put on his straw hat, and disappeared into the wind and snow outside the window, heading straight for Black Wind Ridge. The private room fell silent again. Chiu Jingrong looked out the window and saw that the snow, which had finally stopped for a few days, had started to fall heavily again. Every now and then, Qinghe County is covered in a blanket of white. Chapter 60. Unexpectedly learning about Chiu Jingrong's plan. A northerly wind swept through the air, carrying fine snowflakes, over the market town of Qinghe County. Ning Yuan left Uli restaurant and walked through the crowd, noticing that there were many more stalls than usual, and the shouts were more lively. Several familiar hunters from near Mo village were carefully displaying their prey, such as pheasants and rabbits, and haggling over prices. The long-standing malignant tumor of Li San has been eradicated, and its effects are beginning to show. These hunters, who used to be hesitant to bring their prey to the market, now dare to use their hard-earned money to buy millet and chaff, essential for their families to get through the winter. For them, meat is a luxury. Replacing it with real grains would be more helpful for their families to get through the long winter. Ning Yuan didn't stop and went straight to Yun Jin Zhuang on the street corner. As soon as she stepped across the threshold, a lively figure in a floral cotton-padded jacket greeted her excitedly. It was Nie Qinger. "Dr. Ning! You've finally arrived!" Nie Qinger's face lit up with genuine joy, and she quickly invited Ning Yuan into the inner room. "I have been sending people to inquire about your residence, hoping to thank you in person, but I have never been able to find you. Is the coat I ordered ready?" Ning Yuan nodded. "It's all ready, just waiting for you to come and get it." Nie Qinger turned around and gave an order. A thin maid then brought out a set of neatly folded red clothes. The fabric was thick and the color was bright red. Although it had no murderous aura, it possessed an extraordinary air of nobility, which was in keeping with the name Shuihongyi. Ning Yuan was about to pay after looking at it, but Nie Qinger quickly waved her hand. "Dr. Ning, this is absolutely unacceptable. You saved my sister, we are more than grateful to you. How could we possibly accept your money? My sister has repeatedly told me that if you come, she must thank you in person." She spoke rapidly, repeatedly asking Ning Yuan to sit down for a moment, while she herself, like a lark, lightly flew to the backyard to find her sister. Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He used his magic to save people not for any reward, and he only verbally explained the method. Seeing the sister's warm hospitality made him feel unworthy of it. Ning Yuan looked around and, seeing no one was there, picked up the red garment, intending to leave now to avoid any trouble from making excuses later. Just as I stepped downstairs, a gentle voice sounded from behind me. "Where is Dr. Ning headed?" Ning Yuan turned around and saw Nie Shui walking gracefully towards him. Her complexion had improved significantly. Dressed in an elegant long dress, she resembled a fairy in the snow. She gave Ning Yuan a slight bow, her almond-shaped eyes filled with gratitude like autumn water. "If it weren't for Physician Ning's miraculous healing, I would probably still be tossing and turning in bed. I've prepared a small gift to express my gratitude, and I hope that Physician Ning will not refuse it." Nie Qinger immediately brought over a wooden tray covered with red silk. When the silk cloth was lifted by one corner, there were gleaming silver coins, which, at a rough glance, probably amounted to no less than 100 taels. Nie Shui said softly, "I hope you will accept this small token of my appreciation, Physician Ning." "Mr. Nie, you flatter me." Ning Yuan waved his hand in refusal. "I just happen to know this folk remedy. Your recovery is a blessing. I see that the maids your manor has taken in are all thin and have frostbite. Are they all volunteers?" Nie Shui didn't hide it. In fact, everyone knew that there was a villain named Li San and a great philanthropist named Nie Shui in Qinghe County. They are all poor children who have lost their parents. If they can find a job here and have food to eat, and marry into a good family when they grow up, I will be relieved. Ning Yuan smiled and said, "Then I absolutely cannot accept this money. Boss Nie has so many people to support, there must be many places where he needs to spend money. Mr. Ning is quite well off and doesn't need this little bit of money. He definitely won't accept the money. If you accept a favor from someone, you will owe them a debt of gratitude. Who knows what they'll ask him to do next?" Upon hearing this, Nie Shui's eyes flashed with surprise, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Ning Yuan carefully. Seeing his handsome appearance and tall stature, and not only his superb medical skills, but also his compassionate heart for the weak and vulnerable, my respect for him grew even stronger. She insisted, "Since the divine physician refuses to accept gifts, could you please do me the honor of letting me prepare a small feast to express my gratitude?" It was nearly noon, and Ning Yuan was indeed hungry, so he agreed. Inside the elegant room, the fireplace was warm, making it seem like a completely different world from the wind and snow outside. Nie Shui personally cooked a table of exquisite dishes and invited Ning Yuan to take a seat. "Mr. Ning, please try my cooking and see if it suits your taste." Nie Shui sat down beside him with her legs crossed, smiling as she gestured. Ning Yuan picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. After savoring it, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This is refined salt? Yes. Ye Shui nodded. I had someone bring it from Qilong County a few days ago. If Dr. Ning likes it, I will have someone prepare some for you. The market price now is probably 5 taels of silver per catty, right? Ning Yuan asked. It's more than 5 taels, Ye Qing'e said quickly. Refined salt is in short supply lately, and the price has risen to 8 taels a catty. Ning Yuan was shocked upon hearing this. The refined salt he extracted himself was of far superior quality to the official salt available on the market. At this price, the profit would be considerable. If the profits can be distributed smoothly, the family's livelihood will have an extra layer of protection when chaos comes in the future. Ning Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Dr. Ning? Ye Shui called softly when she saw him lost in thought. Is the food not to your liking? Ning Yuan snapped out of his reverie and asked casually. Do you know which merchant in Qilong County this refined salt came from? Ye Shui pondered. The source seems uncertain. I've heard it's connected to some high-ranking officials and nobles. I know, Ye Qing'e said quickly. I overheard 2 officials' wives chatting last time, and they said that most of this fine salt comes from the White Tiger Hall. White Tiger Hall? That's right. The White Tiger Hall is owned by the Qiu family. The Qiu family, the richest family in Qilong County, is very powerful. I heard they have many retainers who can speak for them in the court, Ye Qing'e said excitedly. Ye Shui quickly spoke up to stop her. Qing'e, don't speak ill of important people. Be careful not to say anything that might cause trouble. Merchants, being of low social standing, are most wary of getting too involved with officials. Ning Yuan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he felt a chill. Shui Hongyi's earlier guess was actually half right. Qiu Jinrong is indeed incredibly influential. Ning Yuan immediately cleared his throat and asked the question in a seemingly casual manner. In Blackwater border town, is it possible that a wealthy family like him is also involved? Yes, Ye Shui replied without much thought. There is none in Blackwater border city, but in White Jade border city, the Qiu family provides a lot of military supplies, food, and clothing, so they have a very good reputation there. Oh? The soldiers in Baiyu border city must have a more stable life than elsewhere, at least unlike Heishui border city, where desertion is rampant, right? No way, Ye Qing'e replied again. Deserts exist everywhere. I heard that a few years ago, a commander surnamed Zhu from Baiyu border town disappeared overnight with dozens of his men. The White Tiger Hall was even investigated for this. Later rumors spread that they had fled into the mountains and become bandits, otherwise how could they have disappeared without a trace? Snap! Before Ye Qing'e could finish speaking, Ning Yuan accidentally dropped his chopsticks on the table. Dr. Ning, what's wrong? Ye Shui noticed Ning Yuan's unusual behavior and asked with concern. Ning Yuan's face suddenly turned pale. He stood up abruptly, rushed out of Yunjin Manor without looking back, and his figure quickly disappeared into the snow at the street corner. The cold wind, carrying snowflakes, lashed against his cheeks as Ning Yuan ran wildly through the streets of Qinghe County, his heart pounding, a chill creeping up his spine from his feet. Black Wind Ridge, that gang of bandits. Holy crap, there's a very high chance he's a retainer of the left commander kept by the Qiu family. The clues instantly clicked in my mind. Ning Yuan only regretted that he hadn't investigated the matter thoroughly. The terrible consequences made his heart pound. Damn it! I should have thought of that sooner. The reason why the bandits of Black Wind Ridge have been able to entrench themselves for so many years and mine salt without being wiped out is because the Qiu family is behind it. Ning Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and quickened his pace as he rushed toward Qinghe County. However, as he ran, Ning Yuan suddenly stopped again. All that could be seen was a horse-drawn carriage standing across the road outside Qinghe County. A familiar voice came from inside the carriage. Brother Ning, where are you going? Chapter 61 To Pay or Not to Pay. The north wind whipped up snowflakes, lashing against the old gate tower of Qinghe County. An elaborately decorated carriage stood perfectly positioned across the city gate. Ning Yuan's way out is blocked. Brother Ning, where are we headed? Do you need me to give you a ride? The carriage curtain was lifted, and Xiao Jinrong, wrapped in a thick snow fox cloak, stepped out of the carriage with a smile. 4 guards with piercing eyes followed behind him, their gazes fixed on Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, but quickly put on a surprised smile. They clasped their hands in greeting. Boss Qiu, what are you doing here? I thought some heroes were trying to make a fortune by blocking the road. Qiu Jinrong raised his chin slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping across Ning Yuan's face with a half-smile. I was feeling stuffy in the Welai restaurant, so I came out for some fresh air. Hunter Ning, what brings you here? What a coincidence. Ning Yuan grinned, patting the snow off his clothes. I just can't stay still, so I came out to stretch my muscles. Mountain people can't sit still. Qiu Jinrong chuckled and casually placed his hand on Ning Yuan's shoulder. Sitting here is indeed boring. It will take some time to deliver the goods. Why don't you come back with me? Someone just happened to deliver some fresh pastries. Let's enjoy some tea and try them to pass the time. Ning Yuan's gaze swept quickly across the vast snowfield outside the city, and he immediately cupped his hands in a fist salute. Mr. Qiu's hospitality is too kind of us, then it would be impolite to refuse. The carriage wheels crunched over the snow. Inside the carriage, Ning Yuan's face remained calm, but his heart was churning with turmoil. Ye Shui's words kept replaying in my mind. If that salt mine really is his White Tiger Gang's secret stronghold, then why didn't he stop me all this time? Clearly, Qiu Jinrong was interested not only in the stone of refined salt, but also in the method of refining it. Returning to the private room of Welai restaurant, the charcoal fire was burning brightly, dispelling the chill from my body. Qiu Jinrong took off his cloak, revealing his thin figure and sunken cheeks, but his eyes were strikingly bright. He picked up a delicate pastry and asked slowly, Brother Ning, if this business goes well and you make money, what are your plans? Ning Yuan smacked his lips, revealing a simple and honest expression. I'm just a hunter in the mountains, what grand ambitions could I possibly have? Go back to the village, build a few bright and spacious houses, and stay with your wife and children on a warm bed. As for the remaining money, keep it. Haven't you ever thought about making money from money and starting a business? Qiu Jinrong poured him more hot tea, his eyes sharp and unpredictable. Ning Yuan smiled wryly and waved his hand. If I had your insight and connections, Mr. Qiu, I might dare to take a gamble. But a hunter's duty is ultimately to make a living in the mountains and forests. But what Brother Ning is doing right now is a huge deal that even the royal family and feudal lords will take notice of. Qiu Jinrong got up and walked to the window, gazing at the deepening twilight, his voice low. This world is on the verge of chaos. Brother Ning, with your courage and wisdom, don't you yearn to achieve great things and establish a powerful empire? After all, in times of chaos, it is the people who are in turmoil, while those who rise to power are a group of ambitious warlords who want to carve out their own territories. Thud! Ning Yuan deliberately loosened his grip on the teacup, causing tea to splash all over the floor. The tea leaves floating in the cup reflected Ning Yuan's fearful and nervous face on the water's surface. That's rebellion! Rebellion is punishable by death. Boss Qiu wouldn't dare to say such things. Qiu Jinrong laughed loudly. Dagon was also born from rebellion. Everyone in the royal family has the blood of bandits flowing through their veins, but now they've changed their appearance and become so-called true dragon bloodlines, haven't they? Killing one person is breaking the law. Killing 10 or 100 people makes you a fierce bandit in a mountain stronghold. Killing 1,000 or 10,000 people makes you a tyrant. You can kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Then what are you? Qiu Jinrong asked with a smile. Ning Yuan feigned nervousness. Is it the emperor? No, it is the ruler of this world. A surge of ambition flickered in Qiu Jinrong's eyes, though it vanished in an instant. Ning Yuan keenly noticed it. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles or inquire about origins. Brother Ning, you may come to our door for help and find a way out. Whom can someone as insignificant as me rely on? I. Qiu Jinrong turned around, his gaze intense. As long as you have enough value, I, Qiu, can provide you with a safe haven. Ning Yuan waved his hands repeatedly, laughing it off. Mr. Qiu is joking. I have no value whatsoever. Qiu Jinrong didn't point it out, and just then, a report came from outside the door. Sir, the cargo ship has arrived at the dock, and the waterway has been arranged. The boatman is asking when the cargo will arrive. Tell them it will be soon, Qiu Jinrong replied calmly. At midnight, all was quiet. Hubba, along with the three brothers who had passed by earlier, escorted the refined salt and, with Xue Hongyi's assistance, safely arrived at Uli restaurant. After inspecting the quality of the refined salt, Qiu Jinrong nodded in satisfaction. Brother Ning, you have excellent skills. This refined salt is of superior quality, comparable to the finest products from the Ministry of Works. I'm not worried about it not fetching a good price. Xue Hongyi asked coldly. Boss Qiu, when can this batch of goods be sold in full? The finest salt will naturally be snapped up by wealthy and powerful men, and I believe it won't be long before they start vying for it. Qiu Jinrong smiled, but his gaze swept over Ning Yuan, who was unusually silent to the side. Xue Hongyi sensed something was amiss, but refrained from asking further questions due to the presence of outsiders. Qiu Jinrong walked over to Ning Yuan and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Brother Ning, I'll say it again, chaos is coming, so plan ahead. There's always a place for you on my ship. With that, he gave him a meaningful look, then turned and left. Ning Yuan, what's wrong? As soon as he left, Xue Hongyi frowned and stepped forward. Wasn't everything going smoothly? Ning Yuan gazed silently at the deep snowy night outside the window. Hubba and his friends were still dreaming of their share of the profits, grinning as they imagined the future. Ning Yuan! Xue Hongyi grasped his icy hand, her tone unwavering and resolute. What exactly did Qiu Jinrong tell you? After a long silence, Ning Yuan finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. Wife, we can't accept that 20% share of the profits. What? Before the words were even finished, Hubba and the others immediately erupted in chaos. Hubba rushed over, scratching his head. Brother Ning! Why is that? This fine salt is as good as gold. With money, what can't we do? With a single glance from Xue Hongyi, Hubba immediately fell silent and retreated dejectedly. Get out, all of you! Xue Hongyi said coldly. After everyone left, she pressed Ning Yuan into a chair and said, Tell me everything that happened. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and revealed all the clues he had unexpectedly learned from Nie Shui. Qiu Jinrong had intricate connections with the Black Wind Ridge bandits, and the left commander was actually a force secretly cultivated by the Qiu family. That salt mine was actually one of Qiu Jinrong's secret businesses. In other words, he already knew everything about us. Ning Yuan rubbed his throbbing temples, his voice bitter. He held back, wanting to use this stone of refined salt to confirm whether I had truly mastered the refining method. Now, we've walked right into a trap. This 20% profit isn't a way to make money, it's money to buy our lives. Xue Hongyi narrowed her phoenix eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. But what he wants is probably more than just this. Yes, what he really wants is the refining technique. Ning Yuan sighed. Perhaps, handing it over is a way out. Qiu Jinrong's ambitions are far greater than those of an ordinary merchant. They hoarded grain and fodder, amassed huge sums of money, and raised private armies in the border towns. If they could also obtain the method for obtaining refined salt. As Xue Hongyi spoke, her red lips parted slightly. Ning Yuan reached out and gently pressed his hand to her lips, whispering, To possess a treasure is a crime. We have no power or influence. If we are greedy, we may earn money but not live to spend it. But if we hand it over, in this chaotic world, we will have no means of survival and will find it equally difficult to live. It's difficult, so difficult. If you have enough manpower, you don't need to be so wary. But right now, he doesn't have the right to have a fair conversation with the other party at the same table. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan lamented the unfairness of fate. Why did I end up in this godforsaken place? I'm just a hunter. The people next door are all princes and heirs, or at the very least, from powerful and influential families. Xue Hongyi noticed her man's frustration. She grasped his cold hand in return, her tone firm. You're the head of the family, you're in charge. If you decide to hand over the method for refining salt, I have no objection. If you choose to fight head-on, my brothers and I will never back down. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes, the kind only a seasoned veteran of the battlefield could possess. I don't even consider an opportunist who wants to stir up trouble in a chaotic world a threat. She has her own trump cards, but whether she reveals them depends on whether Ning Yuan has the courage to fight this world to the death. If he has it, she dares to draw her sword for him. If not, she would stay with him through this time, bear children, and that would be enough to fulfill their bond as husband and wife. 5 years ago, the waterway outside Qinghe County was plagued by rampant bandits, and merchant ships were repeatedly robbed. It was not until Magistrate Zhao took office and raised funds to ask the border troops to suppress them several times that the waterway was finally brought peaceful. At this moment, a merchant ship is preparing to set sail. Qiu Jinrong adjusted his snow fox cloak and gave a brief instruction to his 4 trusted guards. Hunter Ning seems to still be hesitating. Go, give him a hand, let him see the true face of this world. The 4 guards exchanged knowing, sinister smiles and replied in unison. Yes. I understand. Chapter 62, Construction of the Grand House begins, and the wives sleep on heated Kong beds. The 3 Hubba brothers are not in a good mood. At midnight he was still dreaming that his brothers would make a fortune. This morning, Xue Hongyi conveyed Ning Yuan's decision. He would give up his share of the profits, but if Qiu Jinrong wanted the extraction method, he would give it to him. I think Brother Ning is just a coward. Hey, what's there to be afraid of? Hubba slapped his thigh, his eyes wide with anger. Damn it, if he just says the word, I'll go and chop that son of a bitch to pieces right now. Which of our brothers hasn't been through the ringer? I've killed more than a dozen Tartars. Yes, General Xue, the monkey said, touching his nose and frowning. We're not going to eat Brother Ning's food for nothing. This money is by no means a small amount. It will be of great use in the future, whether he supports his family or his brothers take it with them to go out and make their way in the world. In my opinion, with chaos looming, we don't even need to share that 75% of the profits. Xue Hongyi crossed her arms. You're thinking too simply. My husband isn't cowardly, on the contrary, he's more thoughtful than you are. Qiu Jinrong has all our information. He can use his connections at will, and we will all be caught in the crossfire. A head-on confrontation now would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock, a suicide mission, do you understand? If all else fails, General Xue, you should use your trump card. After all, this wealth will be a large sum of money as future military pay. Hubba wasn't greedy. Rather, he considered that with the chaos of war approaching, they needed money to prepare equipment. Xue Hongyi frowned. All right, that's enough. I'll do whatever my husband says. Hearing Xue Hongyi say this, the brothers present were not convinced, but they dared not say anything more. But without a doubt, they are now very dissatisfied with Ning Yuan. Early in the morning, Ning Yuan visited Magistrate Zhao and mentioned that he wanted to repair his house and asked him to help him find people. Magistrate Zhao agreed without hesitation. After all, Li San was dealt with by Ning Yuan and his wife, but he was rewarded in Baoping Prefecture and took all the credit. So of course I have to help with this little favor. Afterwards, Ning Yuan led everyone in 2 groups and left Qinghe County. Ning Yuan and Xue Hongyi returned to Mo Village, while Hubba and the others returned to Black Wind Ridge to pack their belongings, ready to move to another location at any time, as Ning Yuan and Xue Hongyi gave them orders. It was already known that the place belonged to Qiu Jinrong, so it would be impolite to stay any longer. Back home, Ning Yuan took out the black pottery jar containing more than 200 taels of silver. Upon seeing so much silver on the table, Xun Shuang and Xiao Waner both widened their eyes. Ning Yuan smiled and said, "This amount of money is more than enough to repair the house." I have already contacted Widow Lu and asked her to inform everyone so that they can help repair our house. How much will you be paid? Xiao Wan asked. Ning Yuan pondered. Working in Qinghe County would cost about 5 to 7 coins a day. We'll give you 10 coins. Can I help you and get paid in return? Xiao Wan asked excitedly. Everyone was amused by Xiao Wan. Ning Yuan smiled and said, You'll get something too if you help. Yay! Xiao Wan exclaimed excitedly. Ning Yuan looked at Qin Ru and said, Wife, you're good at accounting, so this money is yours. You need to carefully calculate every penny from now on. Don't worry, leave it to me, Qin Ru said, also looking forward to it. This place is so dilapidated. I don't even dare to dream of living in a new house and sleeping on a heated Kong bed in the future. What about me, my husband? Xin Shuang asked, somewhat unwilling. She didn't want to eat for free. Ning Yuan said, Wife, you're a good cook, so you'll be in charge of feeding the staff from now on. As for me and Red Robe, we'll go hunting in the mountains. Everyone will have their own role and clear division of labor. Okay, the 4 women said in unison, smiling at each other. Life seems to be getting better and better. Just then, Lu the widow's loud voice came from outside the courtyard. Brother Ning, all the villagers have been called here for you. What do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan led the 4 women out. At this moment, dozens of people from Mo village had gathered outside the courtyard. The vast majority of them were women, but they were just as strong as men. Brother Ning, you've helped us so much, we're all thinking about how to repay you. Now that's great, we heard you're going to renovate a big house. Don't worry, we'll definitely help and won't slack off. Widow Lu walked in excitedly and added, Just give everyone something to eat. Ning Yuan stepped forward and clasped his hands in a fist salute, saying, You can eat as much as you want, and I promise there will be meat with every meal. As for wages, they should be paid according to the proper procedures. I'll pay 10 coins a day. Anyone who can do chores at home can come. Upon hearing this, they were incredibly excited and readily agreed to the offer of 10 coins. After all, Mo village has a predominantly female and elderly population, and they have long lost the ability to work in Qinghe County. Where else can you find such a good deal, free food and free money? Meanwhile, Magistrate Zhao also arranged for the professional craftsmen who make bricks and tiles to come. The leader was an experienced craftsman, probably around 60 years old. He has a group of apprentices who follow him all over the world. In this chaotic world, they could only rely on his experience to make a living, so his disciples respected him greatly. Ning Yuan invited the master craftsman inside for a detailed discussion. Young man, what kind of house do you want to build? I'd like to draw up a sketch in advance. The old master craftsman was actually unwilling to come, but since Magistrate Xiao had spoken, he had to give him face. After all, it's a small village. What kind of big houses can they afford to renovate? The profits from it are too limited. Ning Yuan laughed and said, I want to build a big mansion. Living areas, workshops, warehouses, and basic defenses are all necessary. The master craftsman, sipping his wine and somewhat tipsy, had originally planned to have his eldest apprentice take charge, and he was just going through the motions. But when she heard that Ning Yuan's requirements were so high, her eyes widened immediately. That will cost a lot of money. Although labor costs are cheap now, the materials are an astronomical sum. Master, you have a lot of experience. You've handled many large houses in Qinghe County. Can you name a few? Without hesitation, the master craftsman said, The minimum requirement is 100 taels. If you want something of a higher standard, it will be 150 to 180 taels. Ning Yuan nodded. All right. The experienced craftsman was taken aback. You have it? Ning Yuan smiled and said, Pay according to the progress. All right, since you said so, then this old man will give the orders, and we'll get started today. After saying that, the master called over his eldest apprentice. Go and tell the second brother to find the best feng shui in the area. Also, go and contact Master Chen, who makes bricks and tiles, and tell him that a big business deal has come in. The cost is roughly between 150 and 180 taels of silver. Let him give us a discount. After all, it's been many years since we've had such a big deal. The eldest disciple was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Ning Yuan a few more times in surprise. Ning Yuan looks about the same age as me. I never thought being a hunter could be so profitable. With the matter settled, everyone got busy with their respective duties. In no time, the entire Mo village was bustling with activity. Several large pots were set up in front of the snow, some people were chopping wood, and others were carrying water, attracting the curiosity of many passing villagers who came to inquire. When I asked, I found out that Ning Yuan was building houses and even provided meals, which made me incredibly envious. As for wages, everyone is shrewd and naturally won't talk about it. Xing Shuang and several other women, including Widow Lu, helped move all the grain out of the cellar and prepared to cook it. Ning Yuan and Shui Hongyi, having donned their gear, set off towards Black Wind Ridge. Since the route to refined salt has been blocked, let's go hunting. Although it wasn't as quick a way to make money as refined salt, at least they knew where there were plenty of wild animals. Selling the hunted meat in town can bring in a considerable income. The cold wind howled over Black Wind Ridge, and the vast expanse of snow-white pine forest plateau undulated like the waves of an ocean. Ning Yuan and Shui Hongyi worked together perfectly and achieved decent results. Ning Yuan caught 2 badgers and 6 pheasants. Shui Hongyi hunted a deer and 3 rabbits. Ning Yuan planned to sell the deer and badger. Deer hides and blood, in particular, can be quite valuable if a suitable buyer is found. The two carried their prey toward the mountain stronghold, intending to meet up with Hubba and the others first. After dealing with the deer and badgers, let them go to town to buy the meat and exchange it for silver. Hubba, come out! Shui Hongyi threw her prey heavily to the ground and shouted breathlessly into the cave. However, no one answered. How strange! Shui Hongyi frowned slightly, walked past Ning Yuan who was preparing to process the venison, and headed towards the cave. Hubba, what are you doing? Are you deaf? Hurry up! However, the smile on Shui Hongyi's face suddenly froze, as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 63 I just wanted to be a hunter, but you're forcing me to become king. Ning Yuan! Ning Yuan was squatting down, preparing to inspect the scattered items on the ground, when Shui Hongyi's voice interrupted him. Even if he was slow to notice, Ning Yuan instantly realized that something was wrong with Shui Hongyi. He sprang to his feet almost instinctively, grabbed his longbow, and rushed in, pulling Shui Hongyi behind him. The longbow instantly reached its full length, the arrowheads gleaming coldly in the darkness, warily pointing towards the even deeper darkness in the cave. Inside the cave, only the sound of dripping water and his own heart pounding wildly in his chest from tension remained. When Ning Yuan saw what was happening inside the cave, his pupils contracted sharply. Deep inside the cave, Hubba and more than a dozen of his brothers were bound hand and foot, their mouths stuffed with rags, and left lying haphazardly in a corner. They were all bruised and battered, clearly having been in a fight, and were now unconscious. Hunter Ning, what's this? You recognize these bandits too? A cold voice echoed from the depths of darkness. Immediately, shadowy figures appeared like ghosts. The leader wore a straw hat and a raincoat, and held a curved knife that gleamed with an eerie light. A quick glance behind him revealed that more than 10 people had silently surrounded him. Who are you? Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Behind her, Shui Hongyi's fists were clenched so tightly they turned white, and her knuckles made a slight, crackling sound. The couple quickly exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking simultaneously. There are 11 of them, Shui Hongyi said in a low voice, quickly assessing the situation. Not only that, Ning Yuan added, his sharp gaze sweeping across the shadowy corner. There are 17. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 other men carrying bows and arrows emerged from behind the rocks, their sharp arrows aimed directly at Ning Yuan and Shui Hongyi. Let's fight them! Shui Hongyi's phoenix eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she was about to charge forward with a "If you're not convinced, then fight" attitude. Ning Yuan reached out and pressed him down, his tone calm. Going all out means suicide. I want you to live. Ning Yuan immediately pinned Xue Hongyi down and said in a deep voice, This is suicide. I'll do it. After saying this, Ning Yuan handed the longbow to Xue Hongyi and looked at the man in the bamboo hat. Brothers, what do you want? Beneath the straw hat, the corners of his chapped lips curled up slightly, tinged with disdain. I've heard you're very clever. Why don't you guess? Ning Yuan walked over and said, If I'm not mistaken, you want the method to refine refined salt, right? Oh? The man in the straw hat asked in surprise. What do you mean? Your brothers all look like experts, seasoned veterans. And the only person I know, or who has ever had any financial dealings with, is Boss Chiu. These people are different from the thugs and hooligans under Li San's command. Their eyes told Ning Yuan that they had killed people. And there's more than one. The man in the straw hat couldn't help but applaud. Smart. No wonder I said that if you become something of importance in the future, you will be quite something. You were able to calmly analyze the situation even when we were aiming at you with multiple arrows. You are an outstanding person. Ning Yuan was already standing in front of the man in the straw hat, and said calmly, But I'm curious, my dozen or so brothers are no pushovers either. How did you manage to subdue them without firing a single shot? It's simple. I've been observing them for a long time, or rather, I've been observing all of you for several days. You all dig snow to boil water in the same fixed place. If I just tamper with the snow, I can knock them all out, right? Ning Yuan sighed, realizing that he had made a mistake despite his careful planning. The man in the straw hat changed his tone to one of consolation, and sighed. Hunter Ning, Boss Chiu actually admires you. But he told me to tell you that in this chaotic world, brains alone are not enough, you also need a powerful backer. He has what you don't, so you have no choice. Hand over the method of refining salt, and consider it your life-saving payment. What if I don't accept? Ning Yuan asked back, his voice devoid of any emotion. You won't accept? The man in the straw hat sneered, his killing intent spreading. Then we'll have to ask you, your beautiful wife, and all the people in Mo village who are connected to you to go down and keep Li San and commanders with company. Believe me, in this chaotic world of war, who would care if 100 or 200 people died? Ning Yuan remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Xue Hongyi, who was nervously knocking an arrow behind him, and then looking at Hubba and the others in the corner, their fates unknown. Suddenly Ning Yuan sensed something, a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of surprise flashing in the depths of his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He smiled, took another step forward, and his previous indifference was gradually replaced by a cold determination. To be honest, I originally intended to let this go. If you want the refining method, you can take it. I don't even intend to take the share of that stone of refined salt. But now I've changed my mind. Ning Yuan's voice suddenly turned cold. Because I've come to understand a principle: a good horse is ridden, and a kind person is bullied. Even if I obediently hand over the method, will you really let me go? No, Chiu Jinrong would never allow anyone other than him to master the method of refining salt. The man in the straw hat's expression shifted slightly, and he fell silent. Ning Yuan's analysis makes a lot of sense. So, Ning Yuan said coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing the man in the straw hat. Since I'm going to die anyway, why not take a few down with me? At least I won't be alone on the road to the underworld. What are you doing? The man in the straw hat's pupils contracted, and he shouted sharply, raising his curved sword. In that tense moment, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the corner. The wail echoed like thunder in the silent cave. The man in the straw hat and his men were startled and almost instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. Hubba and the others, who had been unconscious, had somehow managed to break free of their ropes. With bloodshot eyes, they grabbed the curved knives piled up nearby and charged at the nearest man in black. Swift and ruthless, showing no mercy. Not good! The man in the straw hat was terrified. He quickly flipped his right hand, and his curved blade was about to slash down at Ning Yuan, who was standing right in front of him. However, The moment he raised his knife, he felt a chill in his chest. A piercing pain instantly spread throughout his body. He looked down in disbelief and saw an exquisitely crafted dagger that had precisely pierced his heart. The one wielding the knife was none other than Ning Yuan. This knife is Xue Hongyi's skirt-pressing knife. It was a gift from her father when she left home, symbolizing his protection. Later, she gave it to Ning Yuan as a sign of entrusting him with her life. This was the first time it had ever seen blood. You! The man in the straw hat stared at Ning Yuan, his eyes filled with astonishment and resentment. He never expected that this hunter, who seemed to only want to survive, would be so decisive and ruthless. Kill! Leave no one alive! Hubba was covered in blood, looking like a mad tiger, wielding his curved blade and hacking wildly. The veteran border soldiers he brought were all fierce warriors who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When it came to fighting, Qiu Jinrong and his men were no match for them at all. The cave was instantly engulfed in a chaotic battle, filled with screams and the clash of weapons. Xue Hongyi's arrows never missed their mark, and she fired a series of shots at the archers attempting to ambush Ning Yuan. The battle ended quickly. When the sound of wind and snow outside the cave once again became the main theme, the cave was already filled with the corpses of men in black lying haphazardly inside. The only surviving man in the straw had also had his arms severed by Xue Hongyi, and he fell into a pool of blood, with the short knife still stuck in his chest, barely breathing. If I don't get back today, Master Qiu won't let you off the hook. The man in the straw hat was vomiting blood, his eyes unfocused, yet he still managed to threaten Ning Yuan, hoping that this would allow him to live. Hubba wiped the blood off his face, panting as he looked at Ning Yuan. Son-in-law! Did you see that? These bastards never intended for us to live from the very beginning. That's how the world is. If you're weak, they'll take advantage of you. Ning Yuan walked up to the man in the straw hat, slowly squatted down, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. Let me go. There's still a chance to resolve this. The man in the straw hat pleaded desperately, using his only remaining hand to claw his way to the cave entrance. Ning Yuan watched him crawl silently, leaving a glaring trail of blood on the snow. After a long pause, Ning Yuan finally made up his mind, raised his head, and there was no longer any hesitation in his eyes. Brother Hubba is right. Ning Yuan's voice was calm, but there was a chill in it. In this world, some people don't like to listen to reason, so let them suffer the consequences. After saying that, Ning Yuan took his longbow from Xue Hongyi, nocked an arrow, and drew the string with swift, fluid movements. Ning Yuan's eyes were icy, and he loosened his grip. Call out! The arrow pierced the air, precisely striking the back of the man in the straw hat, pinning him firmly to the snow just a step away from the cave entrance. Ning Yuan slowly lowered the longbow, his eyes now different. Xue Hongyi walked to his side and gently took her man's arm. She could feel that this man seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Wife, Ning Yuan said. I'm here, my husband. Xue Hongyi looked up at him, her tone carrying a hint of tenderness that was barely perceptible. I want Qiu Jinrong dead, Ning Yuan said, enunciating each word clearly and decisively. Do you have a way to do that? Xue Hongyi smiled sweetly, her stunningly beautiful face now exuding a sinister aura. There are many ways, it just depends on how gruesome your husband wants him to die. Ning Yuan tossed the longbow back to Hubba and turned his gaze to the swirling snow outside the cave. I will use the most thorough method to tell him, in this chaotic world, what will be the fate of those who dare to trample on Ning Yuan like ants. I understand. Xue Hongyi's smile grew deeper, her eyes flashing with calculation and cold light. Then I will make the arrangements immediately and will certainly give my husband a satisfactory result. Chapter 64 I'm going to do something big, so I'll use you to test my courage first. Qilong County and Qinghe County are separated by a waterway of 30 li. 3 fast ships, which had been moving silently, had somehow docked at the White Tiger Hall's pier. Master! A timid female voice rang out in the White Tiger Hall's bathing room. The girl's skin was as white as snow, and her slender body was wrapped in thin silk clothing. Xiao Jinrong patted the edge of the pool. The girl understood, slipped into the water, and instinctively tried to curl up. Suddenly, a thin but unusually strong hand landed roughly on her firm skin. Like a blade. The girl tensed up in fright. Master! The scalding hot fingertips brushed across the girl's face, frightening her so much that she cried, but she could only bite her lower lip tightly, silencing her sobs. A newcomer? Xiao Jinrong said indifferently. Sir, my name is Hua, I just arrived today. The girl's voice was barely audible. Do you understand the rules? I understand. Flower is a dog that Master raises. Master gives me food, so I should listen to Master. The girl bit her red lips tightly, her eyes timid and her head lowered. Flowers? That's tacky. Let's call him Xiao Bai, the same name as the dog in my house. Xiao Jinrong chuckled lightly, his tone eerily calm. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, sir. You're doing well, not bad. Go warm up in your room, I'll be there shortly. The girl felt relieved and got up to leave. But the moment the girl turned around, a malicious glint flashed in Xiao Jinrong's eyes. He lunged at her and grabbed her by the neck, his eyes bloodshot and crazed. Grandpa, what are you doing? The girl struggled frantically as Xiao Jinrong screamed and pushed her into the scalding hot water. His health had long been failing, but it was precisely because of his failing health that Xiao Jinrong developed a perverse hobby. He also enjoys this hobby. That is to completely destroy beautiful things in one's own hands, thereby bringing spiritual pleasure. Gradually, the girl stopped struggling in the water and began to float. Xiao Jinrong grinned maliciously, panting heavily, and lay back down, covering his face with a handkerchief. Come someone, throw him out, I'm exhausted, next time find someone less strong. Women are worthless. The more beautiful a woman is, the worse she often ends up in the presence of powerful and wealthy families. Crunch. The door opened in response. A figure walked in, stopped by the pool, and remained silent. Xiao Jinrong pointed impatiently at the floating corpse in the water. What are you standing there for? Throw it back into the river to feed the fish. I'm in a good mood today, I'll call in a fresh one. The visitor remained silent. Xiao Jinrong frowned, a nameless anger rising within him. Have you lost your temper? Boss Xiao. A young yet strangely familiar voice rang out coldly. I think you probably won't have the chance to play the next one. The sound exploded in Xiao Jinrong's mind. He suddenly tried to tear off the handkerchief from his face and opened his mouth to call for help. However, a hand as strong as an iron clamp moved faster and gripped his throat tightly. A tremendous force yanked him naked out of the hot water and slammed him onto the cold ground like a bag of garbage. Smack! Xiao Jinrong, who was extremely thin, fell heavily onto the bricks and stones, and the pain almost made him faint. He opened his eyes wide in terror and saw the scene inside the room. A dozen or so figures stood like demons. The leader leisurely pulled over a chair and sat down in front of him. It was Ning Yuan. Boss Xiao. Ning Yuan's voice was unreadable. I didn't expect you to be so seemingly plain, but you're quite the player. Shui Hongyi stepped forward, the cold blade of her curved knife pressed against Xiao Jinrong's neck, sending a shiver down his spine. You beast! Shui Hongyi glanced angrily at the girl's corpse in the pool, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Is a human life so worthless in your eyes? Hubba's brothers silently dragged the girl's body ashore, checked her breathing, and shook their heads heavily at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with an unyielding icy coldness. Brother Ning, what do you mean by this? You're so rude on my turf, aren't you worried about getting into trouble? Xiao Jinrong sneered, glancing at the knife held to his neck. I advise you to calm down. If I were to be harmed in the slightest, you would all die. Ning Yuan leaned forward and slapped Xiao Jinrong across the face. You! Ning Yuan sneered. The people guarding the White Tiger Hall have all been killed by my dozen or so brothers. What are you pretending for? What did you say? One of them stepped forward and threw a head on the ground. Qiu Jinrong panicked immediately, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Brother Ning, I was just joking with you, really, I'm not lying to you. Why don't you wait until I'm dressed, and then we can talk slowly? Ning Yuan smiled, and suddenly made a casual slash with the skirt-pressing knife inlaid with red agate in his hand. Pfft! The blade swept across, tearing open Qiu Jinrong's skin and flesh from his forehead to his chest, causing blood to gush out. Ah! Qiu Jinrong's scream was barely out of his mouth when it was tightly suffocated by Hubba's large hand from behind. Do you think I'm joking with you now? Ning Yuan's voice remained calm, but his eyes were chilling. Can you listen to me properly now? Yes. Yes. Tell me. Tell me. Qiu Jinrong was in so much pain that his whole body convulsed, and tears streamed down his face. Do you think I can achieve the same success as you? Yes. You definitely can. Brother Ning, you are no ordinary person, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Qiu Jinrong replied hastily. But I feel I can't. Ning Yuan toyed with the knife in his hand, his tone chilling. I'm not brave enough, nor ruthless enough. Compared to you, Boss Qiu, who treats human life like dirt and squanders your inheritance, I am far inferior. What do you think we should do? Practice. You need to practice. Brother Ning, don't kill me. I can help you. I can give you all my money and connections. I can help you train. Qiu Jinrong pleaded desperately, as if grasping at a lifeline. Yeah, I think I should practice too. Ning Yuan stood up, looking down from his vantage point. A kind person is bullied, a good horse is ridden. Boss Qiu, you have bullied me, humiliated me, and tried to kill me. Shouldn't we settle this score? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How much do you want? Name your price. My brothers and I will definitely satisfy you. Qiu Jinrong pleaded frantically, kowtowing repeatedly. Money? Ning Yuan laughed, but in Qiu Jinrong's eyes, that smile was more terrifying than the devil. I don't want money. How about I use Boss Qiu to test my courage, as an apology to you? No. Don't. Brother Ning! Grandpa Ning! Spare me! Spare me! I'm useful to you. I know a lot of secrets. I can help you make a lot of money. Qiu Jinrong completely broke down. A hot, foul-smelling liquid flowed out from his crotch. He frantically kowtowed and begged for mercy, a far cry from the shrewd and composed demeanor he had shown in Qinghe town. Ning Yuan stopped talking, but slowly wrapped his hand with a cloth and then suddenly covered Qiu Jinrong's mouth. Qiu Jinrong's wide eyes were filled with desperate fear as he struggled frantically. Without hesitation, the exquisite skirt-pressing knife was plunged into Qiu Jinrong's throat. He then forcefully pressed him down onto the cold ground. Pfft! The blade completely severed any chance of survival. Qiu Jinrong kicked his legs violently a few times, his gaze gradually became unfocused, and finally he stared fixedly at the roof beam, losing all his spirit. That night, a sudden fire broke out at the White Tiger Hall in Qilong Town. The flames soared into the sky, illuminating half of the night sky as if it were daytime. The townspeople kept their doors and windows tightly shut, but no one went to put out the fire. Occasionally, suppressed cheers could be faintly heard from the depths of the streets and alleys. Ning Yuan took the warm towel from Xue Hongyi and slowly wiped away the bloodstains splattered on his face. The firelight danced on his face, and at this moment Ning Yuan was calmer than ever before. From now on, we'll handle the refined salt business ourselves, Ning Yuan said suddenly after thinking for a long time. We brothers don't rely on anyone, and we don't ask anyone for anything. Chapter 65 Shall I clear the clouds from my wife? The sky hung low, with only a sliver of light outlining the horizon where heaven and earth met. On the fast boat returning on the river, Ning Yuan held the skirt-pressing knife inlaid with red agate in his palm. On the blade, Qiu Jinrong's blood had already congealed. Perhaps Qiu Jinrong never imagined that someone in the White Tiger Hall would actually dare to kill him. He was too confident, thinking that a few guards could keep the people of Qinglong County in silence and fear forever. But he forgot that there was a hunter who had traveled through the chaos of war and was driven to the brink of death. He was capable of killing. Heaven has never given us justice, Xue Hongyi said firmly, taking Ning Yuan's arm. We will earn this justice ourselves. My husband, what you have done today is not only for you and me, but also for Qinglong County, and even for the many more people who have endured this injustice. Ning Yuan let out a long sigh, and the white mist instantly dissipated in the cold wind. I used to think that as long as I behaved properly, earned my living through my own abilities, and avoided trouble, I could always make a living. With a wry smile, Ning Yuan shook his head. Looking back now, I was too naive. In this cannibalistic world, if you're not ruthless, how can you survive? He watched as the snowflakes gradually turned the river's surface white, creating a vast expanse of white between heaven and earth. After a long silence, he slowly spoke, but the words he uttered caused Xue Hongyi, who was standing beside him, to tremble slightly. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at him in surprise. The azure heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. This great Qian dynasty is rotten to the core. Wife, you are right. If the country is about to perish, where will our little family be? That's why we must resist, Xue Hongyi said resolutely. You just stay home. One day, I will lead troops back to Yudu and seek justice for you and for all the people of the world. Ning Yuan turned his head and looked at the strong-willed female general in front of him. He reached out and gently brushed the snowflakes off the tip of her nose, and let out another long sigh. In this world, it has always been a matter of the victor taking all. If you succeed, it will be because you have great foresight and strategic brilliance. If you lose, you will be a glib-tongued, ambitious traitor. Heroes are as numerous as carp crossing a river, and even those warlords who control their own territories find it difficult to move forward, let alone you and me. I am just a hunter, and you are a criminal with no legitimate reason to go out and fight. Do you really think you can succeed? How can it not be? Xue Hongyi exclaimed, slapping Ning Yuan's hand away. I will overthrow this damned oppression and crush that cannibalistic class. I want my Xue family of over 100 people to be exonerated. One day, even if I shed my last drop of blood, I will stand in the capital city of Yudu, before that dragon throne, and personally slay the tyrannical emperor. Ning Yuan did not refute this further. He was never an impulsive person, and he knew all too well what mountains of corpses and seas of blood lay beneath his feet if he were to overthrow a dynasty. After a long silence, the confusion in his eyes was gradually replaced by an unprecedented determination. Wife, he called softly. Xue Hongyi raised her head and met his gaze. Ning Yuan gazed at her, his tone calm, yet containing an unshakable power. I am not good at leading troops and fighting battles, nor can I become a great strategist. But I can lend you a hand and help you raise funds for your troops, is that all right? Xue Hongyi's face was filled with disbelief. Rebellion means the extermination of 9 generations of your family. If I lose you... If you lose... Ning Yuan interrupted her, his gaze deep. We will also live in hell. Xue Hongyi was stunned, and for the first time felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Ning Yuan grasped her cold hand and said in a deep voice, Remember my next words. If you are able to lead the rebel army and rise up in rebellion in the future, it will be more precious than 1,000 pieces of gold and silver. You say. Only with a just cause can one win every battle. From this day forward, everything you do will be for the sake of the suffering people of the world. You represent the millions of US who have been trampled underfoot by powerful families and royal relatives. He who wins the hearts of the people can win the world. Xue Hongyi felt a buzzing sound in her mind. It was as if something had broken through the barriers of her mind. Suddenly see the light. The pitch-black fog ahead seemed to be pierced by light. She gripped Ning Yuan's hand tightly, her heart surging with ambition, determined to conquer the world. The phrase kept echoing in my mind, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. It was already late at night when we returned to Mo village. The village lay still in the snow, as if the events of the day had never happened. Black Wind Ridge has now truly become a secret stronghold unknown to anyone in Ningyuan. He gave Hubba and the others clear instructions to continue mining the salt. He had to carve out a way out for himself and for Xue Hongyi's unattainable dream. At night, Ning Yuan lay in bed, the moonlight streaming through the window like a ribbon. Xue Hongyi nestled close to his side, either of them feeling sleepy. If only there were no wars in this world. Xue Hongyi's voice carried a rare hint of bewilderment. My husband, it's wonderful to be able to enter the Ning family. I really wish I could live a peaceful life here with my husband, my sister Xuanying, and my sister Qingru, just like this. That's not your mission. Ning Yuan gently stroked her back, his tone tender yet clear. Your mission is on the battlefield, and my mission is to protect this home and prepare enough food and supplies for you before you go to war. My husband, if I lose, and it affects you and my sisters, will you hate me? Since we are husband and wife, why talk about you and me? If it really comes to that, I will do everything in my power to get Xuanying and Qingru to safety. As the head of the family, he had to think things through carefully, but from the moment he killed Xiu Jinrong, he had no way out. The following day, the craftsmen continued to lead the villagers in repairing houses, while Ning Yuan began to plan the sales channels for refined salt. He thought of someone who might open up a new chapter for him. Yunjinshuang, Qinghe County. Ning Yuan visited the Nie sisters again. Dr. Ning means that you possess refined salt and wish to use the name of my Yunjin manor to deliver messages and act as a go-between? Nie Xue was somewhat surprised after hearing Ning Yuan's purpose for coming. Ning Yuan nodded. How about we split the profits 50-50, Manager Nie? This? Nie Xue looked hesitant. Dr. Ning, although the profits from trading refined salt are substantial, the risks are also extremely high. If this gets out, it's a capital offense. With your current wealth, you can live a comfortable life. Why take such a risk? She keenly sensed that Ning Yuan's desires were not simply about money. Ning Yuan looked at Nie Xue and knew that this woman was insightful and experienced, so he stopped talking nonsense. He dipped his finger in the tea in his cup and slowly wrote a few words on the table. When Nie Xue saw the words outlined by the watermarks, the doubt on her face was instantly replaced by determination. She quickly stood up and said to Ning Yuan, Dr. Ning, I dare not take a single penny of this profit share. Ning Yuan was taken aback. Did Manager Nie refuse? No. Nie Xue's expression was solemn, and her eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Those who speak out for the people are of the same ilk. Although I am a woman, I also have a chivalrous heart. Yunjin Manor is weak and has accumulated a little silver over the years. It originally intended to wait for a wise ruler to appear and help him follow the right path. Now that we know that physician Ning is determined to succeed here, how can Nie Xue possibly back down? Ning Yuan was greatly shocked. He had never expected that Nie Xue, a woman, would have such a broad mind, just like Xue Hongyi. The two quickly discussed their plan. Ning Yuan would refine the salt, and Nie Xue would use Yunjinshuang as a base to sell the salt. After making his plans, Ning Yuan didn't linger and turned to leave. Nie Xue saw him to the door, watching his receding figure, her almond-shaped eyes filled with admiration. After a long while, this woman, who possessed both gentleness and fortitude, murmured to herself, seemingly filled with endless emotions. As a true man, this is what you should do. Nie Qing'er, standing to the side, tilted her head, looked at her sister's unusual expression, and smiled mischievously. Sister, I don't understand anything about great men or great heroes. But I can tell that, sister, you're probably a little tempted. Nie Xue's cheeks flushed instantly. Stop talking nonsense. What kind of behavior would it be if Dr. Ning heard this? After all, he already has wives and concubines. If I go, I'll be the fourth wife, and I don't want that. Qing'er covered her mouth and burst into laughter. You said you weren't interested, sister? You were already thinking about becoming the fourth daughter of Dr. Ning, ha! You little brat, you're asking for it. Don't go. Nie Xue followed them inside, and the two women's laughter echoed throughout Yunjin Manor. Chapter 66. I'll raise a border town, how will you deal with it? In the days that followed, Ning Yuan would secretly go up to Black Wind Ridge during the day, and be in charge of refining salt in the mountain stronghold. Xue Hongyi took Hubba hunting, and brought some back to feed the villagers and the old master craftsmen who were doing their work. The other part was sold at the market in Xinghe County by the clever monkey and a few of his brothers. Meanwhile, in Xinglong town, the White Tiger Hall had become a ruin. Qiu Jinrong's downfall had a huge impact on the entire White Tiger Hall. In their struggle to relinquish their position as the head of the hall, the various hall masters completely split and began fighting each other. Until today, Bai Yutang suddenly arrived here with a group of border troops on horseback, exuding murderous intent. What exactly happened? Why did Qiu Jinrong suddenly die? Seated among the guests, a general in full armor, exuding an imposing aura, glared angrily at the hall masters. The third hall master, Jia Jingtian, with a goatee, said with a smile, "Lord Baidusi, a few of our brothers in the White Tiger Hall are also puzzled by this matter. Now that Master Qiu is dead, that's an indisputable fact. Since you've come here, why don't you represent Baiyu Border City and make a decision to elect a new leader for the White Tiger Hall?" Bai Xiong's face was icy as he glanced at the various leaders of the White Tiger Hall, each with their own ulterior motives, and said impatiently, "Who is the boss of your White Tiger Hall is none of my business. I'm here to tell you that spring is only a few months away, and those Tartars have been itching to attack for a long time. White Jade City is the most important defensive line in Treasure Bottle State. If it is breached, you bastards will all suffer. So," Bai Xiong leaned forward and slammed a curved knife onto the table with a loud thud, "you'd better decide when to send the food, clothing, weapons, and so on. If you delay military operations, I believe I cannot bear the responsibility." The reason why Bai Hotang could arrogantly sell refined salt and oppress the people in Qilong town, and even several nearby towns, was because it had the support of the military generals of Baiyu Border City. But the condition is that the operation of Baiyu Border Town be supported. As a result, the border troops in Baiyu Border City were all fat and strong, and occasionally women would be sent to their tents for their amusement. This is like heaven and hell compared to Blackwater Border Town. Blackwater Border Town was also an important defensive line, guarded by fewer than 200 people. The supreme commander was previously Xue Hongyi, the guerrilla general. But ever since Xue Hongyi fell from power, the three commanders under her, also known as the captains, have all fled. This led to a man named Zhou Qiong being appointed as a commander of 1,000 households, enduring hunger and cold to guard the border town of Heishui. A few days later in Qinghe town, Ning Yuan brought Hubba and his 6 brothers to Yunjin Manor. Of course, a stone of refined salt was also transported along with it. Nye Shui tasted the superior salt, and was extremely surprised. "Dr. Nye, your refined salt can be called Snow's salt. Many 5th-rank officials may not even be able to afford it." Ning Yuan took a sip of water and shook the snow off his clothes. "Boss Nye, how much do you think we can sell this kind of refined salt for? Since it has reached the level of tribute items, it must be very expensive. I think 1 jin is enough to sell for 20 liang. So expensive?" Hubba's eyes widened in anger. The monkey then walked over and asked, "But at such a high price, will anyone buy it?" Nye Shui smiled and said, "Then you have underestimated the power and wealth of those people in Baoping Prefecture. The poor are the common people, but the riches they have amassed through the exploitation of the people are quite substantial. Do you know how much Magistrate Zhao, the poorest man in our area, earns in a year?" "How many?" Nye Shui sneered. "His annual salary is just over 5 taels, but his extra income starts at least 500 taels. This is still Qinghe County. If it were Qinglong County or other places with large populations and warlord involvement, the officials, even just the yamen runners, could earn 20 or 30 taels a year. It's not surprising that Nye Shui knows so much. After all, she receives officials, wealthy men, and their wives and concubines here. All right, if we really calculate it at 20 taels per caddy and 1 share, then that would be 2,004 taels, Nye Shui said with a smile. My God! Hubba exclaimed excitedly, falling off the chair and quickly sitting back up. 2,000 taels! In the border town of Heishui, the total amount allocated in the spring was only a mere 100 taels. Clothing, food, and other necessities alone were gone in less than a month. After all the exploitation at every level, in their Blackwater border town, let alone a salary, being able to eat 2 meals a day was considered lucky. Thinking this, Hubba felt grateful to Ningyuan, but also sighed that the Great Gone Kingdom really wouldn't go far. This year, in particular, local warlords have become increasingly powerful and corrupt, both inside and outside the court, and the defenses of the border cities have become increasingly weak. Once the Tartars launch a major offensive and breach the border city, the entire region will be thrown into complete chaos. Thinking this, Hubba clenched his fists and vowed to work even harder when he got back, so that Ningyuan could refine more refined salt. Of course, hunting cannot be delayed. If good meat is caught, it can be sold for a considerable amount. Ningyuan said, "Then I will leave all the details of the transaction to Boss Nie. Afterwards I will also have my brothers protect you sisters." Monkey, Xiao Zhao, and Tiger immediately stepped forward, clasped their hands in greeting, and said, "Boss Nie, we 3 brothers are counting on you. If you need anything from us, please just let us know." Nie Shui pulled Ningyuan aside. "Ningyuan, selling refined salt openly isn't a big deal, but secrets don't stay hidden forever. I have 2 questions to discuss with you, and you need to think about how to deal with them first." "Mr. Nie, please speak." "First, if Magistrate Zhao finds out that Qinghe County is selling refined salt, he will definitely be envious. He is not a good official. Think about how to shut him up. Secondly, the business of selling refined salt has always been the business of Bai Hotang in Xilong Town. With Bai Yubianqing backing them, many officials are afraid of them. Although your men are good at fighting, they are at a disadvantage in terms of background and numbers. You have to think about what to do." Ningyuan pondered for a while, and then came up with a solution. "I've always known Zhao Xian's character. He's just a greedy but cowardly nobody. It's easy to handle. Once you've made money from the refined salt, you can just use the money to bribe the officials. After all, Qinghe County is so remote that no one would investigate if he embezzled. Which official in Baoping Prefecture hasn't been corrupt? It's just a matter of how much he embezzled." "How much do you get per month?" Nie Shui asked. "You should weigh the options carefully, but remember not to give too much. If you give too much, it will only make him more greedy. You have to start small and gradually increase the amount. Do you understand what I mean?" "Okay." After leaving Yunjin Manor, Ningyuan thought of Baihu Hall in Xilong Town. Qiu Jingrong is dead, but the foundation of the White Tiger Hall remains. They agreed to take away their business, and the quality of their salt was at the level of tribute-grade snow salt. However, the burly border troops of Baiyu Border City would not agree to it. "Hey, it seems you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. There are still many things that need to be taken care of." Ningyuan then purchased a large quantity of winter clothing and food in Qinghe Town. Since there wasn't much food, they sent Hubba and his brothers to buy some from nearby towns. Trailers of all sizes were loaded with tons of supplies. Hubba asked in confusion, "Young master, these supplies cost a lot of money. Why are you buying so much?" "This is all public silver, which is what everyone has earned from hunting and selling meat at the market these past few days." After all, the refined salt had only just been delivered to Yunjin Manor, and hadn't been recorded in the accounts yet. Ningyuan smiled and said, "Come with me to Blackwater City. These supplies are for Brother Zhou. It is 100 miles from Qinghe County to Heishui border town. However, if the document issued by Magistrate Zhao is used to transport grain through the post station's grain supply route, it will take less than a day." Hubba and his gang disguised themselves, covered their faces, and set off in the morning to transport supplies. By the time they arrived at Blackwater Border City, it was almost dark. At this moment, a soldier sitting on the ground, dizzy from hunger, saw a supply cart appear and thought he was seeing things. But it wasn't until Ningyuan stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Sir, I am a citizen of Qinghe County. I heard that the brothers in Heishui Border City are having a hard time, so I brought them some food and clothing." "Zhou Qiong, is Commander Zhou here?" Chapter 67. A single arrow boosts morale. The last rays of the setting sun stained the tattered flags on the city wall a dark red. Several war horses galloped up. The leader pulled on the reins and nimbly dismounted. He was tall, about 8 feet tall, with distinct facial features, his weathered face etched with the harshness of the frontier. Only his eyes were frighteningly sharp. Zhou Qiong, hand on his scalpel, strode over, laughing loudly. "Brother Ning! Brother Ning? It's you!" Zhou Qiong pushed through the crowd and saw Ning Yuan standing next to the car, his face filled with disbelief and astonishment. He glanced instinctively in the direction the convoy had come from, and grinned self-deprecatingly. "I thought it was the main camp. I finally remembered that we, their adopted sons, are still alive and well." A dozen minutes later. Inside the largest, dilapidated tent, there was a bit of warmth and noise. The campfire crackled, the dried meat on the rack released its oily aroma, and the rough porcelain bowls were filled with cheap but strong liquor that burned the throat. The soldiers, temporarily forgetting the bitter cold, gathered around the fire, shouting and cheering, their faces briefly glowing with health. Zhou Qiong lifted the heavy wine bowl, the rim of which was still stained with oil. "Brother Ning! It's been quite a while since we last met. Shui, how is your wife?" "Everything is fine. I have some spare money and I plan to build a bigger house. She will stay at home and take care of things." That's good. I won't say anything more. This bowl of wine is for you. Cheers!" Zhou Qiong's voice was loud and clear, carrying the ruggedness unique to border soldiers. With a clang, the two bowls collided, and the wine spilled out. The two tilted their heads back and poured the burning liquid down their throats. After finishing a bowl of wine, Zhou Qiong wiped his mouth with his sleeve, looked at Ning Yuan, and his eyes became serious. "Brother, you've sent so much grain and clothing, it must have cost you a considerable sum of money, right?" Ning Yuan did not answer immediately, his gaze sweeping over the excited soldiers inside the tent. Zhou Qiong immediately understood, waved his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Go out and have a drink, I have something to say to Brother Ning." Suddenly, only the two of them remained inside the tent. A few sparks occasionally flew from the charcoal fire. Ning Yuan lowered his voice and recounted his refined salt business, as well as the affairs of the White Tiger Hall and the White Jade Border City. "You mean?" Zhou Qiong squinted, his fingers unconsciously tapping the wine bowl. "You want to set up your own salt production line and sell refined salt? Are you worried about those bastards from the White Tiger Hall causing trouble? Do you want me, Blackwater Border City, to back you up?" Ning Yuan nodded. "Behind the White Tiger Hall is the White Jade Border City, with a strong and well-equipped army. Brother, I am outnumbered and outmatched. I can't defeat them all by myself, so what's there to be afraid of?" Before Ning Yuan could finish speaking, a ruthless glint flashed in Zhou Qiong's eyes. "My brothers are not like those fat, useless bastards in Baiyuqing who draw salaries without working. They were all real guns and lived through piles of corpses. Who doesn't hate those bastards and itching to get their teeth clean? Now that you're sending food to our Blackwater border town, they'll naturally protect us. Go ahead and do it. If any of the people from Baiyu border town dare to cause trouble in Qinghe County, they'll have to ask the knife in my hand if it's allowed." Hearing this resounding promise, Ning Yuan felt a great weight lifted from his heart and let out a long sigh of relief. "Come on. Keep drinking. Tomorrow I'll personally bring people to take you back." Zhou Qiong was in a great mood and picked up the wine jar again. However, just as the wine bowl was about to be filled again, a hurried report suddenly came from outside the tent. "Report! Commander Zhou! There are Tartars challenging us outside the city." Ning Yuan was taken aback upon hearing this and instinctively looked at Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong, however, was already used to it and waved his hand. "Don't pay them any attention. Usually, only 2 or 3 Tartars from our Blackwater border city come to make a fuss." Ning Yuan was surprised. He had thought that when the Tartars attacked from the border, it would be a large-scale attack with at least 1,000 men. This feeling is different from what I saw on TV in my past life. Seeing Ning Yuan's confusion, Zhou Qiong smiled and explained. We're bored guarding the border, and they're bored too. If we don't go out, they'll want to find some fun, so they'll go to the border town and speak some bird language to vent their anger. Zhou Qiong suppressed a laugh. Damn it, who knows what those Tartars are whispering about? Ning Yuan put down his wine bowl. Brother Zhou, could you take me to see them? I'm curious about what these Tartars look like. What's wrong with that? Zhou Qiong, his drunkenness rising, slapped his thigh heartily, stood up, and shouted. Men, prepare the horses. Let's go to the city. Night had already enveloped the surrounding area. The city wall is not high, it is built of earth and stone, and it is damaged in many places. The cold wind was like a knife, stinging people's faces. Ning Yuan stood behind the battlements and looked out. A frozen river, its surface shimmering with a deathly bluish-black hue under the moonlight, lay across the horizon. The only suspension bridge was raised high, separating the inside from the outside. Look, there are those 3 silly birds. Zhou Qiong pointed one finger out of the city, about 300 meters away, where 3 figures on horseback were clearly visible. They were indeed tall and strong. Even from a distance, you could feel their imposing presence. This stands in stark contrast to the pale-faced border troops on the city walls. Zhou Qiong sighed, his tone becoming heavier. These Tartars are the real culprits. An ordinary Tartar soldier could take down 2 or 3 of us with his bare hands, if we encountered their squad leader. What will happen? Ning Yuan pressed. Even if 10 border soldiers surrounded them, they probably wouldn't be able to get close. Zhou Qiong smiled bitterly and pointed to his brothers. Look at us, apart from this broken knife in our hand, we don't even have a decent piece of leather armor on our bodies. Their squad leader was at least equipped with light armor, and he was strong and his horse was fat. When he swung his ring-pommel sword, our men were cut down before they even got close. He grinned, his tone complicated. Mainly because I'm afraid of being beaten, I have a guilty conscience. In the past, as soon as I heard that the Tartars were coming, my legs would go weak before I even saw them. Just then, a Tartar outside the city spurred his horse forward for a short distance, and stopped about 250 meters away. Waving his weapon, he shouted loudly towards the city wall, his voice muffled yet arrogant in the wilderness. Damn it, talking nonsense again! Zhou Qiong cursed, his anger rising with the effects of the alcohol. Bring me my bow! A guard handed him a longbow. Zhou Qiong nocked an arrow, drew his bow, aimed for a moment, and shot the arrow. The night was dark and the wind was strong, so the arrows were already losing power by the time they reached the Tartar. The Tartar contemptuously swung his battle axe, knocking the arrow away, and then burst into a triumphant laugh. Damn it, what is this bastard laughing at? Zhou Qiong was so angry that his face turned red. Ning Yuan squinted, listening intently to the intermittent Tartar language carried on the wind, and a cold, sharp smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He said your archery skills are worse than his mother's embroidery skills. Huh! Zhou Qiong was taken aback. The border soldiers around him also heard it. There was silence at first, then a burst of laughter erupted. They had vaguely heard the word Agi before. You, how did you know? You understand the Tartar language? Zhou Qiong looked at Ning Yuan in surprise. Amidst the laughter, Ning Yuan's face remained expressionless, instead showing a hint of seriousness. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the arrogant Tartars outside the city. Brother Zhou. Ning Yuan's voice was calm but carried an undeniable firmness. Can I borrow the bow again? The laughter stopped abruptly. Zhou Qiong instantly understood Ning Yuan's meaning, his eyes flashing with excitement, and he handed over the longbow without hesitation. Ning Yuan took the bow and tested the bowstring. He took a deep breath of the cold air, knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and released the arrow. The movements were fluid, and the powerful arm strength drew the hard bow as full as a moon. The arrowheads, under the cold moonlight, reflected a few glimmers of starlight. On and below the city walls, all eyes were focused on that single, cold glint. Call out! The arrow left the bowstring, tearing through the cold wind, and spun towards its target at an astonishing speed. Who is this archer? Chapter 68 Border Heroes. When the Tartar knight saw that someone on the city wall was firing arrows again, his contempt deepened. Instead of dodging or avoiding them, he spurred his horse and charged forward, raising his battle axe high. Clang! The arrowheads collided violently with the steel axe blade, sending out a trail of blinding sparks. But this time, the situation is completely different. The arrow contained far more force than expected. It wasn't completely deflected, but rather, thanks to its immense kinetic energy and an extremely tricky angle. In an instant, it flashed past the edge of the axe blade like a venomous snake, and mysteriously slipped into the gap. Pfft! The dull thud of a sharp blade piercing through a leather coat and tearing flesh felt like a direct blow to the heart, even from over 100 meters away. The charging Tartar felt a chill in his chest, and his arrogant expression froze instantly. When he looked down in disbelief, his face was full of confusion and shock. An arrow, trembling, was embedded in his heart, and crimson blood quickly spread, staining his rough leather coat. His two companions, who were not far behind him, were initially laughing and did not immediately notice anything amiss. The border soldiers on the city wall held their breath, almost unable to believe that Ning Yuan could actually hit the target. Until... "Brother Ning, the arrow!" Ning Yuan gave a low shout, and Zhou Qiong suddenly snapped out of his shock, his eyes bursting with wild joy. He almost frantically handed the second arrow to Ning Yuan. Without a word, Ning Yuan knocked the arrow, drew the bow, and aimed. His movements were as swift as lightning and as steady as a mountain. The Tartar soldier, writhing in excruciating pain, turned deathly pale and desperately tugged at the reins. The warhorse, in pain, reared up on its forelegs and neighed in terror. It then turned its head and tried to flee. Only then did the other two Tartars see the deadly arrow in their companion's chest, and their smiles instantly turned into shock and panic. The wounded Tartar screamed in agony, his voice filled with pain and fear. Unfortunately, his warhorse had only galloped less than 6 meters. "The second arrow has already arrived, chasing after my soul. Call out!" Pfft! This arrow was even more ruthless, striking precisely into the back of his neck. It pierced through the throat. Before he could even let out a complete wail, he froze and fell off his horse. With a crisp crack, the neck snapped at an odd angle, crashing heavily onto the frozen ground, kicking up a cloud of snow, and then fell still. Dead? The city walls were deathly silent, save for the howling of the cold wind. The remaining two Tartars' expressions changed drastically as they looked in terror at the figure standing on the city wall, bow in hand. It was deathly silent, an eerie and terrifying silence. Ning Yuan, however, clearly did not give them any chance to react or seek revenge. The third and fourth arrows arrived almost in quick succession. The whistling sound of the arrows piercing the air was like the call of death. The two Tartars were terrified and abruptly turned their horses around, trying to escape the range of the arrows. Bang! Bang! 2 arrows flashed like lightning, less than 2 seconds apart, and as if they had a life of their own, they once again found their target with pinpoint accuracy. One of the Tartars was pierced through the throat and died instantly, rolling off his horse. The other was a little luckier. The arrow only pierced his abdomen, but he still screamed and fell to the ground, struggling in agony. However, the city was already deathly silent. No one reacted. Until... Kill! Zhou Qiong's long-suppressed humiliation and anger were completely ignited. His face turned red, and with a roar, he turned around and charged down the city wall like a tiger descending the mountain. Open the city gates! I want to fight him one-on-one! I want a one-on-one fight! This roar ignited the fighting spirit of all the border troops. They jumped onto their warhorses as if they had been injected with adrenaline. As the heavy city gate creaked open, the drawbridge was lowered with a roar. Led by Zhou Qiong, a dozen or so cavalrymen, brandishing gleaming scimitars, roared across the drawbridge like a torrent bursting its banks. The Tartar who had been shot in the abdomen staggered as he tried to get up, but fell off his horse several times. Seeing more than a dozen border soldiers rushing towards him like wolves and tigers, a desperate madness flashed in his eyes. He roared and raised his heavy broadsword, charging forward instead of retreating. Go to hell! Take this! Zhou Qiong took the lead, his warhorse galloping forward. Using the momentum, he slashed down with all his might with his curved blade. Clang! A piercing clang of metal clashing rang out. The ordinary curved sword in Zhou Qiong's hand was actually broken in two by the Tartar's heavy ring sword. Even though the Tartar was seriously injured, his brute strength was still astonishing. The residual force of the clash sent Zhou Qiong, along with his horse, staggering backward. But before the Tartars could catch their breath, the border troops following closely behind had already swarmed in. Countless curved blades slashed down from all directions like a storm. The Tartar's eyes finally revealed extreme fear. After giving the hunter with chiseled features one last resentful glance at the city walls, the next moment, he was engulfed in a flash of blades and was instantly hacked to the ground. The pent-up resentment of the border troops, accumulated over many years, finally erupted at this moment. They dismounted and frantically hacked at the Tartar corpses, as if venting all the pent-up frustration they had endured over the years. Zhou Qiong sat on the ground, panting heavily, watching the scene before him with excitement. He looked at his hand, which was numb from the shock, but a surge of unprecedented warmth welled up in his heart. The Tartars are not truly invincible. They will die too, and their blood will be red. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze passing over his frantic subordinates, and fixed intently on the calm figure on the city wall. It is Ning Yuan. At that moment, Zhou Qiong felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, as if something had been completely ignited. All 3 Tartar scouts were executed. A border soldier bravely chopped off the last, disfigured head and held it high in front of the ever-growing number of border soldiers. Immediately, the entire Blackwater border town erupted in a long and enthusiastic cheer. This may be the most triumphant moment for this forgotten, isolated city in many years. And the one who brought all this to light was a hunter. Ning Yuan was surrounded by excited border troops, as if welcoming a hero. Zhou Qiong strode up to him, patted his shoulder hard, his voice hoarse with excitement. Brother Ning! You're amazing! This is the first time in our Blackwater border city that you've killed 3 Tartars in one go. You've really made a name for yourself. However, Ning Yuan's face did not show much joy. Recalling the terrifying power of the wounded Tartar's desperate counterattack, which had overturned Zhou Qiong and his horse with a single move, his mood became even heavier. The legend that 3,000 light cavalrymen of the Tartars could shake 30,000 troops is probably not unfounded. He pulled Zhou Qiong aside to a secluded spot. Brother Zhou, as happy as you are, the 3 heads of the Tartar scouts do not change the fundamental issue. In the eyes of those big shots in the general headquarters, Blackwater border town still carries too little weight. Zhou Qiong's high spirits were suddenly dampened, his smile froze, and a sense of displeasure rose in his heart, yet he couldn't refute it. Then, what else do you think we can do? How can we get the headquarters to treat us like family? Ning Yuan's sharp gaze pointed to the 3 hideous heads on the snow. I have a plan. If I can help you in Blackwater border city, we can hunt down more and more powerful Tartars. For example, if it were the head of a corps commander, do you think the headquarters would even give us a second glance? What? 3 days? Kill more? And kill the quartermaster too? Zhou Qiong gasped, a shiver running through him, and instinctively shook his head. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 69 Killing the Tartars. No one can do that. Zhou Qiong's voice was low. Even the headquarters advocates a defensive stance, not fighting back when attacked or cursing back, and never daring to provoke these Tartars. He raised his eyes and looked sharply at Ning Yuan. Moreover, the Tartar captain is far superior to the 3 stragglers we killed yesterday. A brief silence fell inside the tent, broken only by the howling wind. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, then said calmly, In a direct confrontation, we are indeed outmatched in terms of military strength and equipment, but if we are not strong enough, we can outsmart them. Outsmart? How do you mean outsmart? Zhou Qiong leaned forward slightly. He had witnessed Ning Yuan's ability to produce that snow-white refined salt. I knew this young man always had something different in his mind. Ning Yuan didn't answer directly, but instead pulled his hands into his sleeves and exhaled a puff of white mist. Take a moment to sort out my thoughts. Their horses are fast and have a strong impact. I also experienced their individual combat capabilities yesterday. They are indeed fierce. However, Ning Yuan changed the subject and glanced at Zhou Qiong. But what if we could lure them into complex terrain that is not conducive to cavalry deployment, limit their equestrian advantage, and then use a specific formation to concentrate small groups to attack a single point? Tell me more specifically. Zhou Qiong's interest was piqued. Ning Yuan bent down, picked up a dry twig from beside his feet, and started scratching it on the snow. No matter how powerful the Tartars are, they only have one pair of eyes and one pair of hands, and there will always be blind spots that they can't take care of. Look, Brother Zhou, Ning Yuan said while drawing. If we form a 3-person team, in a triangular formation, 2 men were in front, responsible for a feint attack to draw its attention. The other man would then flank the enemy to attack its horse's legs. Let's widen the distance between the triangles so that he can't cover both ends. Zhou Qiong stared at the simple diagram on the ground, his eyes gradually brightening, and then he suddenly slapped his thigh. This triangular formation is brilliant! Perhaps it really will work. His gaze toward Ning Yuan now held a hint of astonishment, as if he were looking at a battlefield prodigy. But Ning Yuan frowned and used a twig to doubt the pattern. It's not safe enough yet. The 2 brothers responsible for drawing the enemy's attention are under immense pressure. If the Tartars are too fierce and take one of them down in a single encounter, this triangular formation will break instantly. Then how can we make up for it? Zhou Qiong asked subconsciously, realizing that he was beginning to rely on Ning Yuan's plans. Ning Yuan tossed the branch aside and smiled slightly. Therefore, we need to have a backup plan. If the formation is broken, the remaining 2 should not linger in battle, but retreat immediately. We dug a pit about 50 meters outside the city. It didn't need to be very deep, just to be hidden. Once the galloping warhorse steps into, it'll cause chaos and turmoil. Zhou Qiong blurted out, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. This kind of battle of wits and courage against the Tartars is the kind of battlefield life he longs for. Ning Yuan nodded and continued to refine his plan. With the loss of their warhorses, the Tartars' fighting strength is reduced by at least half. At that time, I will have archers lying in ambush here, which will allow me to form an offensive and defensive posture and launch a counterattack. Damn it! Zhou Qiong roared, his eyes bloodshot, his fighting spirit surging. He suddenly stood up, like a lion awakened, and strode out of the tent, shouting at his soldiers. Get moving! Follow me to dig a pit! That night, there was no snow, but it was cold. It was pitch black outside the city walls, with only the occasional sound of Zhou Qiong cursing drifting through the air. Dig deeper, damn it! Hopefully, you can break those Tartar horses' legs. You and you! Stop slacking off! You just ate meat and drank wine, and now you're all exhausted? At this moment, the 30 archers selected by Ning Yuan also arrived. One of them said, Brother Ning, your archery skills are amazing. When will you give us some pointers? Ning Yuan shook his head with a wry smile upon hearing this. Archery relies on intuition. He can't teach that. Archery skills require diligent practice and cannot be mastered in a day. Just remember this. Once the Tartars break through the front lines and enter the effective range of your arrows, do not wait for orders. Aim and fire immediately. Understand? The young archers still wore expressions of fear, and one of them asked timidly, But what if we miss? I'm here. Ning Yuan's voice was calm yet powerful. I will finish you off with the arrows. These words immediately put everyone at ease. The scene of an arrow piercing a Tartar's throat from 300 paces away in Ning Yuan yesterday has been deeply imprinted in their minds, giving them unparalleled confidence. Ning Yuan continued to encourage him. Now is the best time. The Tartars are arrogant, and do not take our border troops seriously. They have the lowest level of vigilance. He changed the subject and asked, According to custom, how much silver is awarded for the head of a Tartar? An old soldier tried hard to recall. In principle, we should have been given 1 tael, but with each layer of deductions, we lowly soldiers would only get 50 coins at most. Another person added. However, military merit is real. Killing 3 Tartars gives you a chance to be promoted to the 10th chief, and if you can kill 15, you can be promoted to the 50th chief. Ning Yuan nodded. Therefore, now is the best opportunity to kill the enemy, earn merit, and improve our situation. I promise you all, if any of you can kill a Tartar, I, Ning Yuan, will reward you with 2 taels of silver. 2 ounces. A suppressed gasp rang out from among the soldiers. Despite the lingering fear caused by the generous reward, a mix of excitement and greed had already begun to spread among the crowd. Even though most people come here just to make a living, who would want to live a mediocre life if given the chance to gain fame and fortune? With the plan set, the entire border town of Heishui was mobilized. Under Ning Yuan's command, a trench was dug 100 meters outside the city, providing a hiding place for archers. Further away, simple traps were set up specifically to trip up war horses. With ample food and clothing, the border troops were full of energy, working in shifts from night until dusk the next day. As the sun sets, casting a pale, crimson-gold hue over the snow-covered plains, everything is ready. Zhou Qiong walked to Ning Yuan's side, gazing at the silent distance with some anxiety. Brother, everything's arranged, but what if the Tartars don't come today? They will come. Ning Yuan spoke with certainty, his gaze fixed on the area outside the city. There, the 3 headless Tartar corpses were hanging high above the gate, swaying gently in the wind. 3 Tartar soldiers did not return all night. They had no reason not to come and check. When they came and saw this, they understood everything. He turned and looked at the archers in the trenches, their arms gripping their bows tightly and their breathing rapid, and gave them his final instructions. Remember, hold your breath, aim carefully before you shoot. Every arrow you shoot concerns the life and death of your brothers, and also your own future. Just then, a muffled thunderous sound came faintly from the horizon, and quickly became clear and deafening. They're here! A soldier on the city wall shouted in a distorted voice. Ning Yuan and Zhou Qiong suddenly turned around and saw more than 10 Tartar riders on the distant horizon, stirring up snow and mist, rushing straight towards the border town like a whirlwind. The lead rider was exceptionally robust, wearing leather armor unlike that of ordinary Tartars, which reflected a dim light in the setting sun. A captain? It's a Tartar captain! Chapter 70 The Rise of Blackwater Border City. Ning Yuan's strongest trump card is born. Zhou Qiong's pupils contracted, as if facing a formidable enemy. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and patted Zhou Qiong's thick arm hard. Brother Zhou, proceed according to plan. Whether Blackwater Border City can avenge its defeat and achieve a feat that even White Jade Border City dare not dream of depends on this. Good! A resolute glint flashed in Zhou Qiong's eyes as he mounted his horse and roared at the dozens of carefully selected cavalrymen behind him. Brothers, follow me out of the city. Let's kill the Tartars. The heavy city gates slowly opened with the sound of winches, and the drawbridge crashed down. Zhou Qiong took the lead, leading his cavalry like a bursting dam, charging towards the approaching Tartar squad. Their mission was to lure the enemy, to engage in close combat, and to lead these arrogant and fierce enemies into that carefully prepared death trap. On the city wall, countless torches were lit one after another, dispelling the deepening twilight. In the firelight, Ning Yuan's gaze was fixed on the Tartar captain who was leading the charge and looked like a barbaric giant. He slowly and steadily drew out a specially made arrow with a 3-edged groove for penetrating armor and knocked it onto the bowstring. The bow gradually bends until it is as full as a round moon. A fierce battle erupted instantly beneath the city walls. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Zhou Qiong attempted to lure the centurion into the trap area. After a fierce clash of weapons, Zhou Qiong felt an irresistible force coming from the hilt of his sword, his entire arm went numb instantly, and the scimitar almost slipped from his hand. He was terrified. The strength of this squad leader was far more terrifying than that of the ordinary Tartar from yesterday. Taking advantage of the opportunity, A border soldier rushed in from the flank and slashed his sword hard at the captain's back armor. But then a crisp clang rang out, sparks flew everywhere, and the battle sword was deflected. The squad leader seemed oblivious, and with a backhand sweep of his axe, the border soldier and his horse were cut in half at the waist. Blood and entrails were splattered all over the ground. "Scatter!" Zhou Qiong roared hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. Upon receiving the order, the remaining border troops lost all will to fight and turned their horses around, galloping wildly along the prearranged retreat route. The squad leader was clearly in a frenzy, especially after Zhou Qiong, who was giving orders. He spurred his horse and gave chase. Several border soldiers who tried to turn back to rescue their troops were terrified by the horrific sight and frantically whipped their war horses. In the blink of an eye, the pursuing Tartars had rushed into the archers' ambush range. "Fire!" someone shouted from the trench. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense barrage of arrows suddenly rose from the ground, hurtling towards the oncoming Tatar cavalry. At such close range and with such a sudden attack, 5 or 6 Tartars screamed as they were struck by arrows and fell from their horses. The Tartar pursuit was thrown into chaos instantly. However, that sergeant was indeed exceptionally fierce. He roared and swung his battle axe like a windmill, deflecting most of the arrows aimed at him. Even the occasional arrow that slipped through the net and struck the armor was deflected, leaving the armor seemingly unharmed. He spotted the archers in the trenches, roared, and charged straight at them, raising his battle axe high to cleave the trenches and these daring insects in two. "We can't break through his armor!" The archers in the trenches were so terrified as they watched this invincible god of war approach that their voices trembled. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The raised hooves were about to step into the trench. At this critical moment, on the city wall, Ning Yuan made his move.